5 towering humanoid machines, adorned in striking red and black camouflage, swiftly emerged against the mountainside. Though they appeared formidable amidst the majestic peaks, they seemed insignificantly small, akin to ants, as if they could be consumed by swirling dust at any moment. Nevertheless, the 5 machines moved with unwavering steadiness, each wielding an array of sophisticated weaponry, each piece symbolizing astonishing firepower. Anyone who dared to dismiss them as mere ants would meet a grim fate. Their pace was brisk, maintaining nearly 30 kilometers per hour, as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings as standard tactical maneuver to preempt unforeseen crises. After traversing several kilometers, the foremost machine glanced at the surrounding terrain and suddenly waved its left arm, bellowing in clear Mandarin, "Stop dawdling! Hurry up! We're only 200 kilometers from home, and I certainly don't want to miss a sumptuous dinner." The grueling 8 days of survival training are finally over. By the heavens, before dinner, I must take a hot shower. It's been 8 days without a wash, and I feel utterly filthy, a young man's voice retorted. After dinner, I shall luxuriate in sleep until I awaken naturally. My skin has been parched from these days, oh, my poor skin, came a woman's voice. Another rugged male voice boomed with laughter. Ha! After holding it in for days, it's been damn uncomfortable. I swear, after dinner, you'll indulge in a few exquisite drinks from Leisure Star at the bar. Then seek out 2 of the most statuesque beauties with the roundest figures for a romantic night. With your piggish visage, do you really think you could attract such beauties? 2 at once? Dream on, chimed in another female voice. Indeed, among the 5 machines were 3 men and 2 women. These were not mechs, but rather the basic equipment designated by the Earth Federation for expendable ground troops. Individual armor. In comparison to mechs, well, there was no comparison. They existed on entirely different planes. The captain's voice resounded once more. Your sweet dreams can only be fulfilled back at base. Now, children, let's pick up the pace. Yes, Captain, came the unified response. The group shouted in unison, instinctively ramping up their armor speed to 50 kilometers per hour. This velocity, even amidst fierce winds, did not hinder their mobility and conserved energy, qualifying as an economical cruising speed. Before long, they crested a hill, dashing toward the valley below. The valley was profoundly deep. The howling winds were noticeably tempered by the towering peaks. Their ferocity softened, complemented by peculiar flora that lent an eerie yet captivating beauty to the scene. The captain was the first to step into the valley, surveying the surroundings with a keen eye. Finding it relatively quiet, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, I can smoke. I was nearly suffocated. As he prepared to unfasten his helmet, an urgent alarm blared in his ears. Beep, beep, beep. Startled, the captain shouted, "Radar screen, activate." Instantly, the helmet's internal radar visual system sprang to life, projecting a semi-transparent virtual display before his left eye. A mere glance at the screen revealed nearly 100 red dots emerging from the mid-slopes of the valley, swiftly encircling them. Reacting swiftly, he raised his weapon and commanded, "This is bad. Everyone retreat to the mountain." With a clatter, several individuals simultaneously chambered their weapons and sprinted back up the slope. Their efforts, however, proved futile before they could reach the foot of the mountain. Hundreds of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mid-slope, encircling the valley with overwhelming force. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to the common ants of Earth, yet they exceeded 2 meters in length, equipped with 4 furry, stout legs and clad in tough exoskeletons. Their running speed surpassed 30 kilometers per hour, and with glinting metallic fangs. No one would doubt that even the high-quality alloy of their individual armor could withstand merely 10 seconds of their relentless assault. Just my luck to encounter a swarm of giant hairy-legged ants. Everyone, gather around me. Energy rifles, level 2 power. Fire at will, the captain bellowed, lifting his energy assault rifle to unleash brilliant cobalt beams. The energy assault rifle, a product of the Earth Federation, had 4 levels of firing power. In level 2 mode, it could unleash rapid fire at a maximum rate of 4 rounds per second, with 2 or 3 shots to vital areas sufficient to slay the hairy-legged ants. Instantly, the foremost dozen creatures collapsed, twitching before succumbing to death. Yet, the remaining hairy-legged ants charged forward, trampling their fallen comrades, their bodies surging like a battalion of war vehicles, an awe-inspiring sight. The captain shouted, "Zhou Bing, hold the rear. Feng Xingshan, provide support. The rest of you, move out to the 7 o'clock position with me." Chapter 2. The hairy foot ants, leave it to me. A rugged voice boomed as a single soldier armored unit surged backward, raising a peculiar weapon embedded in its wrist. ZZZ, a cacophony of terrifying beams erupted, incinerating any target it struck. leaving behind a deep, smoldering pit. The single soldier's laser closed defense cannon, equipped with 9 barrels and a caliber of 12 millimeters, unleashed an astonishing firing rate of 1,800 rounds per minute. While each shot's power paled in comparison to that of an energy weapon, the sheer rapidity necessitated a colossal external energy source and a substantial energy converter. The bulging pack on Zhou Bing's back, resembling a mountaineering backpack, was indeed the dedicated power supply and conversion device for the cannon. However, the hairy foot ants boasted formidable defenses. The single soldier's closed defense cannon was not as devastating as anticipated. It was evidently improbable for Zhou Bing to fend off so many monstrous assaults at such a close range. Amidst the cacophony of growls, 2 hairy foot ants breached the blockade, closing in to within 20 meters. With their rapid pace, unless he redirected his gun, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Yet, should he turn his weapon, the densely packed swarm of hairy foot ants would, in less than 5 seconds, breach his firing line, sealing the fate of everyone involved. Sweat beaded on Zhou Bing's brow as he gritted his teeth, retreating while hurling lasers towards the most concentrated cluster of ants in the distance, leaving the 2 nearby monsters to his comrades. The hairy foot ants advanced within 8 meters, momentarily pausing before leaping with lightning speed. He even heard the chilling sound of their mandibles snapping together, life and death hanging in the balance. Boom, boom! 2 dull explosions resonated as the creatures erupted mid-air, their translucent light blue blood splattering across Zhou Bing's armor and face. Well done, Feng Xingqian! Several voices shouted in unison. Boom, boom! Feng Xingqian did not revel in triumph. His response was merely the heavy thud of the heavy sniper rifle. The heavy sniper, designed for single soldier armor, had an expanded caliber of 19 millimeters, commonly referred to as the 0.75 caliber. The formidable support of the single soldier armor and its exceptional aiming assistance system mitigated the negative impacts of the considerable recoil, achieving a remarkable firing rate of 2 rounds per second. The specially designed alloy projectiles concealed high explosive charges, transforming the massive rounds into cannonballs. Each shot guaranteed the annihilation of a hairy foot ant. However, today's hairy foot ants were alarmingly large, their numbers exceeding all expectations. As the 5 of them fought and retreated, they had yet to exterminate even a third of the nearby swarm, and from the mountainside emerged hundreds more. Damn it, have we encountered the legendary migration of hairy foot ant swarms? Today is a disaster, a beautiful woman exclaimed, her scalp prickling with dread as she cursed, losing her composure. Rogova, grenade cork rounds, calculate the landing point and obliterate them. The captain bellowed, simultaneously launching 2 spheres of energy to eliminate a nearby creature. The female soldier who had just cursed retreated a step, swiftly retrieving a gyro-like device from her waist and locking it into her energy weapon. Aiming at the mountainside 200 meters away before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The gyro, trailing green smoke, darted toward its target in a flash. Boom! A blinding light erupted, and a 20-meter-high wall of flames surged forth, incinerating everything in its path. Indeed, an area with a radius of over 100 meters was engulfed in flames, carbonizing at least 80 hairy foot ants within the inferno. Those slightly farther away were propelled backward by the shockwave, appearing battered and bruised, though not dead. Such a result was nothing short of terrifying. However, Rogova seemed unsatisfied, exclaiming, unfortunately, if only we had single-soldier thermonuclear fusion rounds. The lethality is far too low. The captain replied solemnly. Stop daydreaming during peacetime. The logistics department cannot casually distribute those weapons of mass destruction. Focus, observe carefully, and as soon as the ant swarm converges, immediately deploy the grenade rounds. Yes, Captain, Rogova replied cheerfully, closing her mouth while firing energy beams and monitoring the radar screen. Yet, the valley was too low, rendering the single-soldier radar ineffective. She inquired, Kelly, how is the radar situation? Nearby, another single-soldier armor responded in a female voice. The ion concentration in this valley is too high, causing a level 4 interference. I cannot connect to the early warning system. Chapter 3. Alarmed, the captain said, everyone, remain calm, steady your retreat. As long as we reach the mountainside on the left, many issues will be resolved. This statement undoubtedly carried an element of self-hypnosis. Surrounded by over 1,000 hairy foot ants, ammunition was running low, and ultimately, they would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. However, the hairy foot ants possessed formidable strength. Even with their single-soldier armor, they would not hold a significant advantage in close-quarters combat. The group was acutely aware that, given the current situation, they had to utilize the terrain and, beyond that, rely on luck. Boom, boom, whoosh, zzz. Various attacks continued with barely a pause, but unfortunately, the ants' defensive capabilities far exceeded the military's published data, rendering the battle more intense than imagined. Their charge had not even breached 200 meters before it was utterly halted. Gritting their teeth, the group continued to fire their weapons mechanically. Theodate. They had slaughtered at least 400 to 500 hairy foot ants, yet their confidence in victory waned alongside the dwindling ammunition, now sustained solely by an overwhelming will to survive. Tragically, the enraged ant swarm emitted a peculiar wave. Calling for reinforcements, rather than diminishing in number, they continued to swell, and as of now, there remained an astounding 2,000 ants on the battlefield. The group was in dire straits, having failed twice to break free. Their captain's neck veins bulging as he suddenly shouted, 10 o'clock direction, 400 meters away. Zhou Bing leads the charge, let us go. Zhou Bing glanced at the spot indicated by the captain. It was a dead end backed by a sheer cliff. An advantageous position that could at least prevent attacks from both the front and rear. Without uttering a word, Zhou Bing abruptly turned, the single soldier armor emitting an overload of electrical energy as it accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour in an instant. The others closely followed, sprinting while unleashing an onslaught of attacks without restraint. Under normal circumstances, a distance of 400 meters could be covered in roughly 40 seconds. However, the ant swarm was too vast. Their sprint lasted only 160 meters before the ever-encroaching horde severely hindered their speed. Single-soldier missiles, fire! The captain bellowed once more. All hands raised their left arms, the armor opening to reveal a small stand that held 6 cigar-sized missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 missiles were launched, exploding at the meticulously calculated impact points. Alas, these missiles were designed for directional demolition against large machinery and proved far less effective against the ant swarm. All 30 missiles combined accounted for the demise of fewer than 70 hairy foot ants. Fortunately, the shockwave from the explosions pushed back the surrounding ants, instinctively creating a 30-meter-wide corridor. Seizing the opportunity, their armor's speed surged to over 60 kilometers per hour, and after another round of frantic gunfire, they reached the dead end, turning to unleash a variety of weapons, momentarily stabilizing their position. Yet, warfare is a bilateral affair. While they appeared to have stabilized, they were still ensnared by the relentless onslaught of monsters. And with ammunition rapidly depleting, the likelihood of breaking free was approaching zero. Kelly, have you connected to the early warning system yet? The captain inquired urgently. Kelly replied loudly, those plants are Ruawan, emitting highly charged particles that obstruct the connection to the early warning system. I have been attempting to send a distress signal, but I am unsure if it was successful. She was right. This planet, named Kuntan, was blanketed with vegetation, and nearly all plants released potent charged particles, severely impacting radar and communication efficiency. The captain, left with no options, turned and shouted, Feng Xingchen, Zhou Bing, how much ammunition do we have left? To maintain their position, they had resorted to unleashing the maximum firepower of their assault rifles. And up to this point, the energy magazines of the 3 rifles were nearly depleted, along with all the grenades and missiles expended, leaving them reliant on the heavy sniper rifles and laser cannons. Feng Xingchen pulled the trigger, eliminating a hairy foot ant, and gasped, not much left, only 11 rounds. Zhou Bing exhaled deeply. After nearly an hour of intense combat, despite his robust physique, he felt utterly exhausted. He licked his lips. Energy remaining at 9. Chapter 4. Hand-to-hand combat. The captain sighed heavily, attaching the depleted assault rifle to the weapon rack on his back. He then retrieved a short, dark rod from the right side of his armor's thigh. Upon grasping it, he gently pressed a switch. Ding! One end of the rod sprang forth, revealing a segment of dark metal, transforming it into a long, narrow blade resembling a tang sword. He squinted, gazing at the blade as if it were a lover. The 110-centimeter blade gleamed without reflecting light, its edge adorned with fine serrations. Pressing another button on the hilt produced a faint humming sound, reassuring to the ear. Indeed, this blade was an ion vibration sword developed by the Earth Federation. Measuring 130 centimeters in total length, with the blade itself being 110 centimeters, primarily composed of tantalum alloy. When powered, the blade vibrated at 6 million times per second, and combined with its specially designed serrations, its cutting ability was remarkably formidable. Judging by his demeanor, he was clearly preparing for close combat. It wasn't just him. Kelly and Rogova, having expended the energy of their energy weapons, also drew their vibration blades. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the captain, with their single soldier armor exuding an imposing presence, the trio presented a significant psychological pressure to their adversaries. Moreover, even the least formidable among them, Kelly, boasted mid-level strength of level 5. While the captain stood at the pinnacle of level 6. Snap! Feng Xingqian's heavy sniper rifle emitted a hollow sound, signaling the absence of ammunition. Mere seconds later, a sharp hiss echoed as Zhou Bing's laser closed defense cannon spun idly. Devoid of any laser fire, the ammunition had finally run dry. Kill! The captain bellowed, the power core whirring with high-speed intensity, propelling the powered armor to leap over 7 meters into the air, diving toward the swarm of ants. Before even touching the ground, he swung his arm, cleaving a hairy-footed ant in two. Kill! 2 female soldiers roared, charging into the enemy ranks alongside the captain. Kill! Zhou Bing and Feng Xingqian discarded their firearms, retrieving their shock blades, launching themselves into the fray without a moment's hesitation to face the ant horde. They collided. Feng Xingqian, overwhelmed by the situation, was soon surrounded by 6 hairy-footed ants. Those seemingly innocuous hairy feet extended claws sharper than daggers. A moment's negligence would surely spell doom. The martial techniques honed by the military over centuries were simple yet effective, spinning as he swung his blade. Buzz! The formidable assistance of the powered armor came into play, each strike delivering no less than 3 tons of force. Wherever the razor-sharp edge passed, 2 hairy-footed ants were severed in twain. The shock blade exhibited outstanding cutting prowess, managing to cleave through 2. But the blade was finally halted by the thick exoskeleton of a 3rd hairy-footed ant. Squeak! In that instant, several hairy-footed ants seized the opportunity, lunging forward, their claws leaving deep gashes across the alloy armor. How formidable! As Feng Xingqian retreated and leaped, he swung his long knife repeatedly, each hairy-footed ant succumbing beneath the blade. Yet, there were simply too many ants, an unending tide that layered upon him, the scars on his armor multiplying. Warning, power remaining at 10. Warning, power remaining at 9. Shut up, light brain! Feng Xingqian roared, executing 7 consecutive strikes, dispatching 4 ants. Not good, my armor is about to run out of power, came Kelly's voice from the helmet, laced with despair. Feng Xingqian shouted, get over here now. I still have 8 left. I'll transfer the battery to you. Transfer it to me? What will you do? Feng Xingqian laughed heartily. Haha, as long as there's breath left in a man. He won't let you perish. Kelly's words faltered as the armor emitted a warning, power dipping below 1, forcibly disengaging, releasing the pilot. With the alert from the light brain, the back of the armor split open, ejecting a stunning red-haired beauty, none other than Kelly, a communication officer of European descent. Surrounded by hairy-footed ants, her shock blade was clenched in the hands of the powered armor rather than her own. A perilous situation indeed, as a hairy-footed ant lunged toward her. Its grotesque visage caused Kelly to forget her status as a 5th-level adept, letting out a scream and nearly crouching to the ground. Those menacing white teeth were poised to sink into her delicate neck. Others were far off, 20 to 30 meters away, with only Feng Xingqian a mere 15 meters distant. However, such a gap was insurmountable for rescue. Chapter 5. Storm. Feng Xingqian was frantic, and before him, a hairy-footed ant, cloaked in the aura of death, was already upon him. Damn it, if I must die, then so be it, he roared, not even glancing at the approaching ant. And with a sudden motion, he hurled his long knife with great force. Sizzle! The long knife tore through the air, emitting a tremendous sound, its keen edge slicing through to slay the hairy-footed ant closest to Kelly. Simultaneously, the ant before him entered the attack range, its sharp foreclaws lunging out, raking into his side. Clang! The metallic collision rang out, a pure metal sound as it clawed a transparent hole beneath his ribs. The force was overwhelming, causing Feng Xingqian to stagger back 2 steps. However, the high-grade alloy's remarkable hardness momentarily stunned the hairy-footed ant. This slight opening saved Feng Xingqian's life, and amidst his staggering, he twisted his body, bellowing, single whip. One leg swept horizontally, thudding with a muffled sound. The attacking hairy-footed ant was sent flying over 10 meters. Yet, he did not pursue, striding rapidly toward Kelly's position. But the distance remained daunting, and he watched in horror as another massive hairy-footed ant pounced before Kelly. "Get away!" he yelled desperately. Kelly stood frozen, dazed and motionless. As the beautiful woman seemed poised to meet a bloody fate, the onlookers' eyes reddened. Yet they could do nothing. At that moment, two beams of laser fire zipped through, precisely incinerating the hairy-footed ant. No, not just one. A continuous volley of lasers intertwined, forming a vast net that ensnared the layers of hairy-footed ants outside. Then came a thunderous roar. A series of violent explosions erupted in the distance, flames soaring into the sky. The detonation sites had been calculated with remarkable precision, the shock waves reaching them at a distance of about 10 meters, already dissipated. The five were momentarily stunned, but they soon realized reinforcements had arrived, their hearts swelling with joy as they quickly retreated, seeking to buy a little time using the terrain. Yet Feng Xingchen did not rush to celebrate. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to Kelly's side, enveloping the beauty in his embrace before swiftly retreating back to his comrades. Only then did he seize the opportunity to glance in the direction from which the lasers had come. His heart finally settling. 3 towering 7-meter mechs emerged from 300 to 400 meters away, firing various attacks as they strode toward them. Storm-type mechs. How magnificent! Zhou Bing's eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly drooling with envy. In this era, a soldier who did not aspire to be a mech pilot was certainly not a good soldier. Not just Zhou Bing, Feng Xingchen and Kelly murmured in unison. How wonderful it would be to become a mech pilot. Across the entire Earth Federation, mechs were hailed as the strongest ground force, not solely due to their firepower and defense, but also the prowess of their pilots. The minimum qualification to become a pilot required a physical skill level of 7. A benchmark that left the grunts of the Marine Corps in awe. With at least 7th-level elites commanding formidable firepower fortresses, it was impossible not to be the strongest force. The five stared in awe as the storm mechs effortlessly decimated the 2,000 hairy-footed ants, leaving fewer than 300 survivors to flee. The mechs did not pursue. 2 of them ascended to the mountain peaks on either side to stand guard, while the third mech advanced step by step toward the 5. Its cockpit slowly opening to reveal a woman clad in a tight-fitting red synthetic combat suit. Chapter 6. The cold beauty. The woman stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, her figure flawless and beyond reproach. Her oval face exquisitely unreal, a cascade of black hair styled simply yet elegantly behind her. She wore long combat boots, and her lithe, resilient legs were adorned with gleaming metallic greaves. On either side of the greaves, an energy pistol and a 30-centimeter-long dark baton were embedded. An impressive sight indeed, breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened, his throat dry, struggling to voice his thoughts. Xue Miao, it's actually the first mech pilot of K-21. Xue Miao, my goodness, this goddess saved me. Before the perfect woman, the captain lost his usual composure, murmuring in disbelief. It really is the first mech pilot of K-21, Xue Miao. I'm the luckiest man alive. Zhou Bing swallowed hard, clearing his throat to say, Captain, I'm not trying to bring you down, but you have a wife. Xue Miao is the goddess of my entire world. I've made a solemn decision. I must pursue her. Feng Xingchen shook his head, choosing not to respond. Yet he understood that among the 23 bases stationed on Kundan Star, only 2 types of individuals did not envy and resent Xue Miao, the deceased and the foolish. Xue Miao possessed an exceptionally advantageous family background, having undergone exemplary noble etiquette training. At merely 26 years of age, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her physical prowess reached the pinnacle of level 9. Coupled with outstanding mech control skills, earning her the rank of lieutenant at such a young age. In an era where the entire Earth Federation engaged in martial training, she undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Such a woman easily found her way into the dreams of young men, including Feng Xingchen and Zhou Bing. In fact, they were all part of the K-21 base, comrades under the same roof. Alas, with Feng Xingchen's mere 6th-level novice physical skills and status as a private in the Marine Corps, he was akin to a dung farmer compared to the proud princess that was Xue Miao. A chasm of disparity unbridgeable. He, like Zhou Bing or the captain, could only gaze at Xue Miao from afar, occasionally harboring some impure thoughts deep within his heart. Shui Miao scanned the group, her icy demeanor cutting through the tension. "You are the members of the L-033 Marine Squad from K-21 base, correct?" The captain stepped forward, saluting. "L-033 Squad Leader, Sergeant Tong Sanjing, grateful for your life-saving assistance. Commander." "Sergeant Tong, we are all comrades. There is no need for thanks. The base received your distress signal and coincidentally, my team was passing through 20 kilometers away and was notified to come to your aid. Fortunately, we were not delayed," she replied coolly. "Now, is anyone injured?" Feng Xingchen tapped his armor, and with a click, the metallic helmet retracted, revealing a youthful and spirited face. He flashed what he believed to be his most charming smile, eagerly responding, "No injuries. Just that my powered armor has run out of power." He had ulterior motives, thinking that with the armor depleted, the rescue team would feel obliged not to leave early, allowing them to walk back together. With so much time on the road, they could deepen their understanding of one another, and perhaps inadvertently glean some insight into the goddess's personal preferences, thereby finding common ground. Regrettably, Shui Miao did not even cast a glance at Feng Xingchen. With her head bowed, she pressed a few buttons inside the mech. Moments later, the cockpit sealed shut, and her icy voice emanated from the external loudspeakers. "Please wait a few minutes. I have contacted a transport vehicle for you. I have another mission and must depart first. Take care, comrades." With that, the mech turned and swiftly accelerated to 80 kilometers per hour, joining her two companions as they whirled away with an impressive momentum. The three individuals still clad in armor removed their helmets and stared in awe at the magnificent silhouette of the storm mech fading into the distance. Momentarily lost in thought, Luo Guohua shook her head, glancing at the dumbfounded Feng Xingchen and Zhou Bing, and with a tone of utter disdain remarked, "She's already far gone, and you're still staring? Disgusting, I nearly lost my eyeballs." Kelly, still somewhat in shock, chimed in with a quivering voice, "That icy woman will always remain on her lofty pedestal. If you truly pursue her, you'd either freeze to death or exhaust yourselves." Zhou Bing grinned, "You don't get it, do you? The chase matters more than the outcome when it comes to pursuing women." Chapter 7. The base Tong Sanjing eagerly retrieved some cigarettes, tossing two to Feng Xingchen and Zhou Bing before lighting one for himself. Taking a deep drag, he vigorously waved his hand, interrupting their conversation, and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Aren't you tired? Check your armor. Damn it, it's riddled with wounds. To regain optimal combat effectiveness, we must head to the overhaul workshop." A land soldier without armor is a pitiful sight. "Oh?" the others weakly replied, opening their holographic devices to skillfully review various data. Before they could finish their checks, a transport vessel, emitting the distinct electric hum of its heat, nuclear reactor, and anti-gravity engine, turned sharply in midair 20 meters above ground and smoothly landed not far from them. The Albatross microtransport, measuring 11 meters in length, 4.4 meters in width, and 3.2 meters in height, boasts a maximum payload of 7 tons. Accommodating up to 6 passengers, with a maximum atmospheric speed of 3.2 Mach and an outer space speed of 12 kilometers per second. It is among the Federation's more advanced troop deployment equipment. The pilot leaned out of the window, staring in astonishment at the ground strewn with the carcasses of countless hairy-footed ants. After a moment, he gave a thumbs up to the group and exclaimed in a thick, northeastern accent, "You lot are something else, truly impressive. You've made quite a name for yourselves." The heroes smiled at the pilot and boarded the craft, standing at the doorway, gazing back at the receding valley with a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. Kelly nestled tightly against Feng Xingchen, feeling as though she were in a dream. Had it not been for Feng Xingchen throwing his long knife today, she would have long since perished in the wilderness, never to see this desolate planet again. Sigh. War is truly no amusement. As the Albatross's door sealed shut, a soft boom echoed as the pearly sonic boom clouds shimmered around the craft, which soon broke the sound barrier, quickly reaching a cruising speed of 2.5 Mach. After flying for 4 to 5 minutes, they entered a mountainous area, gradually descending into a valley, at the foot of a cliff. A heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a sloping entrance. The transport vessel flew directly inside and soon came to a halt on an underground apron spanning a staggering 40,000 square meters. The 5 disembarked, taking a cursory glance at the apron, where around 400 albatrosses were neatly lined up, and nearly 1,000 maintenance personnel were meticulously inspecting various data, addressing potential issues that could arise. The equipment of the alien garrison must always be in a state of readiness for battle. No one dared to be complacent. Tong Sanjing waved to a figure in the distance. "Nick, help us with the repairs on the individual armor." "Oh, it's old Tong," Nick responded cheerfully, striding over. A casual glance into the cabin left him dumbfounded. The 5 armored suits were drenched in blood, each marked with numerous, astonishing gashes inflicted by some sharp spikes. The damage was extensive, particularly to Feng Xingqian's armor, which was nearly destroyed. Having been stationed on Kuntan Star for a decade, one would expect that after such a lengthy period of military cleanup, the hazardous species would have been mostly eradicated, making encounters with bloodshed unlikely. Yet, how does one explain the horrifying scene before them? After a brief pause, Nick gulped and said with difficulty, "These suits are too severely damaged. It'll be hard to repair them within 5 days. This violates the base's security protocols. Forget repairs. I have the authority to directly request new suits for you. They'll arrive in an hour at most. You can salvage usable parts from these, however, you must tell me later what exactly happened." Tong Sanjing was elated. "Now that's a true friend. I'll treat you to drinks tonight. That's a must." Nick chuckled. Tong Sanjing patted Nick's shoulder heartily, leading the other 4 with their heads held high as they strode out of the hangar and back to the land soldiers' quarters. The living conditions were quite good at the base. Even a private like Feng Xingqian was entitled to a small suite, enjoying access to temperature-controlled showers. Unlike some alien garrisons, which struggled to replenish liquid water, relying on wind-powered cleaning machines for bathing, even a steam bath was a luxury. Chapter 8. K-21. One of the 23 large military bases on Kuntan Star, is situated approximately 2,800 meters underground. It accommodates a diverse array of units, including mech battalions, flight squadrons, ground troops, transport divisions, anti-aircraft artillery, ground support personnel, maintenance battalions, engineering teams, and equipment divisions, totaling around 8,500 personnel, with a brigadier general as the highest commanding officer. This means that there are 195,500 personnel stationed on Kuntan Star, in addition to a space cargo transfer station and 50 permanently stationed starships, bringing the total military personnel to over 330,000. Such formidable strength is undoubtedly aimed at ensuring the safety of Kuntan Star. Kuntan Star, with a diameter of 18,000 kilometers, is located 9.6 light-years from Earth. It possesses an atmosphere, yet lacks liquid water on its surface. With an oxygen content of 14.7, the entire planet is predominantly red, including its flora, and is home to 37 formidable species of native beasts. This planet, without extensive cleaning and transformation, is unsuitable for human habitation. However, 12 years ago, the Federation discovered high-quality metals, Kuntan and Wutian, suitable for manufacturing mech armor and interstellar battleship decks, leading to rapid economic and military development. To safeguard this vital resource planet, the Earth Federation commenced military deployment 10 years ago. Feng Xingqian was sent here 15 months after completing his basic training, becoming a member of the ground troops. After finishing his shower and still not dressed, Feng Xingqian's wrist communicator vibrated twice, indicating an incoming call. Pouting, he answered the call, and Tong Sanjing's 3-dimensional half-length projection appeared before him. Upon seeing Feng Xingqian, he immediately exclaimed, "Little Feng, guess what? I managed to score several pounds of high-quality beef from Earth. Let us head to the small kitchen later, and you'll make your brother a pot of braised beef. Just thinking about your cooking makes my mouth water die in truth." Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian hail from the same city on Uran Star and share Chinese heritage, making them kindred spirits. As the squad leader, Tong Sanjing takes great care of Feng Xingqian, and their rapport is exceptionally friendly. Though not underestimate Tong Sanjing. This fellow has served 9 years in the military, possesses considerable personal strength, has participated in 3 conflicts with aliens, and has taken part in over 20 operations to eliminate alien beasts, proving himself through fire and blood as a seasoned veteran. Feng Xingqian replied, "Boss, I ran out of seasoning last time. What do we have that's suitable? Don't worry. Zhou Bing has prepared everything, ensuring you can showcase your culinary skills to the fullest. I've got 2 bottles of top-tier Shiyuan wine, the 53-degree kind. Let us invite Kelly and Luo Guohua, and we should find a long-legged beauty with a curvy figure." Once she has had a few drinks, won't it be easy for us to have some fun? Feng Xingqian's eyes widened. "Hey, are you really daring enough? Drinking is no big deal. Your sister-in-law isn't on Kuntan Star. As long as there's a beauty, Who wouldn't he want to enjoy themselves? Just keep your mouth shut, and everything will be fine. Rest assured, Tong. I guarantee nothing will leak out. Just keep Zhou Bing in check. Feng Xingchen laughed. Life in the underground base of Kuntan Star was dreadfully dull aside from routine training. Fortunately, the military now included both men and women, and it was only natural for some sparks to fly. After ending the call, Feng Xingchen had just finished tidying up when Tong Sanjing burst in, carrying a pile of items and bellowing, "How is it going, brother? This stuff was hard to come by. Hurry, the small kitchen is free. Zhou Bing is guarding it. You go cook, and I'll find us some beauties." Feng Xingchen was at a loss for words. Why was he in such a rush despite having a family? Moreover, shouldn't he be working on the after-action report at this time? Shaking his head vigorously, he accepted the items, contemplating how to handle the precious beef as he walked, when suddenly, an urgent alarm blared throughout the base. He paused for a moment, then suddenly yelled, "What the hell? Why are they conducting drills at this time?" Chapter 9. Tong Sanjing pouted, angrily muttering, "Being on an alien planet, the higher-ups up there are just as bored. If they don't find something to do, how do they kill time? However, we just endured a bloody battle. According to the alien garrison's management regulations, we should at least have 2 days of leave." Tong Sanjing rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. Didn't you hear the alarm? This is a level 2 emergency alert. No matter how many excuses you have, you must report for equipment standby. Let us go, brother. Damn it, I'm still hungry." Feng Xingchen let out a wail, hastily dashing to the dormitory door to toss in the beef before following Tong Sanjing in a mad sprint toward a single direction. The speed of the 6th-level expert was astonishing, capable of frightening a sprint champion from centuries past. The two of them wasted no time as they burst into the hangar at that moment. The hatches of 400 transport ships were thrown wide open. Beside the transport planes, dozens of heavy trucks scurried back and forth, while some individuals operated loading mechas, transferring boxes into the aircraft. Meanwhile, many Marine soldiers rushed through the numerous portals, hastening to their designated positions, filling the expansive hangar with a palpable atmosphere of tension and order. Feng Xingchen took a deep breath and followed Tong Sanjing to a transport plane marked L033. Leaping into the cabin, which was eerily empty, indicating they had arrived the fastest. Tong Sanjing stood inside the cabin, glancing around, the earlier smile fading from his face as he spoke in a grave tone. "Something seems amiss." Feng Xingchen blinked. "What do you mean?" Tong Sanjing fixed his gaze on the pile of boxes stacked at the rear of the cabin, squinting as he said, "Look, these boxes just loaded contain special explosives, including thermonuclear fusion bombs and individual nuclear bombs, which are strictly prohibited for non-combat use." Feng Xingchen froze, cold sweat breaking out. "Brother Tong, are you saying today is a war?" "Very likely." Tong Sanjing retrieved a cigarette, tossing one to Feng Xingchen, lighting one for himself, and shaking his head. "If it truly is war, it's probably an invasion by the Kaijia people." As if to validate Tong Sanjing's words, a commanding voice resonated through the multitude of speakers scattered throughout the hall. "Colleagues, I am Colonel Wenyi, commander of the Marine Corps. I have just received orders from headquarters. The Kaijia army has invaded Kuntan Star. All combat team members must prepare for battle within 10 minutes. This is not a drill. This is not a drill." At the announcement, Feng Xingchen dropped the cigarette from his hand, oblivious, his complexion paling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Damn it, this is war, not just a minor skirmish with the local species of Kuntan Star. Modern warfare meant actual casualties, and in large numbers." Tong Sanjing shook his head, patting his shoulder. "Kid, fear is futile. Hurry and check if our new armor has arrived." "Oh?" Feng Xingchen vigorously shook his head, quickly slapping the cabin wall. With a hiss, an opening appeared in the wall, revealing a brand new camouflage armor. Feng Xingchen managed to muster a faint smile. "Nick really did get us new armor." Swift action, Tong Sanjing took a deep drag from his cigarette. "The logistics department of the alien garrison is undoubtedly efficient. Stop gawking and gear up." "Okay." Feng Xingchen extended his hand, activating the armor's neural interface, quickly inputting his military number on the virtual screen. The armor's back split open, and he stepped inside, the metallic components rapidly closing around him, leaving only his head exposed. He then exited the cabin, turning back to glance at the interior. Inside the cabin, there was a small compartment containing 5 blocks, slightly larger than a cigarette case, gleaming with a blue light, with a pad on his thigh. The metallic armor opened a slot, and he retrieved 3 blocks, fitting them into the armor. These blocks were high-energy batteries specifically designed for individual armor. The battery casing was made from a peculiar alloy filled with thermonuclear fusion energy fluid primarily derived from deuterium, capable of producing exceptionally high energy through a microconverter, approximately 20 lower in capacity than energy cells of a level 3 civilization. This was humanity's mass-produced super-energy source extracted from seawater on Earth, with each battery capable of sustaining individual armor in maximum combat for 4 hours or normal cruising for 30 hours. Observing his actions, Tong Sanjing suddenly remarked, "With the Kaijia invasion, this war cannot possibly conclude swiftly. Remember, on the battlefield, bullets and weapons can be scavenged, but high-energy batteries often get destroyed along with the armor, making resupply difficult. From experience, in prolonged high-intensity combat, each high-energy battery is worth half a life. It's better to carry 2 fewer magazines and ensure you have 2 more armor-specific high-energy batteries, understood?" He picked up the remaining 2 batteries and placed them at his side, where ammunition magazines would typically go. Tong Sanjing nodded and began to don his individual armor. Just as he was about to speak, the fire support specialist Zhou Bing, medic Luo Guohua, and information officer Kelly all arrived. The 3 entered, drenched in cold sweat, somewhat flustered as they equipped their individual armor. While gearing up, Luo Guohua stammered, "How can this possibly be war? I just glanced at the combat report while showering, about 10 hours ago." The Federal fleet intercepted the Kaijia Empire in the Rakistar region, advancing within 4 light-years and achieving significant victories. "How could the Kaijia have reached Kuntan Star so quickly?" Kelly chimed in. "Exactly. The distance from the Rakistar region to Kuntan Star is a full 7 light-years. The Kaijia starships only have a jump capability of 2.3 light-years, based on the cool-down time for their warp engines. Crossing 7 light-years would take at least 60 hours. Tong Sanjing chuckled bitterly. "I can responsibly inform everyone that the inept commanders at the military department have been duped again. The Kaijia must have feigned one route while secretly taking another." Feng Xingchen and the others exchanged glances. Tong Sanjing waved his hand, rallying them. "There's nothing to fear. Don't forget, we survived being surrounded by thousands of hairy-footed ants, which means we have learned to fight to the death. And our mental fortitude should be far superior. I guarantee with my life that we will all return alive to savor the delicious meals prepared by Feng Xingchen." However, Kelly seemed about to voice another thought when suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath them, akin to experiencing a magnitude 7 earthquake. The 4 turned pale, the 2 women shrieked in terror, crouching down, trembling. Tong Sanjing shouted, "Everyone, stand up, fasten your helmets, and bend slightly. This is the enemy's artillery clearing the landing zone. Our anti-aircraft fire is retaliating. However, the 23 bases of Kuntan Star are all buried over 2,800 meters underground, reinforced with thick layers of high-density concrete. Considering the Kaijia's slightly superior technological capabilities compared to the Earth Federation, they cannot destroy such deep bases in a short time. Ultimately, the decisive battle will certainly be fought by ground forces. Don't forget, the armies stationed in the 23 underground bases exceed 150. 000. The enemy cannot possibly swallow such numbers in one go. We just need to hold out for several hours until reinforcements arrive, and everything will improve." Thinking of the reinforcements from Earth, the group felt somewhat reassured. Standing up, twisting their heads as the armor's collar extended 3 thick steel plates, instantly enveloping their heads, they transformed completely into 2.2-meter-tall miniature mechas. The tremors persisted, but the group gradually grew accustomed to the shaking. Straightening up and beginning to equip their weapons and ammunition, Feng Xingchen was the first to drag over a box labeled Heavy Sniper and opened it, extracting 2 8-centimeter thick ammunition boxes, attaching them to his chest and back. Each box contained 40 magazines, totaling 240 rounds. Additionally, he pulled out 7 or 8 individual bombs and various peculiar items to secure onto his armor, reaching a total weight of 88 kilograms, which made the armor somewhat cumbersome. Finally, he picked up the folded heavy sniper rifle, cradling it in his arms. As a heavy sniper, he utilized physical ammunition, which set him apart from those wielding energy weapons. Unlike energy weapons that required only 36 specialized high-energy batteries, others needed to carry battlefield medical equipment, information collection devices, and various special bombs, making their load comparable. Turning back to look at the others, they had all finished equipping themselves, nervously bracing against the cabin walls. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they awaited orders. Approximately 10 minutes later, Colonel Wenye's voice echoed in each helmet. Depart, depart. Team leaders, the coordinates you received represent the defense points. I wish everyone good fortune in battle. As his voice faded, the 400 transport planes began their vertical takeoff, pivoting in place 3 meters off the ground, sequentially entering several inclined passages. Seconds later, they burst forth from the passage and soared to the surface of Kuntan's star, their speed suddenly spiking to Mach 3, scattering in all directions. The cabin had no windows, obscuring their view of the outside world. They sat in their seats, feeling the transport plane jostle violently. Feng Xingchen gripped the handle of the heavy sniper rifle tightly, as if that would alleviate his tension. Everyone was on edge, uncertain if their transport might be hit. Even a single shot from a standard energy weapon, around 100 millimeters, could obliterate such a small transport aircraft. Time painfully ticked by, and after about 20 minutes, they distinctly felt the high-speed transport plane begin to decelerate and descend. Almost simultaneously, yellow lights began to flash within the cabin. Prepare for landing. Tong Sanjing swiftly unlatched the pressure safety lock, stood up, and slapped the cabin wall with a hiss. A 2-meter-wide passage opened beside him. Peering out, he saw they were approximately 10 meters above ground, the terrain level and suitable for aerial descent. At this moment, the green light illuminated, and without hesitation, he leaped out. With a whoosh, the individual armor's formidable support easily countered the force of gravity, allowing him to land firmly on the ground, raising his energy rifle and scanning the area for safety. Behind them, 4 team members had already descended from the aircraft. Looking up at the sky, they beheld a surreal spectacle. Countless beams of laser and the brilliance of ground-based railguns shot upward from the earth, illuminating the heavens in a bizarre manner. This is not right, Tong Sanjing suddenly bellowed. Quickly locate the backup supplies. We must establish a defensive position on the high ground to our left. The 4 comrades were puzzled by Tong's ominous words, yet, trusting the instincts of a seasoned veteran, they sprinted towards a nearby location where 5 metallic crates were being airdropped by a transport aircraft. These were their subsequent supplies. The formidable support of their personal armor allowed them to disregard the weight of 200 kilograms. Each of them hoisted a crate, propelling their speed to an astonishing 60 kilometers per hour. After a frenzied dash across the uneven terrain, Feng Xingchen could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Tong, what did you mean by not right? Did you not notice how scarce the aerial attacks are? The group paused for a moment, realizing that most of the assaults they had witnessed were from ground-based anti-air lasers and energy railguns. With the aerial strikes being remarkably feeble, Tong Sanjing replied somberly, consider this. If there are no formidable aerial assaults, why would the Kaijirians resort to such underhanded tactics? This clearly does not align with the costs incurred during their retreat from the Roca Star region. Zhou Bing interjected, Tong, could it be that our space fleet has gained the upper hand? Chapter 12. Enemy Traces. This is a newly launched book. To enhance click rates, each chapter contains just over 1,000 words. But updates are scheduled daily at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. Furthermore, I will continue to update, so please feel free to bookmark. Kelly exclaimed, come on. Our defensive force stationed at the outskirts of the Kuntan Star consists of merely 50 starships. If they are specifically coming for a sneak attack, how could they possibly fail to defeat even 50 starships? The group fell silent, their hearts racing with anxiety as they pressed forward, each harboring a foreboding sense of dread. The chosen high ground was not far. At a speed of 60 kilometers, they reached it in 4 minutes. Tong Sanjing immediately activated the radar integrated into his personal armor and deployed several microdrones, swiftly mapping the 3-dimensional layout of the high ground. After meticulous observation, he marked 5 points on the map, annotating them with names, and transmitted them to the team members' light brains, in a grave tone. He directed, each of you, establish a defensive line at the designated positions. Remember to breathe deeply, calm yourselves, and take turns resting. It is imperative that you find a way to sleep, or else your stamina will deplete rapidly. Understood, the team replied in unison. Feng Xingchen echoed the response and hurriedly dashed towards his assigned defensive point. After surveying the surroundings, he retrieved a foldable vibrational shovel embedded within the thigh compartment of his armor and excavated several long, deep trenches behind a few boulders. As the trenches took shape, he finally felt a modicum of reassurance. Glancing around, he noticed that he could not see anyone else in this position. He could only discern through the armor's radar and friend or foe identification system that his 4 teammates had already entered their respective trenches. Feeling slightly at ease, he dragged his supply crate into one of the trenches and sat down, suddenly realizing he was quite hungry, having forgotten to eat lunch. He opened the crate and extracted a high-calorie liquid field ration. Twisting his head to remove his helmet, biting down to suck it in, all while freeing a hand to deploy his heavy sniper rifle, which extended to a length of 1.5 meters with a caliber of 19 millimeters. Setting up the heavy sniper, he feared the possibility of a terrifying aerial strike and quickly adjusted the personal radar to its maximum sensitivity, fixating his gaze on the pitch-black night sky. After scanning for a while without spotting any attacks, he grew bored, buried his head to light a cigarette, concealing it in the palm of his hand as he surveyed the surroundings. It had been a full 15 months since he arrived at Kuntan Star. Participating in over 10 surface combat drills and survival training sessions, he was well aware that this was an excruciatingly glaring red planet. Nevertheless, it was precisely this red planet that yielded 2 types of high-quality metals. Attracting the covetous gaze of the Tier 3 civilization, the Kaijeri Empire, leading to the outbreak of war 2 years prior. One must observe that after 4 centuries of explosive development, Earth had reached the pinnacle of Tier 2 civilization. According to the cosmic rules, it merely required the research and application of Tier 3 energy blocks to seamlessly transition into the Tier 3 civilization arena. In contrast, the Kaijeri Empire had only recently ascended to Tier 3 civilization. While they had made commendable strides in biological research, their advancements in weaponry were not significantly superior to those of Earth. Consequently, the power dynamics between the two were closely matched, with neither side likely to gain a substantial advantage. Indeed, true Tier 3 civilizations and above would not engage in conflicts over resources as trivial as these 2 metals. Alas, over 300 years ago, the nations of Earth had yet to master the miniaturization and civilian application of deuterium-tritium fusion reactors, forcing them into desperate conflicts over the last remnants of resources. More than 170 small nations disbanded, and the fierce wars nearly obliterated Earth, ultimately leading to the formation of the Earth Federation. Centuries later, they were once again embroiled in conflict over resources with others. One could only wonder what the outcome of this conflict would be. It seems that in the universe, regardless of the level of advanced technology, civilizations would inevitably clash over resources. As Feng Xingqian's mind wandered through these chaotic thoughts, suddenly, Zhou Bing's voice thundered through the communicator, "Everyone, look at the sky." He was jolted into alertness, hastily discarding his cigarette butt, closing his helmet, and tilting his head skyward. The helmet's one-way metallic glass automatically adjusted the light to a comfortable level for the human eye, swiftly locking onto several rapidly descending objects. The high-definition imagery magnified continuously by the light brain revealed that these were spherical capsules approximately 50 meters in diameter. Their surfaces pockmarked and trailing hundreds of meters of tail flames as they descended at an astonishing speed. Meteorites? He pondered momentarily, but quickly dismissed the notion. These objects were decelerating. They were certainly not meteorites. Before he could contemplate further, he heard Kelly shout, "Everyone, be cautious. These appear to be landing pods constructed from some biological shell. It seems the Kaijerians are preparing for a ground assault." Chapter 13. Bio-beasts. As Kelly's words fell, alarms blared within their helmets. The sky was filled with an array of capsules, all slowing down before crashing to the ground at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Each capsule struck the Earth with a force more terrifying than a bomb, creating shockwaves that swept within a radius of 100 meters. Nearly 10 capsules fell around the high ground where they had taken refuge. The billowing red dust, truly a red dust, surged forth, causing the group to huddle tightly within their personal trenches, too frightened to move. They were grateful to Tong Sanjing for selecting this high ground, which exceeded 700 meters in elevation as their defensive position. The oncoming shockwaves had minimal effect on the hill's rich in quality metal elements, merely covering them in dust. However, the excellent air filtration and internal oxygen supply systems of their personal armor spared them any discomfort. As the shockwaves subsided, Tong Sanjing shouted, "All units, prepare." Feng Xingqian instantly regained his composure, swiftly sticking his head out, setting up the heavy sniper rifle, and locking onto a biological capsule. The biological capsule undoubtedly possessed thick protective structures. Despite the astonishing impact speed, it remained remarkably intact and, under the flickering signal lights, slowly cracked open, revealing a creature emerging from within. Upon catching a glimpse of the creature, Feng Xingchen exclaimed in shock, "Boss, we need bigger weapons." The creature that emerged was a colossal beast, measuring over 10 meters in length and towering 6 to 7 meters high. What chance did they have of killing such a massive creature with their personal weapons? It was truly a cause for concern. Tong Sanjing yelled, "Damn it. This must be a bio-beast developed by the Kaijirians. Everyone, lock onto the creature at 11 o'clock with armor-piercing high-explosive missiles and fire at will." Such a gigantic bio-beast rendered any conventional personal weapon ineffective, including Feng Xingchen's 19mm caliber specialized heavy sniper rifle. The 5 members simultaneously raised their arms, the armor plates on their forearms opened, and small launchers flipped up in an instant. Whoosh .5 missiles, each the size of a cigar, launched simultaneously, all striking the dazed beast with pinpoint accuracy. Thud, thud. The missiles penetrated the creature's skin by several centimeters, detonating almost simultaneously, however. The beast's skin was inexplicably thick. The armor-piercing high-explosive rounds, capable of easily obliterating large self-propelled artillery, merely left 5 basin-sized craters on the creature's hide. Such wounds were nearly negligible in comparison to the massive beast, instead provoking its fury as it let out a series of frenzied roars and charged towards the hillside. Feng Xingchen, aim for its eyes, Tong Sanjing urged, sensing the missiles had not achieved the desired effect. Amidst the booming footsteps of the beast, Feng Xingchen seized the heavy sniper rifle, locking onto an eye larger than a wash basin through the photon scope and the targeting assistance system of his armor. Taking only a second to pull the trigger, hitting such a colossal target was a piece of cake for someone with his military-grade A-level sniper skills. The 19mm tungsten steel projectile, propelled by high-explosive propellant, achieved an astonishing initial velocity of 1,850 meters per second, with an effective killing range of an astounding 2.2 kilometers. The projectile crashed deep into the beast's eye, detonating the nuclear explosive concealed within the bullet with a delayed fuse, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the pre-formed shrapnel. That radiant eye stood no chance against such a powerful assault, bursting open and splattering putrid green blood everywhere. The beast emitted a horrific, agonized roar, accelerating to its utmost speed, lowering its head as it charged towards them in a furious rage. Indeed, the monstrous creature does not possess merely a single eye, but rather 4. The loss of one eye has not diminished its combat prowess. Feng Xingchen felt a twitch in the corner of his eye as he observed this bizarre beast, astonished by the remarkable hardness of the skull behind its eye sockets. While astonishment coursed through him, he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure as he focused on the second eye and fired a bullet. Meanwhile, the beast, now in a frenzied state due to its injury, sensed a hint of danger and instinctively raised its head. The shot missed its eye, instead striking its neck, resulting in an explosion that left a gaping black scar the size of a fist. Damn. What a grotesque turtle shell, Feng Xingchen cursed under his breath, inhaling deeply as he once again aimed at the giant eye. However, before he could pull the trigger, the creature had already darted into a blind spot. Target lost, he bellowed, leaping from his cover and sprinting towards the foot of the mountain, clutching his heavy sniper rifle. "What are you doing?" came the furious shout from Tong Sanjing through his helmet. Chapter 14. Headache. Feng Xingchen hastily replied, "My position is too elevated, and the blind spots are extensive." Tong Sanjing immediately retorted, "Return to your post. I did not assign you to control merely one direction, but all directions." Feng Xingchen shouted back in kind, "The defense of the biomonster is too formidable. The sniper rifle's effectiveness is inadequate, and we cannot achieve the desired control. I recommend altering the plan." Tong Sanjing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, their adversaries were not the Kaijia people, but rather the enormous biomonsters. If a horde of 7 or 8 indestructible creatures charged up the hill, they would have no chance of breaking through. He was not the type to follow orders blindly. On the contrary, he adhered to the principle of flexible command execution, which had allowed him to keep his squad alive on several occasions. Today's battle had already taken a dire turn. These monsters could not be vanquished by mere infantry weaponry. They required ultimate weapons of mech class or martial artists of level 7 or above. Thus, He needed to carefully consider how to lead his squad to safety. As his mind raced, he shouted, "Everyone, follow me." The four of them emerged from their cover, aligning in a single file, closely trailing Feng Xingchen as they swiftly advanced toward 11 o'clock in standard tactical formation. The hill they chose to traverse had an elevation exceeding 700 meters and was rather steep. The distance between Kuntan's star and the stars was suitable, yet due to the relatively thin atmosphere, the surface experienced two extreme climates. During the day, temperatures soared to 48 degrees Celsius, while at night, they plummeted below -32 degrees. Consequently, the stark contrast between high and low temperatures generated ferocious hurricanes, eroding the landscape and leaving almost all peaks steep. On such a planetary surface, without the protection of biomimetic fabric clothing and personal armor, those with martial arts below level 5 could not endure for even 3 hours. Thus, the minimum requirement for anyone entering Kuntan Star was level 5 martial arts. Level 5 martial arts, in an era where everyone practiced, represented the elite among the elite. With sufficient strength, they could strike a 600 or 700 kilogram alloy ingot several meters away. Their speed could exceed 15 meters per second, and after undergoing specialized military training, coupled with personal armor made of super alloys and advanced technology, their combat capabilities were formidable. However, today they faced a deadly adversary that could not be defeated by mere level 7 martial artists and personal armor. Nevertheless, the personal armor, perfected over many years by countless scientists, provided substantial assistance to soldiers below level 7. On the steep incline, maintaining a steady pace of 20 kilometers per hour was not particularly challenging. 2 minutes later, they spotted the injured beast. It was clawing desperately at the rocks beneath an almost vertical cliff. The rocks here contained high levels of tantalum and niobium metals. After being eroded by the tempestuous winds, the remnants were remarkably hard, comparable to special alloys from a century ago. The beast's strength was excessively abnormal. Its gleaming claws could easily tear through the mountainside, causing tons of rock to collapse and accumulate on the ground, slowly forming a slope. Tong Sanjing was taken aback. Thank heavens! If he had continued to entertain thoughts of a defensive battle, they would surely meet their end here. Reflecting on this, he regarded Feng Xingchen with a renewed sense of respect. The others also cast a glance at Feng Xingchen before simultaneously raising their hands, unleashing a barrage of armor-piercing high-explosive missiles, causing the beast to retreat. Unfortunately, the missiles lacked sufficient power, and they had failed to bring additional supplies. Their backup missiles were severely insufficient, capable of merely inflicting injury upon the beast. This caused them considerable distress. However, they seized an opportunity as Feng Xingchen steadily raised his heavy sniper rifle, firing 2 consecutive rounds. A ghastly scream erupted as the second eye of the beast was obliterated. At this moment, it lost its capacity to observe an excruciating pain. The beast descended into utter madness, yet it did not retreat an inch. Instead, it summoned its utmost strength, clawing at the cliffside and sending massive boulders crashing toward their location like rain. Having been tempered by brushes with death, the squad's psychological resilience had markedly improved. Zhou Bing remained unfazed, lifting his rifle to unleash a volley of lasers that shattered the threatening boulders midair. Energy weapons. Maximum power. Drive it back. Tong Sanjing felt a sense of desperation, forced to issue such a relatively passive command. Chapter 15. The pursuer Tong Sanjing, along with 2 women, adjusted their 3 energy rifles to maximum level 4 power, launching fist-sized blue energy orbs at the beast. Given the creature's defensive capabilities, the meager firepower of individual energy assault rifles was unlikely to cause any harm. However, the explosive energy shockwave generated by the rifle's maximum power could lift 6 or 7 tons of medium-sized trucks. The relentless bombardment from the 3 rifles gradually forced the beast back, moving it more than 30 meters away from the cliff. The creature roared in fury, its head thrown back in a fit of rage. Observing the beast's movements, Feng Xingchen's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he reached to his waist and retrieved a fist-sized personal cork bomb. Hurling it toward the beast's gaping maw, the creature's enormous mouth was so vast that, from their elevated position, the bomb was swallowed whole. With a muffled explosion, the beast momentarily froze, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. Convulsing briefly before falling still. Wow! A stroke of genius. Well done. Zhou Bing was left dumbfounded. The 2 women chuckled, for if it were not for the battlefield, they would have offered a kiss, given their prior intimate encounters with Feng Xingchen. Tong Sanjing, maintaining his composure, shouted, "Everyone fall back 50 meters. Another beast is approaching." Upon glancing at the radar screen in their helmets, the group was startled. For red dots, indicating the presence of biological waves, were rapidly advancing towards them. Without further explanation, it was clear that the earlier commotion had attracted four colossal beasts. At this moment, none dared to leave their advantageous position, but they could replicate the previous method used to eliminate the beast. Perhaps allowing for an escape. During the chaos of battle, the four squad members quickly adapted, raising their rifles in unison, instinctively aiming at the 12 o'clock direction. Feng Xingchen was swift in his actions. Utilizing the high-definition system of his personal armor, he rapidly zoomed in and targeted the giant eye of the approaching beast. Boom, boom. 2 bullets were fired, obliterating one of its eyes. He was eager to continue. Yet the other 3 beasts had already closed the distance to within 400 meters. He adjusted his aim to lock onto the nearest creature, preparing to fire when suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side just as a barrage of purple lasers flew past, striking the rocks behind him and causing debris to scatter. The falling rocks posed no threat. His personal armor could withstand a minute of laser fire. Ensuring his safety, however, the 3 small missiles that followed the lasers were a different matter altogether. Tong Sanjing shouted in alarm, "Pursuer! Watch out!" The Pursuer, an unmanned combat robot developed by the Kaijir Empire, stood 9 meters tall and was equipped with 2 20mm rotary laser cannons, 2 long-range 55mm heavy machine guns, and 3 missile launch ports capable of firing 7 types of small missiles, with a total ammunition capacity of 4 units, supporting 4 hours of relentless warfare. Zhou Bing shouted, his face flushed with tension. The combination of his peak level 5 martial arts reflexes and the rapid computational abilities of his personal armor's quantum brain ignited his response. The laser cannons rose, unleashing a torrent of light. Boom, boom, boom. 3 missiles detonated mid-air at a distance of 400 meters, sending massive shockwaves cascading through the area, causing the approaching biomonsters to stumble and falter. Seeing this, Tong Sanjing recognized the opportunity and bellowed, "Everyone follow me, let's break through." He charged ahead down the mountain. Feng Xingchen leaped, yet did not follow the escape. Instead, he knelt in place, steadying his rifle as he aimed at the Pursuer. The Pursuer remained 900 meters away. While the 19mm heavy sniper rifle appeared formidable, penetrating its robust armor from such a distance seemed implausible. However, every powerful machine has its weaknesses. It merely depends on whether one possesses the skill to seize the fleeting moment. According to military analyses from recent years, the moment the Pursuer's missile launchers deployed, an opening of less than 8 centimeters wide and 80 centimeters long would inevitably appear, exposing the core of its power source. However, the window for exploiting this gap lasted only 2 seconds, and in the fast-paced battlefield, few sharpshooters could successfully strike during such a fleeting opportunity. Yet, Feng Xingchen was confident he could achieve it. Chapter 16. Mental power. He harbored a secret unbeknownst to others. In addition to his initial level 6 martial arts, he possessed level 5 mental power. The practice of cultivation encompasses not only the mastery of physical techniques, but also the enhancement of mental prowess. Humanity has long recognized that each breakthrough in physical skill inevitably stimulates the pituitary and pineal glands, generating a certain level of mental energy. The existence of this mental energy can expand the cerebral domain and develop neural pathways, enabling individuals to accelerate their reaction times and reduce the duration required for processing information. This phenomenon is fundamentally what allows masters in high-stakes combat to make precise judgments amidst the chaos of rapid conflict. Regrettably, the mental energy produced from breakthroughs in internal force is rather limited. Typically, a 7th-tier master can generate only a 3rd-tier mental energy. In reality, unless one engages in dedicated cultivation, a 12th-tier physical master often possesses only around 5th-tier mental energy. This is a lamentable situation, as the Earth Federation has discovered that, to date, the sole method for independently enhancing mental energy is through meditation. Among those who genuinely grasp the essence of this profound practice, few can be found. Moreover, the rate of mental energy growth through meditation is excruciatingly slow. If it were merely a matter of slow growth, most people might tolerate it. However, what is truly disheartening is that the cultivation of mental energy heavily relies on affinity with a substance known as Jing. What is Jing? To put it simply, from the perspective of modern, rapidly advancing technology, mental energy is, in essence, a highly concentrated aggregation of a particular special substance that roams the cosmos, commonly referred to as Jing. Only those individuals whose affinity with Jing is exceptionally high can absorb this substance during meditation, ultimately refining it into mental energy. One can imagine that for those lacking affinity with Jing, even if they meditate all day, the speed at which their mental energy improves could drive them to madness. From this standpoint, the affinity between mental energy and Jing is largely a reflection of one's innate physical constitution, making it exceedingly challenging to develop through postnatal training, at least within the bounds of Earth. No relevant fields of study have yet been encountered. Consider that among the Federation's population of 15 billion, only 32,000 individuals exhibit compatibility with Jing, translating to merely 1 in every 470,000 among this group. Only 7 have managed to elevate their mental energy to the 12th tier, and as of now, not a single individual has broken through the crucial 13th tier. This is not akin to physical techniques, where anyone with functional limbs and an IQ exceeding 85 can engage in training. Indeed, due to monumental advancements in medical technology and the deciphering of genetic codes, the foundation for optimal breeding is significantly elevated, resulting in an average human IQ of 133. However, Feng Xingchen possesses an exceptional constitution. In addition to a sufficient affinity with Jing, he has an inherently expansive cerebral domain. Those who have painstakingly cultivated their mental energy to the 8th tier, enduring countless hardships and dangers, do not necessarily possess a cerebral domain larger than his. This singular advantage allows him to bypass extensive time spent expanding his cerebral capacity. With just a casual moment of meditation, he effortlessly steps into the initial ranks of the 5th tier. 5th tier mental energy may seem minuscule in the grand scheme of things, yet its operation allows him to perceive subtle changes more clearly than many 11th or even 12th tier masters. This distinct capability led him to choose the profession of a sniper after enlisting. History has proven his choice to be astute. Within merely 4 months of basic training, he achieved the status of an A-class elite sniper, a feat that would take many soldiers a decade of arduous practice to attain. Following the first missile launch, there was a 3-second reloading time during which his mental energy surged into high gear. Locking onto the missile bay through the scope and armor-assisted targeting system, it moved. The upper section of the missile launcher began to pivot outward, revealing a fissure that gradually widened in that instant. He resolutely pulled the trigger. 2 rounds per second. This was the limit at which a small 6th-tier master could maintain precision under immense recoil. 2 massive bullets, propelled with tremendous kinetic energy, sliced through the air toward the target, striking precisely as the gap reached its maximum width. The sound of 2 muffled explosions heralded the ignition of the power core, triggering a chain reaction of detonations from dozens of small missiles within. The missile depot contained a few nuclear warheads, and the ensuing conflagration unleashed a torrent of high temperature and pressure, engulfing several nearby bio-beasts and 2 cruisers in a fiery inferno. Splendid work. Let's move, shouted Tong Sanjing and the others in unison. Chapter 17. The breakout. They were all astounded. Today, Feng Xingchen seemed to be possessed by a divine spirit, having saved them from the brink of death on 2 occasions. If Feng Xingchen could maintain such a state, perhaps their squad could escape unscathed. Bingo! At the mountainside, Feng Xingchen clenched his fist in an excited gesture, adjusting his sniper rifle as he raced down the mountain. The blast radius of a small nuclear explosion extended just over a kilometer. This distance was just sufficient to reach the base of the mountain, posing little threat to soldiers clad in individual armor. Without the supply crate's hindrance, the individual armor's maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour was fully unleashed. He sprinted to the base of the mountain, rejoining the others as they accelerated toward the northwest in a bid to break out. The shockwave from the explosion would last at most a mere 10 seconds. They had to distance themselves from their pursuers within that time, for the bio-beasts could reach speeds of 80 kilometers, while the cruisers were even quicker, clocking in at about 90 kilometers. After running for 3 or 4 kilometers, a crackling noise suddenly emanated from their helmets. The radar display became static, and visibility sharply diminished. Damn it! The aerial early warning system has been compromised. The communications officer, Kelly, cursed vehemently. The radar system integrated into the individual armor only had a range of 5 kilometers, simulating 3-dimensional radar that can switch between 3D imaging and 2D imaging. Not merely a 2-dimensional phased array radar. In combat, If the distance was insufficient, they could connect to early warning system nodes to obtain high-definition three-dimensional imagery within a 50-kilometer radius. Furthermore, commanders could link to atmospheric satellites for real-time visuals of the entire planet. Naturally, to avoid errors in the early warning system, each squad must include a communications officer equipped with a specialized information amplifier, which could guarantee a range of 20 kilometers for three-dimensional imaging in critical situations. This was generally adequate for the modern ground warfare model of scattered individual offense and defense. Upon hearing Kelly's words, Tong Sanjing was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to reconnect with the command center. But communication was severely disrupted and cut off. His expression darkened. It seems our space forces have been defeated. Move quickly, maintain speed, and leave this place. In an instant, the faces of the group turned grim, compelled to follow Tong Sanjing as they maintained their rapid pace. Team Tong, there's a deep gully over 200 meters wide to the left. After running for nearly half an hour, Kelly suddenly reported, sending a clear three-dimensional image to everyone's view. Tong Sanjing glanced at the terrain and then at the 9 red dots over 1,300 meters behind them, shouting, "Excellent! We'll head over there. Establish a defensive line on the opposite bank. Find a way to eliminate those 9 behemoths." "Eliminate? How do we eliminate them?" Luo Guohua exclaimed in alarm. "We must eliminate them," Feng Xingchen replied calmly, reminding them. "Don't forget, the range of the Kaijiao people's airborne forces is vast. Our long-range radar is already down. If we scatter, we could easily encounter enemy troops, and if we get caught by a small enemy group, it would lead to certain doom." "Quite right." Tong Sanjing nodded. "Thus, we should utilize the terrain across the gully to eliminate the enemy, then retreat back to the previous high ground to retrieve the supply crate, which would significantly enhance our chances of survival." "Understood." The other 3 responded in unison, their confidence beginning to restore. As they spoke, they approached the edge of the gully, peering over the side. The gully, worn down by wind erosion over the years, was nearly 300 meters deep, filled with sharp mineral pillars. A fall would guarantee a grave fate. Zhou Bing looked up at the opposite side, pointing to a stable cliff at a diagonal. "There's a suitable spot over there." The 5 of them ran along the edge of the canyon for a short distance, then retreated over 100 meters before suddenly accelerating, sprinting toward the cliff's edge and jumping off with all their might. The individual armor could leap a maximum distance of 40 meters, which was clearly insufficient to reach the opposite bank. However, as they approached the limit of their jump, each individual twisted their wrist, causing a heavy-duty, bidirectional expanding steel spike to shoot out rapidly from below their wrists, anchoring a thin steel wire deep into the cliff on the other side. With a whirring sound, the motors activated, swiftly retracting the steel wire and pulling them up to the cliff's summit. Looking around, they quickly found the most advantageous positions for their unit and promptly raised their weapons, aiming at the opposite bank. Chapter 18. The defensive line. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, with no hint of delay, indicating that no one had slacked off during training. At this moment, the pursuers had just arrived on the opposite bank, 2 cruisers and 7 bio-beasts. Without any instruments, they could plainly see that 3 of the bio-beasts bore severe burn marks, suggesting that the recent nuclear explosion had yielded unexpected results. Tong Sanjing shouted, "Immediately seek cover. Find the sturdiest places. We will undoubtedly deploy nuclear ordnance shortly." The group quickly dispersed, swiftly locating suitable spots. Feng Xingchen found a promising rock and crouched behind it, peering across. His priority target remained the cruisers. Eliminating these formidable long-range attackers was essential for any chance of returning to the opposite bank. However, the cruisers seemed aware of the presence of a formidable sniper on the other side, hesitating to launch missiles and instead unleashing a barrage of laser cannons and heavy-caliber machine guns, bombarding their position mercilessly. Fortunately, the rocky terrain at the cliff's base would ensure that any bio-beasts attempting to leap down would not escape unscathed. Thus, none of the gigantic creatures dared to take the desperate leap. Tong Sanjing was engulfed in flames from the overwhelming firepower of the pursuers. With a swift motion, he retrieved a corn-shaped object from a small box at his waist and lodged it into the barrel of his energy assault rifle. Shouting, "Everyone, take cover. A nuclear bomb is incoming." His squad, burdened with 6 portable nuclear warheads, had refrained from launching them while on the high ground due to the proximity of their target. However, at this moment, he could calculate the explosion's epicenter. Even if it did not annihilate the enemy, it could certainly push them into a deep ravine. Leaning against a fissure in the ground, Tong Sanjing took a deep breath, suddenly rose, aimed at a rock less than 200 meters from the cliff's edge, and pulled the trigger as the nuclear missile soared forth. 2 rounds from a cannon struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling back over 2 meters, leaving 2 dark, deep craters on his armored chest. Fortunately, they were at a considerable distance. The armor, crafted from pinnacle technology of a second-tier civilization, was not easily breached. While the craters appeared severe, they did not penetrate entirely. He merely felt a dull ache in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he quickly rolled twice and tumbled into a gully. Boom! 400 meters away, a violent explosion erupted, forming a mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. The astonishing shockwave, accompanied by flames, scattered outward, forcing one of the pursuers and 3 injured bioweapons down into the ravine, where they were battered by jagged rocks, leaving them nearly incapacitated. The other pursuers and bioweapons, positioned slightly further from the cliff, rolled a few times but managed to avoid falling, though they were scorched by the flames, regrettably retaining their combat effectiveness. All of this transpired before the watchful eyes of the onlookers. After the shockwave subsided, Feng Xingchen sprang from the gully like a bolt of lightning, casting a glance before bellowing, "Let us launch 2 more corn bombs." In truth, there was no need for his call. Seeing the impressive effect of the nuclear missile, the 3 individuals armed with assault rifles retrieved their warheads, which resembled grenade launchers and could only be fired using the special frequency of the energy assault rifle. Tossing 2 across to the opposite shore and 1 into the ravine, boom, boom, boom. Following 3 intense explosions, the group cautiously emerged to witness that all the pursuers on the opposite bank had been forced down into the ravine. In the depths of the ravine, the 4 bioweapons that had previously fallen were already battered and bruised. The proximity of the nuclear blast had left them gasping for breath. Nuclear bomb. 3 seconds to prepare. Tong Sanjing shouted once more. Yet, his nuclear bombs were depleted, leaving only Kelly and Luogoa with 1 each. The 2 swiftly loaded the warheads, and once the shockwave passed, they rose simultaneously, launching their nuclear devices. The second pursuer to tumble down into the ravine had lost a leg, but was not entirely devoid of combat capability. Now, slumped on the ground, its missile launcher unfolded, and 3 cold fusion missiles were fired. Skimming along the edge of the perilous cliff, Chapter 19. Casualties by sheer coincidence, this was the very spot where Luogoa had emerged. After firing her nuclear bomb, she was caught off guard and struck directly by one of the cold fusion missiles. Emitting a pained scream as she was hurled backward, her leg severed midair. The impact of being struck by a cold fusion missile was far more catastrophic than merely losing a limb. The ultra-low temperature ions surged up her thigh's severed end, freezing Luogoa into a solid ice sculpture. The ensuing explosion's shockwave swept through, leaving nothing but fragments of her once formidable armor behind. Luogoa! The 4 could only watch in horror as the beautiful Caucasian woman met her tragic end, simultaneously letting out a collective cry as they leapt from their cover, retrieving cork bombs to toss into the ravine. Due to the destruction wrought by the first nuclear bomb, many of the jagged rocks had been obliterated, ensuring that the second wave of enemies that fell into the ravine did not perish. Although they were burned and battered by the proximity of the thermonuclear explosion, they had not entirely lost their combat effectiveness. The pursuer unleashed 3 high-explosive missiles once more, this time targeting the steep cliff not far from them. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 explosive detonations, a significant section of the cliff collapsed, forming a slope, and a relatively unscathed bioweapon swiftly bounded across the ravine, charging towards the incline, as the 4 narrowly avoided the danger of the collapsing cliff. They witnessed this scene and hurriedly hurled their cork bombs at the colossal beast while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of furious gunfire. Feng Xingchen disregarded the monstrous creature. His focus was solely on the pursuer. The downed pursuer, with a severed leg sprawled on the ground, still managed to fire missiles, posing a greater threat than the advancing bioweapon. At that moment, the pursuer had just finished reloading, and its missile launcher flipped outward, exposing a gap. 2 rounds pierced through, igniting a violent chain explosion that erupted into a towering inferno, instantly incinerating the weary bioweapons. "Get down!" Tong Sanjing shouted, throwing himself to the ground. The other 3 followed suit, collapsing as the roaring flames surged from the ravine above them. Before they could catch their breath, a beastly roar erupted. The monstrous creature, poised to crest the slope, was sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Crashing down nearby, charred and riddled with wounds, appearing utterly disheveled, in fact, despite being over 200 meters from the explosion's epicenter, the bioweapon, due to its bizarre physiology, still exhibited remarkable agility. It rolled on the ground before swiftly regaining its footing. Its claws extended, lunging toward Zhou Bing, who had just stood up, realizing the imminent danger. He quickly attempted to roll away. His movements were either too slow or he had underestimated the beleaguered beast. Its claw swiped with a speed that defied imagination. Before Zhou Bing could roll out of reach, the long, formidable claw swept across, shredding his robust armor as if it were mere paper, leaving his body torn asunder. "No!" Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian cried out in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged forward, discarding their nearly useless thermal weapons and unsheathing short sticks that transformed into narrow blades measuring 1.3 meters in length. With the formidable support and agility of their single soldier armor, a 6th-level adept could unleash the prowess of a 7th-level mastered. 7th level, a standard of elite strength, capable of sweeping through several streets or even a town in civilian contexts. The two wielded their long blades, employing military tactics to encircle the colossal beast, delivering vicious slashes that sprayed blood. The serrated blades, vibrating 6 million times per second, were significantly hampered by the bioweapon's staggering defense. Each stroke merely left shallow gashes of 30 to 40 centimeters, which, while appearing ghastly, inflicted no real harm upon the creature. "This won't do," Tong Sanjing exclaimed, his voice rising. "Kelly, prepare the bomb." Chapter 20. Heavy losses. Kelly felt around her body and grasped a cork bomb. Her gaze fixed intently on the behemoth. At this juncture, the beast, having relentlessly attacked, was rapidly exhausting its strength, its speed diminishing as it had endured numerous cuts from their blades. Finally, it gaped wide, letting out a series of roars. As a 5th-level adept, Kelly seized the opportunity. She swayed her body twice and lunged forward, accurately tossing the bomb into the beast's cavernous maw from a distance of about 30 meters. Bang! A faint explosion sounded, and the creature halted momentarily before crashing to the ground. "Yes!" Kelly exclaimed excitedly, forming a victory sign with her fingers. Just as she began to relax, she heard both Feng Xingqian and Tong Sanjing shout in unison, "Get away!" Instinctively, she dashed toward them in panic. Had she executed a dodging maneuver the moment she heard their cries, she might have escaped unscathed. However, in that instant, she froze, turning her head to see the bizarre creature barreling toward her at train-like speed. In their frantic close-quarters combat, they had neglected to activate their radar screens to maintain visibility, and the beast had closed the distance to within 200 meters without their notice. As Kelly turned, the creature was already within 100 meters, slightly parting its jaws, unleashing a flash of blue light that entirely encased her armored form and body in ice, which was then swept away by a fierce gust. Shattering her into fragments, Liquid John, Tong Sanjing and Feng Xingqian shouted in unison. Liquid John, translated name on Earth, is a peculiar substance discovered by the Kaijia Empire, capable of generating temperatures as low as -451.8 degrees in an instant. After special catalytic treatment, its density increases, and during its decomposition into ions, it can create an ultra-low temperature environment of -665.2 degrees. Such temperatures would render even Earth's single soldier armor and the pinnacle technology of the third-tier civilization Castellan's mechas utterly incapable of withstanding. Tong Sanjing, during moments of boredom, had once remarked to Feng Xingqian that the universe is home to many strange beasts, insects, and even silicon-based life forms that attack enemies using unique traits such as low temperatures, flames, plasma, and energy orbs. This was not particularly surprising. After all, on Earth, there are creatures like electric eels, farting bugs, and thunderbirds that adeptly utilize chemical substances. This is hardly surprising in the vast cosmos. However, the fact that the Kaijia could transform this creature into a bioweapon indicated a significant advancement in the Empire's biological research. This monster was far from the Kaijia species they had learned about on military open websites, six-legged and tailless, with a skeletal appearance that was pale and emaciated, measuring 10 meters in length and 6 meters in height. Its enormous head resembling that of a hyena, entirely devoid of fur and jet black. Perhaps due to its gaunt physique, the beast moved with remarkable speed, reaching levels comparable to certain models of mechas on Earth. In the instant it obliterated Kelly, it had already surged to within 30 meters of the two. "Get out of the way!" Tong Sanjing suddenly leapt, shoving Feng Xingchen aside with a shout, brandishing his long blade as he charged forward. The creature's speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, leaving them with almost no chance of escape, coupled with its ability to unleash long-range attacks exceeding 100 meters. The likelihood of survival was nearly zero. It was better to risk it all than to abandon his remaining comrades. Witnessing Tong Sanjing charging forward, the monster's eyes flashed with deep disdain as it opened its massive jaws and bit down. In a moment swifter than lightning, Tong Sanjing was unable to evade and was caught by the creature's razor-sharp teeth, measuring several decimeters in length. Crack! The individual armor offered no resistance, severed in an instant, with the torso portion being swallowed whole by the colossal beast. Unbeknownst to the creature, Tong Sanjing harbored a resolve to confront death. As he charged, he activated a cork bomb by flipping the safety catch. Boom! The bomb detonated within the monster's throat. Chapter 21. Windwalker. The strength of the monster's defenses was astonishing. Despite the intensity of the explosion, it remained upright, merely staggering a few steps before regaining its balance. Its eyes gradually turning a ghastly white as they fixated on Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen was propelled several meters away by Tong Sanjing's push. As he lifted his head, he caught sight of the captain's demise. A thunderous sound ringing in his mind, and his eyes abruptly turned crimson in a sudden burst. He lunged sideways, executing a series of rapid rolls to seize the knife that had fallen from his grasp. In that moment he grasped the knife. The giant beast lunged but missed, twisting its head slightly and opening its jaws to form a ball of blue light, which it then expelled. The action was faster than lightning. Catching him off guard, with his current strength, evasion was impossible, and death loomed silently in the depths of his terror. Feng Xingchen felt his heartbeat nearly cease. However, at that very moment, his pupils constricted and then rapidly dilated. For reasons unknown, he suddenly perceived the rapidly approaching blue light with astonishing clarity. No, not merely saw it, but sensed the trajectory of the blue light as it slowed down. It was a remarkable sensation, akin to pressing a slow-motion button, allowing him not only to discern the swirling transformations of the blue light, but also to perceive the energy ripples generated by the disturbance of the air in its rapid motion. He forcefully pushed off the ground, the individual armor emitting a whirring sound of overload as he instantaneously gained immense explosive power. Boom! He leapt 3 meters to the side, the blue light grazing past him, crashing into the ground 20 meters behind and exploding, creating a low-temperature zone with a 10-meter radius, thoroughly freezing the surface and rocks. His face twitched slightly. Had he been within 10 meters, his fate would have been sealed. Over there, the beast, having failed twice, turned around, its claws sweeping toward him, forcing him to leap diagonally to the left in that state of slowed opponent speed. He stepped forward, dodging the claw, then took another step to the right, avoiding yet another swipe. With those 2 steps, it was as if a dancer had found the rhythm of a drumbeat, aligning with a peculiar cadence. Within that rhythm, Feng Xingchen suddenly felt his movements transform, becoming extraordinarily uncanny. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be the unique state known as Windwalker, which the instructor had once mentioned, achievable only through the complete fusion of physical technique and mental energy? It was said that this state existed solely among the top-tier experts above level 12, with some of those who had reached such heights accidentally entering the Windwalker state on the brink of death. However, like the state of enlightenment, it was elusive and fleeting, vanishing after a mere few seconds, never to be regained. Reportedly, aside from Ling Feng, the pinnacle master of physical techniques at level 13, no one could invoke it at will. As light as a breeze in agility, as swift as a gale in speed. Indeed, at that moment, his velocity surged by over 30%, rendering his form nearly indistinguishable, his movements increasingly elusive, and his mind growing clearer. Even his internal energy flowing more smoothly. Those evasive maneuvers, ingrained in him through brutal military training, were effortlessly combined, resulting in an astonishing effect. Within 4 seconds, he navigated 7 lethal attacks with the ease of a stroll. Flipping and rolling at will. Ecstasy. He had never experienced such bliss and felt an urge to tilt his head back and howl, releasing the overwhelming exhilaration within him. Yet he did not forget that this was a battlefield. After evading another blue light assault, he suddenly pivoted and raced toward the giant beast's feet with the speed of thunder, letting out a feral roar, utilizing the tremendous jumping power of his armor. He leaped 6 meters high, raising his long knife and plunging it deep into one of the beast's eyes. The narrow blade pierced deeply, wedging itself against the bone beneath the eye socket. And he gripped the hilt tightly, hanging suspended below the beast's eye. Ack! The creature howled in excruciating pain, instinctively shaking its massive head while raising its claw to swat at Feng Xingchen with a cold smirk. Feng Xingchen adeptly pushed off the beast's cheek, executing a graceful backflip, narrowly escaping the claw's grasp with a speed that reached its zenith. Chapter 22. Mecha Puff. The claw missed Feng Xingchen but drove the shockwave knife deep into the creature's skull. This strike was surely agonizing, causing the beast to rear back and howl, "Die!" With a fierce shout, Feng Xingchen picked up the shockwave knife that Tong Sanjing had dropped and leaped once more. Spinning twice in the air, using the momentum to drive the blade into the base of the beast's ear. Finally, the monster staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground. Feng Xingchen exhaled deeply, glancing at the mangled remains of his 4 comrades, a wave of desolation washing over him. Yet this was a battlefield. There was no time to collect and bury the corpses, habitually activating his radar. He casually scanned the area, noticing nearly 20 red dots racing toward his location from 5 kilometers away. "Damn it!" he cursed, swiftly turning to retrieve his heavy sniper rifle and snatching 2 quark bombs from Zhou Ping's shattered armor before dashing down the ravine and sprinting toward the opposite shore. If there were only 1 or 2 pursuers, he could leverage the ravine's complex terrain to eliminate them. However, with the enemy's overwhelming numbers and the narrow ravine, remaining there would only lead to becoming minced meat. In truth, he had ceased to consider whether he could survive this damned war. Instead, he hoped to take down as many Kaijirians as possible to restore some dignity for his fallen comrades. They had executed their ambush well. On the opposite side of the ravine, there seemed to be no pursuers left. He could maintain his speed and sprint toward the earlier defensive high ground. Once he retrieved the supply crate, he might still kill a few more beasts. However, he was too hasty in his optimism. After crossing the ravine and sprinting over 3 kilometers, a red appeared 5 kilometers ahead, moving at a speed exceeding 100 kilometers. At that velocity, if it wasn't an 8th level expert, it could only be one thing: a mecha. Even more so, a mecha piloted by someone above the 8th level. His heart raced. This area was relatively flat. If it truly was a mecha as he imagined, even with the Windwalker state that allowed him to challenge higher levels, escape would be impossible. In his heart, he cursed the Kaijirians and their ancestors for generations. He felt genuinely frustrated. With global airdrops, even if hundreds of thousands of troops were deployed to the planet, it would only yield 1 enemy per 1,000 square kilometers. Yet, they found themselves besieged by dozens of units. Was it luck, or did the enemy possess some tracking capability? The thought of tracking sent a jolt through him. Tracking? Their individual defense lines were exceedingly scattered. If not for the commander's betrayal, the only way the Kaijirians could track them would be through communication signals. If that were the case, the individual armor's AI had been attempting to connect to others, inadvertently turning into a locating signal. Realizing this, he quickly severed all communications and, disregarding the risks of accelerated energy depletion and physical exhaustion, adjusted the armor's temperature settings to simulate the external environment. At dusk, the surface temperature of Kuntan Star was still close to 36 degrees Celsius. To ensure personnel's combat effectiveness, the individual armor would automatically adjust to a comfortable 23 degrees, creating a significant temperature contrast that could be used as a signal source for tracking. The enemy could similarly use this tactic to track him. The so-called simulated environment would align the armor's surface temperature with the external environment, even with an air conditioning system inside the armor. It would generate temperatures exceeding 30 degrees, which would be detrimental to both the armor's electronic components and the personnel's moisture retention. However, his decision saved his life. Moments later, he was exhilarated to discover that the pursuing enemies 5 kilometers away had begun to lose their focus, gradually dispersing. Just as he suspected, in his excitement, he quickened his pace. Nevertheless, in that brief time, the suspected mecha had closed in to 3 kilometers, and with the aid of its high-definition camera, it could directly spot his figure. Chapter 23. Escape. The mecha operator had been searching the wilderness for so long. Upon finally encountering a target, they would not easily give up or seek assistance. This was a standard achievement. and they had no intention of sharing the glory. They promptly cut off communications and pursued relentlessly. Feng Xingchen felt aggrieved, and soon the magnified image from his individual armor revealed the approaching figure, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Damn it! A beast-type mecha. Indeed, a 7-meter-long, 4-meter-high quadrupedal beast-type mecha thundered toward him, two 55mm cannons rising from its back, unleashing a barrage of 15 rounds per second. Launching massive armor-piercing explosive shells his way, bang bang bang. The sound was deadly. The beast-type mecha was primarily designed for close combat, meaning its weaponry was vastly different from that of ranged mechas. Predominantly equipped with high-velocity close-quarters combat rounds and solid projectiles capable of penetrating thick mecha armor. Just a single hit from such a bullet could utterly shred him. Yet, he had long since resigned himself to his fate. Feeling no fear, his mind remained utterly calm as he barreled through the dense hail of fire. His eyes narrowed, and after the pupils contracted and then dilated, a pure mental force emanated from his brain domain, causing the scene to appear in a state of several times decelerated motion. No, it was not merely a slowing of the visuals, but also the legendary wind walk. The brain domain operated at high speed, and the inner energy surged swiftly. In that moment, he resembled a sprite dancing upon the strings of a lute, unmatched in speed, complemented by an enigmatic and unpredictable footfall that deeply moved him. Dispelling any lingering doubts he had about wind walk, in that instant, he experienced enlightenment. True wind walk must embody an ethereal detachment and a resolute acceptance of life and death. Indeed, detachment fosters a sense of transcendence, while resoluteness cultivates fearlessness. These two extreme realizations allowed him to completely disregard the layers of barrages. The frequency beneath his feet increased, and those massive bullets whizzed past him. Yet he traversed the barrage with unwavering grace, gradually creating distance from the mech. Yes, the distance was indeed widening. The mech, having suffered continuous failures in its assaults, felt humiliated and began to slow down, striving to strike with precision. Meanwhile, the terrain in the vicinity revealed a peak and valley erosion landscape, as if the ground had been cleaved by a sharp blade, riddled with narrow, intersecting ravines. The heavy mech was easily ensnared in those pits, necessitating yet another reduction in speed. As Feng Xingchen receded further away, the mech operator's fury surged. No longer interested in the cat-and-mouse game, he bellowed and forcefully pressed a button. In the next moment, 8 submunitions along with 4 thermobaric bombs erupted into brilliant blue flames, engulfing a vast area. Faced with such an onslaught, Feng Xingchen was struck with disbelief. The cost of these missiles could purchase 5 individual armors. Was it truly necessary to deploy such an extravagant display against merely 1 armor? This was evidently a losing venture. Amidst his astonishment, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. Given his current strength, he had no chance of escaping such an all-encompassing strike unless he were a power exceeding level 10. Yet, that was clearly a delusion. As the 8 submunitions soared, 400 high-explosive bombs were ejected, capable of covering an area of 2 square kilometers, while the thermobaric bombs could generate temperatures exceeding 8,000 degrees within that zone. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Was this truly the end? No, absolutely not. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly reached for a cork bomb at his waist, hurling it into a narrow erosion trench approximately 20 meters deep, and upon the violent explosion, he immediately leaped down. The combination of the 20-meter trench and the explosion should create a pit at least 24 or 25 meters deep, allowing him to hide within and be covered by the collapsing rocks, believing that the excellent protective capabilities of the individual armor and its internal oxygen supply system would afford him a glimmer of survival. Of course, the so-called chance for survival hinged on no bomb landing within 10 meters and the mech operator not returning to investigate. However, it seemed that his luck for the day had run out. Before his body even hit the ground, a high-explosive bomb detonated less than 10 meters away from him. The astonishing shockwave and searing heat slammed into his back, causing the heavy sniper rifle strapped to his weapon rack to shatter first, followed by the ammunition box on his back and the robust back armor fracturing, exposing a gaping hole. Nevertheless, the tremendous shockwave acted like a hammer, forcefully smashing him into the trench's bottom, where he stared wide-eyed at the fiery red rocks hurtling toward him before ultimately crashing down heavily. Chapter 24. The cave crack. He distinctly heard the sound of the individual armor fracturing, followed by a tremendous force impacting his chest, leaving him breathless, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth as his vision darkened and consciousness rapidly faded, rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, Feng Xingchen slowly regained awareness, instantly feeling excruciating pain in his chest, suspecting that he had fractured 2 ribs. To make matters worse, his back was burned, causing cold sweat to pour forth. How did I get injured? He wondered, gasping for breath, suddenly recalling the earlier events, startling him into sitting upright. The exertion had aggravated his chest and back injuries, causing cold sweat to stream down his face. Taking a deep breath, as the intense pain eased slightly, he glanced at the virtual screen, noting the time. It was now June 17, 2488, at midnight on Earth, indicating that he had been unconscious for nearly 4 hours. Activating the radar and night vision functions, he surveyed his surroundings and was somewhat astonished to find himself in a deep cave. In that moment, he felt a bit bewildered. Had he not been buried in a trench? How could he be in a cave? Could it be that beneath the trench lay this vast cave, which he had inadvertently opened upon crashing down? Yes, that was the only explanation. Shaking his head vigorously, he inspected his individual armor. The back armor was shattered, the chest armor was dented, several crucial wires were short-circuited, rendering the micromissile launcher on his arm inoperable, and the fully automated mini-detection device was also unusable. Furthermore, the leg accelerators had failed as well. This was quite vexing, as it meant he could not achieve a speed of 80 kilometers per hour through electrical power, relying solely on his physical strength to run. It appeared that a 6th-level adept could reach a speed of about 20 meters per second, equating to approximately 72 kilometers per hour, and in a state of windwalk, surpassing 90 kilometers per hour was still feasible. However, such running depended on ample inner energy and stamina. At his 6th-level martial arts proficiency, under the extreme conditions of Kuntan Star, he could only sustain that for 20 to 30 minutes at most. What was even more dire was that once his inner energy was completely depleted, how could he confront the dangers that could arise at any moment? Shaking his head, he momentarily set aside these unpleasant thoughts and focused on the immediate situation. Glancing down at his equipment, he found the sniper rifle was already shattered, and the energy pistol was also gone. Fortunately, the ion shock knife still hung from the weapon rack on his left thigh, and even the spare battery he had specifically stored was intact, alleviating concerns about power and the internal oxygen supply within his helmet for the time being. With a bitter smile, he disabled several damaged circuits, replaced them with a new battery, and pressed a small compartment located on his left abdomen, revealing a standard battlefield medical kit containing various emergency supplies, including a powerful hemostatic needle, painkillers, and wound gel. He extracted a painkiller and administered it. Given the current medical standards, the intense pain subsided within seconds, allowing him to finally stand up. The painkiller's effects would last for 24 hours, and with 3 doses. It meant he would not be tormented by pain for the next 72 hours. As for what would happen after that, whether he would still be alive was another matter entirely, but he need not ponder such distant concerns. Subsequently, he rummaged through the food compartment in his armor, finding 4 packets of high-calorie liquid field rations and a bottle containing 500 milliliters of water. This amount of rations could sustain him for approximately 60 hours under normal consumption. But who knew how long this conflict would persist? Every morsel of food was worth half a life, and since he was not particularly hungry at the moment, he hesitated to consume any. As for the water, it was best to conserve it until a water source was found, preserving it for crucial moments. Thus, along with the field rations, he returned everything to its original place. Activating the armor's mapping tool, he quickly constructed a 3-dimensional map of approximately 300 meters. Upon inspection, he discerned that his current position was about 100 meters into the cave, and the entrance's slope was quite steep, which was undoubtedly where he had rolled in. Taking a deep breath, the pain in his ribs had now subsided under the influence of the painkillers, and he scrambled upwards with hands and feet. Soon arriving at the cave's mouth, the entrance was blocked by several collapsed stones, but this posed no challenge for him. He retrieved the vibrating shovel concealed in his leg and carefully excavated, gradually rolling the stones away to reveal a modest opening. However, before he could make his escape, a fierce roar erupted, followed by a gust of wind rushing in from the left. Instinctively, he recoiled, witnessing a massive claw swipe past the cave entrance, sending debris flying. Chapter 25. The monster he stared in astonishment at the cave entrance, exclaiming, "What the hell? Why is there a biomonster guarding this place?" Indeed, outside lay a bio-beast, sprawled on the ground as if nursing an injury. Hearing the sound of rolling stones, it instinctively swiped at the opening. At that moment, the creature realized there was a cave here, and even a living human inside, its fury igniting as it raised its claw, violently scratching at the entrance, seemingly intent on tearing it open to extract and devour the detestable human. Feng Xingqian was genuinely speechless, only able to dash down the slope after running for a distance. He glanced back to see large boulders cascading down. If he didn't hurry to escape, he would be buried alive. Yet, he was uncertain of the dangers that lay below. To his knowledge, Kuntan Star was home to several creatures far more formidable than the hairy-footed ants. And with his body in pain and his weapons incomplete, should there be two formidable beasts lurking at the bottom of the cave, it would surely spell his doom. Frustrated, he lamented the damage to his individual armor. The fully automated mini-detection device unable to activate, leaving him no choice but to gamble on luck. But did he have any other options? Cursing under his breath, he sprinted downwards for 400 or 500 meters. And thank the heavens, the cave widened and even featured some small bends, significantly reducing the falling rocks. However, he began to worry. What if those rocks continued to tumble and pile up at a bend, rendering him trapped once again, effectively burying him alive? Licking his lips, a bitter smile crept across his face. It seemed he could only place his hopes on the depths of the cave, praying there was another exit. With the aid of the night vision capabilities of his individual armor, he meticulously mapped the three-dimensional layout as he ventured deeper into the cave for 4 or 5 kilometers, seemingly without an end in sight. At this point, a sense of reassurance began to wash over him. Due to the extreme climatic conditions, Kuntan Star's surface lacked liquid water, but beneath a depth of 2,000 meters, it was still possible to find potable water. In a cavern as profound as this, the likelihood of discovering liquid water is not insignificant. Once a water source is located, it is generally expected that one might also find an abundance of moss enriched with various vitamins, ensuring sustenance for several days. Should one harness their internal energy to expedite the healing of wounds, by that time, it is likely that the external beast will have departed, allowing for a strategic escape and an attempt to connect with a communication satellite for rescue. Upon inspecting the air within the cave, it appears that the presence of moss contributes to a slightly elevated oxygen level, reaching 16.5, while carbon dioxide remains low and the air is devoid of toxins, rendering it breathable for someone of his physical prowess. He unfastened his helmet and illuminated his surroundings with a device on his finger, lighting a cigarette as he continued his descent. After winding through the cavern for over 10 kilometers, the three-dimensional map he had charted indicated that he was now more than 2 kilometers below the surface. Alas, where is the water source? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly halted. That moment, he rounded a bend to encounter an unexpectedly vast chamber. The expanse was truly immense, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters and a height of 200 to 300 meters, resembling a grand dome. Above this dome, there appeared to be some form of bioluminescent microorganisms or minerals, casting an ethereal blue glow over the entire area. In the very center of this space, an extraordinary creature lay coiled. Its appearance was bizarre, reminiscent of the multi-finned catfish from Earth, with a complex and formidable head. This monstrous being was colossal, measuring nearly 300 meters in length, with a maximum width of 60 meters and a thickness of over 40 meters. It sported 10 pairs of insect-like appendages, each armed with sharp spines, the longest extending over 200 meters. Protruding from its back were 2 massive spines resembling periscopes, capable of launching attacks from any angle, ensuring a formidable defense. Were it not for the completeness of the three-dimensional mapping, he would scarcely believe such an enormous and peculiar creature existed. What astonished him most was that, according to the life detection device, this strange being was undoubtedly deceased, and the cause of its demise was a small object that glimmered with a dark metallic sheen. Upon magnifying the high-definition image, he scrutinized it closely and observed that a peculiar object was deeply embedded within the thick shell of the creature's enormous head. Chapter 26. The mechanical arm. He stood there, frozen for 2 whole minutes, before finally exhaling a long sigh and murmuring, It appears that in ancient times, the planet Kuntan was not devoid of formidable beings. Perhaps some catastrophic event befell it, leading to its decline. This explanation seemed somewhat plausible, yet there was an underlying disquiet. After pondering for a while, he could not articulate the reason, so he merely shook his head. Disinclined to investigate further, summoning his courage, he approached and touched the monstrous creature's grotesquely elongated leg, reassured that it was devoid of life, and quickly climbed atop its form in contrast to the deceased anomaly. He was far more intrigued by the metal that had managed to slay such a gigantic being. The metal was peculiar, coated in a thick layer of dust over 20 centimeters deep. Yet this object appeared as if it had just rolled off the production line, immaculate and unblemished. With the experience of a seasoned soldier, he could not discern what this object was from its smooth and shiny surface. After some contemplation, he squatted, embraced the 50-centimeter diameter cylinder, inhaled deeply, and suddenly exerted force. However, it seemed that this object had been lodged here for quite some time. After the giant creature's shell petrified and the wound contracted, it had completely separated from the metallic cylinder, which could be extracted effortlessly without any force. Yet, he exerted too much strength, causing the entire cylinder to come loose, resulting in a loss of balance that sent him staggering backward and tumbling off the creature's head. From a height of 30 meters, although protected by his combat armor, he could not withstand the weight of the 200-kilogram cylinder. Thus, the ground became an anvil, and he the iron resting upon it. While the cylinder acted as the blacksmith's hammer, crack, a deep dent appeared in his chest armor. Rolling his eyes, he finally gasped for breath a few seconds later, uttering 2 words. "I curse," struggling to push aside the cylinder. He managed to sit up, catching his breath and lighting a cigarette. As he examined the cylinder closely, he was left in utter astonishment. This appeared to be a forearm. Indeed, it was a forearm, measuring 2.7 meters in length, its fist clenched, entirely composed of metal, and he could even sense what seemed to be muscles beneath its surface. He glanced at the arm's severed end, noting its smooth and even surface, which did not appear to be forcibly severed or broken. Even more puzzling was that this arm was undoubtedly mechanical, yet it bore little resemblance to any known mech components. In fact, in his knowledge, he had never encountered such intricately crafted machinery. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and commanded, "Armor disengage." The back and limbs of his combat armor cracked open, and as he stepped back to remove the armor's protection, he settled once more before the mechanical arm, pressing a button on his wristwatch-like device and intoning, "Light brain, create a schematic, ding." With a soft sound, a 3-dimensional image materialized before him. Enlarge it twofold. The depiction of the arm expanded, and he found himself captivated by the intricate patterns that adorned it. Alien script. Closing the light brain, he scratched his head, lifted the cylinder, and suddenly released his mental energy. Perhaps through this unique energy, he could peer through the metallic exterior and glimpse the internal structure, satisfying his intense curiosity. As the mental energy connected, he suddenly noticed the patterns on the mechanical arm radiating a vibrant blue light, swiftly extending as the entire arm's design ignited one by one. At that moment, Feng Xingchen became acutely aware that his mental energy was being voraciously absorbed by an overwhelming force. This sensation was exceedingly perilous. Should his mental energy be entirely consumed, he would undoubtedly end up in a vegetative state. Alarmed, he instinctively released his grip, attempting to discard the mechanical arm. However, it clung to him like an infant yearning for nourishment, stubbornly adhering to his palm, relentlessly devouring his mental energy. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, his mouth agape, and even a blind person would discern the movement of his tongue in his throat. In a mere half-minute, he toppled to the side, plunging into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 27. Unconsciousness. Thanking the heavens for their favor, at the very moment he lost consciousness, the mechanical arm seemingly absorbed enough energy to initiate activation. The azure light flickered violently once before severing the flow of mental energy, crashing to the side. Minutes passed swiftly, and that 2.7-meter long, 50-centimeter thick arm began to fold in an uncanny manner, rapidly diminishing in size. As it shrank, the clenched fist relaxed, and an ostrich egg-sized crimson sphere rolled from its palm, coming to rest gently against Feng Xingchen's skin. For reasons unknown, the crimson sphere suddenly merged into his arm. And upon integration, it exploded, revealing a small blood-red catfish less than 30 centimeters long that it glanced around before abruptly launching itself into the fossilized remains of the colossal creature, vanishing entirely. Yet, the strangeness did not cease there. As the crimson sphere vanished, a plume of purple mist began to rise, coalescing rapidly in front of Feng Xingqian's head. With each breath, it hastily entered through his nostrils, infiltrating his alveoli, traversing the capillaries, and merging into his bloodstream. As the blood flowed, it carried the purple mist throughout his body, ultimately reaching his brain. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated within his mind. This sound undoubtedly encompassed some form of bizarre vibrational wave, quickly enveloping his entire being. Amidst the oscillations, the purple mist gradually generated a peculiar energy, initiating a rapid self-rotation. In the depths of his unconscious state, Feng Xingqian involuntarily emitted low hums, his face and body spasming uncontrollably. Beneath his skin, it felt as though dozens of mischievous little mice were darting about, causing his muscles and veins to collapse. This phenomenon of collapse was fleeting, soon followed by swelling, with each cycle of contraction and expansion. His nerves, muscles, veins, blood vessels, and even bones underwent astonishing reorganization, resulting in his physique continuously growing stronger. It was not merely a matter of physical robustness. Even his fractured sternum and the severely burned skin on his back were swiftly restored during this process. This was a harrowing ordeal that transcended limits, and even in the depths of unconsciousness, his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Was everything completed after the reorganization? No, far from it. The mysterious restructuring seemed to lay a foundation. As an abundance of gene fragments emerged from unknown sources within him, incessantly integrating into his own genetic makeup. Moreover, among two seemingly identical gene fragments, a precise comparison would automatically ensue, with superior genes overpowering inferior ones. Replacing them as the genetic alterations unfolded, waves of mental energy surged forth from his brain, rapidly radiating outward to envelop the enormous, peculiar creature, forming a small vortex. The moment the vortex took shape, numerous special substances were forcibly extracted from within the creature, merging into the center of the vortex and gradually returning to his mental domain. All of this appeared to be progressing favorably, with the bizarre vibrational waves generated in his mental domain intensifying as the strange substances integrated. Within 2 hours, the intensity reached its zenith and persisted, propelling both his body and mental energy to unprecedented heights. It seems prudent to refrain from discussing this relatively prolonged process for the moment. From the moment he fell into a coma, the mechanical arm suddenly sprang into action, manifesting in an eerie manner of superimposition. In a mere few seconds, that colossal appendage astonishingly condensed into a diminutive, 10-centimeter-long serpent. Though devoid of wings, this tiny serpent floated in the air, traversing the elongated corridor at an astonishing speed of nearly 40 kilometers per hour. After flying for 6 or 7 kilometers, the narrow tunnel was obstructed by a multitude of boulders. The serpent circled in place twice, its eyes suddenly shimmering with a brilliant sapphire glow, before it opened its tiny mouth. In an instant, a slender beam of light shot forth from its maw, causing the rocks to dissolve rapidly, as if they were snow under the scorching sun, vanishing completely. Chapter 28. The mechanical serpent as it cleared the debris. The serpent swiftly emerged from the cave. The planet's surface was still buffeted by howling winds, and not far away lay a bio-beast. The serpent paid it no heed and directly alighted upon the beast's back. Coiled up and remained still. After more than 30 minutes, the serpent suddenly emitted a series of sounds. Chinese, English, and Kaijuan voice systems downloaded. Selected language for precise expression is Chinese. Retrieving information, grasping the latest status of the Kuntan star. Damn! The network is so outdated, the speed is terribly slow. These utterances roused the bio-beast, which abruptly lifted its massive head and slowly turned to see a tiny creature akin to a louse on its back. Without a moment's hesitation, it snapped its jaws down. Enraged, the serpent coldly retorted, "How dare such trash disturb my work? Die!" The little metallic snake suddenly projected an illusory shadow, swiftly darting into the beast's gaping maw. An uncanny scene unfolded as the serpent's body began to expand at an unimaginable speed. stretching to a height of 3 meters in less than 2 seconds. The bio-beast's already considerable mouth was forced wide open to an astonishing extent. Yet it could not accommodate the serpent's burgeoning form. In excruciating agony, the beast wept tears of blood but could neither expel the intruder nor emit a sound. Within another 2 seconds, the beast's massive head emitted a series of bone-crunching sounds. Ultimately bursting apart, the formidable creature, which had posed a significant challenge to Feng Xingchen and his companions, crumpled to the ground with astonishing ease. The metallic serpent, uninterested in the beast's tragic remains, shrank back to a length of 10 centimeters and resumed its download of various data while perched atop the carcass. After another 40 minutes, the serpent seemed to have completed its task. It floated upward again, spun in place twice, and slithered back into the cave, all the while scanning the cave walls and murmuring, "What kind of worthless metal is this? It offers me no benefit whatsoever. Good heavens, could I be so unlucky? Is the entire planet made of junk Kuntan and Wutan? How am I to survive?" Grumbling to itself, it flew for 3 or 4 kilometers without encountering anything of worth. Then, as it approached the edge of a crevice, it abruptly halted, releasing a beam of light into the gap. Half a minute later, the serpent exclaimed, "Oh no, it's actually rare vanadium. Splendid. I can finally enhance my DNA a little." With that exclamation, the serpent wriggled into the crevice, where a rustling sound ensued. 2 hours later, the noise ceased and the serpent re-emerged, proudly declaring, "Although the extracted rare vanadium amounts to only a few hundred kilograms, it can slightly boost my strength." Not bad, not bad. Feeling satisfied, it set off on its return journey, continuing to scan the surroundings but failing to find any more valuable materials. After several minutes, it returned to Feng Xingchen's side, who remained in a state of deep coma, his body convulsing. The serpent circled around a few times and then announced in Chinese, "Carbon-based biological brainwave matched. Confirmed as father, human from Orion's arm. Alas, father's mental strength is too weak. It's somewhat embarrassing. Let me think of ways to rapidly enhance mental power. Oh no, upon separating from the main body, I lost connection with the database, retaining only a smidgen of DNA heritage. There's no surplus memory to delve into." The serpent, in a fit of frustration, spun around dozens of times, seemingly unable to conjure anything of value. Finally, it sighed deeply. "Well, my Lingping tribe is already extinct. In this lifetime, I can only remain by my father's side. Perhaps, after restoring DNA heritage in the future, I might gain some insights." As it spoke, the serpent climbed onto Feng Xingchen's wrist, rapidly superimposing itself. In 2 to 3 seconds, it formed an object resembling a wristband, resting beside the portable holographic device, and fell silent. Chapter 29. Sun. As time flowed slowly by, Feng Xingchen eventually awoke with a long sigh. Shaking his throbbing head, he felt as though he was recovering from a hangover. While cradling his aching head, he suddenly recalled the events preceding his coma, startling him into a jump as he frantically searched for the mechanical arm. However, it was nowhere to be found. Where could that arm have gone? Good riddance. That appendage was utterly bizarre. If it were still around, I would surely want it far from me. After contemplating for a moment, he was unable to make sense of it and realized he was terribly hungry. He sought out a ration pack to consume, drank a few sips of water, and felt somewhat better. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at the time displayed on his portable device, muttering to himself, "I can't believe I've been unconscious for over 30 hours. Yet, one peculiar thing struck him. He felt remarkably comfortable, as if his limbs had achieved perfect control, and his thought processes had accelerated several-fold, with his reflexes sharpened to an extraordinary degree. This is utterly strange." Taking a deep breath, he suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute, 30 hours have passed, and the effects of the powerful analgesics should have worn off by now. Why am I not in pain? He quickly activated the holographic device's camera function, capturing a 3-dimensional image of himself. Upon viewing it, he grew even more perplexed. What's this? My back's burn has completely healed. Not a single scar? How odd. Why have my muscles suddenly acquired such perfect definition? Yes, even the notoriously difficult to train forearm and calf muscles are now sharply defined, and my abs are flawless. In this form, I wouldn't pale in comparison to those at levels 7 or 8. After pondering for a while, utterly baffled, he shook his head with a wry smile. Sigh. I still need to find a source of water. Hopefully, I can hold out until the beast disappears. And no sooner had he spoken than a youthful voice chimed in. Father, the humidity here is quite high. As long as we have a water extraction device, we can easily obtain liquid water. Oh, but where am I to find a water extraction device? Wait. Feng Xingchen began, but suddenly jumped as if his backside were on fire, turning to scan the surroundings while exclaiming, Who's there? Father, don't be afraid. It's me, the arm. The youthful voice continued, from the remnants of my DNA heritage. I managed to recover some vague memories. I am a severed arm of the Lingping tribe, having been lost in battle against this very war mother bug over 1,000 years ago. I suddenly have a son. Feng Xingchen was taken aback, shouting in disbelief. How can an arm speak? Father, the Lingping tribe is the most perfect intelligent metal DNA life form in the universe. As a life form. DNA is naturally distributed throughout the body. As long as any part remains, it can gradually replicate and complete itself, transforming back into a whole entity. However, this process is lengthy and requires complex conditions. Feng Xingchen felt utterly overwhelmed. While the voice spoke in Chinese, he understood none of it. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gathered his thoughts and posed the most pressing question. Why do you call me father? The Lingping tribe is a metal DNA life form, without distinctions of gender. The method of continuing life is to separate from an adult individual a subcell containing complete DNA and a system of inherited knowledge. When the subcell matures to its limit, it will separate from the parent body, at which point it must be infused with mental power to activate its DNA evolution capabilities. Therefore, the individual separated from me is the mother. And the one who infuses the mental power is naturally the father. Feng Xingchen struggled to articulate his thoughts, but failed. He clenched his fists and quickly changed the subject. You need to reveal yourself so I can see you before we continue. With a soft click, the wristband fell to the ground, and after a peculiar process of superimposition, it reformed into the arm. Subsequently, the arm morphed again in a strange manner, transforming into a petite serpent that hovered in the air. Speaking in a sweet voice, Father, do you see me? Unfortunately, I am not a normally separated subcell but rather a passive fragment. Hence I possess significant flaws and cannot temporarily assume a human form. However, I believe that in the near future, I will certainly become an excellent metal DNA life form. Chapter 30. Memory. Feng Xingchen was utterly taken aback, pointing at the little serpent and stammering, Are you a transformer? A transformer? Earlier, I watched several remakes of related films online, and I gathered that transformers are a race of metallic life forms, which is somewhat close to me. Nevertheless, I personally believe transformers are relatively weak. What? Transformers are weak? Of course, they are quite weak. First, an adult must utilize boosters to break through the atmosphere, and their energy weapons are outdated, at most comparable to a level 4 civilization. Second, their superimposition mode is inferior. They lag far behind in terms of size and weight transformation. Behold, after being assembled into a compact wrist guard, its weight can be reduced to mere grams. Even if transformers are somewhat outdated, they can still combine to create an array of weapons at will. Can you do the same? The little serpent, somewhat at a loss for words, sighed. Alas, you are my father, and I cannot chastise you for your ignorance. I must simply inform you that I am an anomalous individual, born less than a day ago. Though I have initially developed an independent power system and program core, I lack sufficient energy support to execute complex transformations. But I have energy. Feng Xingchen quickly dashed to the individual armor, retrieving 2 spare high-energy batteries and presenting them to the serpent. Wow! Father, are you joking? This kind of energy is hardly sufficient. Unless you can procure energy blocks of level 6 or higher, it would be swifter to utilize my own power conduits. Of course, there is another method. If I could consume some exotic metals, I could expedite my growth. Before long, I would be capable of assembling any weapon you desire, including a bomb capable of obliterating a planet. Feeling belittled by the newly born entity, Feng Xingchen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily pointed to the enormous, peculiar carcass beside them, shifting the topic. Did you just mention that this is the battle mother insect? Indeed, this is the battle mother insect of the sacred beetle. My mother encountered it and endured a fierce battle, even losing her arm in the process. Lost it? Feng Xingchen blinked in confusion, recalling the neatly severed stump. The reason the Lingpeng tribe is formidable is their ability to absorb high-quality DNA from various races and rare metals, continuously enhancing themselves. It was precisely because my arm was severed on the mother insect that I absorbed its essence along with trace elements unique to insectoid species, gradually healing my injuries and ultimately forming an independent power furnace. However, self-recovery is merely a biological instinct. Without mental activation, I will never be able to move autonomously, nor will I possess the ability to choose an advantageous evolutionary path. It is precisely for this reason that I drifted through the cosmos alongside that wretched insect for over 1,000 years, and fell here over 90 years ago, buried until now. Had I not encountered you, I do not know how many more years I would have had to wait. Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek vigorously. Damn it! So it turns out that the mother insect could not rid itself of the arm severed from its head, and it was continuously drained of essence, ultimately succumbing to death and crashing onto this planet. Well, that seems to be the case. Feng Xingchen swallowed hard. And what about your mother? I do not know. Ever since my arm was severed on the mother insect, all memories have been interrupted. The little serpent spoke these words with a hint of sadness. Well, Feng Xingchen felt the little serpent's sorrow and quickly changed the subject. How can you fly without wings? As I mentioned, I am a mechanical life form equivalent to a level 7 civilization. Once I generate a power furnace, I can master anti-gravity techniques, manipulating magnetic fields to lift myself. In fact, the floating vehicles on Earth operate on the same principle. Oh, that's how it is. I thought you possessed an unmatched mental prowess that allowed you to soar through the skies. The little serpent chuckled. My current mental capacity has only just returned to level 6. I cannot even form a mental attack yet, let alone elevate myself. That is a feat achievable only by masters of the 13th level or higher. Chapter 31. Lingpeng tribe. Feng Xingchen was even more astonished. What the heck? Level 6? That's so high. My mental prowess is only at level 5. He was indeed taken aback, even forgetting to refer to himself as a father. TCH. The Lingpeng tribe naturally possesses robust mental strength. However, we require other mental energies to activate our DNA in order to generate personalized evolutionary paths. I am still young. Once I mature, I could potentially drag a cosmic battleship merely with my mental capacity. Oh my! Feng Xingchen had to give a thumbs up. It seems the Lingpeng tribe is incredibly powerful. In the universe, you would be invincible. Upon hearing this, the little serpent's expression suddenly dimmed. Invincible? Our planet has already been destroyed, and our race has been completely annihilated. I fear that I am the last remaining member of the Lingpeng tribe. What the hell? Feng Xingchen exclaimed. Such a formidable race, and yet you were unable to withstand your adversaries? The little serpent sighed. In truth, the Lingpeng tribe can only be considered equivalent to a level 7 civilization. Any nation above level 8 could easily slaughter us. Goodness, a level 7 civilization is already quite impressive. With adept diplomacy, how could your race be exterminated? You are correct, but unfortunately, our race has a slow reproductive cycle, yielding a limited population. However, each individual is immensely powerful. It is precisely because we are so strong that we often attract unnecessary trouble. Inciting powerful enemies, my main body managed to escape in a severely injured state, having just fled from an 8th level civilization's pursuit, only to encounter this dreadful battle mother insect. Otherwise, how could my main body, with its formidable mental strength and top-tier weaponry capable of breaching a level 7 starship, be defeated by a mere juvenile battle mother insect? Feng Xingchen's heart raced. Sigh? Well, you have been floating with that battle mother insect on Kuntan Star for a full 90 years. Although that is not a short period, the fact that you have not been discovered by your enemies indicates relative safety. However, you must proceed with caution in the future. I understand. The little serpent nodded earnestly. From now on, I will follow you. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, I will minimize the use of my mental power. If absolutely necessary, I can engage in combat using the mechas produced by your kind. Feng Xingchen, intrigued, asked, You can operate mechas? The little serpent shook its head. Alas, only those from the Earth Federation regard such rudimentary mechas as impressive. In my eyes, they are mere trash. If I were to pilot one, I could easily extract 200 of its potential. This statement was undoubtedly the truth. As a mechanical life form, the little serpent possessed an unparalleled affinity and understanding of machinery, not to mention second-level civilization machines. Even scientists from 8th and 9th level civilizations would study the principles of metal and mechanical evolution from the Lingping tribe. Thus, there was no mechanical entity that a Lingpeng could not control, and their level of control was so high that many legendary super experts could not compare. All right, I've decided to adopt you as my son. Feng Xingchen laughed heartily. This was truly remarkable, having a super little henchman by his side. He mused, if he could acquire a mecha and have the little serpent pilot it discreetly, he could easily rescue Xue Miao, who was trapped in a dire situation, and then she would admire him to the point of devotion. While lost in thought, the little serpent slyly glanced around and said, Father, I personally believe we should leave this place promptly before you become dehydrated and find a safer location. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. Why? Is this place not safe? Of course it is not safe. I sense that the mother insect is undergoing subtle changes. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. What do you mean? From my observations, the mother insect is shrinking, and it seems another life form has emerged within it. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. Could it be that by removing the metallic arm, a certain seal has been broken, and the mother insect is in the process of reviving? This thought frightened him greatly, and he quickly ran behind the damaged individual armor, leaping inside. ZZZ! The individual armor enveloped him, reactivating. We must go, he shouted. Leading the way out. Chapter 32. Armored Catfish. What a joke. A creature capable of incapacitating a level 7 civilization's super metallic life form would surely be no match for him. However, his speed was evidently lagging. After only a few steps, a sudden, astounding explosion erupted behind him, the massive carcass of the giant insect exploding in half, and a blood-red silhouette burst forth, spinning in the air. Upon spotting Feng Xingchen, it emitted a terrifying shriek and lunged towards him. The individual armor's 360-degree observation range and high-definition cameras faithfully displayed the scene before his eyes. He could see clearly that the blood-red silhouette was none other than a terrifying armored catfish. Over a meter long, the armored catfish resembled a miniature battle mother insect, but with an additional pair of translucent wings, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, appearing even more reliable than the individual armor. As for its speed, it was certainly no less than 80 meters per second. His heart sank rapidly, his narrowed eyes pupils shrinking and then expanding again, the wind-like state arriving as expected. With one hand, he wiped the outside of his thigh, gripping a short stick over 30 centimeters long in his palm, and pressed it gently. Ding! The short stick rapidly transformed, in the blink of an eye, into a 1.3-meter-long battle knife. Perhaps this blade could prove useful. The insect's approach was faithfully relayed by the high-definition camera right before his eyes. He squinted, waiting for the insect to close in within 10 meters before suddenly turning, slashing the battle knife diagonally. This strike had been carefully planned. He was confident he could hit the insect, his only concern being whether he could breach that radiant shell. His worries were not unfounded. The mother insect had been capable of severing the metallic arm of a Lingpeng, equivalent to a level 7 civilization, indicating its shell was unimaginably tough. However, as he swung the knife, ready to strike the insect, it twisted its wings and executed a mid-air roll, narrowly evading the blade's edge. He had, astonishingly, struck nothing but air. A minor master at the initial stage of the 6th level could exert over 2 tons of force, and with the support of the individual armor, breaking through 5 tons was no problem. The immense strength generated high speed. How could he possibly miss? However, at this moment, it was evidently not a time for contemplation. The insect had already approached within a mere 2 meters, leaving no room for evasion. Amusingly, in this rare state of heightened awareness, he could accurately predict the trajectory of the creature. Yet, given his current physical reflexes and the limitations of his damaged exoskeleton, he was incapable of responding swiftly enough. Perhaps driven by instinct, a surge of internal energy coursed through him, yearning to break free from his form. Having cultivated his internal energy to the 4th level, he was capable of projecting it outward, creating a formidable force. Upon reaching the 6th level, his external energy would be significantly more potent, potentially enough to repel this relatively small insect. Alas, his internal energy did indeed surge forth, but rather than bursting outward, it explosively expanded from his dantian, unexpectedly forming a protective shield around his exoskeleton. Just as the shield took shape, the insect lunged forward, colliding with it. The creature emitted a harsh, raspy sound, twisting away and soaring several dozen meters off, its membranous wings beating vigorously to regain its balance. Feng Xingchen paused momentarily. Transitioning from the fourth to the sixth level involved a projection of internal energy. But only upon reaching the seventh level would he gain the ability to manipulate internal energy to such an extent as to condense it into a shield. Could it be that he had inadvertently ascended to the seventh level? This was undeniably perplexing. At that moment, there was no time for further reflection. The insect, with an aesthetically pleasing swiftness, adjusted its position midair and dove down with even greater speed. He narrowed his eyes, wielding the shockwave blade with fierce determination while simultaneously channeling his internal energy, hoping to quickly familiarize himself with this immense power and seek an opportunity to escape. Observing the insect's ferocious assault, the small serpent, watching from a distance, was nearly on the verge of exploding with anxiety. Unfortunately, having just hatched, it lacked the propulsion to match the insect's speed and agility in flight. Moreover, its seemingly mid-level 6th-tier psychic power was still insufficient to manifest any offensive capability. It could not launch the insect away. Most dishearteningly, the beam capable of dissolving rock was only effective against specific materials, being a decomposition light used by the Lingping clan to swiftly break down rare metals, rendering it ineffective against living beings. Damn it, this was dire. In a moment of urgency, the small serpent's body suddenly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a heavy sniper rifle that Feng Xingchen had previously utilized. Bang! A bullet was discharged. Regrettably, the recoil from the heavy sniper was overwhelming, and being suspended in midair without any support, the rifle lifted upward before the bullet could even exit the chamber, causing it to veer off course and miss the insect by 2 meters. However, both Feng Xingchen and the small serpent had overlooked that during the insect's initial assault, it had not employed its claws or the 2 agile spines on its back. This time, perhaps startled by the sound of the sniper. As it lunged towards Feng Xingchen, the 2 spines suddenly twitched and shot out, striking precisely against the edge of the shockwave blade. Ding! What appeared to be a casual tap caused the blade, forged from a special tantalum alloy, to snap in two. Feng Xingchen was terrified, reactivating his internal energy shield. Unfortunately, this time, the insect was clearly intent on delivering a decisive blow. Its 2 fearsome foreclaws slashed horizontally, tearing through the internal energy shield and creating 2 gaping wounds, causing the shield to dissipate instantly. With its first strike successful, the insect crashed into the exoskeleton, making a grinding sound as its forearms casually swept across what seemed to be a sturdy armor, which tore apart as if it were mere paper. Before Feng Xingchen could even be flung away, the insect had already burrowed into his chest, disappearing entirely. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in horror as he watched the insect invade his body, his face turning pale with fear as he collapsed to the ground, rolling about in agony, his mouth emitting a desperate wail. In that moment, he recalled the gruesome image of the mother insect exploding. It seemed his fate would be no less tragic. However, curiously, after rolling for several seconds, why did he not feel any visceral pain? There was no explosion either. How strange. It was as if the insect had truly vanished. Gradually, he ceased rolling, standing up with a perplexed expression, forcing himself to disengage the exoskeleton and shedding his garments to reveal his muscular torso. Upon glancing at his smooth skin, he was utterly dumbfounded. There were no gaping wounds where he had expected blood to flow. This was exceedingly bizarre. Not only was he bewildered, but even the small serpent, with its 7th-level civilization background, circled around him several times without detecting any injuries. Equally perplexed, Feng Xingchen's gaze shifted to the utterly ruined exoskeleton, the gaping hole serving as undeniable proof that what he had witnessed was no mere dream. The small serpent hesitantly spoke, Father, you could try using your psychic power to check the situation. Oh? Feng Xingchen scratched his head, closing his eyes to concentrate his psychic energy, employing an introspective method to explore his interior. The small serpent appeared impatient, continually circling around him. Minutes later, Feng Xingchen suddenly opened his eyes wide, licking his lips before raising both hands in exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha! So that's how it is! Ha ha ha! His laughter grew louder and more jubilant. The small serpent, exasperated, could no longer contain itself and shouted, Father, wake up! Feng Xingchen jumped in surprise, his laughter abruptly stopping as he turned to glare at the small serpent, smugly declaring, Do you know what benefits your father has gained? The small serpent promptly shook its head. Ha ha! Let me tell you. Inside that battle mother insect, there was an egg. Before he could finish his sentence, the small serpent exclaimed, Impossible! The battle mother insect could never have an egg. They are born solely for combat and, from the moment of their birth, are stripped of the instinct to lay eggs. Moreover, this battle mother insect is not yet mature. You are correct. However, unexpected events can occur. Feng Xingchen pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling a puff of dense smoke before continuing, in truth, this battle mother insect swarm had just been exterminated. During that brutal eradication, the true insect mother was struck by a 9th-level civilization armor-piercing projectile and exploded, sending a hollow bone fragment carrying several eggs crashing into this battle mother insect. By a series of coincidences, one egg became deeply embedded within the insect, surviving. The small serpent appeared dumbfounded, stammering after a while. All right, I understand that due to various coincidences, this egg ended up within the battle mother insect. What comes next? Feng Xingchen chuckled heartily. Perhaps due to the supreme rule of natural selection, the egg exerted an extraordinary influence on the battle mother insect's physiology, leading to the uncontrolled generation of a unique and bizarre substance, which gradually coalesced within the EGGIT. Seems that with the aid of this substance, the egg could hatch into an entirely new mother insect. The small serpent stared, speechless for a moment. Numerous facts demonstrated that under the guidance of the natural selection rule, the occurrence of solitary reproduction among beasts was not impossible. After all, this was a race that had adapted to a harsh environment over millions of years. Making such events seem quite plausible, Feng Xingchen took a deep drag from his cigarette. Subsequently, the battle mother insect fled from its pursuers, weakened by the presence of this unexpected AT that moment. It encountered your mother, and a fierce battle ensued. Ultimately, your arm pierced the battle mother insect's body, and after a frenzied struggle, it became severed, leaving a remnant within the insect. Even more astonishingly, that egg was clutched in the palm of the severed arm. Losing the space necessary for self-hatching, Feng Xingchen paused before continuing. When I extracted the limping arm and activated your DNA evolution with psychic energy, the hand's palm released, causing the egg to drop out. Coincidentally, as the egg rolled, it touched my skin and cracked open. And then, strangely, the unique substance within the egg floated out and was absorbed into my body. A segment of DNA remarkably matched my own, integrating into my being. Soon after, a larva emerged, instinctively seeking nourishment, burrowing into the battle mother insect's body and consuming a significant amount of the mother's residual high energy, achieving the second stage of evolution in just over 30 hours. The small serpent interjected, So, in search of food, it continued to attack you? Heh. If it intended to attack me, I would have perished long ago. Feng Xingchen grinned. The second stage larva, infused with the mother insect's genes, viewed me as its mother, desperately trying to bond with me. Seeing its demeanor, I mistakenly believed it meant to attack, struggling in vain until it ultimately breached into my body. And what of the insect? This is the most thrilling part. Feng Xingchen animatedly gestured with his hands to emphasize his point. The eggshell possessed a unique space akin to that of an insect king, which had integrated into one of my cells. Although the insect appeared to have crashed into me, it had actually returned to the insect king's space, much like a kangaroo retreating into its pouch. Just now, when I probed with my psychic energy, I established a communication link with it, and through a psychic connection, glimpsed some blurry images, piecing together the understanding of it all. Gulp. The small serpent swallowed hard. Can you unleash it to face our enemies? Haha, of course. I am its mother. Otherwise, why would I be so excited? Feng Xingchen's expression was filled with an oddity as he spoke those words. Having inadvertently fallen into a pit, he had unwittingly acquired both a son and a daughter, the insect being the daughter, thus becoming both father and mother. This truly defied description. If one had to say, could it be considered a pitfall for a father? The small serpent became animated. Father, let it out to sea. With a heart laden with intricate emotions, Feng Xingchen made no unnecessary movements as he observed the sudden appearance of the terrifying creature, which scuttled around his feet like a playful puppy, occasionally nudging him. He reached out, stroked the creature's hard shell, and suddenly chuckled. From now on, You shall be named Ming Ming. The creature, unconcerned with the appeal of names, offered no objections. However, the little snake, curious, inquired, "Why call it Ming Ming? Just look at it. It has such an adorably silly appearance. What other name could suit it?" The little snake, rendered speechless, thought, "This creature is anything but adorable. It is indeed quite fearsome. How could it bear such a ridiculous name?" Growing a tad discontent, it exclaimed, "Daddy, if the creature has a name, shouldn't I have one too? From now on, you shall be called Quan Quan." "Why Quan Quan?" "Because I simply like that name for you. I object. According to the traditions of the Earth's Chinese, as your son, I ought to bear the surname Feng. Henceforth, I shall be known as Feng Xiaohai." "And why Feng Xiaohai?" "The character Hao is splendid. It represents the mastery of the sun and sky. Out of all the Chinese characters, it is my favorite. Suit yourself." Chapter 35. Weapon upgrade. All right. The little snake, now pleased, asked, "Daddy, since there is no danger, shall we remain here for 2 days or leave sooner?" "Of course, we shall depart. I lack personal armor. And even more so, weapons." As Feng Xingchen spoke, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Oh right, Xiaohai, it seems you have just synthesized a heavy sniper rifle." "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "Of course there is," Feng Xingchen replied, visibly irritated. "Did you not say that you were temporarily unable to synthesize weapons?" Feng Xiaohai huffed. "Is a mere 19mm live ammunition sniper rifle even considered a weapon? You can hardly blame me for saying so." Feng Xingchen scratched his chin. "When you synthesized the weapon, was the ammunition sufficient?" "That depends on the materials at my disposal. Given my current resources, I can manage to produce only overclocked rounds." "What?" Feng Xingchen was taken aback. He was aware of overclocked rounds, formerly known as overclocked wave-penetrating armor-piercing ammunition, which utilizes astonishing oscillation frequencies to alter matter. "Are you familiar with microwave ovens? They use a magnetron to convert electrical energy into oscillation frequencies of 2.45 billion cycles per second, causing the polar molecules in food to vibrate rapidly, generating heat for cooking. The principle of overclocked rounds is somewhat analogous, except that the design incorporates both electrical energy and a laser emitter within a single bullet, firing a laser that transforms into oscillatory shockwaves at 8.5 billion cycles per second, sustained for 4 seconds. Not only living beings, but even a 30-centimeter thick alloy wall would collapse instantaneously. However, these rounds are prohibitively expensive and produced in low quantities, reserved solely for special forces or SWAT teams involved in hostage rescues. Regular field troops lack the qualification to employ them. Without responding, Xiaohai continued, "This planet's terrain is complex. Given your strength, it is rather perilous without personal armor. How about this? I can completely restore that scrapped armor." Feng Xingchen was elated. "Excellent. Get to work." Xiaohai floated before the personal armor, its diminutive form rapidly synthesizing and expanding. Moments later, it transformed into a 5-meter-long serpent, which then devoured the personal armor in one gulp. "What on earth? Are you eating it or repairing it?" Feng Xingchen exclaimed, his heart racing. Xiaohai, uninterested in answering, smacked its lips and muttered, "Ugh, the metal is of such poor quality. It hardly satisfies. Only you Earth Federals would treasure it." Feng Xingchen retorted, "Humph. High-level civilizations gradually rise from lower tiers. If you have the capability, craft me a set of level 7 civilization equipment. Insufficient materials prevent the creation of high-quality items. However, I have consumed some rare vanadium. Combined with your oscillating knife, I can barely forge a slightly improved blade. I can provide you with one." As Xiaohai spoke, it swallowed the previously broken oscillating knife, squinted its eyes, and slowly, from the tip of its tail, produced a short rod in a manner akin to excretion. Externally, the rod appeared identical to their standard equipment, but Xiaohai explained, due to material limitations. Although it incorporates some vanadium, it can only barely reach level 3 civilization technology. The blade is more resilient than before, oscillating at a frequency of 8 million cycles per second. This enhancement in cutting power should pose a certain threat to bio-beasts, albeit it is a mere consolation. Eagerly, Feng Xingchen picked up the short rod, inspecting it while inquiring, "Do you know about bio-beasts?" "Of course. I ventured outside the cave and effortlessly dispatched one. I then tapped into the low-level network and downloaded a wealth of information, including quite a few secrets about the Kaijiao people. I am confident that my intelligence surpasses that of the Earth's military." "Oh? You eliminated a bio-beast at the cave's entrance? The little snake tilted its head. Such worthless bio-beasts hardly warrant mention. Feng Xingchen, left speechless, clicked his tongue and lightly twisted the short rod, producing a slender combat knife before him. He swung it lightly, and the high-frequency oscillating blade sliced through the air, emitting a subtle buzzing sound that felt reassuring. One must note, this knife consumes energy rather rapidly. Currently, it is powered by high-energy batteries, and under full load, it can only sustain operation for 6 to 7 hours. However, if I acquire energy blocks from the Kaijia, their performance would far exceed that of high-energy batteries. I can prepare a few spares for you then. Understood. Feng Xingchen promptly stowed the blade, gripping the short rod tightly. What about the armor? It will be ready shortly. The serpent squinted, holding its breath as if straining. Chapter 36. Bad news. A few minutes later, with a clang, a metallic box tumbled out. Feng Xingchen, elated, shook the box. And with a series of clicks, it began to morph, swiftly expanding into a suit of personal armor. Stepping into the armor, he deftly activated various instruments, conducting a brief check before bursting into laughter. Ha! Splendid, splendid. It has indeed been fully restored. As he spoke, his eyes frequently darted towards the serpent's belly, marveling at the capabilities of Xiaohai's interior workshop that could restore the scrapped armor so rapidly. Once Xiaohai grows a bit more, could it possibly create a level 7 civilization mech? Truly, it is a super factory. Lost in thought, the serpent then regurgitated a heavy sniper rifle along with 2 magazines. This is your sniper rifle. Currently, due to material constraints, I managed to produce only 14 overclocked rounds. Is there none available now? Feng Xingchen was well aware of the destructive capabilities of tantalum and bismuth rounds. Not at present. While I can manufacture regular metal projectiles, tantalum bismuth rounds possess explosive potential, and I cannot readily procure the materials for the explosives. All right. We can forego the tantalum bismuth rounds for now. Once we head out, I'll make a trip to the earlier defensive high ground. Surely, there will be supply crates there. Feng Xingchen murmured, picking up the sniper rifle, attaching a magazine, and aiming at the distant air, grinning with satisfaction. Soon, he completed his gear, sending Mingming back to the Insect King space, while Feng Xiaohai transformed back into a wristband, fastening it around his wrist. He then took off at a frantic pace, soon arriving at the cave's entrance. Slightly raising his hand, 2 large objects resembling pigeon eggs flew out from within his forearm. These were fully automatic microdrones. The drones flew out of the cave, completing a reconnaissance loop. Outside, there was nothing but the corpse of a colossal beast. Impressive. My dear son truly is remarkable. He muttered to himself, quickly controlling the drones to soar 2 to 3 kilometers without encountering any other monsters or wanderers. Retrieving the drones, he emerged from the cave and activated his communicator, attempting to send a distress signal. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no response, and an unsettling feeling began to creep into his heart as he murmured, "Why is there no reply?" At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Daddy, I found some troubling fragments of information." Feng Xingchen felt a tightening in his chest. What's the situation? A few hours ago, 23 Earth military bases on the planet were overrun. What the hell? Only about 40 hours have passed. The Kaijia are that formidable? The Kaijia were well prepared. 100 starships appeared unexpectedly. Even your space forces fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves in counterattacks, and with the ground-air defense forces' cooperation, they achieved considerable success. However, ultimately, the space forces were outnumbered, sinking 84 Kaijia starships before being completely annihilated. Subsequently, the Kaijia's transport fleet arrived, unleashing 170,000 bio-beasts alongside 80,000 wanderers, seizing control of key surface points, and deploying 300,000 ground troops to continuously pressure the human forces. At this juncture, the remaining 16 Kaijia starships concentrated their fire on the ground, conducting deep precision strikes. The 23 bases could only hold out for 14 hours before being utterly decimated. Feng Xingchen licked his lips. Do we have any reinforcements? Currently, there are no reinforcements. It seems your main forces are engaged with the Kaijia in the Roca Star domain, and the Earth Federation's warship production capabilities are severely lacking. Any troops that can be mobilized are diverted to the more critical Roca Star domain. In other words, the military has temporarily abandoned Keton Star if the main forces in the Carlo Star domain are unable to secure victory. This place will inevitably descend into a resource world for the Kaijirians, or even an administrative star. Feng Xingchen pressed his forehead in despair. Are there any living beings left on this planet? Chapter 37, Hyperfrequency Shell, Second Part, I don't know. Feng Xiaohai replied, just now I discovered a highly confidential piece of information. The Kaijirians seem to have received assistance from the third-level civilization, the Castellan Empire, acquiring a formidable radio wave tracking technology that enables them to monitor all your communication frequencies and lock onto targets. Thus, even if there are survivors, who would dare to contact others? What? Tracking communication signals to lock onto targets. Damn. I really spoke too soon. It truly is like this. We're doomed. Feng Xingchen exclaimed, bolting away, cursing as he ran. You idiot. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Xiaohai retorted. How was I to know? I only started searching after your communications went silent. Feng Xingchen pondered. How could he blame Xiaohai? Hadn't he discovered this issue during their last chase? Yet, after fainting twice consecutively, he had completely forgotten. With a sigh, he lamented, what do we do now? Don't worry, Dad, I can attempt to adjust your communicator's frequency, allowing the individual armor's band to evade detection by the enemy. Then, I'll see if I can find any information about other survivors. All right, get on with it. Also, can you think of a way to enhance the radar detection range of the individual armor? Xiaohai paused for a moment and said, it can be adjusted, but it will sacrifice the clarity of three-dimensional imaging. Forget about clarity, we're in trouble. It seems the Kaijirians have tracked our distress signal. Indeed, the individual radar indicated that 2 red dots were rapidly approaching from 5 kilometers to the right. According to the enemy identification codes, they were undoubtedly foes. Feng Xingchen hastily sprinted up a small hill, finding a vantage point to crouch down, raising his heavy sniper rifle to aim at the direction of the red dots. Before long, 2 shadows appeared in the photon scope, and after the helmet's targeting system magnified the view multiple times, his gaze suddenly sharpened. They were 2 cruisers. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked onto one of their power cores, and as soon as it entered effective firing range, he pulled the trigger. At a distance of 970 meters, the 2 cruisers were moving at high speed. Suddenly, the one on the left came to a halt, slowly bowing its head to inspect a peculiar object near the power core. Before it could react, that object erupted with a burst of ultra-high-speed shock laser. The shock laser caused the metal molecules within a certain radius to vibrate violently, generating intense heat, and within less than a second, it melted a hole the size of a basin from the inside out. Sparks erupted from the cruiser, which then collapsed to the ground. Damn, what a remarkable piece of equipment. Feng Xingchen was astonished by the power of the hyperfrequency shell. If such ammunition were available in unlimited supply, he would have the confidence to dominate for thousands of miles. Meanwhile, the other cruiser, witnessing its companion's fate, immediately initiated evasive maneuvers, executing various unpredictable dodging actions. Simultaneously, 3 missiles launched, hurtling towards Feng Xingchen's position. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xingchen ignored the incoming missiles, fixating intently on the flickering cruiser, feeling neither sorrow nor joy within. At that moment, a peculiar tremor suddenly emanated from his brain, expanding outward at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area with a 1-kilometer radius. He froze for a moment. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar, yet at that instant, he realized he felt like a god within this region, able to perceive any subtle changes. Overwhelmed with joy, he forced himself to calm down and looked back at the cruiser. In this extraordinary state, the cruiser's dazzling speed of 90 kilometers per hour appeared clumsy to him, and all its evasive maneuvers resembled child's play, devoid of any sense of mystery. What a pity. No tantalum kern shells. Using hyperfrequency shells against cruisers would be a disgraceful waste. If this thought were to be overheard, it would surely provoke fierce backlash. Other sniper marksmen would be content with merely achieving second-level psychic abilities. And to reach a 3B level sniping skill would already be a source of pride. Yet at this level, to send a bullet into that narrow gap amidst such rapid movement was almost a delusion. In reality, not even an A-level marksman, let alone a 2A, level 1, could achieve such a feat. Feng Xingchen thought this, but still steadily pressed down on the trigger, a bullet discharging from the chamber. Then, regardless of whether the bullet could hit its target, he slammed his armor. He had not forgotten that 2 missiles were still on their way. Chapter 38. Surrounded. Third part, the rear of the armor opened. launching 10 mini high-heat decoy missiles to the left, while he leaped into action, sprinting swiftly to the right. Having barely covered 50 meters, boom! The two missiles caught up to the decoy missiles, exploding just over 100 meters away. The tremendous shockwave sweeping toward him along with countless stones. He squinted his eyes, instinctively channeling energy rapidly. Bang! The energy shield erupted, forming a defensive circle around the individual armor. As the shockwave surged toward him, he felt his feet lift off the ground. However, with the energy continuously circulating, he unexpectedly maintained his balance, not only avoiding a fall but also accelerating through the shockwave for over 100 meters. Rolling to the side and taking cover behind a large rock. Once the shockwave passed, he shook his head. Damn. The Kaijirian's missiles are impressive. Xiaohai scoffed. Is that impressive? Two missiles, each 50 centimeters long, can only cover a radius of 200 meters. That's pathetic. Feng Xingchen grumbled. Fine, you win. Xiaohai, uninterested in bickering with Feng Xingchen, said, Dad, the radar has been calibrated, and the detection radius has been expanded to 15 kilometers. Additionally, the signal frequency modification is complete. You can now connect to the signal source. First, search earnestly for any coordinates left by comrades for assembly. No need to rush. Xiaohai said, Dad, the cruisers have considerable firepower, and your physical skill level is too low if you encounter a few more. The individual armor clearly cannot guarantee your safety. Unfortunately, I can only create 14 hyper-frequency shells. Once the ammunition runs out, you'll be in danger. Therefore, I plan to re-equip you. Huh? How will you re-equip me? Let's first check the two cruisers. Perhaps by absorbing them, we might discover something useful. All right. Feng Xingchen was elated. Having such an extraordinary son truly filled him with pride. Perhaps he should also find an opportunity to test his daughter's capabilities as well. She might be equally formidable. In a swift run, they soon arrived at the first cruiser. Xiaohai eagerly slithered down to the ground, extending to over 10 meters in length, and in one gulp, he devoured the towering 9-meter machine. This fellow truly had an insatiable appetite, akin to a serpent that consumes elephants, racing towards the next cruiser, effortlessly swallowing it whole as well. Feng Xingchen watched, his scalp tingling. How could Xiaohai possibly conceal such massive machines without any visible bulge? After devouring two colossal machines, Xiaohai paused, squinting his eyes, slowly digesting. Feng Xingchen, utterly bored, sat to the side, smoking as he waited. However, after 2 or 3 minutes of waiting for new equipment, the Kaijirians arrived instead. The radar blared alarms. Within 13 kilometers, several red dots appeared. No, not just a few. The count was increasing, already reaching 30. Upon seeing the locations of those red dots, Feng Xingchen screamed in shock. Oh no, this is clearly the prelude to being surrounded. Xiaohai, we need to leave quickly. It's certain that the previous cruisers sent out a signal, attracting pursuers. Xiaohai was startled, not uttering a word of protest, quickly coiling into a small snake and returning to his father's wrist. Transforming into a small wristband, in reality, he had already connected to the individual armor's equipment at the fastest speed, closely monitoring the rapidly encroaching red dots that were forming a surrounding circle. Feng Xingchen dashed anxiously through the open wilderness. How could he shake off their tracking? If 2 more aircraft or mechs appeared, even 10 soldiers would be inadequate. Yet, he dared not return to the underground cave they had just exited. If a few nuclear bombs were dropped in there, even if he survived, he would be buried alive. Let us not forget, they controlled the skies, and with such a commotion, the airborne early warning systems would have surely taken notice. Anxiously scanning the map, he finally selected an area 7 kilometers away. There lay a forest. Chapter 39. Hard Charge, 4th part. Keton Star has a high plant coverage rate, but the flora is quite peculiar. Capable of synthesizing moisture directly from the air, some species can consume any nearby creatures. Additionally, all plants release dense charged particles, severely disrupting the operation of electronic devices. His plan was simple. Leverage the abundant charged particles in the forest to incapacitate the Kaijirian's early warning systems, as well as the formidable cruisers and mechs. If any bio-beasts appeared, he could use the threat of the carnivorous plants to eliminate the Kaijirian's living forces. Was he afraid of the forest? Of course. He was, however. Humans had been on this planet for over a decade now, and with relatively advanced technological research capabilities, their understanding of local flora was already profound. Moreover, one of the essential courses for station troops was jungle survival. In this regard, he firmly believed that humans had a distinct advantage over the Kaijirians. However, as he sprinted into the forested area, he found himself momentarily dazed. The once serene forest had been utterly ravaged. Reduced to a chaotic ruin, he cursed vehemently. Damn it appeared that numerous federal soldiers had sought refuge within the woods, provoking the ire of the Kaija people, who had resorted to annihilating the ecosystem by deploying massive shockwave bombs to clear the area. Fortunately, after the detonation of the shockwave bombs, the waves had sliced horizontally, leaving behind some tree stumps and countless toppled giants, while the uneven ground retained a few patches of vegetation in the lower-lying areas. Glancing at the map, he noted a gorge over 11 kilometers away, approximately 400 meters deep. Surely, the complex terrain within the gorge would harbor more intact flora, he mused. The Kaija squad participating in the encirclement seemed to sense his intentions, intercepting him laterally at an astonishing speed. While the pursuers behind him closed in to about 5 kilometers, he counted roughly 12 trackers behind him, and judging by their stable speed of 90 kilometers, they were likely cruisers. To his left front, for red dots exhibited varied speeds, possibly indicating enormous bio-beasts. As for the 14 red dots directly ahead, their speeds fluctuated, undoubtedly belonging to a ragtag army. There were no enemies blocking his path to the right. However, he dared not venture that way, for it led into a vast desert spanning 300,000 square kilometers. Once ensnared, he would have no terrain to exploit, rendering him doomed. It seemed he had no choice but to charge through. Armed with advanced weaponry, he felt a surge of confidence. He pushed himself to the limit, racing forward. That moment, he found himself within the optimal attack range, and the Kaija squad, having lost patience in their pursuit, unleashed a barrage of missiles that filled the sky, covering an extensive area. Damn it, he shouted in fury, tossing his heavy sniper rifle, magazine, and shockwave knife high into the air, slapping his armor with force. The soldier's armor ejected the last of its thermal decoy missiles, and with a resounding crack, he performed a forward roll, escaping the armor and springing into the air. While airborne, he deftly caught the descending equipment, landing swiftly and pivoting to charge at the pursuing enemies behind him. His choice proved astute. As he turned, some of the missiles veered toward the decoys, while the remainder homed in on the locked-on armor. In that instant, he had no personal armor for protection. Yet, astonishingly, his speed surpassed that of the armor's maximum velocity, enabling him to dash over 100 meters before the missiles impacted. Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind him, and a tremendous shockwave surged forth. Had he still been at level 6, such a powerful shockwave would have surely inflicted severe burns. However, now at level 7, his internal energy surged rapidly, and suddenly, a faint luminous membrane materialized before him. The shockwave and flames collided, the membrane flickering several times, successfully keeping the flames at bay. The internal energy shield is no less effective than the personal armor. As long as I maintain a distance of around 150 meters from the blast center, I shall be unscathed. Laughing maniacally, he came to a halt, unleashing that peculiar mental energy that radiated outward, instantly covering a 1-kilometer radius. Raising his weapon, he steadily fired 5 bullets. If it had been a terrestrial sniper rifle, it could manage only 2 shots per second. Yet this weapon, modified by Xiao Hao, exhibited extraordinary capabilities, allowing for consecutive shots without sacrificing precision. Admittedly, the recoil from rapid fire would severely impact accuracy, but at this moment, he had inexplicably crossed into the realm of level 7, and under the transformation of the violet mist, his physique far surpassed that of even level 8 or 9 masters. Coupled with the unique condition that slowed his targets, he achieved unparalleled precision. 5 cruisers, still 800 meters distant, were incapacitated by the hyperfrequency rounds, and he swiftly began to run while reloading his final magazine. At this juncture, the remaining 9 cruisers initiated evasive maneuvers. Their speed slightly diminished, yet their missile launching capabilities accelerated. However, without the constraints of personal armor, his speed surged significantly. Entering a state of wind-like movement, his velocity became astonishing, leaving an afterimage in his wake. As the missiles approached, he had ample time to evade the blast center by a margin of 150 meters, with the internal energy shield providing protection. Following this round of explosions, He stumbled slightly but emerged unscathed. Witnessing this, the cruisers adapted their strategy, deploying heavy-caliber machine guns that unleashed a torrent of 55mm projectiles. The cruisers remained oblivious to the fact that he could evade even the rapid-fire cannons of mech warriors. Such bullets were inconsequential. Dodging the massive projectiles that whizzed past, Feng Xingchen sprinted toward the four colossal beasts ahead, still 300 meters away. With a wild cry, he suddenly hurled Mingming forward, if Mingming could outpace him by nearly double. And with claws capable of breaching personal armor, what use was she to him if she couldn't even draw the attention of the four bio-beasts? It was better to eliminate this dangerous creature before his demise. Yet 10 seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment. Mingming surged ahead at breakneck speed, piercing through the skull of the first gigantic bio-beast. Before the creature could collapse, she swiftly darted to the side of the second beast, her fiery form tearing through its abdomen and creating a massive gaping hole. However, it seemed Mingming lacked sufficient levels. The force she expended in her charge left her breathless after dispatching two beasts. This revelation filled Feng Xingchen with exuberance. He quickly raised his sniper rifle and fired a round at the colossal beast charging toward Mingming. The hyper-frequency round proved its worth as the beast staggered momentarily, raising its head in a monstrous shriek before crashing to the ground. He was immensely satisfied, though it was regrettable that only 6 bullets remained. He questioned whether he could break free. Reluctantly, he aimed at the fourth beast, pulling the trigger before darting to Mingming's side to swiftly retrieve her into the Bug King's space, then bolting away with all his might. Behind him, a rain of bullets whizzed through the air. Yet he evaded them with agility. Even among the military, where powerful individuals abounded, a level 7 master was an elite figure. If he genuinely wished to escape, few could successfully pursue him. Moreover, he was a master who had grasped the legendary realm of wind movement. After running for 2 to 3 kilometers, the terrain dipped slightly, with trees growing taller. Although this low-lying area was not extensive, it provided him with a brief respite. Upon reaching this spot, he bellowed, "Xiao Hao? Is your new gear ready?" "Ready." As Xiao Hao spoke, he flew from Feng Xingchen's wrist, drifting 2 meters to his side. Where a metallic box materialized out of thin air, Feng Xingchen, caught off guard, grabbed the box and gave it a shake. With a series of clicks, a layer of metallic plates, designed to allow airflow, rapidly enveloped his entire body. He was momentarily stunned. But soon, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he extended his trembling hand to gently caress the cold armor plating. Murmuring in awe, "What a treasure this is!" Chapter 41. Exoskeleton. Anyone who underestimates these ventilated armor plates simply lacks understanding. This is an exoskeletal armor, supported by a metallic spine and 4 main axes. With embedded armor plates and a propulsion system designed to protect vital areas and enhance speed. In fact, the more skilled the user, the greater the utility of the exoskeleton. To comprehend this, one must first discuss personal armor. The fully sealed personal armor is powered by a reactor, boasting a calibrated output. Anyone can train for just a few days to operate it proficiently, and even an ordinary person can harness the high-tech attachments of the armor to wield the power of a level 7 master. This aspect is invaluable and irreplaceable for the Earth Federation in enhancing the overall combat capability of their military. However, this calibrated power and complete sealing impose significant limitations on skilled users. For instance, the maximum speed of personal armor is 80 kilometers per hour, while a level 7 master can achieve a speed of at least 25 meters per second, equivalent to around 90 kilometers per hour. If equipped with personal armor, this would reduce their speed by 10 kilometers, representing nearly a 15% degradation rate, which could have dire consequences in the perilous chaos of battle. Next, consider combat capability. Personal armor translates a user's movements through a compact quantum optical brain, which processes and feeds back to the mechanical components. This process is highly beneficial for those below level 6. However, as one surpasses level 7, the development of their mental domain increases, the utilization of neurons intensifies, and their perception and responsiveness become remarkably acute. Coupled with the defenses provided by the internal energy shield, which rivals that of personal armor, these masters often require even swifter reactions in combat situations, making the limitations of personal armor increasingly evident. Finally, let's examine the auxiliary systems. All weaponry attached to personal armor can also be affixed to the exoskeleton. Moreover, The fully sealed one-way metallic glass helmet connects to an internal oxygen supply system, personal radar, and a 360-degree high-definition camera, interfacing with a personal quantum brain that features a virtual screen, night vision, and light filtering capabilities. Consequently, the semi-sealed exoskeleton, devoid of a power reactor yet capable of accommodating various auxiliary weaponry, emerged as a solution. Since the acceleration of the armor is not reliant on a power reactor, but rather on a relatively energy-efficient pressure propulsion system, skilled users can experience enhanced acceleration without restriction, building upon their maximum speed. However, as one advances in skill, the dangers they face become increasingly lethal, necessitating that the armor's protective capabilities be exceptionally robust. Thus, the alloys employed in the fabrication of exoskeletal armor are sourced almost exclusively from the Staya Republic, a Level 3 civilization, or smuggled from the Jimong Alliance. A Level 4 civilization, in this manner, the value of exoskeletons is often more than 50 times that of individual armor. Feng Xingchen took a deep breath, his confidence soaring to new heights. It's no joke. His maximum speed had already reached 28 meters per second, and with the enhancement from the jumping device, it could at least reach 34 meters per second, equivalent to a staggering 122 kilometers per hour. What kind of patrolling robot could even compare? It wouldn't even be worthy of holding his shoes. Moreover, if he were to enter a wind-walking state, he need not fear an assault from several speed-type mechas. Indeed, speed-type mechas can achieve a remarkable 90 kilometers per hour in the wilderness, unless, of course, they are paired with aerial combat aircraft. However, it is vital to note that the greatest weakness of exoskeleton armor still hinges on whether internal energy is sufficient. Although 7th-level masters possess formidable physiques, with the assistance of pressure jumping systems, they can reach speeds of 50 kilometers without utilizing internal energy. If they operate their internal energy slowly, it is quite normal to sprint at 80 kilometers for 5 to 6 hours. Yet, in the vast expanse of a planet's terrain and against modern high-end radar, a transfer distance of 400 kilometers is hardly significant. Thus, true 7th-level masters almost always prepare a relatively portable micro-hover motorcycle or even a miniature spacecraft. Little Hao is not an omnipotent being. How could he possibly have a hover motorcycle or a spacecraft at his disposal? He had only recently broken through to the 7th level and had been in the battlefield, leaving him no opportunity to equip himself. Chapter 42. The pursuers. He folded up the heavy sniper rifle and placed it behind his back, where the magnetic weapon rack securely held it. He then turned his head slightly, the translucent helmet made of unidirectional metal glass enveloping his entire head. Crouching down, he slipped into the relatively dense forest. The knowledge instilled by the military regarding which plants to avoid, which were safe, and which concealed toxins had long been etched into his mind after numerous bloody lessons. In the complex terrain of the forest, his speed was well utilized, gliding like a wisp of smoke. And soon, he emerged from a pre-selected direction. Due to the presence of high-density charged particles, the sky warning system and the patroller's radar became ineffective, rendering it impossible to detect his exact position. Consequently, the preset program left these giant robots standing idly until, after a few seconds, they initiated a widespread artillery barrage. However, the patroller's predictive capabilities were overly formulaic. How could they know the appropriate area to cover? A flurry of missiles launched, their coverage area calculated based on the initial speed of the individual armor and his entry into the forest, leaving much to be desired. Nevertheless, 3 Kaijers were also involved in the pursuit today. Seeing that the patroller had not pursued into the forest, Feng Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and changed direction to continue running. After sprinting 600 or 700 meters, Little Hao suddenly said, "Dad, something feels off." "What now?" Feng Xingchen tensed immediately. "Look at these 3 red dots." Little Hao independently connected to his personal light brain, enlarging the radar display's virtual screen and marking the 3 red dots with flashing yellow circles. Feng Xingchen scolded, "Don't make a fuss. What's the big deal? They're still over a kilometer away. What's the rush?" "Ugh," Little Hao, slightly irritated, explained carefully, "Dad, haven't you closely examined these data streams? They indicate that the 3 red dots represent intelligent races, specifically Kaijers. Moreover, the 3 of them are maintaining a relative distance of about 100 meters and are rapidly encircling a." Upon hearing Little Hao's words, Feng Xingchen realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "Damn, their speed is incredible. The wind is tight." He immediately sprinted away. Little Hao is utterly speechless at Feng Xingqian's reaction, quickly marking a coordinate on the map, shouting, "There's no time. Hurry to this location and use the complex environment to find a way to ambush them." How could this happen? Their speed is much greater than ours. They can form an encirclement in 5 minutes at most. As Feng Xingqian ran, he glanced at the 3 rapidly approaching red dots. Were they all 7th or 8th level masters? Little Hao sneered. According to the information I previously obtained, this is a standard 3-person elite group of Kaijers, and their strength should be considerable. Furthermore, they certainly possess a heavy sniper. Feng Xingqian raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing, maintaining his swift pace through the forest. He understood what a 3-person elite group entailed. It consisted of a standard combination of melee assault specialists, fire support personnel, and heavy snipers, made up of individuals ranging from 7th to 8th level. The Kaijers, with their developed leg muscles and longer thighs, were significantly faster than Earthlings. Coupled with their superior technology, they had proven through countless battles that this combination was exceptionally effective in combat. However, this was a complex forest environment. If they utilized high-speed maneuvering, the significance of the sniper's role could be diminished. Thus, the instructors had repeatedly advised that when encountering such teams, one must prioritize eliminating the agile and close combat-oriented assault specialists to disrupt their iron triangle before considering the fire support personnel. Lost in thought, he soon reached the area marked by Little Hao. Here lay a thicket of densely packed trees. Go be precise. It was an area that had once been a thick forest but had been devastated by bombings, resulting in the destruction of several massive trees several meters in diameter. The fallen giants had left their intertwined branches strewn about, transforming this location into the most complex environment in the entire region. Chapter 43. The Armored Beast. Upon arriving at this location, Feng Xingqian lowered his head, slipping through a gap beneath a branch, nodding, "What a complex environment. It's like a tunnel made entirely of wood." Don't be careless. The range of this complex environment is not large, only about 600 meters in diameter. Additionally, the tunnels formed by the trees can only partially interfere with radar waves. However, once the enemy surrounds you, missiles or even individual nuclear bombs could rain down. Even if they don't kill you outright, they could force you out into an even deadlier situation. Rest assured, with so many solid trees here, the effects of missiles and nuclear bombs will be far from ideal. The instructor had once said that to deal with this kind of situation, there were 2 key points. First, one must move at high speed, never lingering in any location for more than 3 seconds. Second, be wary of the heavy sniper. Never expose yourself or hide behind tree trunks within a 2-meter diameter. Heavy sniper rounds can penetrate 2-meter trunks. To be honest, I'm more concerned about the possibility of formidable local species lurking here. Your concerns are valid. The more complex the environment, the more likely it is to harbor beast dens. However, this area has been bombed, so even if local species appear, they typically won't be too formidable. Thus, as long as we exercise caution, they shouldn't pose a significant threat. Understood. Feng Xingqian responded, swiftly changing positions in hopes of finding a good spot to eliminate the assault specialist. As he sprinted through the narrow and wide gaps between branches for 200 or 300 meters, Little Hao suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" In truth, Feng Xingqian had sensed the danger without Little Hao's warning and instinctively leaped to the side. Just as he dodged, a dark shadow whizzed past, creating a chilling wind that sent shivers down his spine. Ignoring everything else, Feng Xingqian swiftly drew his vibrating knife, slashing at the shadow while continuously changing positions. After a flurry of knife strikes, the shadow surely suffered, emitting a series of hissing cries as it dropped a scattering of scales. Taking advantage of the moment, he carefully observed that it was a completely black armored beast. On Kunta's star, there are not many species that pose a threat to those above the 7th level, but armored beasts are undoubtedly among them. The appearance of an armored beast somewhat resembles that of a pangolin on Earth. Yet it measures over 4 meters in length, with denser scales. Once evolved to a black hue, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. At the very least, individual armor-piercing high-explosive rounds would struggle to kill it. A few months prior, their team had encountered an armored beast. Had it not been for Tong San's adept command, all 5 of them would have undoubtedly perished. Thus, they had always feared this creature. And upon seeing it, Feng Xingqian was covered in goosebumps. Without a moment's thought, he waved his hand and sent Mengmeng flying out. Upon Mengmeng's sudden appearance, the armored beast was momentarily taken aback, even frightened enough to turn and flee. In contrast, upon spotting the armored beast, Ming Ming emitted a raspy cry, expressing an exceedingly jubilant emotion. With a leap, it appeared before the armored beast, and with a flick of its two peculiar spines on its back, it deeply pierced the beast's body. The massive armored beast trembled, twisting a few times before finally swallowing its last breath. Feng Xingchen stared in disbelief. The vibrating knife in his hand had been modified by Little Hao, oscillating at a frequency of 8 million times. Even with Feng Xingchen's full strength as a 7th-level master, it could only knock off a few scales from the armored beast. Such formidable defense crumbled under Ming Ming's spines. What kind of offensive power was that? Having witnessed more than Feng Xingchen could imagine, Little Hao was not easily intimidated, shouting, "Stop dawdling, run! They're coming after us!" Reminded, Feng Xingchen glanced at the radar screen, noting that the enemy was approaching the area from 3 directions, forming a T-shape around them. The local flora contained various microparticles, and even the dry trees would slowly release electrons, affecting radar waves to some extent, causing significant fluctuations in the visual display. Seeing this, an idea sparked in his mind, and he immediately commanded Ming Ming to set up a hidden ambush before leaping away. Ming Ming, though reluctant to part with the delectable morsel near its mouth, dared not disobey the command and darted into the lair of the armored beast. Chapter 44. The Firepower Specialist. Observing Ming Ming's commendable performance, Feng Xingchen nodded slightly. After traversing the intricate passageways for 2 to 3 minutes, he finally noticed 3 red dots beginning to disperse. One individual retreated about 100 meters and came to a halt. It was undoubtedly the sniper. The other 2 moved cautiously into the area, one ascending while the other descended. Regrettably, he could not discern who among them was the firepower specialist and who was the assault trooper. However, at that moment, it was clear that there was no time to analyze these details. The Kaijia fire support personnel were meticulously following the footprints left by Feng Xingchen, their expressions betraying a palpable caution. It was evident that these individuals possessed substantial combat experience. After a prolonged pursuit, they had finally managed to corner him, akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping block. Yet, the presence of a sniper posed a significant threat in such a convoluted environment, and they would undoubtedly proceed with utmost care. Indeed, they possessed over a dozen individual missiles, but the dense thicket of fallen trees would likely diminish their effectiveness, potentially even revealing their precise location and inviting deadly retaliation. Subconsciously, they were aware that the radar technology of the Earth Federation paled in comparison to the third-tier civilization technology from Caslin. Their own radar capabilities were already severely compromised, let alone the Earthlings' radar, which was undoubtedly abysmal. In recent days, they had confiscated several Earthling personal radars and confirmed their poor performance in forested areas. Thus, voluntarily exposing their position was clearly an act of folly. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xingchen benefited from the support of 7th-tier civilization technology. Although it was merely frequency modulation, in the forests of this planet, his radar operated with a clarity range exceeding 3 kilometers. The firepower specialist advanced with caution, intending to gradually tighten the noose around Feng Xingchen, confining him to a limited area before launching their missiles, at which point the results would be markedly different. As he moved a short distance, he suddenly raised his wrist anxiously, aiming the colossal gun head formed by 9 barrels ahead, and decisively pulled the trigger. Zzz. The laser cannon unleashed a barrage of blood-red lasers, igniting the target in flames at an astonishing rate of 55 rounds per second. However, to his bewilderment, the target remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was lying stiffly, its demise a mystery. Judging by the fluid still seeping from its back, it had not been dead long. Could it have been killed by the previous individual? Unfortunately, the had been charred black by his most powerful laser, rendering it impossible to discern the manner of its death, compounded by the dense accumulation of tree branches obscuring the area, making detection via radar exceedingly challenging. Shaking his head in self-deprecation, he chuckled at the absurdity of being startled by an animal carcass at the pinnacle of 7th-tier prowess. How humiliating! He was grateful that his 2 companions had not witnessed this embarrassing moment, lest he suffer their ridicule for a lifetime. Exhaling deeply, he readjusted his weaponry while glancing at the 2 high-energy batteries strapped to his waist. Just as he lowered his head, however, his ankle's jump mechanism was suddenly ensnared by an unseen force. Before he could react, a tremendous force yanked him to the ground, dragging him backward. Remaining calm, he swiftly executed a dramatic turn, positioning himself upright and partially sitting, and regardless of whether he could see his assailant. He fiercely pulled the trigger. Flames erupted, momentarily obscuring his vision. In the ensuing chaos, the force gripping his ankle vanished, and the firepower specialist wasted no time in observing his surroundings. He leaped up and retreated swiftly. "What has happened?" came the anxious query from the sniper through his earpiece. "Encountered a local beast. Didn't he get a clear look at it?" He had barely begun to respond when a sharp pain struck his rear, prompting him to spin around, only to behold an enormous insect of bizarre coloration. Chapter 45. The firepower specialist summoned every ounce of strength to articulate a response, but an overwhelming wave of insatiable itchiness surged to his brain, causing his tongue to twist in a knot, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. He collapsed to the ground. As he fell, frantic calls echoed in his earpiece. "Respond? What's wrong? Please respond." He could hear the voices but could not answer. His eyes filled with dread at the prospect of death. 3 seconds later, he convulsed twice before his spirit departed this world. The sniper called out several times, but there was no response from the firepower specialist. Simultaneously, the radar screen flickered intermittently, revealing a green, slowly fading away. This green, marked by the friend or foe identification system, represented the life signs of a fellow squad member, and its gradual disappearance could only signify one thing: the death of the firepower specialist. He let out a furious roar. "Harold, Monroe has encountered a local species attack. Proceed to confirm, but be cautious." Assault Trooper Harold remained silent, abruptly turning and sprinting toward Monroe's last known location. This moment, that detestable earthling had slipped from their minds. Unlike the sniper and the assault trooper, Feng Xingchen, equipped with radar technology, was acutely aware of the firepower specialist's demise. He was taken aback, yet pleasantly surprised, and immediately turned to sprint toward Mengming's location. He believed that as long as he approached her, joining forces with Mengming, even if the close-quarters assault trooper was a 9th-tier expert, they would have to fight for their lives. After all, he still had 2 hyper-frequency rounds, and if all else failed, he had his son, Xiaohao. However, his trajectory was entirely visible to the opposing radar. Harold scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Dylan, the earthling is closing in. Delay him for 2 minutes." Sniper Dylan took a deep breath and activated the multifunctional scope of his heavy sniper rifle, which amalgamated thermal energy, gravitational fields, lasers, night vision, and magnetic fields. Within the scope, an orange-hued silhouette representing Feng Xingchen materialized. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence. At a linear distance of just over 600 meters, 3 to 5 bullets would suffice. As Feng Xingchen dashed forward, a nerve within his brain seemed to be triggered, sending a shiver of danger coursing through him. Acting on instinct, he suddenly threw himself to the ground. Whoosh! A streak of light, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, soared past, obliterating a large tree behind him, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin. 2 seconds later, he finally heard the muffled sound of the sniper's shot. Damn it! This sniper was undoubtedly a Tier 3B expert. Feng Xingchen's expression shifted, and he swiftly scrambled to his feet, activating his windwalking state while executing various evasive maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Massive bullets whizzed past him, rendered harmless by his astonishing agility. Unfortunately, surrounded by dense trees, he could not pinpoint his opponent's location, leaving him unable to retaliate. Nevertheless, he mentally tallied the number of bullets fired by his adversary. 6th shot. No more bullets. In that instant, Feng Xingchen leaped above the tree trunks, unleashing his full speed and soaring over 200 meters, arriving at Mengming's location 2 seconds ahead of Harold. Harold was on the verge of losing his temper. But with a submachine gun in hand, he found it impossible to clear the massive trees in this intricate environment. Additionally, the low-hanging branches rendered his ankle's acceleration device a hindrance. Witnessing his opponent arrive first, he let out an enraged roar, extended his finger across his waist to deactivate the acceleration device, and even discarded his submachine gun. Drawing a vibration knife with a 30-centimeter blade and an energy pistol in his right hand, he rounded the corner and lunged at the unsteady Feng Xingchen. His combat experience indeed surpassed that of Feng Xingchen. At the very least, he was acutely aware that in such confined spaces, short-range weapons were more suited for combat. However, he miscalculated. Just as he sprang into action, something gripped his foot tightly, seemingly ensnaring him and yanking him backward. Chapter 46. Startled Retreat. Ah! Harold screamed as he fell flat on the ground. When he finally raised his head, he was met with an extraordinarily sharp blade and a wicked grin from the earthling. Goodbye. These were the last words he heard. The high-speed vibration knife pierced through the weak spot between his neck's armor plates and emerged from his back. Even a pinnacle 7th-tier warrior could not withstand the blade's edge. Get down! Xiaohao screamed upon witnessing Feng Xingqian's success. Feng Xingqian was not about to forget that a sniper lurked nearby. Without hesitation, he called to Ming Ming to follow and swiftly dove to the ground, sliding into this burrow. Ming Ming, responding to the call, swiftly followed in her mother's footsteps, slipping into the cave. At that moment, Dylan had just finished reloading his magazine when he looked up to see a sight that made his jaw drop. Resembling a gaping mouth filled with clenched fist on the radar screen, both the green, representing Harold, and the red, indicating the target had vanished, leaving no trace of the local species. Stunned for 2 seconds, he quickly shouted, "Harold, respond if you hear me." But the corpse would not answer him. He licked his parched lips, his heart racing uncontrollably. To this moment, he could hardly fathom the situation, only surmising that a formidable local creature was present, having slain Monroe, Harold, and that Earth Alliance individual as well. This realization sent him into a cold sweat. He dared not linger in the area, let alone search for his companions' corpses. That would be courting death. After all, with both companions deceased, he could write the post-battle report upon his return, saying whatever he pleased. Resolute, he sprang to his feet and fled with all his might. Deep within the cave, Xiaohao shouted, "Dad, quickly throw out the radar." Feng Xingqian's heart stirred, and he swiftly opened his chest armor, retrieving a flat metal box and tossing it out of the cave. Xiaohao exhibited no hesitation whatsoever as he took control of the radar, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings. To his astonishment, he observed a red, representing the sniper swiftly retreating. With a hint of bewilderment, he inquired, "Father, has the sniper escaped?" Feng Xingqian was reluctant to acknowledge the truth, yet the radar's display left no room for doubt. He scratched his chin in perplexity, pondering, could it be that he was frightened by me? Perhaps not. I suspect he thought there might be formidable local species here, which prompted his hasty departure. Ha, does this mean your father is safe now? Feng Xingqian chuckled heartily, emerging from the cave to retrieve the radar and install it back into the armor. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Xiaohao tumble to the ground, darting out with lightning speed to swiftly remove the exoskeletons from 2 corpses, consuming them in one gulp while exclaiming, "Let us hurry. In case the heavy sniper comes back with reinforcements, you could end up as dumpling filling." Feng Xingqian rolled his eyes in exasperation, too weary to respond. He immediately activated his internal energy and sprinted away at an astonishing pace, covering 4 to 5 kilometers in a different direction. Once he burst through the forest in that direction, even if detected by the KGRS radar, the robots would have to circumvent the woods, thereby delaying their pursuit by at least 20 kilometers, granting him an escape chance exceeding 80. The location he chose to break through was optimal, with merely 1 bio beast and 2 cruisers in the vicinity. The moment he emerged from the forest, he had already locked onto the 3 large creatures with his mental energy, took aim with his heavy sniper, and fired 3 bullets, accurately eliminating them. After folding the sniper and securing it on his back, he maintained his speed and rushed towards the canyon. After this ordeal, only 2 bullets remained in his possession, while the enemy still had 16. If he did not cleverly utilize the forest dangers, escaping easily would be a distant hope. Finally, breathless, he reached the canyon's edge. He glanced around and selected a relatively gentle slope to descend. Chapter 47. The Little Gadget. Chapter 3. The canyon was likely formed by an earthquake. With a depth of 400 meters, a width of approximately 9 kilometers, and a length exceeding 700 kilometers. The terrain within was exceedingly complex, filled with colossal trees, towering stone peaks, and dense stone forests. Unless the Kaijia opted to indiscriminately bombard the area with their starship's main cannon or deployed space fighters, annihilating this forest would be a formidable task. The question remained, would the Kaijia truly be willing to expend resources for a mere infantryman? Akin to an ant. Let us not forget that the Kaijia had suffered significant losses during their long march, fiercely resisted by the Earth Federation soldiers. Subsequently, they had initiated aerial and ground assaults, leaving their resources perilously depleted. Before reinforcements arrived, lacking supplies, they had to remain vigilant against the potential appearance of Earth Federation reinforcements. Who would dare squander excessive resources? Who would dare relocate a starship? This predicament afforded Feng Xingchen a much-needed respite. After dashing into the dense forest and sprinting for over 2 kilometers, he arrived beneath a massive stone peak, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. The intense exertion had drained his internal energy, leaving him ravenous. It was then that he remembered the 3 remaining field rations stowed in his individual armor. There was nothing edible at hand. Shaking his head vigorously, he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the necessity of foraging for food. The flora of Kuntan Star was remarkably peculiar, boasting over 2,000 species, many of which stored substantial amounts of liquid water within their trunks. Thus, one need not worry about water sources while remaining in the forest. However, food posed a greater challenge. The climate on Kuntan Star was exceedingly extreme, rendering all plant life incredibly resilient, with no fruits produced. Instead, they propagated through root branching. Nonetheless, beneath the root systems of certain plants lay some fungal organisms that grew rapidly when the sun was out, maturing and dispersing by sunset. This moment, it was around 9 a.m., and the temperature was rising swiftly, making several fungi suitable for consumption. Overall, 5th-level body practitioners were relatively robust, capable of surviving on the surface of Kuntan Star for over 10 hours without protection. Upon reaching the 6th level, one could endure for 7 or 8 days even without any supplies. As for the 7th level, they could nearly disregard the daily temperature fluctuation of nearly 80 degrees. Indeed, 7th-level practitioners began to manifest their internal energy materially. Even in 4th-level civilizations, they could be considered formidable experts. Even on planets with significantly thin air, with the aid of protective internal energy, one could survive for several hours. Not to mention, the oxygen here was ample, with water sources available, and they were donned in bionic fabric military uniforms that regulated body temperature. What could there possibly be to fear? Once he regained his breath, he stood up to search for fungi. After taking a few steps, Xiaohao suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Father, I have created a new weapon and a little gadget." "Show me," he urged eagerly. The little snake floated up, tossing out an object resembling a wristwatch and a small missile launcher. Resting atop the launcher were 5 cigar-sized, jet-black missiles, neatly arranged. He hastily picked up the launcher, examining it closely. Xiaohao explained, "This is derived from the missiles of the 2 cruisers I dismantled, utilizing some materials to create proton missiles, equivalent to cutting-edge 4th-level civilization technology. However, be cautious. The missile's power is formidable. Calculating for this planet's gravity, the explosion radius is 800 meters, and within 400 meters of the explosion center. It can completely dissolve a cruiser." "No way. It's that powerful," Feng Xingchen exclaimed in astonishment, promptly securing the missile launcher to his left forearm. "But there are only 5. Consider yourself fortunate. The extraction of this quantity of proton material has already consumed a significant portion of my mental energy and strength." Luckily, the 2 cruisers had stored 40 units of 3rd-level energy blocks, which barely compensated for my losses. Feng Xingchen scratched his head, no longer inspecting the missiles, but instead picking up the wristwatch. "Is this a portable light brain?" "Indeed, it's a portable light brain I crafted for you. Its computational speed is 7.9 million times that of your previous light brain, with a micro hard drive capacity of 800 NB. After I uploaded a segment of intelligent programming, its intelligence level is quite high and can assist you with numerous tasks. That said, while Earth has many average items, this micro-quantum light brain is quite impressive, nearly rivaling the computing speed of 5th-level peak civilization computers." "Is that so? And are you certain the hard drive is 800 NB? Feng Xingchen felt dizzy. Such a vast capacity was over 1,000 times larger than the 600 DB mainframe hard drive just developed by the Earth Federation. And this was still a super micro hard drive. Xiaohao puffed out his chest proudly. Due to material limitations, this is the best I could achieve. However, the intelligent program was directly downloaded from my core, and it belongs to at least 7th-level civilization standards. Thanks to the Lingpong clan's remarkable self-evolving characteristics, this program can gradually enhance itself by connecting to various networks. I can confidently assert that with this program, even if you were to reside in a 9th-level civilization nation, this portable light brain would not lag behind." Chapter 48. The Little Boy. Chapter 4. Xiaohao glanced at Feng Xingqian. Additionally, lacking materials means it can only be powered by third-level energy blocks, allowing it to function normally for 4 years. Of course, the portable light brain has two particularly practical features. Firstly, it serves as a laser cutter, capable of slicing through 20-centimeter thick alloy plates and handcuffs. Secondly, it includes 3 self-replicating bionic beetle microdrones, which can be deployed up to 20 kilometers away, with a control panel that is a virtual screen from the light brain. Deploying up to 20 kilometers? That far exceeds the 3-kilometer radius of the detectors equipped on individual armor. This will be immensely useful in the forest. He quickly retrieved a microchip from his light brain and inserted it into the portable light brain, after which he copied all the data from his storage device into his pocket. Delighted, he secured the portable light brain to his wrist, suddenly recalling something and asking, "Xiaohao, how did you consume the 2 cruisers? You don't seem very large, father, don't you know? Starting from the 5th level civilization, one can produce subspace. However, my space isn't subspace. It's a false space application, a technique only mastered by civilizations above the 7th level." Feng Xingqian felt a surge of envy. "Could you possibly provide me with one?" "No, can do. False space is not subspace. It's directly embedded within me, and with my current strength, I cannot extract it. Additionally, producing subspace requires materials that are far beyond your reach. Didn't you mention having a Worm King space?" "Indeed. However, the issue lies in my ignorance of its location and how to utilize it." Xiaohao regarded Feng Xingqian with a curious glance. "If you don't know the location, how did you manage to summon Ming Ming?" Feng Xingqian chuckled wryly. "I have no means of summoning her. The only thing I can do is communicate with Ming Ming through my mental energy, and she appears and disappears on her own." Xiaohao fell silent, but upon reflection, he could understand. The insect race had existed in the universe for over 8 million years, predating human civilization by 6 million years. Through countless years of evolution, they had formed a perfect social system, their power formidable and shrouded in many mysteries. It was said that all nations above the 5th level had established specialized research institutions dedicated to studying insects. After a brief silence, Xiaohao rejoined Feng Xingqian on his wrist, transforming into a wrist guard. However, a second later, he projected a blue light through the portable light brain, simulating an exquisitely carved young boy. The boy was extraordinarily handsome. Despite appearing to be only around 10 years old, he possessed an allure that captivated individuals of all ages. Even Feng Xingqian, who had never been fond of children, found himself entranced, longing to embrace him. The young boy seemed oblivious to the fact that his charming visage was merely a random amalgamation of images sourced from hundreds of thousands of boy pictures online. With his aesthetic sensibility, the unsightly appearance of earthlings is truly unparalleled. Were it not for his father, Feng Xingqian, he would not have conceived a 3-dimensional projection of humanity from Earth. The boy appeared, observing Feng Xingqian with a look of confusion, blinking. "By the way, Dad, during the relentless chase today, I sensed a significant fluctuation of mental energy multiple times. This fluctuation is quite strong, based on my inherited experience from the main entity. It seems to be at the initial stage of level 8. Could it possibly be released by you?" Feng Xingqian was taken aback. "How could that be? Just a couple of days ago, I was only at level 5. That is precisely what puzzles me." Xiaohao extended a finger, scratching his delicate nostrils. "To my knowledge, neither enhancing DNA nor surgical procedures can facilitate a stable leap of several levels in mental energy." "Stable?" "Yes, stable. The breakthrough of mental energy is a complex process. Aside from the affinity for essence, the most crucial factors are the expansion of the cerebral domain and a qualitative transformation of mental energy. This is not a simple change. It often requires decades or even centuries of gradual accumulation. Otherwise, it risks backlash. How could you possibly achieve such an impossible evolution after sleeping for over 30 hours? Feng Xingqian licked his lips. "Do you think it could be that the special substances produced by the sacred beetles not only contain a wealth of essence, but also induce some form of mutation? Look, prior to this, my physical prowess was merely at the initial stage of level 6, and my mental energy was even worse. However, after just one sleep, my genes altered, and my strength surged." Xiaohao tilted his head. "There is a possibility, but it is rather slim. To my knowledge, a certain level 7 civilization can stimulate changes in mental energy through surgery, but they can only enhance the affinity for essence and increase the speed of mental energy cultivation. They cannot achieve such an outrageous rate. Chapter 49. Beyond the Realm, 5th chapter onward, Feng Xingtian clearly misunderstood, curiously asking, "Oh, they can increase affinity for essence and the speed of cultivation? That sounds delightful. Can you perform such a surgery? How could that be? That is a highly specialized field. In fact, such methods are not necessarily reliable. They select certain special groups and replace the nucleotide sequences with the DNA palindrome sequences of mental energy experts, forming a unique affinity for essence. However, such artificially created mental energy groups, with a slight misstep, may trigger a backlash in mental energy." Feng Xingtian filtered out the last statement and urgently asked, "What do you mean by certain special groups?" "It's quite simple. It refers to those with a relatively large sticky end in rDNA." "What the hell? I feel like a complete fool." Feng Xingtian clutched his forehead in frustration, realizing that the individuals from the Level 7 civilization were indeed formidable. A mere few sentences left him utterly bewildered. Xiaohao shook his head. "We're back to square one. Could it be that the mysterious energy of the insect race is truly so effective? Not only can it enhance affinity for essence, but it can also expand the cerebral domain, leading to a qualitative change in mental energy. Oh, I really wish to find some of that special substance to study." "Give it up. Since it's a special substance, how could it be so easily found? Indeed, it poses a significant challenge. Dio, I need to find a battle mother beetle, then implant an egg within it, and simulate the entire death process of the battle mother beetle? That seems quite difficult. The most troublesome part is that I am unaware of many external conditions, such as the radiation zones, magnetic fields, and temperature changes experienced during space drift, and I have no idea what materials I encountered upon landing on Kuntan Star, not to mention the considerations regarding Kuntan Star itself." "Stop." Feng Xingtian quickly made a gesture to pause. Could it be that individuals from the Level 7 civilization are also stubborn? In fact, after the enhancement of my mental energy, I have not experienced any backlash. This is inherently a good thing. What use is it to trace back the origins? Moreover, due to the enhancement of my mental energy, at critical moments, I can perceive images within a kilometer radius at a significantly slower pace. And while holding a heavy sniper rifle, I can even aim at incoming bullets. This is a life-saving skill. How splendid is that? What? You can slow down images within a 1,000-meter radius? Xiaohao nearly jumped up, exclaiming, You have actually mastered the technique of mental vision? My goodness, this world is truly insane." "What is so insane?" "It's quite easy to achieve." Although Feng Xingtian did not comprehend the term mental vision, he had a rough idea that it should be akin to the state known as heart eye in ancient Chinese legends. The little fellow was particularly frustrated. "Easy? You are a well-fed person who knows nothing of hunger. Do you realize that entering a unique state that transcends ordinary existence is a prerequisite for breaking through the 13th level shackles? Above level 4 civilizations, this state is commonly referred to as the Beyond Realm. The problem is, for anyone possessing mental energy, experiencing that extraordinary state even once or twice before reaching level 12 is already a stroke of great fortune. Yet, you seem to be able to enter this Beyond Realm at will. This is a technique only accessible to masters of the mental energy realm above level 13. Yet your mental energy is, at most, at the middle stage of level 8. What? You cannot do it? Xiaohao appeared somewhat feeble. Of course, I cannot. Well, at least, up until now, I have not had any experience entering the Beyond Realm. Alas, only by mastering the Beyond Realm can one step into the 13th level, further merging with nature to form a master-level mental barrier, thus achieving a unique combat style. It seems my comprehension is insufficient. Feng Xingtian, in a display of pride, scoffed, "Humph! How long have you even been born?" I might have mentioned that our inheritance is conveyed through DNA memory. In other words, while I may seem to have just been born a few days ago, I possess quite a bit of experience from the main entity. You may not know this, but my mother had mental energy at level 15, yet she was unable to impart the method of entering the Beyond Realm to other individuals. This is because the Beyond Realm must be comprehended by oneself. 15. Isn't it said that the pinnacle of physical prowess and mental energy is level 13? Humph. How could that be? Earthlings believe that level 13 is the peak, but in reality, even level 15 is not the pinnacle. Of course, for many, level 13 truly is the peak. After all, among those so-called veteran level 6 civilizations, only a few 100,000 have reached levels above 13. Feng Xingtian was taken aback. Heavens, Isn't a few 100,000 master-level experts quite a lot? Chapter 50. Level 7 Xiaohao scoffed. It is difficult to converse with you. Do you have any idea how many people inhabit each level 6 civilization? Let me tell you, they hold thousands of administrative stars. And their populations often exceed tens of trillions. With so many people, only producing 70 or 80 masters above level 13 means that it takes over 100 million individuals to produce one. Don't forget, the technology of level 6 civilizations has reached astonishing heights, with perfected gene repair technology that can even stimulate affinity for essence. Such technology makes it quite simple to cultivate individuals above level 10. Feng Xingtian scratched his chin. Strange, to my knowledge, the total population of the Earth Federation is 15 billion, yet there are 214 top-tier experts at level 13. This means an approximate success rate of 1 in 70 million. Isn't that more impressive than level 6 civilizations? This only indicates that the human race of the Earth Federation is relatively suited for cultivation, or perhaps you have discovered some method for rapidly producing masters. Aside from that, it does not imply that the overall strength of Earth is formidable. According to your translations, one's physical prowess and mental energy reach level 13 and form a unique barrier. Their offensive and defensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, earning them a specific title, Master. Upon reaching level 16, they are referred to as Grandmasters. It is said that upon entering the Grandmaster level, one can form a unique domain of their own, significantly enhancing combat power. In my memory, the strongest individual my mother encountered was merely a level 16 Grandmaster. Unfortunately, I have already forgotten whether my mother encountered beings of even higher levels. Feng Xingtian chuckled ruefully and shook his head. Forget it. I should first find something to eat and drink. Xiaohao mumbled. That works. I still need to dispose of the excessive debris from the Wanderer and exoskeleton armor. Damn it. I seriously suspect that the Kaiser Empire is truly a level 3 civilization, considering how they specialize in producing waste. You need to help me procure some tantalum copper ammunition? All right. The materials are relatively complete now. Although tantalum copper ammunition is garbage, it is certainly better than running around with an empty gun. Feng Xingtian, uninterested in quarreling with the level 7 civilization individuals, searched for fungi and water sources. After spending over an hour, he finally filled his stomach. Wiping his mouth, he took out his cigarette case and glanced inside. Finding only 2 cigarettes left, sighing, he lit one and carefully stored the last one away, looking up at the position of the sun, wiping away sweat while cursing the damned hot weather, and proceeded northward. At this moment, the temperature hovered around 43 degrees Celsius. Were it not for the support of level 7 physical prowess and the bionic fabric clothing, he would certainly have gone mad. The Kaijia people's wanderers and biochemical beasts did not pursue him into the forest, which was indeed good news. After searching for a while, he discovered a hole beneath a large, non-threatening tree. Touching his chin, he opened the cover of his watch, and with a buzz, a mechanical beetle no larger than a fingertip flew out and dove into the hole. The information quickly fed back, forming a three-dimensional topographic map above the watch. The hole was relatively narrow, extending over 50 meters deep, winding and curving, with a spacious bottom that was at least the size of an ordinary room, appearing to have once been the den of some wild beast. However, now, the beast was gone, leaving behind a safe refuge from both the scorching heat and the bitter cold. Delighted to have discovered such a concealed refuge, he hurriedly darted inside. Upon reaching the cave's depths, regardless of the unsightly ground beneath him, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position, inhaling deeply to channel his inner energy. It was imperative to comprehend the state of his inner power. As a master, to remain oblivious to one's own capabilities would not only be a jest but also a grave irresponsibility, verging on foolishness. The dormant inner energy was stirred, traversing along a peculiar pathway with unwavering steadiness. The first cycle, the third cycle, the fifth cycle, the seventh cycle. This marked the completion of 7 cycles, signifying his ascension to the 7th level of inner energy. At this juncture, however, the propulsion of his inner strength became arduous, akin to bearing an immense weight while ascending a mountain. Each step demanded extraordinary exertion. Under such circumstances, his body underwent a unique forging process, with nerves, meridians, bones, and muscles progressively strengthened. Ultimately, his inner energy advanced approximately 40 centimeters from the dantian before he was compelled to halt, the resilient energy gradually retracting back into the dantian. Exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of inexplicable delight illuminating his gaze. He sprang to his feet, and with a mere thought, waves of inner energy surged from every part of his body, coalescing before him into a translucent energy shield. Indeed, he had reached the mid-level of the 7th tier. He gazed in awe at the membrane-like shield, a surge of intense confidence swelling within him. Chapter 51. Stunned on July 13, 2247, humanity finally mastered the technology of spatial jumps measured in light years, boldly stepping into the cosmos. However, numerous painful lessons led humanity to recognize its insignificance, prompting the emulation of higher civilizations. Over 500,000 elite individuals were mobilized to painstakingly research methods to unlock human potential. By the year 2281, a previously undiscovered meridian within the human body was identified. If inner energy could traverse this meridian, it would maximize human potential. Henceforth, the Federation devoted itself fervently to a comprehensive training program. Nevertheless, as the collective strength of humanity surged, it became evident that a stubborn bottleneck emerged every 3 levels. Only 1 in 10 could surpass the 4th level barrier. And among the elite, merely 1 in 10,000 could transcend the 7th level barrier. For those who could breach the 10th level sanctum, one could scarcely find a single case among 500,000. The most arduous challenge was the 13th level Master Realm, which was exceedingly rare, occurring only once in 70 million, yet he had inadvertently stumbled into the 7th level, and no other phrase could aptly describe it other than sheer luck. Feng Xingchen took a couple of deep breaths to calm his excited heart, seated himself again, and murmured, "There is still one thing to accomplish with that." He fixed his gaze intently on a stone roughly the size of a basin before him. His intention was to utilize his formidable 8th level mental energy to lift such a small rock. However, as his eyes widened with intensity and his face reddened from exertion, the stone remained utterly immobile. "Ha! This is hilarious." Xiao Hao, transformed into a mischievous boy, suddenly burst forth with unabashed laughter. "I think Dad is constipated." His face is all red. Feng Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare. "What do you suggest?" Mental energy is about exerting the mind, not straining the eyes or frowning. Those who possess mental energy can kill with a mere thought, yet here you are, unable to move a small stone while looking like you're about to burst. Feng Xingchen fell silent, choosing instead to close his eyes and reflect on the extraordinary sensation of entering a transcendent state. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had transformed into one of serene composure as he casually glanced at the stone. To his astonishment, the rock began to levitate slowly, rising about 20 centimeters off the ground before drifting toward him. Xiao Hao's mouth fell agape, his face a mix of astonishment and confusion. "Dad must be a prodigy. I was just joking, and it actually worked." Xiao Hao's surprise was understandable. Indeed, mental energy wielders employed a myriad of unconventional methods to harness their abilities, with no established norms or precedents to draw upon. Moreover, while he had uttered 2 phrases earlier, they bore no substantive content. How could they possibly have unlocked Feng Xingchen's potential? While he marveled at this, Feng Xingchen was elated, turning his attention to a flat rock in the corner, estimated to weigh about a ton. However, no matter how he shifted his approach, the rock remained steadfast, showing no signs of wanting to lift off the ground. Stunned, he asked, "Xiao Hao, are you certain I possess 8th level mental energy?" "Absolutely. While I lack the instruments for precise testing, I can sense the immense power of your mental energy." "Powerful. How could 8th level mental energy fail to shift this rock?" Xiao Hao scratched his cheek, puzzled. Considering its density and volume, the rock should weigh no more than 1.3 tons. "What gives?" Feng Xingchen rubbed his temples in frustration. "Goodness, if my 8th level mental energy truly erupted, I should be able to effortlessly lift something weighing several tons." "Why is it like this?" Xiao Hao tilted his head thoughtfully, offering reassurance. "Dad, there's no need to be anxious. In truth, mental energy is the most mysterious force in the universe. Even 9th level civilization scientists are uncertain about its developmental trajectory. However, one thing is certain. The applicability of mental energy often undergoes unique transformations, and these changes typically manifest before their specific characteristics are understood." After a brief pause, he continued, "Previously, your mental energy was merely at the 5th level, lacking individuality, primarily enhancing the commonalities of neural development, memory, intellect, and reaction speed. Yet, As your mental energy expanded and broke through the 7th level, these commonalities began to wane, allowing individual traits to emerge. Regrettably, your surge in mental energy occurred too abruptly, leaving insufficient time to identify these traits. Feng Xingchen sighed, "I truly feel like a fool." He then fixated on the basin-sized stone, eager to discover the unique characteristics of his mental energy. Just as he was about to release his mental energy, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. Chapter 52. Evolved Beasts. A colossal beast. He abruptly lifted his head, grasping his heavy sniper rifle and sprinting toward the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the opening, he distinctly heard the dull thuds of footsteps intermingled with the snapping of branches, rapidly retreating in one direction. This is not right. His brow furrowed. That direction led out of the forest, a massive creature. It seemed unnecessary for it to charge out of the woods in a fit of rage, unless it was fleeing or pursuing something. Clearly, it could not be fleeing, as he felt no indication of any pursuers behind the beast. Thus, it could only be chasing something. His heart raced. Perhaps it was a survivor of humanity. With this thought, he could no longer remain concealed, tightening his grip on the sniper rifle and crouching low as he dashed toward the source of the noise. Along the way, he encountered a path violently cleared through the underbrush, sending chills down his spine and igniting a foreboding sense of dread. To be frank, in the past 2 days, he had witnessed several different biochemically engineered beasts, catalyzed by serum, which were undeniably formidable. Yet, none could possibly possess the strength to repeatedly crash through so many trees with diameters exceeding 3 meters at such speed. Let us not forget, each of those towering trees, thriving in extreme environments, was as solid as iron. The thought of such dense foliage being ruthlessly toppled left him incredulous regarding the sheer destructive power of this beast. His expression grew grave as his pace quickened, and soon he exited the forest. In the distance, he spied a peculiar creature cresting the canyon's summit, vanishing from sight. Though it was but a fleeting glance, the high-definition camera embedded in the exoskeleton helmet captured a clear image. Xiao Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Beast mark! How peculiar! This biochemical beast has evolved." Feng Xingchen paused in astonishment. "What? Look here!" On the virtual screen, Xiao Hao had highlighted the patterns adorning the biochemical beast, declaring, "This is the beast mark." "And what purpose does the beast mark serve? Have you not noticed?" The battle mother of the sacred scarab also bore strange markings. They constitute a potent energy circuit, and once energy traverses these specialized pathways, its strength, offensive capability, and defensive prowess multiply exponentially. Certain exceptionally powerful organisms can generate defensive shields comparable to those of 9th-level civilization starships, capable of obliterating even the most advanced vessels. Allegedly, nations above the 7th level are conducting extensive research on these astonishing patterns. Xiao Hao scratched his chin, contemplating. Curiously, the evolution of the beast mark is not a matter of mere days. These biochemical beasts have only been on Canton Star for a few dozen hours. How could they evolve to such an extent? Is it possible that they have consumed a substantial number of humans with inner energy, accumulating enough energy for evolution? Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen was taken aback. If that is the case, with nearly 200,000 soldiers above the 5th level stationed on this planet, along with several thousand miners, how many evolved beasts could that produce? I do not know. This matter warrants attention. Xiao Hao, as a mechanical life form, cared little for the lives or deaths of carbon-based beings and shrugged dismissively. He continued, "It is evident that this evolution is remarkable. The previously massive body has shrunk to less than 10 meters. Such condensation occurs only when excessive burdens are shed, enhancing inherent strengths. It is likely that this evolved beast has surpassed what an ordinary 9th-level expert can contend with." Feng Xingchen lamented, "The garrison on Canton Star truly faces numerous calamities." As they conversed, they hastened out of the canyon, racing toward the dust-laden area, and after several minutes, they finally approached within a couple of kilometers. With the sniper rifle poised, he peered through the scope, gaining a clearer view. The appearance of the evolution beast resembled that of a colossal lizard, approximately 10 meters in length, chasing a person with astonishing speed. Upon recognizing the individual being pursued, he exclaimed, "My heavens, it's her, Shui Miao." Indeed, it was Shui Miao at that moment. She was not piloting a mech but donned a suit of exoskeletal armor. Perhaps her helmet had malfunctioned, as it remained unfastened. and she was evading the evolution beast at a pace of around 80 meters per second. This speed was evidently not characteristic of a peak 9th level expert. However, why wasn't Shui Miao utilizing her speed advantage to escape the battlefield? Could it be that she intended to hunt down the beast? Witnessing the terrifying behemoth strike the ground with its claws, creating enormous craters, Feng Xingchen, in exasperation, shouted, "That foolish girl! Why isn't she running? What is she waiting for?" Xiao Hao chuckled. "She is trying to exhaust the evolution beast's stamina. I am certain she has detected its abnormality and is determined to hunt it. That lunatic." Feng Xingchen cursed under his breath and dashed out from another direction. He roughly knew that since Shui Miao intended to lure the evolution beast to deplete its energy, the optimal destination would undoubtedly be the stone forest. Perhaps due to the emergence of the evolution beast, this area was devoid of other bio-beasts, and not even patrollers could be seen. He pushed his speed to the limit, traversing along the bowstring road, which was far superior to the route Shui Miao was leading the monster through. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the stone forest ahead of her and perched atop a massive stone pillar. According to Xiao Hao's estimation, the hyperfrequency projectile was unlikely to kill the evolution beast, while the explosive power of the proton-guided missile was too great to be used recklessly with Shui Miao present. The only viable method was to see if the knife capable of withstanding 8 million vibrations could be of any effect. However, before charging out with the knife for close combat, he needed to inflict some damage on the evolution beast with the remaining 2 hyperfrequency projectiles. Otherwise, given his current strength, he risked becoming cannon fodder. After a few minutes, a swirling crimson mist appeared in the distance, and an impressive aura manifested a kilometer away. Releasing his super realm, he perceived that the beast's speed had decreased significantly. The crosshairs of his scope zeroed in on the largest eye on its forehead, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Roar! The beast suddenly raised its head and let out a mournful cry. Dark green blood gushing forth from its forehead, that I was now rendered useless. Shui Miao momentarily froze, but then realized there were still survivors and immediately adjusted her course, sprinting towards him. The beast roared, shaking its massive head, and resumed its pursuit. However, this time, its movements appeared somewhat unsteady, as if that central eye played a role in maintaining its balance. This was indeed a fortuitous development. With only 1 bullet remaining, he hesitated. The beast had 4 eyes left, and blinding another would have limited effectiveness. It seemed he should aim for its forelegs. Yet, he was unsure whether a hyperfrequency projectile would yield the desired results when striking its forelegs. After a brief moment of indecision, he redirected his gun towards the evolution beast's hindquarters, as the adage about the copper head, iron tail, and tofu waist seemed applicable to many ferocious creatures. Bang! The gun fired. Through the high-definition imagery, he clearly observed a blood hole appearing near the waist of the beast's hind leg. However, that blood hole vanished within 5 seconds. Xiao Hao popped his head up beside him and, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Wow! Such formidable self-healing ability. Run, you've attracted its ire." As soon as he spoke, the evolution beast let out a furious roar and abruptly abandoned its pursuit of Shui Miao, charging madly towards his direction. "Oh my goodness! What misfortune!" He discarded his heavy sniper rifle, leaping down from the 20-meter-high stone pillar, drawing his vibrating knife, and taking cover behind the stone pillar. He raised his hand and deployed 3 miniature drones. Growling, "Xiao Hao, can you control the drones?" "I can," Xiao Hao shouted back, immediately taking control of the drones, which promptly transmitted all footage faithfully. At this moment, Shui Miao had already dashed into the stone forest at her absolute speed. Catching sight of him and loudly inquired, "Which camp are you from? What military branch?" Feng Xingchen replied loudly, "K-21, Marine Corps." "We're from the same camp." Shui Miao cast a skeptical glance at his exoskeletal armor. "I know all the 9th level experts from K-21 camp, yet I have never seen you before." Feng Xingchen hesitated, thinking, "I just recently advanced. Okay? Even if we stood face to face, your beautiful eyes would never have noticed my lowly 6th level status." Indeed, during their last encounter when Shui Miao had rescued him, they were face to face. Yet she had no recollection of him, he replied. "Not everyone likes to flaunt their strength." "Very well. Regardless, your willingness to stand up and assist in the face of such a formidable bio-beast demonstrates remarkable courage. Let us first join forces to eliminate it." As they exchanged these few words, The evolution beast had already approached and passed by the right side of the stone pillar, with the drone's assistance. He observed the beast's movements clearly and hastily signaled several tactical gestures to Xuemiao. Chapter 54. Battle. Xuemiao nodded, extending her short staff, which transformed into a 1.8-meter vibrating spear. She rapidly circled around the stone pillar from the left, stealthily pursuing the beast from behind, and suddenly accelerated, thrusting her spear towards the beast's flank. A peak 9th level expert, once channeling sufficient internal energy, could unleash a terrifying attack. Coupled with the assistance of the ion vibration gun and the formidable support of her exoskeletal armor, her lethality was not to be underestimated. However, when the spear tip made contact with the evolution beast's smooth scales, it felt as though it had struck the hull of a warship, sending forth a shower of sparks as the tip skidded off. Alarmed, she suddenly realized that her desire to hunt the evolution beast was overly naive. She swiftly retracted her spear, executing 2 consecutive backflips and leaping 30 meters away, circling around the stone pillar. Roar! The evolution beast, seething with rage, turned around and in its fury, missed its target with a swipe of its claw, instead venting its wrath upon the stone pillar, leaping violently and crashing down onto it. The nearly 40-meter-high stone pillar trembled and began to topple amidst resounding thunderous roars. At this moment, Feng Xingqian sought to seize the opportunity while the evolution beast was distracted by Xuemiao, intending to deliver a decisive blow. However, just as he rounded the corner and witnessed the stone pillar being toppled, he yelped, "Ow! What kind of monstrous strength does this thing possess? The wind is fierce." He spun around and sprinted several dozen steps, narrowly evading the barrage of debris, and attempted to contact Xuemiao, only to hear Xiaohao shout, "Dad, look at the evolution beast's neck!" Feng Xingqian snapped. "You fool, what time is it? Get to the point and stop wasting breath. There's a concentration of beast patterns on the lower left side of its neck, if I'm not mistaken. It should be its only vital point." He felt a surge of joy and bellowed, "Lieutenant Xue, there's a distinct fatal point on the lower left side of the bio beast's neck. I'll divert its attention." "You go for the kill." Xuemiao, not far from him, heard his words and replied loudly, "Be careful." Feng Xingqian grinned, feeling a rush of blood as Xuemiao's concern for him filled him with boundless courage. He vigorously shook his head and turned back towards the evolution beast. But as he approached within 50 meters, the beast suddenly twisted its head, its 4 eyes glaring blood-red at him, and it roared, charging forward with menacing intent. His eyes narrowed as he activated his windwalk skill, not flinching or dodging, charging directly at the evolution beast. Upon reaching close proximity, he leaned to the side to avoid its claw swipe and swiftly slid beneath the massive creature's belly. The beast, caught off guard, swiped at empty air, but it was already too late to turn around. Yet, Feng Xingqian had still underestimated the evolution beast's power. It suddenly lowered its head and unleashed a long tongue. Sweeping towards him, Feng Xingqian was caught completely off guard. If that tongue ensnared him, given his current 7th-level body technique's defensive capabilities, he would be crushed with the slightest touch. Unfortunately, he was still in mid-roll, and the reflexive speed of his 7th-level body technique could not keep pace with the tongue's velocity. He was terrified, nearly losing control of his bladder. Though the windwalk skill appeared formidable, allowing him to challenge beyond his level, he had forgotten that this was the same evolution beast that had left even the peak 9th-level Xuemiao in a state of disarray. The effectiveness of windwalk was severely suppressed. The ancient saying about showing off and inviting disaster proved to be painfully true. At that critical moment, a gray-black shadow darted past, and a tremendous force surged forth with the shadow. Bang! The impact struck the evolution beast's head squarely, slamming its massive skull into the hard ground. Xuemiao. It was Xuemiao. In that instant, Feng Xingqian felt deeply moved, thinking to himself, "She saved me, which means she cares for me." However, the skull of the bio beast was the hardest part of its body, nearly impervious to many attacks. If Xuemiao were a 10th-level expert, this strike could have left the evolution beast dazed for several seconds. But as it stood, it was insufficient. The evolution beast howled in pain, unleashing a sonic wave even more destructive than a hurricane, generating concentric circles of energy that momentarily hindered Xuemiao's rapid movements. In battles of this caliber, a mere instant could determine life or death. Chapter 55. Devoured. Seizing that brief moment of opportunity, the evolution beast swung its forepaw, accompanied by a deep, resonant explosion. Thud. This claw finally struck Shui Miao. Ah! She barely managed to activate her peak 9th level energy shield before being sent flying with a scream, uncertain of how far she had been thrown. The evolution beast, having landed a successful blow, let out an exultant roar and then abruptly lowered its head, glaring at Feng Xingchen just a few meters away, roaring once again as it opened its massive maw wide enough to swallow a whole person. Preparing to bite down at that moment, Feng Xingchen stood frozen, watching Shui Miao's trajectory as she flew away. Had Shui Miao died? Was she gone before she could even become my wife? His mind was a tumultuous mess. He had forgotten his wind walk skill and the fact that he wielded an oscillation blade capable of 8 million strikes. In a moment of sheer bewilderment, he raised his arms to the heavens and bellowed. Heavens, what cruel jest is this? At that instant, an eerie tremor surged within his mind, forming an invisible torrent of energy above his head in the blink of an eye. Just as this energy coalesced, the enormous maw of the evolving beast was about to engulf him. Startled, Xiaohao hesitated not a moment to extricate himself from his father's wrist, determined to destroy the colossal creature even at the risk of revealing his presence. However, as he lunged into the beast's gaping maw, he scarcely had time to gather his strength before a resounding explosion echoed. The head of the evolving beast, which even a pinnacle-level 9th-tier expert could not breach, grotesquely shattered, showering him with a deluge of brain matter mixed with a fountain of crimson ichor. Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned, only to be struck by an excruciating pain that surged through his mind. A torment that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul. It was a pain so intense that he gaped in agony, yet could not produce a sound. Before he could react, the inertia of the beast's lifeless body crashed against him, shattering the metallic glass of his helmet and sending shards flying, leaving multiple lacerations upon his face, pinning him down beneath the weight. Despite his strength as a mid-tier 7th-level fighter and the support of his exoskeletal armor, the 5 to 6-ton carcass was a challenge to displace. The throbbing pain in his head nearly rendered him unconscious. All he could do was clutch his skull tightly, his eyes rolling back, revealing the whites, mouth agape yet voiceless. At that moment, the massive corpse of the evolving beast pressed heavily upon him, greenish blood oozing from its severed neck and pouring into his mouth. Helpless to resist, he was forced to swallow the blood, which, had it not been for his substantial lung capacity, could have suffocated him. Indeed, he struggled to breathe, nearly succumbing. After a torturous 3 minutes, the agony began to ebb, and he forcefully shoved the carcass aside, gasping for air before leaping to his feet and roaring, "You son of a bitch, you nearly suffocated me." After his outburst, he curiously felt his head, incredulous as he gazed at the headless giant before him, utterly bewildered, panting heavily as he stared blankly at the beast's remains. Moments later, the memory of Shui Miao being flung away ignited a dark fury within his eyes, plunging him into a frenzied state as he bellowed, "Damn it! You killed my wife! I will drain your blood and devour your flesh." In his frenzy, he lunged at the grotesque neck of the beast, tearing and gulping at the wounds from which blood seeped. The chilling sounds of his consumption echoed through the stone forest above. Perhaps drawn by the grotesque sounds, a faint ripple appeared before him, as Ming Ming, acting on her own accord, burst forth and hastily tore open the beast's belly, diving inside. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen was too consumed by his madness to notice Ming Ming's antics. At that moment, Xiaohao had returned to his wrist, projecting a virtual image, gazing at Feng Xingchen's deranged demeanor, dumbfounded, muttering, "Heavens, devouring a ferocious beast? How did I end up with such a repulsive father?" Alas, such matters were beyond his control. Chapter 56. Severe injuries. After a brief moment of frustration, Xiaohao suddenly raised his voice, shouting, "Dad, Shui Miao still has vital signs. If we don't save her now, she will truly die." Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Casting aside thoughts of everything else, he relinquished the beast's neck, wiping the blood from his face as he dashed toward the direction where Shui Miao had been hurled. Upon finding her, he was taken aback. She had been flung nearly 100 meters away, her expensive exoskeletal armor shattered in several places. Thank the heavens, her pinnacle-level 9th-tier inner strength shield was significantly more robust than any 7th-tier shield. acting as an additional layer of protection. Moreover, she had instinctively dodged just before impact, effectively dissipating much of the claw's kinetic energy, and the exoskeletal armor absorbed the majority of the impact. Thus, this beautiful woman lay in a deep coma. Suffering from severe vibrations, panicking, he hastily opened a flat box on her back, a compact storage unit built into the exoskeletal armor by a reputable manufacturer, capable of holding 2 liters of water. 5 rations, a first aid kit, and even a multifunctional battlefield medical diagnostic device. Unlike Xiaohao's self-made products, this one possessed all the necessary equipment. Quickly, he retrieved the pin-like medical diagnostic device, pointed the tip at Xuemiao, and activated it, causing a blue light to scan her twice. Moments later, a gentle electronic voice reported, "The 4th, 5th, and 6th ribs on the left side are fractured, piercing the lungs, with a 6 mm bleeding point. Severe muscle damage in the lower back and left femur fractured. Arterial drainage required. Damn it," he cursed. "Where on earth am I supposed to find an arterial drainage device?" Cursing under his breath, he swiftly opened the medical kit, which, in addition to standard first aid supplies, surprisingly contained 2 vials of bone growth activators. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, marveling at the unexpected find, muttering, "The treatment for mech soldiers is astonishingly extravagant. They even have the latest breakthrough drugs. Compared to them, the infantry are treated like dirt." Despite his musings, he knew that this specialized medication designed to accelerate bone healing was a recent product with limited availability, not yet distributed to regular troops. The mech soldiers underwent stringent recruitment, requiring at least a 7th level expert. It is common knowledge that any warrior above 7th level has hardened bones, honed by long-term inner strength training, rendering them almost unbreakable. However, once they do fracture, conventional methods struggle to facilitate rapid recovery, especially for 9th-tier experts. Thus, the Federation spared no expense to equip each mech soldier with this costly new medicine, while the unfortunate infantry would only receive it once the mech soldiers had exhausted their supplies. Shaking his head, he first took out a hemostatic needle and a painkiller for intravenous injection. At this juncture, he needed to wait a few minutes before administering any other medication. Wiping his face, he retrieved an external injury gel and sprayed it on his face. Gradually, the numerous lacerations began to close, eventually disappearing. After a 2-minute wait, he injected the bone growth activator, lifting the unconscious beauty and sprinting frantically toward the cave where they had previously rested. Covering over 20 kilometers, he consumed vast amounts of inner strength in his haste, swiftly returning. He instructed Xiao how to release 3 beetle-like reconnaissance drones to establish monitoring points around the cave's perimeter before rushing to the cave's depths, where he gently laid Xuemiao down. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. The goddess of his dreams lay before him, and he could finally gaze upon her without restraint and truth. Xuemiao appeared rather disheveled. Blood stained her lips, and her pale face was smeared with red dirt, devoid of her usual elegance. Yet, in Feng Xingqian's eyes, she was eternally perfect. He swallowed hard, contemplating whether to remove her exoskeletal armor. Before he could decide, an overwhelming unease washed over him, his head spinning, and darkness clouded his vision. Blinking, he suddenly recalled having swallowed at least 2 liters of the beast's vile blood, not to mention several bites of raw flesh. A grotesque product of the biochemical virus that had birthed such a creature. Even with his mid-tier 7th level physique, he could be susceptible to the virus's effects. Chapter 57. Shock. Feng Xingqian was genuinely frightened and promptly sat down cross-legged. At present, his only recourse was to attempt utilizing his mid-tier 7th level inner strength to expel the imagined toxins. No sooner had he settled than a wave of intense dizziness crashed over him, plunging him into darkness, and he could no longer maintain consciousness, collapsing onto the ground as his awareness swiftly faded away. In the depths of his unconsciousness, that peculiar oscillation re-emerged from his mind, rapidly enveloping his entire being. The beast's blood within him began to undergo fission under the influence of the oscillation waves, rapidly generating various genetic fragments, selectively integrating and swiftly replacing the frail genes within his genetic chain. No one could ascertain the conditions requisite for this fission, but throughout the process of alternating strong and weak genes, a certain energy contained within the beast's blood was extracted and directly assimilated into his inner strength, appearing as if they were of the same origin, indistinguishable. This process did not last long. Gradually, it came to an end. Almost simultaneously, his tightly shut eyes flew open, and he sat up with a start. Glancing at the time, he had been unconscious for approximately 2 hours. Puzzled, he scratched his head, overwhelmed by the myriad of unanswerable questions. Rather than ponder them all at once, he decided to remain still, initiating the circulation of his inner strength. This might help him ascertain his condition. Hopefully, he had not been poisoned. Beginning from his dantian, the inner strength flowed into a mysterious meridian. The first through 6th cycles of inner strength were remarkably smooth. However, during the 7th cycle, the once rapid inner strength began to slow, becoming increasingly laborious. Had he remained at mid-tier 7th level, the inner strength would have halted at approximately 40 centimeters into the 7th cycle. Yet, to his astonishment, the inner strength gradually surpassed its previous limits, continuing onward, circling in a large arc, inching ever closer to the dantian. Though it required considerable effort, it resolutely pressed forward 0.3 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter. Minutes later, the inner strength surged into the dantian and, propelled by his determination, continued to breach the dantian, steadfastly striving toward the 8th cycle, ultimately pausing a mere 4 centimeters from the dantian. This state signified the initial stage of 8th level. He could scarcely believe his eyes. In just 3 to 4 hours, he had nearly achieved a 70% increase in the most challenging aspect of inner strength, and he distinctly sensed that the refinement of his inner strength had taken a substantial leap forward. Though it appeared as if he had merely entered the 8th level, compared to mid-tier 7th level, the difference was monumental. Could it be the divine favor? Suddenly, he shook his head, a frenzied cry echoing in his heart. No, this is not divine favor. It is blood. The blood of biochemical beasts. In this era, every young individual possesses a wealth of knowledge and a keen intellect. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the blood of biochemical beasts harbored immense energy, which, within the span of just 2 or 3 hours, could be absorbed by his body and transformed into internal strength, propelling his abilities to new heights. Just as it had occurred previously when he absorbed the unique substances from the battle mother insect, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. If this were true, could he achieve even swifter and more astonishing advancements through the hunting of evolved beasts? Moreover, the power that detonated the evolved beast's brain domain earlier undoubtedly stemmed from his mental strength. Could it be that his mental power characteristics were exceptionally rare, embodying a strong combat-type piercing explosion? However, a grave concern loomed. It seemed that utilizing mental strength for detonation would incur a certain degree of backlash, leading to excruciating headaches in the future. When danger strikes, if faced with only one adversary, he could potentially detonate his mental power to defeat them. But what if there were multiple foes? After a single detonation, the searing pain could render him incapacitated, sealing his fate. His expression fluctuated, growing increasingly complex with every thought. At that moment, a voice echoed within the cavern. "You have finally awakened." He abruptly turned his head, discovering Shui Miao leaning against the cave wall, her exoskeleton plates unfastened and set aside, her face washed clean of the dirt, and her personal light brain wedged into a crevice of the stone wall. The light brain emitted a softly glowing lamp, casting a gentle illumination that enveloped Shui Miao in a hazy beauty. Chapter 58. Information. Feng Xingchen swallowed hard, inquiring, "You woke up early, didn't you?" Shui Miao replied with a smile. "I have been awake for over 40 minutes. Thank you for saving me, even at the cost of your own injuries." Feng Xingchen paused in surprise. "Injuries? No, no, no." Shui Miao gently shook her head. "There's no need to put on a facade of masculinity before me. Escaping from such a formidable biochemical beast was no trivial feat considering how long you were unconscious. Isn't that the best evidence?" This was clearly a beautiful misunderstanding, and Feng Xingchen wisely chose not to clarify. Instead, shifting the topic, "Shui Miao, where is your mech? You can call me by my name. No need for formalities. Our forces have been decimated. Ranks have become mere relics of the past. As for the mech, after enduring over 10 hours of grueling battle, my energy and ammunition were depleted. I had no choice but to destroy the light brain and hide in a cave." There was an unmistakable sadness in Shui Miao's voice as she spoke. Feng Xingchen realized he had misspoken, but such dialogue also reminded him of the tragic loss of his 4 comrades who had perished, filling him with profound sorrow. With a bitter smile, he scratched his chin. So, it seems we are likely the last two remaining on Kundan Star? Shui Miao chuckled softly, confidently asserting, No. 7 hours ago, I received some highly confidential signals indicating that there is information hidden within this forest, a precise coordinate. There must be others from our group in that location. Feng Xingchen gasped. As far as I know, the Kaijia people can track communication signals. It's no longer safe for other survivors to release information. Rest assured, Shui Miao replied with a slight shake of her head. The majority of plants on Kundan Star instinctively emit strong charged particles, severely disrupting radar and communication effectiveness. TO prevent loss of contact among team members during forest operations. Our mech squad devised a unique method for transmitting simple messages. I believe that no matter how skilled the Kaijia people are, they cannot isolate specific intelligence from the dense charged particles in such a short time. This means that both we and our comrades are safe. Such a thing? That's simply wonderful, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement, then pointed to Shui Miao's leg. How is your leg injury? It's nothing serious. Using internal energy to clear the blood vessels is not difficult. Perhaps in 6 or 7 days, I can walk again. Once I recover, I will definitely locate the coordinates. Haha, rest for a while. While it's still daylight, I'll go find some food. Thank you for your trouble. It's no bother at all. Feng Xingchen grinned as he stepped outside. Wait, Shui Miao suddenly called out to him. What about your weapon? The one capable of injuring evolved beasts. What is so remarkable about it? It's just a 19mm heavy sniper. Impossible. I've used the heavy sniper against such beasts, and even hitting their eyes was ineffective. That's quite normal. I used hyperfrequency rounds, Feng Xingchen said with a hint of pride. Unfortunately, I only have 2 rounds left. After using them, I was too busy rescuing you to retrieve the sniper. So that's how it is. Rest easy. Feng Xingchen had entered the early stages of level 8, and the quality of his internal energy had undergone a tremendous transformation. The defensive power of his internal energy shield had undoubtedly increased, effectively doubling his strength. At that moment, confidence surged within him. He felt that as long as he did not encounter a biochemical beast in its evolved state, no matter how many regular beasts or prowlers came his way, he could vanquish them all. Moreover, he had the assistance of his affordable children. Exiting the cave, he pushed his speed to the limit, relishing the exhilaration of moving at 43 meters per second, his mood buoyant. Suddenly, Xiaohao popped his head out. Dad, please wait a moment. I need to extract a bit of your blood for examination. What is going on? I can't say for sure, but it's quite serious. I am concerned that you might be infected by a biochemical virus and transform into a monster. Xiaohao's face bore an unusual seriousness. Rest assured, the Lingpeng tribe excels in DNA research, and I will not disclose any information or data from the analysis to anyone else. Feng Xingchen frowned slightly, responding calmly, if I cannot even trust my own son, is there truly a safe place left in this world? Proceed with the examination. The wristband transformed by Xiaohao suddenly extended a small needle, pricking his wrist before it fell silent. Chapter 59. Genetic mutation. Feng Xingchen scratched his head, hastening towards the area where evolved beasts were to be exterminated. In truth, at this moment, his greatest desire was to acquire more beast blood. If he could elevate his strength to level 9, would that not place him on equal footing with Shui Miao? Furthermore, the heavy sniper, modified by Xiaohao, was a premium weapon. He had to retrieve it even without the hyperfrequency rounds. He sprinted swiftly, soon returning to the edge of the stone forest. Before he could venture inside, he heard a distant rumble, clearly a sign of battle. Furrowing his brow, he crouched low, cautiously maneuvering around 2 colossal stone spikes, quietly approaching the source of the commotion. When he finally caught sight of the battleground, he was taken aback. An evolved beast resembling a giant snake was entangled with a red figure, which turned out to be Ming Ming. At that moment, Ming Ming had grown to about 2 meters in size. Her previously faint patterns now solidifying, and her speed had increased by nearly 20% compared to their last encounter. Most astonishingly, 2 sharp spikes on her back, shielded by her wings, struck out like ethereal serpents, each thrust creating gaping wounds in the giant snake's body. The giant snake appeared unable to withstand the assault, continuously retreating deeper into the stone forest while trying to evade Ming Ming's attacks. Bloodied and battered, he licked his lips, murmuring, "Damn it! When did Ming Ming stay behind? How was I unaware? You were delirious at that time. ravenously consuming the flesh of the beasts, Xiao Hao casually explained, then lifted his gaze towards the battleground, exclaiming, "The mutated mother insect is indeed formidable. It can effortlessly absorb the essence of an evolved beast and evolve once again." "Are you saying this creature is a mutated mother insect?" "Of course. The true mother insect of the holy beetle lacks wings and is incapable of participating in combat." Feng Xingchen's eyebrows shot up, exclaiming, "Wow! It seems your old man is truly fortunate. Not just fortunate. It is utterly extraordinary." Xiao Hao expressed boundless astonishment. Observing Mingming's prowess, which showed no signs of defeat, Feng Xingchen was in no rush to witness the fierce struggle between the two and instead cheerfully sought out the heavy sniper. Luckily, after being toppled by the evolved beast, the heavy sniper had been flung far away. Due to its excellent quality, it had sustained no damage. He cradled the treasured weapon, securing it on his back after folding it. "Xiao Hao, haven't you produced ordinary heavy sniper ammunition yet? While you were unconscious, your vital signs were unstable, and I was anxious, focusing on observing you without time to integrate the ammunition. However, now I'm reassured. Within 20 minutes at most, I can provide you with a few rounds as backup." Hee. After consuming 2 prowlers and 2 sets of exoskeleton plates, I believe the heavy sniper ammunition produced will have 30 greater armor-piercing capability than the rounds you manufacture. Haha, that is splendid. Dad. Xiao Hao hesitated before continuing. "I discovered some peculiar phenomena in your blood. Those seemingly normal red blood cells and white blood cells contain elements from 2 powerful organisms. I find this perplexing. After careful comparison, I concluded that your blood can selectively replace inferior genes with superior ones, forming a remarkably stable helix. In other words, you have undergone some form of unknown genetic mutation." Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek. "What does that mean?" "It means that due to some bizarre coupling, you can continuously enhance your genetic makeup through this ability, preferentially absorbing pure mysterious energy from your blood and converting it into internal strength, allowing you to grow rapidly. The speed of your growth far surpasses that of any adept produced by the gene repair methods of a level 7 civilization." "Ah?" Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned, and after a couple of seconds, he finally processed the implication. "So, I want to become a monster?" Xiao Hao's expression was somewhat hesitant. "Oh, it shouldn't be the case, at least. Up to this point, there haven't been any signs of danger. However, if you wish to continue enhancing your strength through monster blood in the future, it would be best to do so under my supervision." Hee. This is the best news I've heard in the past couple of days." Xiao Hao seemed about to say something else when a despairing howl from a monster echoed in the distance. Chapter 60. Rebound. Feng Xingchen was overjoyed, leaping to his feet and exclaiming, "The giant snake is done for. I need to get some blood. Oh no, this is bad. I don't have any containers to collect the blood. Xiao Hao, quickly help me find a few 1-liter steel bottles." Xiao Hao felt a bit disgruntled. His father was rather unreliable. After shaking his head slightly, Xiao Hao fell into a contemplative silence. 2 minutes later, he suddenly tossed out a small storage box. "Dad, the box contains several vacuum steel bottles. Besides collecting blood, they can also help bring back some water for the ladies." "Wonderful." Feng Xingchen hurriedly grabbed the box and secured it to his back. While sprinting, he inquired, "Xiao Hao, what kind of ability do you possess? How could you create such various equipment in such a short time?" "It's quite simple, really. Our Lingping clan has a unique constitution that allows us to maximize the application of analytical equations, generating a distinctive analytical light that can instantaneously disintegrate most metals in the universe. Once the metal is ionized, we activate a reassembly program, which is akin to a nanotechnology process. Therefore, the items produced by the Lingping clan are of a quality that rivals that of an 8th-level civilization's 3D printer. However, due to my current lack of strength, the metals I can obtain are subpar, preventing me from crafting the most formidable weapons." "Wow, you're impressive." While speaking, he had already arrived at the giant snake's location. Fortunately, blood was still seeping from its wounds, so he quickly took out a vacuum steel bottle and pressed it against the wound, filling the bottle in no time. "This is so convenient." He swiftly collected 2 bottles as a backup, glanced around, but did not see Ming Ming. He held his forehead and suddenly shouted, "Damn Ming Ming, why don't you come out already?" With his shout, the giant snake's belly bulged and then burst with a loud bang, revealing Ming Ming, who certainly did not resemble a cute little creature. Noticing the increasingly solid patterns on Ming Ming's body, a surge of anger welled up that he could no longer suppress, and he scolded, Damn it, damn her. How dare she take the initiative to come out? What kind of strength does she think she has? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an intense killing intent emanating from Ming Ming. The chilling sensation washed over him. He was taken aback and instinctively stepped back, his inner energy swirling rapidly, and his right hand was already resting on the beautiful short stick at his waist. In that moment, he not only grasped the stick, but the piercing and explosive mental energy also began to swirl at high speed. He realized that Ming Ming truly intended to kill him. Indeed, at that very moment, Ming Ming's murderous intent intensified, even exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. Her terrifying form slowly crouched down, seemingly poised to launch a deadly attack at any moment. He was astounded. Just a few hours ago, Ming Ming had effortlessly slain a peak 7th level expert, and now she was even stronger, likely equivalent to a peak 9th level power. Clearly, the second stage evolved beast was no longer a match for him. With his current entry-level 8th tier strength, how could he possibly escape? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his mental energy, embedding it deeply into Ming Ming's cerebral domain. Detonate. However, to his surprise, Ming Ming's cerebral domain did not explode as he had anticipated. Instead, he felt a peculiar tremor emanating from within her, seeping into his brain cells and provoking a violent turmoil within his mental energy. He was taken aback. Yet, he dared not withdraw his mental energy, for he clearly sensed the potent destructive aura emanating from that tremor. Should he retract his mental energy, he would surely face Ming Ming's backlash. Sweat poured down his face, yet he found himself unable to move. As his mental energy entwined with that of his opponent, he was rendered motionless, his entire body losing its ability to act. Xiao Hao, wide-eyed, observed Feng Xingchen standing there, drenched in sweat, and was startled in a flash. He leaped out, rapidly extending to a length of 10 meters in an attempt to eliminate the creature. Don't engage it. Feng Xingchen struggled to utter a single phrase. If it dies suddenly, my mental energy will definitely go out of control. At that point, even if I don't die, I will become a fool. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. But Xiao Hao wanted to say something more. But he saw Feng Xingchen close his eyes, seemingly entering a state of self-concealment. Chapter 61. Mental collision. Xiao Hao understood that what Feng Xingchen said made a great deal of sense. And he did not dare to be careless. He controlled the miniaturized detector to spread out in 3 directions, monitoring a radius of 20 kilometers. Meanwhile, he himself shrank down to a length of 10 centimeters and floated atop Feng Xingchen's head. Anxiously observing this moment, Feng Xingchen had fallen into a tremendous crisis, desperately regulating his breathing to stabilize his mindset, striving to drive his mental energy to entwine in reverse, such a time. He could only suppress. The insect race rarely evolves to possess formidable mental powers. Ming Ming had only been born for a few days, and it was improbable for her to possess mental energy. Yet, in the world, there are always some coincidences. The battle mother insect, due to the presence of the eggs, was compelled by the rules of natural selection to produce a certain special substance. This substance not only contained vast and rich nutrients, but could also alter Feng Xingchen's constitution, thereby propelling his mental and physical capabilities to swell uncontrollably. Ming Ming had been trapped within this special substance for over 1,000 years. How could she not have undergone changes? However, Ming Ming was in a nascent state. Even with the absolute compatibility of the nutrient substance, how could such a relatively immature brain concentrate an overwhelming amount of power? At most, it would be comparable to a human's 5th-level mental energy. It must also be noted that both Feng Xingchen and Ming Ming had integrated the special substance, belonging to the same origin. Such mental energy was most prone to resonance. In fact, Ming Ming was equally ensnared within Feng Xingchen's mental energy, drifting aimlessly, devoid of direction, future, or agency, unable to move at all. Perhaps out of instinct, she felt a profound sense of fear. It was indeed frightening. She was acutely aware that her mental energy was being stripped away. If it were only this, there seemed to be no need for excessive concern, as her mental energy was never abundant to begin with. However, Feng Xingchen's mental energy slowly permeated in, and unexpectedly, a slender energy cluster, imbued with a peculiar fluctuation, began to forcibly embed itself into Ming Ming's cerebral domain. She understood that once this energy cluster embedded itself, She would never again be able to ascend to the lofty heights of a mutated mother insect. In that instant, Ming Ming erupted with rage, unleashing a potent aura laden with annihilation from her mental realm, fiercely colliding with Feng Xingqian's mental energy. This act was tantamount to transforming her cerebral domain into a battlefield. Fearlessly vying for territory, the insect race has always harbored an ethos of destruction, and it is commonplace for their kind to consume one another for survival. Thus, the clash between these two extreme powers became a thrilling spectacle. With an escalating intensity, Feng Xingqian's heart raced furiously. He understood that he was now between life and death. At this juncture, it was imperative to possess an unyielding will to forge a mental force that would never retreat. This was the fearless spirit that his piercing and explosive characteristics demanded. Having grasped the key to this dilemma, Feng Xingqian resolutely cast aside his fears, allowing his surging mental energy to swell at an astonishing frequency. Buzz! In the depths of the void, a remarkable tremor resonated, forming an unstoppable force that detonated deep within Ming Ming's cerebral domain. Thud! Ming Ming could no longer withstand such pressure, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. The damage sustained on the mental plane was not something that could be supported by sheer willpower as one might with physical injuries. Feng Xingqian was elated. Without a moment's thought, he forcefully embedded that energy cluster, the purpose of which he was still unaware, deep within Ming Ming's cerebral domain. At this point, Ming Ming's murderous intent receded like a tide, followed by a faint tremor. In that tremor, Feng Xingqian distinctly sensed Ming Ming's submission. He took a deep breath, gradually retracting his mental energy, finally opening his eyes to declare coldly, "I know you wish to rebel against your master. This time, I will consider it unintentional. Should there be a next time, I will detonate your cerebral domain, ensuring your complete annihilation. Now, get back." Ming Ming trembled a few times before retreating dejectedly to the insect king's space. Feng Xingqian secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This mental clash had been far more perilous than he had imagined, and he had come dangerously close to being successfully rebuffed by Ming Ming. It is true that those who are not of my kind will surely harbor malevolent intentions. Chapter 62. Questions on the surface. It appeared that Feng Xingqian had embedded an unknown mark within Ming Ming's cerebral domain, and the mutated mother insect was indeed willing to submit. However, the shadow that lingered in his heart could not be easily dispelled in a short time. Admittedly, Ming Ming was exceptionally powerful, and on this planet ravaged by the Keej people, she would serve as one of his greatest assets for survival. Yet, that intense aura of killing intent compelled him to carefully consider whether he should continue to retain this terrifying creature of a different race. At present, it seemed that he could still manage to suppress this insect, but Ming Ming's self-evolutionary capabilities were too formidable. If she were to evolve once more, would he still be able to keep her in check? His mind churned ceaselessly, and after a while, he sighed deeply, ultimately dismissing the notion of immediately banishing or exterminating Ming Ming. A powerful ally was crucial in the current situation. Xiao Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, aware of the recent peril and sensing his father's hesitation and torment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly chimed in with a smile. "Dad, I've checked, and it seems this serpent-like bio-beast's flesh is harmless to humans. The colossal serpent, ample enough to sustain both you and the fair maiden for an extended duration," elicited a wry smile from Feng Xingqian as he shook his head. With a swift motion, he drew forth a short staff, activating the oscillating blade mode, and struck at the giant snake with 2 decisive blows. Upon the demise of the evolved beast, its energy ceased to circulate, akin to a starship rendered inert by the destruction of its power core. The effects of its beast patterns dissipated, allowing any blade to easily cleave through. After a few strikes, he severed several pounds of serpent flesh, twisting it in his hand. Just as he contemplated his departure, a sudden thought struck him, and he inquired with astonishment, "Xiao Hao, earlier, I utilized my mental energy to trigger an explosion against Ming Ming, yet curiously, I experienced no excruciating pain in my mind, nor did I detonate her cerebral domain. This seems rather illogical. Haha, it appears you are quite the novice when it comes to the application of mental energy." Xiao Hao chuckled, elucidating. A typical adept in the mental arts achieves a profound resonance with Jing matter through extensive practice, gradually enhancing their mental energy and progressively expanding the barriers of their cerebral domain. However, You not only possess an innate affinity for Jing matter, but also have an exceptionally expansive cerebral domain. Furthermore, after a single night of stimulation from a special substance, your mental energy surged exponentially. Thus, a membrane perpetually resides within the inner walls of your cerebral domain. Tio put it rather bluntly, it resembles the anatomical feature of women from your race. Of course, the initial breach may be quite discomforting, yet after a few instances, it becomes not just bearable but rather enjoyable. Impudent brat, is that truly how you describe your father? He retorted, though inwardly acknowledging that Xiaohao's analogy had illuminated the matter for him. Shaking his head, he posed another question. Why is it that I cannot detonate Mengming's cerebral domain? This is rather intricate and involves a plethora of data. I shall explain it to you later. However, remember this. Mental energy attacks are not infallible. Their efficacy often diminishes due to the opponent's strength, mental energy intensity, and other factors. Although bio-beasts may appear formidable, lacking a foundation of mental energy significantly reduces their defenses against your piercing explosions. Conversely, human experts invariably possess a degree of mental energy. As I estimate, your current mental energy intensity could induce a brief daze in early-stage bio-beasts or mid-tier level 9 experts. Mengming, however, is different. She not only possesses a certain level of mental energy, but also boasts a vastly different physiological structure. Furthermore, her mental energy shares a common origin with yours, and her strength far surpasses that of a second-tier beast, rendering your level 8 mental energy largely ineffective against her. Therefore, finding ways to augment your mental energy is crucial to maintaining your advantage. Feng Xingchen pursed his lips, firmly etching Xiaohao's words into his memory. Glancing around, he noted the profound silence, indicating the absence of other foes. Wasting no time, he hastened back along his path. With only an hour remaining until sunset, he hoped to uncover some delectable fungi, for such fare would certainly surpass the taste of raw meat. Alas, he failed in this endeavor. The fungi had almost immediately dispersed upon maturation. As the temperature plummeted, he shivered and swiftly sought out a colossal tree that stored water, extracting 3 bottles before returning to the underground cavern. Chapter 63. Experiment. Upon observing 2 pieces of patterned flesh, Xue Miao appeared momentarily taken aback before suddenly inquiring. Hey, what is your name? Feng Xingchen flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Feng Xingchen, 25 years old, and I am currently single. Xue Miao disregarded the latter 2 statements with a sigh. Very well, Feng Xingchen. The ability to independently slay an evolved beast assures me that your strength is certainly not at level 7. Can you divulge your true prowess? The methods and techniques for hunting evolved beasts are numerous. Personal strength is not the paramount factor, so why the fixation? Feng Xingchen feigned an air of mystery, attempting to appear nonchalant as he asked, Fair maiden, are you able to consume raw meat? Fear not. It is non-toxic, of course. Should you find it unpalatable, you have 5 ration packs at your disposal, sufficient to last 3 to 4 days. During this time, I shall endeavor to assist you in locating fungi to satiate your hunger. In truth, he understood that women like Xue Miao, accustomed to a military mindset, could only be effectively led by genuinely powerful men. Those who fawned excessively, clung desperately, and begged pitifully would never stand a chance. A charming smile graced Xue Miao's lips as she extended her somewhat soiled hand. I know you brought back water. The woman prefers cleanliness. Let me wash my hands, and then provide me with a pound of raw meat. Feng Xingchen chuckled, tossing a bottle of water her way. He gently tapped his chest, and the exoskeletal plating transformed into an alloy container. He then meticulously cleaned the alloy surface, placed a piece of meat upon it, and retrieved his short staff, deftly twisting it to reveal a 10-centimeter blade. Satisfied with its balance, he skillfully began to slice the raw meat. Xue Miao, intrigued, observed that Feng Xingchen was, in fact, an exceptionally meticulous individual with a penchant for detail. In truth, she knew little of his background. Feng Xingchen's parents hailed from Earth, of pure Chinese descent, and after their marriage, they immigrated to Uranstar, establishing a moderately successful restaurant. His father was a renowned master chef. From a young age, he was enamored with gastronomy, a true Epicurean. Having tasted and seen much, he possessed an innate culinary sensibility, having studied ingredients, practiced knife skills, and learned the art of sauteing. Thus, when it came to butchering meat, he was well versed. Curiously observing for a time, Xue Miao washed her hands and face before taking the thinly sliced meat Feng Xingchen offered her. unceremoniously devouring it. As a soldier who had endured the most brutal extraterrestrial survival training, having meat was a blessing. Pure meat represented physical vitality and the hope of survival. The 5 ration packs were to be preserved for dire emergencies, akin to half a life in such harsh conditions. Both consumed 7 to 8 taels of raw meat, and as Shui Miao watched Feng Xingchen swallow his final bite, she remained silent, extracting her last remaining vial of bone-enhancing serum, injecting it into her thigh. She activated her internal energy, allowing it to circulate around her fractured bone, hastening blood flow and rapidly restoring her bone structure. Feng Xingchen gazed blankly at the maiden for a moment before retreating to a corner, quietly retrieving a vial of beast blood. Ensuring she showed no signs of waking, he hastily consumed it, settling down cross-legged and taking a deep breath, allowing his internal energy to circulate within his dantian. After several rotations, his internal energy surged forth into his meridians, flowing rapidly. 1 circuit, 2 circuits, 3 circuits. Soon, his internal energy reached the 8th circuit, and its speed began to wane, gradually distancing itself from the dantian by 4 centimeters. At this juncture, the internal energy advanced almost millimeter by millimeter, but he remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and exerting every effort to propel it forward. Such exertion, though increasingly arduous, served to accelerate the refinement of his internal energy, while simultaneously reinforcing his physique. All practitioners must diligently endeavor to push their internal energy to its limits daily, striving to condense and fortify their essence. Beads of sweat began to form, and his body trembled slightly from the strain. Nevertheless, his internal energy persisted, inching forward millimeter by millimeter. An hour later, it halted at the 8-centimeter mark, unable to budge further. Chapter 64. Effect. With a long exhale, Feng Xingchen allowed his internal energy to retreat back into his dantian, slowly rotating it for several cycles until it settled. Upon opening his eyes, a hint of regret flickered within. Evidently, the second consumption of blood from the same level of evolved beast yielded limited results, advancing his internal energy by a mere 4 centimeters. What of the third attempt? Without hesitation, he retrieved the final vial of blood and downed it in one swift motion, reigniting the rotation of his internal energy. The repetitive process began anew, and soon, his internal energy reached its zenith. This time, even his bones felt ablaze, sweat cascading down like a fountain. Clenching his jaw, he summoned every ounce of strength to push forth, ultimately surpassing the 9.5-centimeter threshold, rendered immobile thereafter. Minutes later, he reopened his eyes, shaking his head slightly, reflecting, 2 vials of blood have advanced my internal energy by over 5 centimeters. Under normal training circumstances, achieving a 5-centimeter gain would likely require 3 months of arduous practice. From this perspective, it appears quite favorable. However, it seems evident that blood from evolved beasts of the same level holds no further benefit for me. I wonder if there are more advanced beasts on Kuntan Star. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Truly, human desires are insatiable. A powerhouse like Shui Miao would be severely injured against a first-tier evolved beast. Would a level 10 expert truly triumph over a second-tier evolved beast? As a mere initial stage level 8, did he stand a chance at hunting one? Yet, he soon recalled the piercing explosion characteristic of his mental energy, his spirits lifting slightly. At worst, he could take the risk and seek out a formidable wild beast to test his mettle. Resolute, he gradually closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, intent on patiently studying the fluctuations of his mental energy. However, his understanding of mental energy was nearly non-existent, aside from sensing its potent explosive potential. He had yet to uncover any further revelations. The night passed in uninterrupted cultivation. Upon exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes, only to be taken aback. Shui Miao was nowhere to be found in the cave. Not only her, but both sets of exoskeletal armor had also vanished. He sprang to his feet in alarm. Xiaohao, where is Shui Miao? Xiaohao poked his head out, rolling his eyes, cough. Shui Miao is human too. She has her needs. Is it truly worth your anxiety over her seeking a safe place to relieve herself? It's merely a trip to the restroom. Is it necessary to bring along 2 sets of exoskeletal armor? Which 2 sets? She only took her own armor. What of mine? Xiaohao replied languidly. I consumed it. I'm currently assisting you in reconstructing the helmet. Oh. I have also conveniently installed a magazine belt and modified the storage box. The magazine belt can carry 9 magazines. After the modification, the storage box can hold 4 blood vials and 3 kilograms of raw meat. Additionally, I have procured 10 magazines worth of ammunition for you, and slightly adjusted the loading mechanism so that each magazine can accommodate 7 rounds. In total, that amounts to 70 rounds. What about the power? Since the metal was extracted from the armor of the cruisers, it is somewhat stronger than the tantalum alloy produced by the Earth Federation. Once nanoprocessed, it can penetrate cruisers at approximately 1,200 meters, and if used wisely, it should be capable of inflicting damage on mechs. However, control of the airspace is in their hands. How can I possibly harm the mechs? There's no need to rush. You must have faith in the radar I have modified, and even more so in your own abilities and marksmanship. Xiao Hao said, tossing the armor plate box aside. You're right. Feng Xingchen took a few seconds to dress properly, when suddenly an unsavory thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly stepped outside, asking as he walked, "Where is Xuan Miao?" On her way back, Xiao Hao smiled, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, "Heavens, Dad, you're not planning to spy on Xuan Miao, are you? Nonsense." Feng Xingchen's face flushed. That beautiful lady has her legs injured. What if she encounters danger? Tsh. Xiao Hao scoffed. There's an old Chinese saying. Hurry, hurry. Xuan Miao is in danger. Feng Xingchen felt vexed. You still want to make fun of your father? Xiao Hao exclaimed in panic. It's true. The opponents are Kaijers, and there's at least one squad approaching Xuan Miao rapidly. Damn it. He was genuinely anxious, removing his heavy sniper rifle and sprinting outside. Could it be that the opponents have detected the signals hidden in the forest and started sending soldiers to investigate? Xiao Hao shook his head. While I cannot confirm the accuracy of your analysis, it is a reasonable action for the command center to dispatch more intelligent races to investigate complex forest terrains. As cruisers and bio-beasts clearly lack effective capabilities for this task, Feng Xingchen was exceedingly disdainful of Xiao Hao's prattling and shouted, "Give me their location. The detection device is currently sharing its visuals." Chapter 65. Ambush. Feng Xingchen glanced at the screen, nearly shouting in disbelief. 5 Kaijers, 2 of whom had already ensnared Xuan Miao with a steel net and were dragging her out of the forest, while the remaining 3 were following the footprints she had left, coming toward him. He was genuinely frustrated. Xuan Miao must have been embarrassed for some reason, but what era is this? It was merely a matter of finding a convenient spot. Yet she had wandered nearly 500 meters away from the cave entrance, making it quite troublesome for him to mount a rescue. He was vexed, but Xuan Miao was even more so. With an injured thigh, her mobility was severely hampered, and yet she had been captured by the Kaijers using a net gun. This was an utter disgrace for a peak-level 9th-tier expert. The problem was, she could only blame herself. After all, she had been so distracted on her way back, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Xingchen's piercing gaze, causing her to be oblivious to the dangers surrounding her. This was a significant embarrassment for an elite soldier. Sigh, where on earth is that damned fellow? In truth, Feng Xingchen was already moving swiftly and had reached a nearby location, but the opportunity for a surprise attack was not ideal. Hence he had refrained from making a move. In fact, the 3 Kaijers were now approximately 200 meters from the cave entrance, and their swift movements through the forest were visible to the naked eye. Kaijers generally stood over 210 centimeters tall, with their hands and feet constituting 2/3 of their entire body length, and their arms extending past their knees. With such a physique, each step they took covered several dozen centimeters more than that of a human, resulting in greater speed and agility. They were similarly clad in individual armor, which, while technologically superior to Earth's metal armor, still could not withstand the impact of a 19mm heavy sniper round. Moreover, in recent years, the Earth Federation had conducted extensive research on Kaijers, becoming well acquainted with their vital weak points. With Feng Xingchen's increasingly formidable sniping skills, he was certain that he could take them out with a single shot. However, he dared not fire. Once the gunshot rang out, the 2 individuals would hastily execute Xuan Miao, and he would have no means of finding her grave to mourn. Fortunately, the opponent's radar was not particularly effective, relying almost entirely on visual cues. Perhaps, with his 8th-tier strength, he could successfully ambush them before they could send any alerts. He surveyed his surroundings, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he gently unsheathed his shock knife. Extending the blade by 20 centimeters and reversing his grip, Such a length was more suitable for close-quarter combat and ambushes in the jungle. The seemingly disorganized formation of the three-man team was, in fact, a combat formation honed over countless years, capable of offense and defense. Regrettably, such a formation posed no threat in the eyes of a master. Dense foliage completely concealed his presence, and the moment the trio passed nearby, he suddenly leaped out from behind a large tree, unleashing his speed as he lunged at the fire support unit on the right. An 8th-tier expert ambushing 6th-tier opponents was somewhat unfair. Grasping the fire support soldier from behind with one hand, he thrust the shock knife deep into the position of the optical collector on the head. Then, channeling his strength, he forcefully propelled the corpse, along with the heavy individual armor, toward the heavy sniper. Following this, he quickly shifted his position in the trajectory of the armor, appearing before the assault soldier. Die! Feng Xingchen sprang up, swinging his hand as the blade pierced the assault soldier's optical collector. Simultaneously, a loud crash sounded as the armor he had propelled collided violently with the heavy sniper. An 8th-tier expert, channeling sufficient internal energy, exuded a force nearing 10 tons. The nearly 200 kilograms of armor projected forward, generating kinetic energy rivaling that of 2 miniature cork bombs. The heavy sniper barely had time to dodge before being struck with a resounding thud, flying several meters away and crashing into a tree, which was as robust as a steel pillar, before crashing to the ground. Before he could recover from the daze, a sharp blade pierced through the optical collector. Chapter 66. Quantum Shield. Whether it be Kaijers or Earthlings, the most lethal weak point of their individual armor during close combat lies in the optical collectors on the sides of the helmet, which measure less than 2 centimeters in diameter. This position corresponds to the most vulnerable area of the human head, the temples, while also serving as the central hub for communication and information processing chips. A single stab to this point can ensure that no communication or information is transmitted. Feng Xingchen had just slain 3 individuals, yet he could not guarantee whether they had sent out any alerts before their demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the direction of Xuemiao. Xiao Hao had been closely monitoring the detector, trailing Xuemiao not far behind, transmitting all visuals to Feng Xingchen's helmet. He could see that the 2 Kaijers were dragging the ensnared Xuemiao, having reached the forest's edge and were about to scale the canyon wall. Damn! To dare target my wife. They truly have a death wish. His eyes turned blood red, emanating a fierce aura as he furiously pursued them. In less than 30 seconds, he had covered a distance of around 400 meters. Upon reaching this point, Feng Xingchen halted, taking cover behind a massive tree as he extended his sniper rifle beneath the dense branches. Locking onto one of the 2, the canyon's edge was steep, making it difficult for the 2 to climb while holding Xuemiao. In several places, they had to let one ascend first while the other tossed Xuemiao, ensnared in the steel net, upwards. As he released his extraordinary powers, the movements of the 2 became clumsy. The instant they attempted to toss Xuemiao again, he fired 2 rounds before the 2 could collapse. He darted out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. With the assistance of his 8th-tier mental prowess, no one below the 7th tier could evade his aim. He had barely sprinted a few meters when the heads of the 2 exploded almost simultaneously, while Xuemiao, naturally, tumbled down the steep cliff, rolling downwards. However, Feng Xingchen was confident that Xuemiao would remain unharmed, as a peak-level 9th-tier expert, even though she was entirely bound by specialized steel wires and unable to move. Thus incapable of activating her internal energy shield, the protective internal energy generated by her muscles was not to be taken lightly. In fact, given Xuemiao's internal energy strength, unless struck in a vital area, a 19mm tantalum round would struggle to deliver a fatal blow. However, at the moment Xuemiao began to roll down, 2 Kaijers, one tall and one short, suddenly appeared at the top of the canyon. These 2 were undoubtedly experts, as they were neither wearing individual armor nor piloting mechs, but rather equipped with exoskeletal armor. Upon spotting the descending Xuemiao and the 2 fallen comrades, they seemed to grasp the situation and leaped down the cliff, swiftly darting towards Xuemiao. Aware that there were snipers in the vicinity, they could not pinpoint the exact location, so they aimed to seize Xuemiao first, effectively acquiring a powerful shield to gain the upper hand. Indeed, Feng Xingchen, filled with dread, felt darkness enveloping him. He desperately leaped into the air, sprinting while raising his gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the 2. Do not underestimate such a maneuver. under the extraordinary realm. Although not as precise as when standing still, every shot was aimed directly at the vital points. The tall one, being an expert, had an astonishing instinct. He swiftly grabbed the shorter one beside him, forcefully kicking off the cliff face, darting behind a massive boulder just as it was about to be obliterated, and then both dispersed. Seeking death, Feng Xingqian's bullets relentlessly pursued a shadow, thundering. The deafening sounds signified remarkable destructive force. No matter how skilled the tall one was, standing on the precipice made it exceedingly difficult to evade the 4 bullets sealing all escape routes. Ultimately, he was struck in the back by one of the rounds. However, as the stream of light collided, a circle of blue shield flashed around the person, deflecting the bullet capable of piercing through the cruiser. A micro-quantum protective shield device? Good heavens! Feng Xingqian's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A quantum shield is a unidirectional defensive barrier formed by energy. The term unidirectional refers to the fact that all attacks from within the shield can pass through unscathed, while those from the outside must be blocked until the shield collapses. Chapter 67. High-level weapons. Micro-energy protective technology is one of the significant markers indicating the advancement to a level 4 civilization. Given the standards of Earth and the Kygerians, the shield generators produced are quite large and can only be utilized on starships. Not even on mechas, let alone such individual-use micro-shields. He understood that this was undoubtedly a top-tier smuggler from the level 3 civilization of Caslan, who had somehow managed to smuggle this protective device out of the level 4 civilized nation. The Jimon Alliance, where such devices are not particularly expensive. However, when calculated according to the credit exchange rate between level 4 and level 2 civilizations, it amounts to a staggering 42 million Earth Federation credits. Even in Kygeri credits, it would cost over 30 million. This is equivalent to the price of 200 individual armors. Of course, the micro-quantum shield is not invincible. After all, being micro in size. How much energy can it store? Without backup energy, the internal energy would surely be depleted after 4 to 5 strikes from an individual micro-armor-piercing missile. At this moment, he approached the foot of the mountain. While the 2 Kygerians, not slowing down, dashed to the base, the tall one wielding a strangely shaped long knife, flanked by the short one, rushing towards Feng Xingqian's position. They were clever. Xue Miao was bound by special steel wire mesh like a zongzi, rendering her completely immobile. At this moment, capturing Feng Xingqian was all that mattered, as Xue Miao remained a captive. The Kygerians were inherently faster than Earth's experts of the same level, and with the enhancement of level 4 exoskeleton armor plates, their speed was astonishing, even surpassing him on the wind. Alarmingly, the tall one was surely at the initial stage of level 9, with mental strength not lower than level 3, possessing formidable predictive abilities. His knife came down fiercely, blocking all of Feng Xingqian's escape routes. His gaze sharpened as he positioned his heavy sniper rifle across his chest, narrowly blocking the tall one's long knife just in time. Clang! After a loud crash, the heavy sniper was sliced in two. Damn it! A Caslan ion oscillation knife. Oscillation rate of 30 million times per second. Feng Xingqian nearly fainted. This knife, also originating from the level 3 civilization of Caslan, is worth a whopping 3 million Kygeri credits, coupled with that set of Jimon Alliance exoskeleton armor and quantum shield. This individual's entire equipment amounted to a terrifying 78 million Kygeri credits. Is he truly a soldier? You certainly have an eye for value. The Kygerian let out a sinister laugh through the language translator on his armor, his grotesque face radiating a demonic malice. And then he swept a leg toward Feng Xingqian. In the midst of the chaos, Feng Xingqian barely managed to raise his arm to shield his head. Bang! The force of the kick was unimaginably fierce. He staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing, yet the intense pain radiating from his arm made him grunt in agony. Without the protection of the exoskeleton armor, his arm would have surely shattered. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, he retaliated by kicking towards the approaching tall figure. Knowing the opponent possessed a microshield, the kick would be ineffective, so this strike was merely a feint, while his true lethal move was a mental attack. Mental strength is formless and intangible, the most mysterious force in the universe. Under the ethereal realm, it successfully penetrated the shield, locking onto the tall one's brain and a wire at the edge of the micro-energy shield. Ha! At the same moment, he detonated 2 bursts of mental energy. Poof! The energy shield's wire undoubtedly shattered into fragments. However, The tall one did not exhibit the explosive brain activity that Feng Xingchen had anticipated. He merely staggered, his face paling as he fell to the ground. He was momentarily stunned. What? The mental attack had no effect. Then it struck him. Xiao Hao had mentioned that his current mental strength could at most induce slight dizziness in a level 9 intermediate individual. Moreover, he had simultaneously locked onto both the shield S wire and his opponent's brain, which diluted the power of the explosion, making it fortunate enough to merely unbalance this level 9 initial opponent. In that instant, he seized the opportunity, swiftly drawing his ion oscillation knife, pinning the dazed tall one to the ground, and plunged the blade into the target's neck, then sliced sideways. The wire snapped, and with the energy shield losing its power source, it vanished, leaving the tall one with no chance of survival. Just as he finished off the tall one, a violent air explosion sounded from behind him. He barely had time to shift his body when a tremendous force struck him sideways, sending him hurtling through the air. Damn! His heart sank as he realized the short one had finally entered the attack range. Once he landed, a torrential onslaught awaited him. Yet, he had no choice. Suspended in midair, he could not leverage his strength or change direction. He could only await his fate. Chapter 68. Piercing Explosion. Change direction? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Feng Xingchen's previously despairing heart suddenly sprang to life. He raised his hand, twisting his wrist at an unusual angle with force. Clang! The steel wire launcher attached to his wrist shot out a high-density alloy steel head, embedding it into a massive tree. Zing! The motor instantly tautened the steel wire, and with a powerful pull, he launched himself sideways for over 3 meters. This distance was not far, yet it perfectly aligned him away from the short one. The short one clearly did not anticipate Feng Xingchen employing this tactic and also jumped after him, unable to leverage any strength while airborne, his eyes wide as he watched Feng Xingchen zip past. However, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt something forcibly jammed into his mind. Before he could react, it detonated with a thunderous explosion, leaving him seeing stars and deafened, completely dazed, before the short one could even hit the ground. Feng Xingchen rapidly pressed the button on the steel wire launcher, severing the wire, and lunged at him like a hawk, executing a swift strike that cut open the opponent's throat. "Who?" he landed, exhaling deeply, feeling relatively at ease after dispatching 2 experts. Indeed, 2 experts. One at the initial stage of level 9 and the other at the formidable intermediate stage of level 9, on the battlefield of Kuntan Star. They were genuine elite figures. If they teamed up, even mechas would find it challenging to contend against them. It seemed that his mental piercing explosion attack was truly unparalleled. At this moment, Xiao Hao had already impatiently dropped to the ground, rapidly stacking, clearly eager to devour the tall one's exoskeleton armor. "Don't touch that. That level 4 armor belongs to Xue Miao. Dad, you." Xiao Hao looked at him with frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek. "Alas. You cannot reveal your abilities, and with this set of equipment, Xue Miao will undoubtedly be able to assist you in gathering more high-end metals faster. Well, you can consume the short one's armor, but only after we leave this place, fine." Xiao Hao grumbled, then added, "I also want to eat the 3 individual armors over there. Hee, suit yourself. By the way, the heavy sniper was destroyed, and this microshield's wire is shattered, making it temporarily unusable. Can you try to repair it? As long as it's a mechanical device, there's nothing I can't fix. The heavy sniper is simple. I'll get you another one later. However, the shield's wire is not just broken but pulverized. I currently cannot find a suitable superconductive metal to replace it, so I fear it will take some time to figure something out." Xiao Hao climbed up and, under Feng Xingchen's envious gaze, swallowed the heavy sniper and shield device, returning to his wrist. Feng Xingchen smiled, picked up the tall one's Castellan oscillation knife, examined it closely, the metal shimmering in a deep blue hue. Clearly a fine item. Only a fool would refuse it. He swiftly secured it in the weapon rack on his right thigh and then made his way towards Xue Miao's location. After a few breaths, he arrived in front of Xue Miao and nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the beautiful woman. Xue Miao was wedged in a crevice of stone, her rear end raised high. This posture was rather embarrassing for a woman educated in noble etiquette. Upon noticing Feng Xingchen approaching, Xue Miao's expression was utterly splendid, especially when she saw the playful smile at the corner of his mouth, her brows knitting in indignation as she coldly huffed. "Aren't you going to help?" Feng Xingchen suppressed his laughter, exerting some effort to untie the steel mesh. Without waiting for the beauty to react, he scooped her up. "What are you doing?" "Put me down," Shui Miao exclaimed, her face flushed. "Silence. There are still Kaijirians around. You cannot escape their pursuit in your current state." Shui Miao found it both amusing and exasperating, yet she had no choice but to close her eyes and let Feng Xingchen carry her away. The frantic fluttering of her eyelashes made it evident that the beauty was indeed quite nervous. Nevertheless, she had to admit that what Feng Xingchen said was true. With the aid of 2 bone activators and internal energy, her thigh and tibia were rapidly healing, and supported by the exoskeleton armor plates, she could barely limp along. But engaging in vigorous activity was out of the question, if there were still dangers surrounding them. Her attempt to walk could very well cost both their lives. Alas, it seems I must rely on this scoundrel. Chapter 69. Spore Smoke. Feng Xingchen chuckled to himself as he leisurely returned to the site of the tall one's demise. He glanced over, relieved to see that Xiao Hao had not touched the level 4 armor plates. He set Shui Miao down momentarily and pressed a few buttons on the armor plates, which emitted several crisp metallic chimes before contracting into a small box. Shui Miao, being knowledgeable, exclaimed in astonishment, "A product of the Jiman Alliance? Hee, do you like it? It's yours, this. How can that be? That's worth tens of millions of Earth credits." Feng Xingchen waved his hand nonchalantly. "Is your life only worth tens of millions? Moreover, your armor is nearly destroyed. In such perilous surroundings, one cannot afford to be without proper equipment." Shui Miao let out a soft sigh, removed the tattered fragments of her armor, glanced at them briefly, and carelessly tossed them aside, donning the superior set instead. The exoskeletal armor is equipped with miniature chips that can be manually adjusted for length and positioning according to the physique of different races. Thus, as long as the being possesses 2 hands, 2 feet, and a head, a simple adjustment suffices, alleviating any concerns regarding fit. Once adorned in the armor, Shui Miao adjusted it to the utmost comfort, spun around playfully, and inquired with a smile, "How does it fit? Is it suitable?" That smile, oh, the charm it exuded. Shui Miao's physique was impeccable. In Feng Xingchen's eyes, no woman could compare to her. This armor, evidently more adjustable than the designs from Earth, snugly enveloped her curvaceous form, and coupled with the matte black surface, it imparted an aura of wildness. Moreover, the elegantly contoured chest plates offered a strikingly provocative impression. Gulp! Feng Xingchen swallowed hard, hastily averted his gaze, and fumbled to produce the vibration knife crafted by Xiao Hao, timidly stating, "This is an 8 million pulse vibration knife. It's somewhat superior to yours. Keep it." Just to clarify, the ion vibration knife features a collapsible design, allowing for transformation into various forms such as a spear, long blade, or battle knife, catering to diverse preferences. Shui Miao smiled sweetly, accepted the short staff, adjusted it into the form of a spear, secured it, and began examining the other equipment of this armor. Perhaps the tall individual was overly confident, as aside from a few armor-piercing high-explosive missiles, no other firearms were present. Upon opening the storage compartment, she discovered 2 bottles of water, several rations, a medical kit, and even 4 packs of cigarettes. A subtle smile graced her lips. Although the Kaijia people appeared to be carbon-based life forms, their cellular structure and bone composition differed slightly, making the medical kit unsuitable for Earthlings. However, the rations and water were indeed valuable. As for the cigarettes, she had never smoked, and casually discarded them along with the medical kit. Feng Xingchen, standing not far away, instantly brightened upon spotting the cigarettes, pouncing on them like a famished dog, laughing heartily. These cigarettes were not made from earth tobacco but were processed from a spore plant called xiangning, which grew on a desolate planet within the territory of the 4th-level civilization, the Jiman Alliance. This spore tree, named xiangning, exhibited astonishing growth, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters within a year. Once matured, it transformed into translucent spores the size of a fingertip, dancing in the wind, and upon landing, could grow into a small tree within a year. Consequently, under the deliberate cultivation of the Jiman Alliance, the yield of these spores was remarkably high. One must not underestimate the xiangning spores. This mildly addictive plant contains a unique activating glycoside oil, which nearly all carbon-based races find irresistible. When crafted into cigarettes, their flavor far surpasses that of the finest brands originating from Earth. To his knowledge, After the G-Man Alliance's extensive development of Xiangning spores, they had created hundreds of brands tailored to the aesthetic preferences and flavor inclinations of various races, selling them across different planets, thus establishing a vast market. Within the Orion Arm's major nations, most individuals, including numerous women, would not decline such indulgence. Thus, spore cigarettes became one of the G-Man Alliance's lucrative foreign exchange commodities. Before enlisting, many duty-free shops on Uran Star sold these cigarettes. However, due to the exchange rate issues between the fourth-level civilization and the Earth Federation, they were exceedingly expensive, with each pack costing over 300 credit points. He had only smoked 3 packs in total. Chapter 70. Deep within the stone forest, Feng Xingchen, as if treasure had been bestowed upon him, promptly lit one, inhaling deeply. Indeed, that unique flavor was incomparable to any centuries-old brand like Panda cigarettes. He quickly safeguarded the remaining cigarettes and cast a greedy glance at the shorter individual. Indeed, he discovered 2 more packs of spore cigarettes, 2 bottles of water, and 5 rations, along with 4 individual cork bombs and a miniature missile launcher, which held 6 micro-armor-piercing missiles. Nodding in satisfaction, disregarding any objections, he swiftly picked up Xue Miao and dashed toward the stone forest. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hao quietly descended to relish the metallic treasures. He needed to vacate the forest, as it had drawn the attention of the Kaijia. He could no longer remain hidden. Moreover, until they clarified the enemy situation, they dared not venture deep into the forest to search for the coordinates, as doing so could potentially expose the survivor's location. Quickly traversing the cliffs, he steadily walked along a shallow ravine, soon arriving at the edge of the stone forest. At this moment, Xiao Hao had already consumed the desired materials and returned to his wrist, controlling 3 detectors to cautiously explore the surroundings. These gadgets, developed on the foundation of 7th-level civilization technology, were regrettably ineffective due to the lack of suitable materials, resulting in subpar performance compared to 4th-level civilization counterparts. However, their actual operational efficacy was far beyond what 5th-level civilization products could achieve, let alone those of the Kaijia. Indeed, given the technology of the Kaijia from Castellan, how could they possibly detect his signals? Within minutes, a wealth of information began to flow back as he had anticipated. After a night's passage, the depths of the stone forest were teeming with over 100 Kaijia individuals and more than 30 bio beasts. He scratched his chin, weighing his options, when suddenly, a peculiar gleam flashed in Xue Miao's eyes as she proposed, "Let us go in. The more perilous the place, the more secure it becomes. Go in. Are you overly confident in my abilities?" He replied, recalling how he had silently dispatched 2 9th-level experts in mere seconds. "Don't tell me you lack that kind of strength." He was acutely aware of this principle. However, with Xue Miao by his side, he had to contemplate the risks carefully. After a moment's pause, he abruptly declared, "No, I intend to eliminate these individuals." "Eliminate? How do you plan to do that?" "Fear not. Didn't I acquire several micro-missiles earlier? The truth is, my confidence stems from the proton missiles synthesized by Xiao Hao." Xue Miao furrowed her brow. "If the micro-missiles were effective, would I be in such a predicament?" "Ah, beautiful lady, do not be upset. You merely need to wait," he said, before unceremoniously placing Xue Miao into a hollow within a massive stone pillar, disengaging his stealth mode and gliding into the stone forest like a specter. After proceeding some distance, he whispered, "Xiao Hao, clearly mark what species and levels the red dots represent, especially the evolved beasts. I need a bit of time. With only 3 micro-detectors, understanding everything isn't so straightforward." "Understood." While Xiao Hao explored the area, he examined the Kaijia's missile launcher, deeming it unreliable. Instead, he opted to equip the proton missiles created by Xiao Hao on his wrist. Xiao Hao's efficiency was commendable. Just as he finished equipping, he had already identified the positions of 30 evolved beasts, meticulously marking them above the red dot. He even discovered a Kaijia clad in exoskeletal armor, clearly marked as well. All the Kaijia appeared to be congregated in one area, presumably resting and chatting. Within that vicinity, a single proton missile would suffice to eradicate them all. However, the bio beasts were relatively scattered, making it impossible for one missile to clear the entire area. The bio beasts engineered by the Kaijia were implanted with 3 sets of small chips in their brains, allowing them to receive commands and target specific enemies. During normal conditions, they relied on their instincts and intuition, granting them remarkable adaptability and endurance in battle. After scrutinizing the map for a while, he finally pinpointed 4 locations, slowly narrowing his eyes and releasing his consciousness to envelop the area. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly emerged from his cover, raised his hand, and the missile launcher sprang to life, firing a missile directly at the first marked point. Following that, he sidestepped a few paces, delayed for a second, and launched the second missile at the second point. Subsequently, every second, he continued to release the third and fourth missiles. At that moment, the first missile detonated at his chosen target. Chapter 71. Proton missiles. This point lay at the center where the Kaijia congregated, and the ferocious shock wave, accompanied by temperatures soaring to 9,000 degrees, swept through the area, incinerating nearly a dozen individuals entirely. Each of the others, all possessing strength exceeding 5th level, almost instantly reacted. Some rolled away. Some leaped into the air, while others sought cover. Yet, they undoubtedly underestimated the power of the proton missile, a top-tier projectile comparable to 4th-level peak civilization technology. Its explosive force far surpassed their capacity to endure. Of the 100 or so combat units, including more than 30 bio-beasts, only a handful at the periphery managed to find cover, evading this terrifying onslaught. Naturally, the 8th-level mid-stage expert also managed to dodge behind a massive stone pillar, narrowly escaping disaster. However, before he could relish his fortune, the second missile detonated a mere 30 meters away, and before he could emit a single scream of despair, he was utterly vaporized. The outermost bio-beasts were partially obliterated by the 2 explosions, with the survivors being violently thrust towards 2 points, both of which awaited further missiles. After 2 intense detonations, none remained alive. In the span of merely 20 seconds, the stone forest became eerily silent, devoid of any traces of life. Feng Xingchen stood rooted in place, mouth agape, and after a while murmured, "Good heavens! The might of the proton missile is astonishing. Over 100 combat units, including more than 30 bio-beasts, have all been reduced to charcoal." As Xiaohao emerged, his expression radiated disdain, akin to that of a proton missile. With the technological prowess of a top-tier level 4 civilization, you resort to deploying 4 missiles merely to eliminate a handful of insignificant foes? Such extravagance is truly staggering. Feng Xingchen blinked, responding, "Am I truly being wasteful?" Xiaohao replied with a sly grin, "Heh, these small missiles cost approximately 84,000 level 4 credit points to manufacture in a level 4 nation, which translates to about 7.5 million Earth credit points. Combined, that's a staggering 30 million for 4 missiles. Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Feng Xingchen's hands trembled, and he felt stars dancing before his eyes. Nearly fainting at the thought of a bill amounting to 30 million sprouting wings and flying away, Xiaohao cast a sympathetic glance at his utterly unreliable father, harboring a hint of contempt. A secondary civilization soldier from the peripheral regions had truly never seen the world. He pondered whether the sight of a top-tier starship from a higher civilization would leave him in a vegetative state. Nevertheless, he felt reassured. For a person from a secondary civilization, merely stepping into a level 4 nation once in a lifetime was already a grand tale to tell. As for those above level 7, that was mere fantasy. Feng Xingchen felt dizzy for a full 2 minutes, hastily hiding the last remaining missile, resolved not to utilize it unless in a life-or-death situation. Well, of course, in the worst-case scenario, he could always eliminate a few more cruisers, leveraging his status as Xiaohao's father to procure additional missiles without difficulty. With that thought, his mood brightened immensely, and he waved dismissively, allowing Xiaohao to control the miniature probe to search meticulously within the stone forest. It wasn't long before they discovered a hollow stone pillar with a diameter exceeding 160 meters. After carefully studying the terrain and confirming its safety, he rushed back, scooped up Xuemiao, and sprinted towards the colossal stone pillar. Where a gap awaited them halfway up, upon entering the crevice, they immediately took a liking to the place. The elongated fissure revealed several relatively spacious sections, akin to 5 or 6 single rooms. Though narrow, they were ample enough for shelter. Xuemiao struggled back to the ground, found a small room, thanked him, and entered to sit down, channeling her inner energy to mend her bones. Feng Xingchen's lips moved several times, but he dared not utter any bold statements. Instead, he shook his head and took a seat in the adjacent space, entering a state of cultivation. In truth, his tongue was not clumsy, yet in the presence of the goddess. Alongside the recognized first elite mech warrior of the new generation, He felt a sense of intimidation due to her formidable personal strength and the lingering reputation she held. He truly did not dare to be brazen. Moreover, with a beauty by his side, he felt utterly content. Chapter 72. The beast, he sighed, surveying his surroundings. Having found such a secure location, it was time to reflect on recent gains. What gains, you ask? Naturally, the relationship between mental energy and inner strength, alongside a review of the experiences garnered from the recent series of battles. Help me reconstruct a heavy sniper, he declared, brushing off the dust from the ground and settling down, quickly entering a meditative state. Within the vast sea of consciousness, dense clouds of white mist swirled, representing his mental energy. Just days prior, the quantity of mist was merely 1/25th of what it currently was, its radiance akin to that of fireflies. Yet now, the brilliance of the mist resembled that of a full moon. No, it was not a full moon. As he delved deeper into his meditative state, the mist began to roil and shift, at times forming a herd of celestial steeds racing through the clouds, and at other moments, manifesting as large sailing ships gliding over azure waves. Amidst these myriad transformations, slender strands of refined essence gradually coalesced, infiltrating his mind domain, as if the mist, upon the addition of this essence, was undergoing refinement and augmentation. However, such augmentation was painfully gradual. At this rate, achieving level 9 would require at least 15 years of arduous training. In the past, he might have borne it, but having recently experienced a tenfold surge in just a few days, it was impossible to maintain equanimity. After meditating for approximately 2 hours, yielding almost no results, he sighed softly, emerging from his meditative state, widening his eyes, and shaking his head vigorously to refocus his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, attempting to guide his inner energy. However, as his inner energy completed half a cycle, a jolt of vibration from his wrist startled him awake. Habitually activating his portable holographic device, a series of images suddenly projected before him. 2 Kygerians striding behind a peculiar creature, which was incessantly sniffing the air, gradually approaching their hollow stone pillar. There was no need for explanation. These images were transmitted by Xiaohao, warning him of impending danger. His heart skipped a beat. That creature was said to be a beast raised by the Kygerians, possessing a sense of smell 700 times more acute than that of Earth's canine species. Should the beast track their scent, tranquility would become an impossibility. Gritting his teeth, he seized the metal case beside him, which housed a newly synthesized heavy sniper rifle crafted by Xiaohao, and slipped quietly out of the cave. Within 5 seconds, he equipped himself and vanished into the depths of the stone forest like lightning. After sprinting for over a kilometer, he crouched atop a stone pillar, locating an excellent vantage point, where he set up the heavy sniper and locked onto the beast. Such creatures were rare and challenging to tame. Each one eliminated was a significant loss. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, Xiaohao suddenly popped up, exclaiming, "Wait!" Accompanying his words, a set of visuals transmitted into his helmet. For humanoid mechs belonging to the Kygerians stationed 6 kilometers away, Feng Xingchen was momentarily dumbfounded, muttering, "What the hell? Have the Kygerians gone mad? They've dispatched such a formidable force." "Formidable?" Xiaohao scoffed. 2 hours ago, you slaughtered over 100 of them. If I were the Kygerian commander, I'd also send experts to ascertain the situation." Feng Xingchen shot a glare in their direction, without hesitation relocking onto the beast. He had to eliminate the beast and devise a plan to lure everyone out of the stone forest. Otherwise, both he and Xuan Miao would perish here. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted 800 meters away. The beast was obliterated in a shower of gore. However, the 2 Kygerians were undoubtedly skilled. The moment the beast was struck, it rolled away, narrowly evading the bullets aimed at them. Feng Xingchen suddenly realized he had underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. At that moment, he refrained from firing again, leaping off the stone pillar without hesitation, sprinting deeper into the forest at a speed of 40 meters, deliberately choosing a direction far from Xuan Miao's location. Chapter 73. Sniping. Feng Xingchen needed to flee quickly. Others would not grant him another opportunity to aim, but would instead call upon mechs to encircle him. At such close range, even a 2-second delay, let alone half a second, would exponentially escalate the risks he faced. It must be said that he had rapidly matured amidst the chaos of war. Adept at seizing opportunities and knowing when to retreat. In fact, Sharp judgment was an essential trait for any excellent sniper. In this era, soldiers possessed a wealth of knowledge, systematically cultivated to achieve remarkable combat prowess. Once on the battlefield, overcoming psychological barriers would inevitably lead to astonishing growth. As an A-class sniper, he was already recognized as a mid-level professional, with access to far more information than others. This information was derived from the collective wisdom of countless experts who had studied conventional weaponry on the battlefield for centuries, allowing him to merge theory with practice and accelerate his growth. A speed of 40 meters was not his limit. With the augmentation of windwalking and exoskeletal enhancements, he could even surpass 72 meters. He was grateful to Xiaohao for crafting the portable holographic device tailored for him, which allowed 5 miniature probes to be perfectly controlled, clearly displaying all unit movements within his helmet. Moreover, he appreciated the unique environment and complex terrain of this planet. However, he had intentionally left subtle traces, confident that with 4 mechs and 2 experts dispatched, there would undoubtedly be tracking elites among them. His assumption proved correct. Amidst the intricate terrain, those individuals, despite appearing to maintain a considerable distance from one another, were consistently forming a semi-encirclement, clearly intent on forcing him out of the stone forest to capture him alive. He chuckled coldly, pausing briefly as he maneuvered around a massive stone pillar, allowing a slender creature over 2 meters long to slip away rapidly into the distance. Simultaneously, he leaped 3 times to the middle of the stone pillar and concealed himself. Within 10 seconds, a mech and a single elite soldier whizzed past below. He found it somewhat peculiar. How could a tracking expert donning a mech effectively pursue? Was the true tracking expert the individual clad in exoskeletal armor? A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Once the two had traversed over 200 meters and were about to vanish into the stone forest, he locked onto the elite soldier. Bang! If Feng Xingchen were to miss his first target in a surprise attack, he would no longer deserve the title of A-class sniper, especially as one whose mental prowess reached level 8. In truth, the designation of A-class was merely a professional evaluation obtained after pre-battle testing. Now, he could confidently assert that his sniper level exceeded 3A, potentially even reaching S-class. In the Earth Federation, snipers were classified into 3 tiers and 9 levels, with the lowest being B-class and the highest being 3S. Those entering S-class were accorded high professional recognition, inevitably entering classified archives. Even after retirement, they continued to receive substantial state subsidies, of course, in return. They became the top reserve members and lifelong guest instructors, always at the ready for the call of the Federal Army. Anyone targeted by such a master would meet a swift demise. In the midst of a frantic sprint, a lone soldier's head exploded with a resounding pop, startling the mecha pilot trailing closely behind. However, he remained composed, confident that his armored machine was impervious to the heavy sniper fire. With remarkable swiftness, he turned around, intent on locating the sniper's concealed position. Yet, as he pivoted, a streak of light hurtled toward him, striking the mecha's head with pinpoint accuracy. The head of the mecha lacked any circuitry or personnel within, but it housed the vital radar, communication signal transmitter, and fire control systems. Damage to this area would render the mecha effectively blind and deaf. Given the critical nature of this component, the metal armor there was among the thickest and most resilient on the entire machine, the other 2 fortified spots being the cockpit and the rear power conduit. Such metal could hardly be breached by a mere level 3 civilization sniper rifle. Yet, the light streak penetrated precisely into one of the compound eyes of the camera, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Chapter 74, Humanoid Mecha 1 cannot help but commend the quality of the mecha. Although the camera was rendered inoperative, it was shielded by an additional layer of protective metal. The explosive force of the sniper's round, while formidable, merely created a small hole, failing to inflict significant damage. However, it was evident that if another bullet were to strike this location, the mecha would encounter severe complications. For the time being, the most it suffered was a misrepresentation in 3-dimensional imaging in that direction. The mecha pilot was genuinely rattled by the prowess of the sniper, who could only be described as a master marksman. Fortunately, all mecha pilots were seasoned veterans, each boasting a rank above level 7. Their reflexes were extraordinary. In an instant, he contemplated several possible scenarios, rolling out of harm's way with astonishing speed while deftly adjusting the radar frequency. His instincts proved correct in combat. Mechas possessed robust frequency modulation capabilities. After swiftly switching frequencies 3 times, A vague red silhouette appeared on the radar screen. It is worth noting that due to the Universal Training Regimen, all combatants on the battlefield exceeded level 5 in skill, while those above level 7 had internal energy shields capable of significantly attenuating many frequency detection effects. Simultaneously, nearly all skilled fighters equipped themselves with exoskeletons, which included radar suppression and metallic armor coatings that similarly offered strong filtering effects. The mecha pilot surmised that the individual they were pursuing was undoubtedly a master of solo combat. Thus, the prudent course of action was to activate both the radar and internal energy shield for dual filtering while maintaining radar suppression, or alternatively, solely relying on the internal energy shield. Consequently, the radar continued to oscillate within these three frequencies. To his astonishment, Feng Xingchen did not employ any concealment techniques. Instead, he relied solely on the natural cover provided by the environment. On one hand, he admired the audacity of the Earthlings. On the other, he unleashed a barrage of missiles to blanket the area. Feng Xingchen was no fool. Successfully shattering a camera and inflicting some damage upon the mecha was a stroke of luck. Therefore, as the mecha pilot initiated evasive maneuvers, Feng Xingchen had already stowed his sniper rifle and leaped down from the stone pillar, sprinting toward the most convoluted terrain. He was indebted to Xiao Hao, who, during his earlier 2-hour mental training, had utilized a detection device to meticulously survey the entire stone forest, constructing a high-definition 3-dimensional map. Hence, Feng Xingchen's speed was astonishingly swift. The mecha pilot was infuriated. The cumbersome mecha was far less adaptable in the intricate landscape than a lone soldier. Yet, he could never abandon his mecha to pursue alone. The consequences of his anger were severe. His hands flew into action, launching a volley of missiles that enveloped Feng Xingchen. Fortunately, after advancing to level 8, the quality of his internal energy shield improved significantly, rendering it far superior to that of a level 7. This barrage forced Feng Xingchen into a state of disarray, yet he emerged unscathed. Feng Xingchen, equally furious, could only flee in a beleaguered manner, realizing he had underestimated the complexities of the mecha. Damn it. He cursed repeatedly. If being pursued by one mecha was vexing, being chased by two was infinitely worse. Indeed, a second mecha had joined the fray, and the two massive machines pursued him relentlessly, appearing poised to engulf him at any moment. At this juncture, the frustration was not solely Feng Xingchen's. The Kaijia warriors were equally dismayed. Their second lone soldier had been ambushed by an unseen assailant, and subsequently, two mechas had pursued the unknown entity into the distance. This meant that the two warriors were temporarily without backup. Compounding their woes, the Earthling was exceedingly elusive, consistently seeking narrow passages to navigate, compelling them to expend an array of missiles in an effort to intercept him. As a result, their ammunition consumption escalated dramatically, with combat costs surpassing their budget by several magnitudes. At this point, even if they were to eliminate Feng Xingchen, they would still face reprimands from their superiors and endure the mockery of their peers. Yet, they were caught in a bind. If they failed to flush the Earthling from the stone forest, killing him would prove exceedingly difficult, rendering their extensive expenditure utterly meaningless. Missiles seemed to rain down endlessly. Had it not been for the dense stone pillars, which were rich in metal and difficult to destroy, even an 11th level master would have been driven to madness. Chapter 75. Mecha Pilot Through Gritted Teeth. Feng Xingchen summoned every ounce of speed and evasive maneuver he could muster, finding himself in a state of utter disarray. Damn it! He cursed again as he darted past a colossal stone pillar. He drew forth a 30 million cycle Cassie's blue vibrational blade, crouching low as he maneuvered around the stone formation, resolute in his decision to engage in close combat. The mecha was not sluggish. By the time he rounded the stone pillar, the mecha was already a good 80 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward. The mecha pilot, clearly astonished that anyone would dare challenge a mecha head-on, momentarily faltered. In that instant, two laser point defense cannons rose from the mecha's shoulders. However, Feng Xingchen, with his 8th level prowess, was not so foolish as to leap directly into a head-on confrontation. Instead, he raised his hand, activating the missile launcher he had appropriated, and 3 mini armor-piercing missiles, already primed, were launched first. The mecha pilot was taken aback. At such close range, while the armor-piercing missiles might not inflict fatal damage on the mecha, their directional explosive force was not to be underestimated. In that split second, He made a decision he would come to regret for the rest of his life. He executed a side roll. Amid the violent explosion, his evasive maneuver was executed with precision and perfection. However, as he completed the roll and sprang to his feet, an unusual sound emanated from the power core, and he realized the mecha's leg could no longer move. The power core's wiring had snapped. As a mecha pilot, determining the status of the mecha required no inspection. He could pinpoint the fault with a mere thought. He could not fathom why the superconductive wire, shaped like a steel plate, would break. Nevertheless, in such a situation, one could not linger within the mecha. That would be tantamount to waiting for death. He struck the ejection mechanism forcefully, and with a pop, the cockpit was launched free. As the capsule detached from the body, it opened, ejecting him into the air. Normally, during an ejection, collision-absorbing foam would spray out to envelop the pilot, but the pilot instinctively knew he could not allow himself to be encased in foam, or he would surely perish. In a moment of crisis, the pilot switched off the foam ejection mechanism, bracing himself for the impact with the stone pillar, determined to counterattack. Indeed, as a peak level 8 master, even without his mecha, he was more than capable of fighting back. However, he had underestimated Feng Xingqian's speed. Before he could collide with the stone pillar, a sharp sound pierced the air. Before he could react, a rapidly vibrating, elongated blade was deeply embedded in his neck. Feng Xingqian had not anticipated that his mental energy would so effectively detonate the power core's wiring, allowing him to kill the mecha soldier with such ease. His confidence surged. He flicked the blade, splattering the grotesque green blood, and swiftly turned to contemplate how to hunt down the second mecha. He seemed to forget that there existed a continuous information-sharing link between the two mechas. The entire process of his comrade's demise was transmitted faithfully to the pilot of the second mecha. Startled, the pilot did not hesitate to exit the mecha. He had to leave. Engaging in close combat within such a confined terrain was not advantageous for the mecha, which would be severely restricted. Moreover, he was unaware of what had transpired with his companion's mecha and feared that remaining inside could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Besides, as a novice pilot of level 9, he was equipped with exoskeletal armor, rendering him fearless in close-quarters combat. The speed of the 9th level Kaijia warrior approached 60 meters, and with the augmentation provided by the exoskeleton, he surpassed Feng Xingqian's maximum speed of 72 meters. At such high velocity, he darted past several stone pillars to this very location, precisely at the moment Feng Xingqian sought to make his escape. Without uttering a word, he silently crept within 10 meters, then unleashed the vibrational blade in a sweeping strike. With a whoosh, the speed of the blade, combined with his own velocity, left him absolutely confident that he could conclude the battle in one decisive move. However, as the blade came within 50 centimeters, he suddenly realized that the diminutive earthling had vanished from beneath the blade's arc in an instant windwalk. He finally comprehended how this earthling had evaded the overwhelming firepower of the two mechas. In that instant, feeling somewhat unsettled, he swung his blade horizontally behind him while simultaneously leaping backward. His assessment was correct. Feng Xingqian indeed launched a surprise attack from behind, yet the horizontal slash forced him to retreat. Feng Xingqian stepped back a dozen meters, standing still, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the mecha pilot. Chapter 76. Counterattack. The mecha pilot's face flushed. Being forced to retreat in a disorganized manner by an early-stage 8th level combatant was profoundly humiliating. However, after a fleeting moment of discomfort, he inhaled deeply and charged forward with his blade. Confronted with the mecha pilot's fierce assault, Feng Xingqian's expression grew grave, his internal energy surging as he too brandished his blade to meet the onslaught. With a whoosh, the fierce clash of blades stirred the dust on the ground, trembling in the wake of their ferocity. The clash of two high-tech blades erupted with a deafening sound, reverberating through the air. In that moment, neither combatant paid any heed to the cacophony. Their sole focus was to eliminate each other with utmost swiftness. The blades danced with dizzying speed. The sound of premium metal colliding echoed incessantly. With blades poised against one another, Feng Xingqian felt a surge of fervor. Yet due to the effects of the transcendent realm, he was able to perceive every movement of his opponent, Kaijia. In truth, he was unaware that the fusion of the transcendent realm with Windwalk could yield such an exquisite state. At that instant, he earnestly wished for this battle to continue earnestly. He could clearly sense that under the oppressive power of Kaijia, He was astonishingly merging the combat skills imparted by his instructor, embedding them deeply within his very marrow. If the confrontation were to persist for another hour or two, he was certain he would emerge transformed. However, he had not forgotten that Ming Ming had drawn away 2 mechas. To be candid, he was rather concerned. With Meng Ming's current prowess, she was evidently insufficient to withstand a direct confrontation with the mechas. Alas, these were creatures imbued with a destructive ideology, and to leap forth and face them head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Sai, who could have foreseen that this was a battlefield, and he had never had the opportunity to train Ming Ming. It was truly vexing. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to delay any longer, once again raising his blade while locking onto his adversary's cerebral domain with his mental energy, piercing and detonating. Just as the pilot was about to raise his blade to block, a thunderous sound resonated within his mind, causing him to stagger. Before he could comprehend the situation, the blade had sliced through his neck. The astonishing cutting power of the blade rendering him oblivious to pain as his head was sent flying. With a successful strike, Feng Xingchen did not hesitate for an instant, pivoting and sprinting towards the direction where Ming Ming had vanished. Yet, he failed to notice Xiaohai breaking free from his wrist, hastily darting forth to engulf the 2 mechas, even sparing no thought for the exoskeletons of the 2 corpses. This fellow was in dire need of various metals. Unfortunately, the quality of the metals was too low to offer him significant assistance. Frustratingly, he had no choice. Feng Xingchen moved swiftly, guided by the detector controlled by Xiaohai, and soon located the positions of the 2 mechas. Damn, Ming Ming is impressive. She has actually learned to engage in guerrilla tactics. It was a mix of astonishment and joy. This individual was clever to such an extent that if she were to ever break free from control, she would become a formidable adversary. At that moment, Xiaohai returned along a shortcut to his wrist, exclaiming, "Take the left. We have a chance to snipe one of the mechas, in a way. The bullets you provided me absolutely lack the power to directly snipe a mecha." Hee. What if it were a mecha? Feng Xingchen was taken aback and suddenly exclaimed, "Right. Wasn't there a complete mecha left over from the earlier battle? I shall show you what it truly means to be a Lingpeng clansman piloting a mecha." Feng Xingchen declared, "I swear, once the opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly learn to pilot a mecha. Fear not. Under my guidance, Father will discover that piloting a mecha is not as difficult as you imagine." Feng Xingchen shouted excitedly, "Excellent! Let's split up and encircle them." "Understood," Xiaohai replied loudly, suddenly breaking away to unleash a mecha, darting forth like lightning, and in the next moment, the mecha sprang into action. However, as they pursued for a distance, Feng Xingchen suddenly called out, "Not good. They are moving towards the stone forest's outskirts. I can assure you, they have sensed the danger," Xiaohai shouted. "That is certain. After all, the advantage in space lies with them. And setting up an aerial early warning system is fundamental." The most frustrating part was that they had created a 3-dimensional map of the stone forest, and look, their retreat route wasted not a single inch. Damn it, at this rate, I won't be able to catch up to them. What about Ming Ming? Only she can delay those 2 mechas for a few seconds. Chapter 77. The moment of opportunity. Feng Xingchen lamented, "Don't count on Ming Ming. I can wager that this girl has surely been frightened by the onslaught of the 2 mechas, running as far as she can. Then we can only go hard against them." Throughout their dialogue, they maintained a rapid pace, and as they exited the stone forest, the 2 mechas remained 2 kilometers away. "Fantastic," Xiaohai exclaimed, launching several missiles into the air at high speed. The missiles appeared to lack a target, but as they neared the mechas, one suddenly detonated, the powerful shockwave sending the first missile careening off at an angle, exploding again in mid-air less than 100 meters from the 2 mechas. The force of this explosion was not great, but the excellent detonation angle and shockwave caused the 2 mechas to stagger a few steps, delaying their acceleration by 7 or 8 seconds. While this delay was insufficient for Xiaohai to catch up to the 2 pilots, it allowed him to maneuver the mecha to an optimal sniping position. Boom, boom, boom. Massive 105mm alloy projectiles were launched, throwing the 2 mechas into disarray and thoroughly disrupting their escape. The 2 mecha pilots, enraged, desperately dodged a wave of attacks while bellowing, hurling dozens of missiles in retaliation. "Damn, we're dead this time," Feng Xingchen shouted as he saw the multitude of missiles headed his way, turning to flee back into the stone forest. Even with overflowing confidence, He did not believe he could withstand so many mecha missiles. Xiao Hai, witnessing his father's frantic escape, scoffed and chuckled lightly, directing the mecha towards the missile swarm. As two closed defense cannons extended from its shoulders, buzzing as dense beams of light danced, intercepting missile after missile hundreds of meters away. Subsequently, the mecha moved with a life of its own, weaving through the gaps in the barrage of bullets and beams. Akin to small silver needlefish gliding through algae, gradually closing in on the two mechas from a distance, Feng Xingchen watched in astonishment. At that moment, he finally believed that Xiao Hai could indeed push the mecha to 200 of its capacity. Every movement was executed with meticulous precision, leaving no room or energy wasted, a flawless display. It could be said that within the entire Orion arm, one would struggle to find anyone capable of piloting a third-tier civilization mecha to such a level. He realized that Xiao Hai must have intended to capture two complete mechas, which was why he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to draw closer for some method of capture. Such a mecha performance was a visual delight, yet they seemed to overlook one crucial detail. The opponent was a mecha, equipped not only with formidable firepower but also with a powerful radar and communication system. As time passed, certain consequences were bound to manifest. When Xiao Hai approached within 300 meters of the mechas, he suddenly shouted, "Not good, Dad. Run!" Feng Xingchen was taken aback, only to see two missiles hurtling through the air. Airborne missiles. Realizing the nature of the missile trails, Feng Xingchen was taken aback, bellowing, "Run!" The airborne missiles from starfighter jets are an entirely different concept from mecha missiles. Fighter jet missiles often pertain to strategic implementation, their destructive capability elevated to a strategic level. Conversely, mechas prioritize occupation, and the targets they address differ significantly, leading to a stark contrast in power. Indeed, mechas can intercept missiles, but the destructive force generated by the detonation of a large warhead in midair is far more potent than that upon impact with the ground. As Feng Xingchen shouted, he unstrapped his heavy sniper rifle. However, at an altitude of over 3,000 meters, attempting to shoot down a fighter jet with a sniper rifle was akin to chasing a dream. Not only was it improbable for him, but even for the mecha, it was a daunting task. Xiao Hai shouted, "Don't worry about me, just run with that." Xiao Hai truly ignited with fury as the laser closed defense cannon locked onto the incoming missiles, unleashing a barrage of light. Xiao Hai was unconcerned. Since the mecha could not be preserved, he would ensure that the other two mechas would not fare any better. As for himself, a seventh-tier civilization's intelligent metallic life, how could it be harmed by weaponry of less than a fifth-tier civilization? In the sky, two luminous orbs shone brightly, exploding at an altitude of 700 meters. However, Chapter 78. Inverted Tactics in Truth. They had all miscalculated. The missiles launched by the opponent were not destructive weapons, but rather electronic pulse bombs. Amidst a series of peculiar wails, the instruments of the three mechas on the ground instantly fell into a state of paralysis. Infuriating Xiao Hai, who cursed loudly and was forced to activate the mechanical ejection system, rapidly detaching from the mecha and racing back to Feng Xingchen's location, soon returning to his wrist. Feng Xingchen was deeply concerned that the Kaijia might launch a counterattack. Wary of leaving his hiding place in the stone forest, he remained concealed while allowing Xiao Hai to monitor the surroundings with the detector. Before long, two transport aircraft approached, hoisting the three incapacitated mechas away without any pause. Vanishing into the distance, Feng Xingchen was utterly exasperated. Was such a grand display truly necessary for a mere two soldiers? If Xue Miao had not been injured, they could have simply relocated elsewhere. Yet now, having exited the stone forest, he had no idea where safety might lie. As he wallowed in frustration, two warning signals sounded in his helmet. Glancing at the radar, he noticed a green, slowly approaching from the depths of the stone forest. The green on the radar represented a companion in the friend or foe recognition system, and at that moment, the only companion emerging from the depths of the stone forest could be Xue Miao. How did she manage to come out? Feng Xingchen murmured, turning to dash back into the stone forest. Xiao Hai also muttered, "What else could it be?" The commotion from the earlier battle was so great that even a deaf person would have heard it. Xue Miao soon arrived before him, and upon seeing Feng Xingchen, she exclaimed, "Great hero, I must reevaluate your actual combat capability. To have successfully escaped under the assault of the mecha soldiers is quite remarkable. So, what is the situation outside?" Feng Xingchen's lips moved a few times, hesitating to disclose his destruction of the two mechas, and with a slight smile, he replied, "Trust me, it is relatively calm outside for the time being. However, I am worried, do not fret. If I were the commander of the Kaijia, I would no longer consider this place a focal point for search efforts, due to the relentless assault by the mecha squad. Even a fool would not contemplate remaining in this place. Thus, do you believe we should act contrarily and linger here?" Shui Miao, with an air of dominance, waved her hand dismissively. "Trust me, it is the right course." Feng Xingchen scratched his head in confusion. "I have no qualms about following your lead. However, if we stay, won't we become akin to those who are even more foolish than fools?" Shui Miao was momentarily taken aback, then realized that her earlier words had indeed been flawed, leaving her speechless. Feng Xingchen flashed a grin. "Yet, even a fool values his own life and instinctively seeks to avoid danger. If your judgment holds true, what harm is there in being a fool?" Suddenly, Shui Miao posed a question. "Are you familiar with white cats?" What do you mean?" Hee. "Once, a neighbor of mine had a white cat that loved to visit my room. I attempted to converse with it, but alas, it could only meow like you." Feng Xingchen recognized that Shui Miao was subtly mocking him, yet he remained unfazed, displaying a shameless smile. "It is clear that you have quite the fondness for that meowing fool." Nonsense, I in the blink of an eye. 6 days had swiftly passed amidst the ever-changing skies and stars. Within the dense thicket of trees, Shui Miao cautiously navigated around the towering trunks, periodically glancing at the small virtual screen generated by her portable light brain. Feng Xingchen trailed behind, enduring a moment of silence before finally suggesting, "Beautiful lady, shall we take a moment to rest and have a bite? We have searched relentlessly for 9 hours without a single clue. Perhaps a respite might bring us fortune." Without turning her head, Shui Miao replied, "I am not hungry, nor do I wish to rest. If you are tired, wait for me here." With that, she pressed onward. Feng Xingchen found himself at a loss for words at Shui Miao's stubbornness. He could only click his tongue in resignation, following her while admiring her flawless silhouette, all the while half-heartedly listening to Xiaohao recount the events of the past few days. Strangely, after the mecha chase 6 days ago, the dispersed Kaijirians had received orders to converge at a specific coordinate in the southeastern hemisphere, after which many Kaijirian combat units vanished. Chapter 79, New Species. Xiaohao was perplexed, diligently monitoring signals and networks around the clock, yet the Kaijirians had seemingly gone mad, as all communication ceased after that day, and even wireless networks fell silent. Xiaohao lacked a high-powered information relay station to control other satellites. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly investigated the matter. Feng Xingchen, however, dismissed it with a smile, believing that the Kaijirians had likely discovered a significant mineral vein and were concentrating their efforts on constructing a military outpost to protect the mining site, necessitating the gathering of troops for unforeseen circumstances. For him and Shui Miao, the absence of Kaijirians was nothing short of a blessing, allowing them to leisurely search for hidden signals. If it were otherwise, how could they afford to meander through the forest for 9 hours without anxiety? But was there truly no danger? After walking several dozen meters, Feng Xingchen suddenly sensed an ominous intent approaching at high speed. He turned sharply, just in time to see a dark shadow darting through the trees a few dozen meters away. With a metallic clatter, he removed his heavy sniper rifle and chambered a round. Ahead, Shui Miao turned around, pressing her hand against her vibrating blade. "What is happening?" Feng Xingchen scanned the forest, his voice low. "Shui Miao, be cautious, I believe I have seen something." Furrowing her brows, Shui Miao activated her radar, scrutinizing several faint red dots in data before suddenly laughing. "They are merely local fauna of Quantan Star. You aren't frightened by these little creatures, are you?" Thanks to Xiaohao's adjustments, the radar system could detect a radius of 3 kilometers within the forest. This left Shui Miao in awe, however. Regardless of her inquiries, Feng Xingchen merely smiled without elaborating. He paid no heed to Shui Miao's mocking remarks, shaking his head seriously. "They are definitely not local species. I am certain that it is something I have never encountered before." Shui Miao covered her mouth, chuckling. "How many days have you been on Quantan Star? How many missions have you undertaken? How many creatures have you encountered? Compared to us, you still fall short." Before she could finish, she noticed Feng Xingchen's pupils dilate in alarm. Her heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, a pair of claws, harder than Quantan alloy, seized her shoulder, lifting her off her feet, and the creature whirled around, darting to the left with Shui Miao in tow. This was utterly unexpected, even with Feng Xingchen's reflexes. He had no chance to fire his weapon. No, he bellowed, releasing all restraint as he sprinted after the creature, shouting, "Xiaohao, why didn't you detect its approach? I don't know. This creature seems capable of filtering all radar waves. And throughout, there hasn't been a hint of signal change. Idiot, track Shui Miao's signal." Xiaohao rolled his eyes. "Are you the clever one? I started trying that long ago. However, Shui Miao may be within this monster's force field, filtering all radar waves and leaving no trace. What in the world is this creature? It appears to have wings. Its speed is so astonishing that I couldn't catch a glimpse." While speaking, he increased his pace to its maximum. Yet, the forest was too dense, and his speed was not as swift as anticipated. This was an entirely undiscovered species. "Look for yourself," Xiaohao said, sending a photo to Feng Xingchen's helmet. The image depicted the moment Shui Miao was abducted. But due to the creature's rapidity, Xiaohao had done his best to process the footage, which remained indistinct. Nevertheless, the wingspan appeared to be between 6 to 7 meters, resembling featherless leathery wings, complemented by an elongated beak, reminiscent of a pterosaur from the Cretaceous period. Chapter 80. The Strange Bird. "Damn it!" Feng Xingchen spat angrily, shouting, "My wife has been taken, and I cannot track her. Am I still a man? Your wife? When did Shui Miao become your wife?" Xiaohao asked, puzzled. "One day, she will be my wife." Feng Xingchen roared in frustration, suddenly struck by a thought. He cursed under his breath and wondered if Ming Ming could track the creature. "Wait, aren't you afraid Ming Ming will kill that monster and evolve to a deeper level? Escaping your control? Focus on the immediate." In a frenzy for Shui Miao's safety, Feng Xingchen was beyond reason. He bellowed, "Ming Ming, come forth." With that shout, Ming Ming revealed a hint of its not-so-innocent self. Gyo recount. Ming Ming had been thoroughly frightened by the mecha 6 days ago, hiding for an entire day before sneaking back to Feng Xingchen. However, this creature had undoubtedly consumed several Kaijirian's corpses, enhancing its strength, and while searching for Feng Xingchen, it had exhibited a special talent for tracking. This pleased Feng Xingchen greatly. In such a moment, he clearly needed to leverage the insect's abilities. As Ming Ming appeared, it flitted around the woods for a few circles, swiftly uncovering a clue, suddenly soaring in a particular direction. Feng Xingchen followed closely behind. Fortunately, after being suppressed by Feng Xingchen's psychic energy, Ming Ming had noticeably become more compliant, not flying off on its own but instead leading the way steadily. After tracking for several minutes, Xiaohao suddenly exclaimed, "Signal from Shui Miao detected." Feng Xingchen saw the green on the radar screen and waved his hand, recalling Ming Ming to the Insect King's space, locking onto the light point and sprinting towards it. He had to reclaim Ming Ming. This creature was a relentless killer, and without systematic training, he had to remain vigilant. Moreover, he could not let the insect be exposed to anyone's gaze, not even Shui Miao's. Before long, they arrived at the source of the signal, but found only 2 shoulder armor plates equipped with signal emitters. He grasped these 2 items tightly, feeling somewhat dazed. Yet, Xiaohao's words reignited hope. "There are traces here. If I am not mistaken, Shui Miao definitely headed in this direction." Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xingchen secured the 2 armor plates to his waist, unleashing his speed as he pursued the trail. Let us not linger on this. Shui Miao was being dragged at a speed exceeding 200 meters per second, and had it not been for the 4th-level civilization exoskeleton armor covering her shoulders, her shoulder bones would have surely shattered. Looking up, she saw the monstrous creature above exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura, far more powerful than the giant lizard that had previously broken her thigh. She had no confidence of escaping the clutches of this terrifying beast. Sighing inwardly, she attempted to move her shoulder armor, which had been severely deformed and wedged in place by the creature's claws, making it difficult to move her arm, let alone raise it to shoulder height. What bad luck! Gritting her teeth, she struggled to press a couple of buttons on the chest piece of her exoskeleton armor. With a metallic snap, the 2 shoulder plates fell away, and she shot toward the ground like a cannonball. Had she not possessed a peak 9th-level physique and internal energy, this collision with the ground would have reduced her bones to dust. With the protection of her internal energy shield and exoskeleton armor, she tumbled awkwardly across the ground for several meters before finally stabilizing herself. At that moment, the flying beast, infuriated, discarded the shoulder plates and turned to extend its claws with a furious roar. Shui Miao, imbued with an icy resolve, propelled herself forcefully, and with a resounding thud, her entire being surged forth in an eerie rush, narrowly evading the impending impact. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, almost outpacing her vision. With a silent sigh, she acknowledged the formidable challenge of escaping unscathed today. At that moment, fear did not grip her heart. Rather, she felt a twinge of regret for Feng Xingqian. She sensed that Feng Xingqian was one among her many admirers, harboring impure thoughts towards her. Yet, she found it impossible to dismiss him. After being saved twice, she had begun to rely on this seemingly unreliable individual. Suddenly, shaking her head vigorously, she sighed softly, "Alas! Why am I still lost in thought at this moment? What a fool I am as a soldier! How could I perish without a fight? I must find a way to survive." Chapter 81. Advancement. In that instant, Shui Miao astonishingly regained her composure, as a refreshing current seemed to flow through her mind. In a flash, her consciousness expanded, carrying with it the tumultuous energy of her peak 9th-level internal force. At this moment, she sensed an overwhelming influx of information entering her mind through a peculiar medium. Indeed, this vast information transcended mere visual perception, perfectly reflecting upon all her senses. The trajectory of the creature's flight, its razor-sharp claws, the flapping of its meaty wings against the wind, its gaping beak, and even the quivering of its muscles in flight. All were rendered in exquisite clarity. A thought struck her. Had she finally brushed against the threshold of nature? Without a moment's hesitation, she deftly drew the short staff lodged against her outer thigh, transforming it into an elongated spear measuring 1.8 meters. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she instinctively thrust forward. The force behind this thrust far exceeded her peak state. The spear tip sliced through the creature's body, leaving a gash nearly 40 centimeters long and 10 centimeters deep. The creature let out a horrific shriek, abruptly twisting away and staggering deeper into the forest. Shui Miao paused for a moment, then distinctly felt her 9th-level internal force surging restlessly within her, flooding her body with explosive power. Even a fool could perceive that she was utterly transformed from her earlier self. Yes, she was entirely different. The transition from level 3 to level 4 marked the outward manifestation of internal force, while the progression from level 6 to 7 involved the formation of an internal force shield. Subsequently, the ability to control this shield was refined between levels 7 and 9, awaiting the moment of opportunity. When that moment arrived, the internal force shield would connect with nature, expanding exponentially, dozens, even hundreds of times, into a field of internal energy that comprehended all. At that moment, her combat prowess would undergo a monumental shift. Once she fully unleashed her 9th-level internal force, the resulting power would be terrifyingly formidable. However, due to the uneven distribution of her limbs and body, the resulting power disparities and balance errors were significant. A person capable of exerting even 50 of their strength in each strike would be considered an elite with exceptional insight. Yet, once she reached level 10 and activated a more refined and expansive field of internal energy, she would undoubtedly unleash 70 of her internal forces might within that field, which would only increase as her control over it improved. By level 12, she could wield 100 of her strength. Simultaneously, the understanding of the naturally formed energy field, compared to the internal force shield, would dramatically enhance her defensive capabilities, placing them in entirely different realms. Tio put it succinctly: if the 9th-level internal force shield were akin to a layer of 3rd-level civilization exoskeletal armor, the internal energy field would represent the pinnacle of 3rd-level civilization's mechanized exoskeleton. In terms of mental fortitude, even the dullest 10th-level master would, through the feedback effects triggered by the 9 transformations of internal energy, inevitably attract a significant amount of refined material into their cerebral domain, allowing their mental prowess to break through to level 4. The difference between 3rd and 4th-level mental fortitude may seem negligible, yet it represents a watershed moment, for at level 4, mental energy can finally be projected outward. Although this external projection does not possess any overt offensive capabilities, mental energy that can extend 30 to 40 meters, when perfectly combined with the energy field, allows for a more acute perception of subtle changes. Thus, even a single level's difference can equate to a disparity of at least twofold in strength. It is precisely for this reason that the gulf between levels 9 and 10 is immense. Crossing it transforms one from a master into a powerhouse, with her confidence restored upon witnessing the creature's unsteady flight. Xue Miao let out a fierce shout and pursued it. Unbeknownst to her, within merely 2 minutes, Feng Xingchen had arrived at the scene. Fortunately, at this juncture, she was tracking the creature with astonishing speed. Leaving behind ample traces, these remnants forming a beacon guiding her path. Chapter 82. Second stage beast Feng Xingchen was unaware that Xue Miao had achieved a breakthrough. He believed the beauty was still in dire straits, pursued relentlessly by the flying beast. Frantically following the traces, he became increasingly anxious, especially upon spotting several splatters of dark red blood along the way. After sprinting 2 to 3 kilometers, he suddenly found himself at the edge of a deep valley. Standing at the precipice, he strained to listen to the rumbling sounds of battle emanating from below, interspersed with the shouts of a woman. Without a moment's thought, he surmised that Xue Miao was embroiled in a fierce struggle. He hesitated only briefly before leaping down. Utilizing the protruding rocks of the cliffside for leverage, he descended rapidly to the valley floor. A casual glance revealed a scene that filled him with both shock and delight. Shocked to see that the creature was indeed a second-stage evolved beast, unleashing a fearsome onslaught that sent boulders and fragments of trees flying. Should the beauty be struck even once, it would surely result in grievous injury. Yet, he was elated to witness Xue Miao exuding an entirely different aura, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the second-stage beast, showing no signs of faltering. Having honed his skills, he concealed himself and observed for a while, quickly discerning the underlying reasons. Firstly, while the bio-beast appeared to be a second-stage evolution, it relied on speed to dominate. Lacking long-range attacks and exhibiting far less diversity in its strength and techniques compared to the larger ground beasts. Its defensive capabilities were also comparatively weak. Ironically, Xue Miao was the type that excelled in agility and speed, and in this encounter, the human intellect began to assert its superiority. Secondly, the area was relatively confined, restricting the larger flying beast from fully unleashing its speed. This was likely its nesting ground, and such fiercely predatory creatures would not abandon their lair in haste. Thirdly, having sustained prior injuries, the beast's strength was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Xue Miao had undoubtedly ascended to level 10. The release of her energy field not only provided substantial defense, but also had the remarkable effect of slowing the creature's speed, granting her a significant advantage. Feng Xingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he watched Xue Miao's every evasive maneuver, each executed with breathtaking precision, evoking both thrill and admiration. A testament to the combat style she had developed through countless battles. Regrettably, her spear fell short. Its 800,000 oscillation frequency did not deliver the expected impact, failing to inflict substantial wounds despite piercing the beast multiple times, with minimal blood loss. Contemplating his options, he quietly retrieved the Carslan oscillation knife he had stashed and, seizing the moment, shouted, "Xue Miao, catch the knife!" Clearly caught off guard by Feng Xingchen's swift arrival, Xue Miao experienced a surge of delight, her peripheral vision catching a dark shape hurtling towards her. Grasping the knife, she unleashed its blade and erupted with joy. For a master of her caliber, with such an extraordinary background, she could procure not only the Carslan oscillation knife, but even products from the Ximen Alliance. However, having distanced herself from her family and concealed her identity, she had fled to the remote Kuntan Star without taking any weapons or money. Once enlisted, she had no opportunities to engage with smuggled goods. Thus, while she lacked immediate access to weaponry, her extensive experience meant she could easily identify the knife as one with a 3 million oscillation frequency. With a swish, she swung the knife, feeling the air parting with its razor edge. And her confidence soared. At that moment, the second stage beast circled around, its body blurring into an afterimage, its elongated beak resembling a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, thrusting toward her chest. Xue Miao's eyes turned cold as ice. She realized that even a 4th-level exoskeletal armor would offer no assurance of withstanding such high speed and formidable beak. The tip of the beak drew near the armor, and she could even hear the piercing sound of friction. Yet, she felt no fear. Her mind was crystal clear, and a faint golden light flickered in her eyes as she released her internal energy in all directions, enveloping an area exceeding 15 meters in an instant. The internal energy field, in that fleeting moment, her graceful form spun as if an inexhaustible surge of internal energy surged forth towards the second stage beast. This time, her actual combat strength was not merely at 70 but escalated to 73. Even 75 and beyond. Chapter 83. Testing. In this moment, Shui Miao's demeanor was tranquil, as if everything around her was inconsequential. Her entire focus converged on the sensations arising from the internal energy field, evoking a mysterious and extraordinary perception that rendered her opponent's every movement painfully apparent. Her half-closed eyes opened a narrow slit, and the brilliance emanating from that fissure was enough to mesmerize anyone. With a cold command, she declared, "Die." Within the energy field, a web-like structure suddenly formed, resembling layers of adhesive that ensnared the rapidly flying second-stage beast, abruptly reducing its remarkable speed by 20%. In a battle of such magnitude, even a 2% difference could mean the difference between life and death. Shui Miao keenly captured this shift, her steely gaze flickering as she raised her hand. With a whoosh, the ion oscillation knife pierced the air, accurately striking the neck behind the beast's beak, slicing through flesh as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, unleashing a spray of crimson mist. Struck at a fatal spot, the second-tier beast had yet to emit a mournful cry before it crashed to the ground, sliding over 30 meters before coming to a halt. However, by that time, the creature had already succumbed to death. Not far away, Feng Xingchen let out a jubilant cheer, leaping into the air and dashing towards Shui Miao, exclaiming congratulations before hurriedly running to the carcass of the second-tier beast. Shui Miao opened her beautiful mouth, intending to say something, but was taken aback to see that unreliable fellow excitedly circling around the monster's corpse. Assuming Feng Xingchen was merely fascinated by a species he had never encountered before, she chose not to comment, instead plopping down on the ground to catch her breath. Taking out a bottle of water, she gulped it down, pondering the unexpected breakthrough she had achieved that day. Feng Xingchen, glancing sideways, noticed that Shui Miao was completely oblivious to his presence, and quickly retrieved 3 vacuum blood collection bottles, pressing them against the beast's wound. With the collection complete and the beast's blood nearly depleted, he cautiously stowed the bottles and returned to Shui Miao, his eyes mischievously darting towards the enchanting beauty. Shui Miao furrowed her brows and shifted back slightly, wiping her face. "Am I dirty?" Feng Xingchen took a deep breath, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Not dirty at all, in fact. Quite the opposite. You smell delightful, you." Unable to withstand Feng Xingchen's burning gaze, Shui Miao hastily stood up and took a couple of steps away. Feng Xingchen, sensing the moment, deftly changed the subject. "By the way, Miss Shui, have you reached level 10? At the mention of levels, Shui Miao's eyes indeed sparkled with excitement. "Yes, when danger struck, I was fortunate enough to find an opportunity and harness the inner energy field." "Ha ha, congratulations. If we find a survivor camp, I will definitely seize the opportunity to personally prepare a feast for us to share in a celebratory drink," Feng Xingchen said with genuine delight. Shui Miao remained speechless. The first half of his statement seemed somewhat reliable, but the latter half took a turn for the absurd, leaving her exasperated. In the silence, the atmosphere shifted slightly, and Shui Miao quickly produced her vibrating knife, presenting it to Feng Xingchen. "Thank you for your knife." Feng Xingchen waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's a gift to congratulate you on reaching level 10. Just return me the knife that vibrates 800 million times." "Gift me?" Shui Miao was taken aback. "Do you even know what kind of knife this is?" Feng Xingchen widened his eyes. "Are you underestimating me? This is an ion vibrating knife produced by Caslin, vibrating 30 million times per second, worth approximately 3 million Earth credits. You know?" Shui Miao was once again flabbergasted. "You would actually part with something so precious. What is there that I would hesitate to give you?" Feng Xingchen grinned broadly, daringly adding, "As long as you are willing, I could even give you myself." Shui Miao raised an eyebrow, nearly losing her temper, but when her gaze met Feng Xingchen's hopeful eyes, she sighed inwardly, refraining from uttering any mood-dampening words, and coolly handed over the 800 million times vibrating knife, saying, "Thank you." Feng Xingchen fully captured the change in Shui Miao's expression, offering a wry smile as he accepted the short blade, setting its mode to long sword and attaching it to his waist, playfully saying, "It's clear that my jest made you uncomfortable. I apologize." Chapter 84. The cave. Shui Miao's heart trembled. She intended to say something but found no suitable words. Instead, she activated her portable holographic device, concealing her intentions as she continued to search for that elusive signal. Upon powering it on, she glanced at the screen, stunned to find a signal that only the Kuntan Star mech soldiers could comprehend appearing with astonishing clarity. After processing it through her device's specialized decoding program, a coordinate point was revealed. Unable to contain herself, she murmured, "What a stroke of luck." "What?" Feng Xingchen clearly did not catch her mumblings. Shui Miao flicked her long, dark hair and smiled brightly. "I meant we should hurry. This place isn't safe." Feng Xingchen scratched his cheek, glancing around. "I find it quite safe here. The second-tier beast has a strong territorial instinct, and with its demise, the valley will be secure for at least 10 days. Shui Miao rolled her eyes. "The source of danger I refer to is you, not the second-tier beast." With that, she burst into a fit of laughter, skipping playfully towards one end of the valley. This Shui Miao really knew how to deliver a blow, however. He never anticipated that beneath her strong and icy demeanor lay a delicate side. Feng Xingchen remained rooted on the spot, wide-eyed and panting heavily, unable to utter a single word until Shui Miao's charming silhouette was 100 meters away. Only then, urged by Xiao Hao, did he hastily give chase. Just as he was about 30 meters from Shui Miao, a sudden scream pierced the air. She had vanished completely. Startled, he quickly appeared at the spot where she had disappeared and nearly broke into laughter. There was a large hole in the ground. Had Shui Miao not noticed it and fallen in? But how could someone who had just stepped into level 10 make such a rookie mistake? He became cautious, carefully approaching the edge of the pit and peering down at that moment, without warning. Something wrapped around his ankle, and a tremendous force yanked him downward. With a crash, the ground beneath him gave way, and he barely had time to scream before he plunged into the abyss. Damn it! Feng Xingchen could find no words to express his feelings at that moment, especially upon looking down and realizing that the thing ensnaring his ankle was a slender vine. At that instant, he understood he and Shui Miao were under attack by the carnivorous king vine. This plant had hollowed out the earth beneath them, creating a cavern at least 40 to 50 meters deep, the width of which was still beyond his sight. As he fell amidst a cascade of soil, he landed not on hard ground, but amongst a series of intertwining vines. This delay allowed him to finally catch sight of Shui Miao. She appeared quite disheveled, wrapped tightly by vines the thickness of her wrist, her face flushed with anger upon seeing Feng Xingchen drop down, scolding him, "You idiot! Knowing the king vine is present, why would you come so close?" Feng Xingchen grinned. "Hee, wasn't it to keep you company? How can you still laugh at a time like this?" Shui Miao retorted angrily. "Does crying help? You're really a fool." She snapped. At this moment, Feng Xingchen began to feel the severity of the situation as several vines wrapped around him tightly. Among them, a light green vine exuded a sticky substance, while the dark black vine had suction cup-like appendages that wormed their way through the gaps in his armor, constricting him as they writhed. His clothing, under the dual pressure, began to tear, and his skin ached from the strain. Fortunately, being a formidable level 8 martial artist, the incredible muscle density he had acquired through inner energy cultivation was not in vain. At least, he had not sustained any injuries thus far. Yet, being bound so tightly was hardly a cause for optimism. His inner energy was already in motion, and combined with his formidable physical strength, he exerted tremendous force to break free. What was going on? The vines, which did not appear particularly thick, had not been severed. Chapter 85. Confession. Shui Miao scoffed. "Humph. You think I'm a fool? I've tried it before. As a level 10 powerhouse, I failed to break free from the vine's grasp after several attempts." Feng Xingchen was left dumbfounded. One could only imagine the extraordinary resilience of the vines, tightening around him like a constrictor. Restricting his lung capacity to in about an hour or two, he would inevitably suffocate, his body turning into nourishment for that wretched plant. He glanced down, seeing his hands and feet ensnared, unable to reach his ion-vibrating knife. And Xiao Hao was similarly immobilized, pinned beneath his wrist. Of course, he still had a laser saw on his portable holographic device, sufficient to cut through a few vines and free his hands to retrieve his vibrating knife. However, just as he was about to act, an idea struck him, and he sighed lightly, turning to the furious Shui Miao with a smile. "I'm not a fool. I'm just lovesick. You, Feng Xingchen, can you please refrain from such nonsense?" Shui Miao exclaimed, utterly speechless that he would still indulge in trivial chatter at such a moment. "Why not? We're on the brink of death. If I don't say it now, when will I get the chance? In fact, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you over a year ago, I fell for you. This is an undeniable truth. If I can express my feelings before I die, I can die in peace. Shui Miao licked her lips. Feng Xingchen was right. They were nearing death, so why bother with frivolous words? Instead, having someone familiar to share this fate with felt like a stroke of luck. With this thought, a tinge of melancholy washed over her as she softly said, Feng Xingchen, if there is an afterlife, I will cherish you. I don't want an afterlife. I only wish to hear your heart's voice in this life. Feng Xingchen replied. Shui Miao chuckled bitterly. Why pursue such unrealistic things? I admit, over the past few days, you have been very attentive to my injuries, taking care of me well. People are not made of wood. Who can be devoid of feelings? Even if I do not yet have romantic feelings for you, I cannot remain unmoved. Alas, if I had a bit more time, I might consider being with you. Provided you have no intolerable vices, perhaps I could even become your girlfriend. But it seems we have no more chances. I am glad you spoke such sincere words. Remember, I will give you that opportunity. Feng Xingchen uttered this phrase and suddenly let out a deafening roar. Explode! With his shout, the vines that had entwined around him snapped one by one. Haha! As Feng Xingchen beheld his conjecture materialize, he laughed maniacally, shaking off the remnants of his restraints. With a swift motion, he grasped the ion shock blade in his hand. With a sweeping slash, the blade emitted a hum, vibrating at an astounding 8 million times per second, potent enough to vanquish even the most formidable of bio-beasts, let alone these supple plants. As the blade sliced through, the vines fell away in droves. In just a few strikes, he advanced several meters. Reaching Shui Miao's side, this moment, Shui Miao stood in a daze. Even as Feng Xingchen carried her out of the dense thicket of vines into a safe area, she remained oblivious. Feng Xingchen, utterly absorbed in his triumph, found himself ensnared in the sticky secretions expelled by the carnivorous king vine, which corroded their clothing, leaving gaping holes. As he held Shui Miao close, their skin inevitably made contact. In truth, both of them were clad in exoskeletal armor, a metal that could not be easily eroded in a short time. Thus their encounter was not entirely intimate at most. He could feel the smoothness of her waist and thigh through the substantial gaps in the armor, experiencing the remarkable elasticity of her skin, which left him utterly elated. Finally, Shui Miao snapped back to reality, suddenly sensing Feng Xingchen's burning gaze. She glanced down, gasped, and struggled to escape from his embrace, instinctively crossing her arms to shield her chest. She had forgotten that her breastplate still adorned her body and that despite the large holes in her clothing, it was not completely gone. Feng Xingchen could not see the critical areas, and her reaction only elicited a mischievous grin from him. Chapter 86. Stock God. Shui Miao realized her instinctive reaction appeared rather helpless, her face flushing as she timidly lowered her arms. However, upon seeing the skin exposed through the gaps in her armor, she felt as if she were stripped bare. Clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness, she suddenly inquired, Feng Xingchen, were you using mental energy just now? He chuckled. At last, you've noticed. Pulling a cigarette from his storage pouch, he lit it with a grin. I did not wish to reveal my abilities, but the allure of a bright future compelled me to showcase my skills. You. Shui Miao's expression changed dramatically. Did you intentionally deceive me? Deceive you? I'm wrongfully accused. Feng Xingchen protested, feigning innocence. Shui Miao retorted vehemently, how dare you say that? You could have easily freed yourself from the carnivorous king vine's grasp. Yet you chose to bait me into uttering those words. Feng Xingchen adopted a woeful demeanor. Heavens, a beauty like you. They say that when one is on the brink of death, their words become sincere. Why deny the true feelings reflected in one's heart after surviving such an ordeal? That is your own soul, Feng Xingchen. You. Shui Miao's face flushed crimson with rage, her indignation boiling over as she shouted. Her tone then turned frosty. I said, perhaps I could. Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The rush of excitement plummeting to an icy chill. It dawned on him that someone like Shui Miao, who had repeatedly danced with death, would not easily reveal a tender side. Nevertheless, he sensed a glimmer of hope in her words. If there was a chance, it was better than none, right? At this moment, Shui Miao, fully aware that she had not articulated anything of real significance, rolled her eyes in frustration and turned away. Behind her, Feng Xingchen remained stunned. The exoskeletal armor produced by the Earth Federation was designed along the spine and limbs, featuring 5 metallic support axes. With a full suite comprising 24 major components and thousands of smaller parts, including helmet, shoulder, arms, back, chest, abdomen, legs, and boots. The Zeman Alliance's armor even included additional components, totaling 31 parts. Why the sudden discourse on this mundane data? There was a reason. Had anyone noticed that regardless of the type of exoskeletal armor, none included coverage for the posterior? The Zeman Alliance's product, while extending slightly downward with the addition of a waistguard, still left a significant portion exposed. As the corrosive secretions of the carnivorous king vine had eaten away at their clothing, Shui Miao's turning around caught Feng Xingchen off guard. Good heavens, the stock god. Feng Xingchen's eyes sparkled, his fists clenched in exhilaration as he gasped inwardly. Shui Miao sensed Feng Xingchen's lecherous gaze, turned her head, and, realizing her predicament under his intense scrutiny, was consumed by shame and fury. In a flash, she confronted him, raising her leg to kick. Bang, whooshed crash. Feng Xingchen was caught off guard, sent reeling, and after a moment of disorientation, he rose, chuckling, hitting his affection, scolding his love. My beauty, go on. Hit me a couple more times. Shui Miao, utterly exasperated, turned away, drawing her blade and storming towards the carnivorous king vine in a fit of rage. The military-grade bionic fabric was capable of self-regulating temperature and breathability, making it highly valuable and durable. As long as it was not subjected to intense corrosion, it would not sustain such damage. Thus, no one could afford to carry spare clothing. At this juncture, she found herself powerless against Feng Xingchen. Redirecting her ire towards the carnivorous king vine. Chapter 87. The king vine. The majority of the carnivorous king vine's roots thrived underground. Typically, being able to hollow out 2,000 cubic meters of space was considered impressive. However, this particular vine was anomalously large, having excavated an astonishing 60 to 70,000 cubic meters. Yet, no matter how formidable, the carnivorous king vine had its limits. Thus, they had managed to find a brief respite beyond the reach of its tendrils. This vine had seemingly evolved to possess a sense of danger. Upon sensing Shui Miao's cold aura, its myriad tendrils recoiled in retreat, curling into a small cluster as if in fear. But Shui Miao would never entertain such a notion. She suddenly paused, squinting her eyes as she carefully observed the scene. Not only did Shui Miao, an individual of exceptional training, sense something amiss, but even Feng Xingchen, a mere soldier, felt the unusual tension. Indeed, no matter how evolved, a plant remains a plant. Even one of such formidable stature cannot escape its inherent nature to prey. Who has ever seen a cat frightened by a plump fish, or a willow tree that fears air and moisture? How to explain the phenomena unfolding before them? Feng Xingchen, unwilling to take chances, drew his shock blade and approached Shui Miao's side. Speaking earnestly, "You hold the line while I test the waters." Shui Miao contemplated briefly. Recognizing that Feng Xingchen's mental abilities could detonate the carnivorous king vine without peril, she nodded. Be cautious. This vine is peculiar, as if it is guarding something. Guarding? Enlightenment struck Feng Xingchen. Every creature possesses an instinct to protect itself and its young. And many plants evolve to safeguard their own, especially where extreme climates drive the evolution of carnivorous flora. Without further hesitation, he crouched slightly, legs coiling with power, and with a resounding thud, he surged forward at the carnivorous king vine, swinging his shock blade. The vine remained stationary, relying on its flexibility and sheer number of tendrils to form an offensive and defensive perimeter, its tactics eternally rigid. Even upon sensing Feng Xingchen's intentions, it could only passively defend, thus granting him the opportunity to unleash his full might. Each slash severed 7 or 8 tendrils, and after a relentless flurry of strikes, the carnivorous king vine could no longer maintain its retreat. A series of sizzling sounds erupted as the tendrils in the central area finally sprang forth. These tendrils appeared to be the vine's ultimate gambit, each glistening with a metallic sheen, extending to incredible lengths. Capable of reaching every nook of the hollowed-out ground. Cold sweat broke out on Feng Xingchen's brow. He had thought himself secure nestled in the corner with Shui Miao, and thankfully refrained from engaging in distracting antics, while Shui Miao had not lost sight of her surroundings. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Shui Miao, realizing the gravity of the situation, shot a fierce glare at Feng Xingchen, unwilling to let him venture alone into danger. And with a blur, she joined the fray. These tendrils were incredibly laborious to sever, and after considerable effort, they finally stood before the main stem of the carnivorous king vine. Phew! Feng Xingchen wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Exhaling deeply, what an exhausting ordeal. Not only he, but Xue Miao was equally fatigued. After all, it took over 4 hours to cut through nearly 10,000 tendrils. Even the most resilient individual would be thoroughly drained after such intense exertion. She unceremoniously plopped down on a severed tendril, wiping her brow, and mused, strange, is there truly nothing worth protecting? Feng Xingchen found it equally perplexing, lighting a cigarette as he circled the thick main stem. Discovering no apparent anomalies, scratching his head, just as he was about to give up, Xiao Hao suddenly connected through his helmet's earpiece, whispering, why not try probing with mental energy? Huh. My mental energy is for piercing and detonating. Can it detect? Chapter 89. New discovery. Before Feng Xingchen could finish his thought, he noticed Xue Miao striding away, tearing off 2 broad leaves to cover her most exposed areas as she hastened her ascent up the valley. He shook his head, trailing behind at a distance of several meters, appearing to utter not a single word. In reality, he was quietly conversing with Xiaohua. Did you not say that the Kaijiren had already issued a call to arms? Why has this biochemical beast not proceeded to the assembly? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohua replied, this is not difficult to explain. The Kaijiren control the biochemical beasts through the implantation of loyalty chips. However, they clearly did not anticipate the rapid evolution of the beasts within such a short time frame. Consequently, the power of the control chips is somewhat limited. They can barely maintain control at the first level of evolution. But once a secondary evolution occurs, the biochemical beasts are likely to break free from the chip's influence entirely. That makes sense. Feng Xingchen mused as he walked a few steps with his head bowed. Suddenly exclaiming, Xiaohua, do you think the emergence of numerous second-stage beasts that have escaped control might inflict significant harm on the Kaijiren, thereby compelling them to issue an urgent call for assembly to mobilize their forces for defense while awaiting reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yes. The likelihood of this is not only possible but quite high. Feng Xingchen suddenly clutched his forehead and sighed. Alas, while this change appears advantageous for us, it will undoubtedly present considerable challenges. One thing I can assert is that the biochemical beasts thrive on this planet, achieving astonishing rates of evolution. This predicament is not solely a headache for the Kaijiren. It poses a formidable challenge for us as well indeed. Beasts possess advantages over humans in many extreme environments, including superior adaptability, acute hearing, remarkable olfactory senses, and swifter speeds. Qualities that humans cannot compete with. I believe that if the survivors are hiding in underground camps, they will undoubtedly be discovered by the beasts within a few days. Feng Xingchen nodded in agreement, offering a wry smile. This matter is currently beyond our consideration. Let us focus on locating the survivors first. Of course, Xiaohua scratched his head but added, there is one thing that concerns me. If we are to face even stronger evolved entities in the future, your equipment will clearly be insufficient. The problem is that the metal I have consumed thus far is inadequate for producing tools capable of withstanding over 50 million shocks or superior ammunition. What? You can create a tool capable of 50 million shocks? Xiaohua affirmed, ever since I ingested a level 3 civilization mech, I acquired some excellent metals, so it should be feasible. Very well, provide me with a tool capable of 50 million shocks first. The other equipment can wait. And do not forget, I still possess a proton missile. I believe it can annihilate a more formidable evolved beast, thereby elevating my strength beyond level 10, which may help us navigate this most arduous transitional period. Let us hope so. As Xiaohua spoke, he consumed his 8 million shock tool, and shortly thereafter produced a tool capable of 50 million shocks, suddenly laughing. In fact, we need not speculate about whether the second-stage beasts have escaped control. There lies a second-stage beast corpse just over there, and a simple verification will confirm the situation. Indeed. How foolish of me, Feng Xingchen exclaimed, hitting his forehead and calling out to the beautiful woman ahead. Xue Daybody, come quickly. With that, he turned and dashed toward the site of the monster's demise. Xue Miao cast a puzzled glance at his hurried retreat, scratched her cheek, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to follow suit. Upon reaching the vicinity of the monster's carcass, she witnessed Feng Xingchen twisting a knife to breach the creature's skull, searching through the viscous brain tissue for something, creating a most grotesque scene. She shook her head, standing at a distance, yet could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "What are you doing?" Feng Xingchen did not respond, his hands rummaging through the repulsive cranial cavity of the creature until he finally withdrew them. Holding a dark object up to the sunlight, murmuring, "Indeed, it is damaged," Shui Miao, being quite astute, quickly deduced the situation, stepping forward to stand beside Feng Xingchen. "A control chip. It has been pierced by some biological electric shock." "Exactly," Feng Xingchen responded gravely, relaying the conjecture he and Ziaha had formulated. Shui Miao frowned. "So, in the coming days, we may not encounter enemies, but we might face even stronger evolved beasts." Chapter 90. Feather Cicada. Yes. Feng Xingchen affirmed with conviction. "Thus, I propose that we refrain from departing immediately. We should find a place to rest for a few days, allowing you to solidify your level 10 force field. Otherwise, what will happen if we encounter a significant battle and face internal backlash? Thank you for your concern, but my thoughts are in stark contrast to yours. Just now, we discovered the coordinates of the survivors. We must hasten to the gathering point and inform everyone to be on guard. This is the rightful course of action." Feng Xingchen rubbed his nose, suddenly realizing that Shui Miao possessed an exceptionally strong independent thinking ability and seemed accustomed to centering her perspective on herself. After a brief contemplation, he resignedly stated, "As you wished. In truth, Shui Miao hailed from a prominent family and had long been accustomed to viewing issues from a lofty vantage point. She was well aware that if Feng Xingchen's deductions were accurate, it would pose a monumental dilemma for humanity. Therefore, the crucial task at present was to ascertain the conditions that enabled the monsters to evolve so rapidly. If the cause was due to the external environment of the planet, then the pace of the monster's evolution would not only persist but could also lead to the formation of astonishingly large groups in a short span. In such a scenario, humanity would need to flee the planet, retreating as far as possible. Indeed, a flying second-stage evolved entity would require a level 10 expert to eliminate. What of the formidable species on the ground? Would we need to deploy mechs? Furthermore, could we possibly face third-stage evolved entities or even higher, such as fourth or fifth stages, to the extent that starships would be rendered ineffective against them? She was consumed with anxiety, and without further ado, she took the lead in sprinting ahead, as a speed-oriented expert. Her velocity surged after advancing to level 10, and she had long forgotten Feng Xingchen's presence, racing up to the summit of the valley in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the top, she suddenly recalled Feng Xingchen, glancing back to see him still struggling to climb halfway up the slope, and she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. At that moment, she sensed a faint yet swift approach of danger. In an instant, she drew her shotgun, and the newly comprehended force field expanded like lightning. Just as she assumed a defensive posture, a strange and violent aura materialized before her, colliding seamlessly with her internal force field. With a soft sound, the latent power was astonishing, and Shui Miao felt as though her force field had become a tender tofu beneath a sharp blade, sliced through to its core. Shui Miao, having achieved the status of an elite mech engineer at a young age, was no mere coincidence. In that fleeting moment, she wielded the shotgun before her, unleashing a considerable force supported by her level 10 internal energy. Buzz! The gun's muzzle struck the shadowy figure. However, this shot did not yield the intended result. The shadow was merely momentarily stunned before launching another assault. In that brief pause, Shui Miao discerned what the creature was. Exclaiming involuntarily, "Feather cicada!" The feather cicada, a native species of the Kuntan star, appeared akin to a cicada on the verge of molting, yet its size exceeded 2 meters, its body adorned with peculiar feathers. If this truly was a feather cicada, it posed a certain threat to individual armor but had never before exerted pressure on a level 10 expert. Yet, the feather cicada before her bore no discernible change in appearance compared to those she had encountered previously, but its ferocity had increased at least tenfold as the feather cicada charged at her once more. Shui Miao gritted her teeth and fiercely unleashed her force field. Simultaneously, the shock gun followed suit. At that moment, she had fully manifested the prowess expected of a level 10 expert. Yet, in the realm of existence, unforeseen occurrences often arise. The feather cicada emitted a strange cry, and with lightning speed, its 2 forelimbs sliced through the air, and the sharp tips of its claws suddenly erupted with a dazzling, otherworldly electric spark. With a whoosh, the electric spark detonated suddenly, generating a terrifying force that easily tore through her force field as if it were made of paper. Crackle! The electric light appeared unaffected by the force field in the slightest, continuing to flicker with immense tearing energy, surging relentlessly toward her. Chapter 91. Electric shock. Xuan Miao was taken aback, desperately channeling her internal energy into the shotgun, thrusting it forward with lightning speed. Clang! In the midst of the tremendous shock, she found herself unable to maintain her grip on the gun, which buzzed and flew several dozen meters away. No, it was not just the shotgun. The force of the impact propelled her into the air as well. Having breached her defenses twice in succession, the feather cicada released a portion of its power and, after a brief pause, surged forward once more, abruptly vanishing from its previous position to pursue the plummeting figure of Xuan Miao. The feather cicada's speed was astonishing. In an instant, it appeared before her, its terrifying claws extending with blinding swiftness. She felt a sinking sensation in her heart, realizing that given the feather cicada's ability to penetrate her force field with its fearsome electric attack, her exoskeleton armor would likely be unable to withstand it. However, as she beheld the feather cicada's claws gathering electric energy once more, she found herself powerless to act, and a deep-seated doubt about her level 10 prowess began to creep in. Am I to perish? She sighed inwardly, contemplating closing her eyes. In that fleeting moment before she shut her eyes, she suddenly witnessed two streaks of light collide with the feather cicada, sending it careening several feet to the side. Only then did she hear the dull thud of two heavy sniper shots being fired. In that instant, she realized that once again, Feng Xingchen had come to her rescue. Feng Xingchen, still over 200 meters away, was left with no option but to rely on his sniper rifle upon witnessing the perilous scene unfold. Indeed, this feathered cicada astonishingly possesses the ability to harness electrical energy for offensive maneuvers, undoubtedly marking it as a mutated species. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. A heavy sniper rifle cannot claim its life. However, with a body exceeding 2 meters in length and positioned in the air, the kinetic energy carried by a massive projectile traveling at an initial velocity of 1,850 meters per second can still yield significant results. With 2 shots fired, the feathered cicada is knocked back. Yet he relinquishes the rapid pace, running wildly while unleashing a torrent of bullets. The cicada's speed is indeed impressive, but with the aid of transcendent abilities, he has likely ascended to the rank of an S-class sniper, making it relatively easy to strike such a large target. Every bullet inevitably forces the cicada back a step. The bullets crafted by Xiaohe from refined metal are significantly more powerful after 7 consecutive shots. While not lethal to the cicada, they cause it to bleed profusely in excruciating pain. With a monstrous roar, the cicada discards the nearby Xuan Miao and accelerates directly towards Feng Xingchen. At this moment, Feng Xingchen has just exhausted a magazine and has no chance to reload as he sees the cicada charging at high speed. A glimmer of amusement crosses his eyes. Finally, he has captured the cicada's attention. Without hesitation, he discards the sniper rifle, draws his rapid-fire weapon, and swiftly retreats. In comparison to the cicada, his speed resembles that of a tortoise against a hare. Having only retreated 30 meters, the cicada has already closed the distance to within 5 meters. With eerie electrical sparks accumulating to unprecedented levels upon its forelimbs. Come on. He feels no fear, exuding confidence as he bellows, his mental energy, prepared and poised, surges forth to pierce and detonate. Yet, the mutated cicada shows no sign of dizziness, its menacing demeanor fully apparent. This is dire. In his astonishment, Feng Xingchen feels a chill run down his spine. He has evidently overlooked a crucial detail. An 8th-level mental force can indeed shake the resolve of a 9th-level expert. Yet this cicada can nearly bring a 10th-level powerhouse to ruin, which suggests it is an entity surpassing even 10th-level prowess. The electrical discharge surges forth, and instinctively, he extends his hand to slap it away. With a crack, his arm grazes the electrical current, and he feels an indescribable, bizarre jolt racing up to his heart, causing his entire body to stiffen. This opportunity must have been deliberately crafted by the cicada. Following closely, the cicada bursts through the electrified zone, revealing its ghastly visage, a sharp claw poised to strike at his chest. Feng Xingchen's heart sinks into silence, his gaze lingering on the distant Xuan Miao. who has just regained her footing. It seems that her terrified expression will be the last image he witnesses in this world. Thud. The cicada's razor-sharp claw makes contact with the exoskeletal armor, instantly creating a deep dent in the chest plate, a wave of excruciating pain surging toward his heart, and he realizes that his demise is imminent. However, how? Chapter 92. A narrow escape. He has already fallen to the ground, sustaining painful injuries, yet his mind remains crystal clear. This hardly resembles the sensation of death. He blinks, staring at the cicada, only to discover that its head has exploded, and Zayaha has transformed into a small snake. Darting back to perch on his wrist, "You saved me?" he whispers. "You are my father. I will never allow you to perish before my eyes." Feng Xingchen gasps, "Heavens, are you not afraid of being seen by Xuemiao?" Two inquiries arise. First, your earlier shattering of the carnivorous vine has already revealed the piercing and detonating characteristics of your mental force, while I have shrunk and infiltrated the cicada's brain domain, rapidly amplifying its capacity. Such a cadaver closely resembles the characteristics of your mental force explosion. With her knowledge, she is bound to remain oblivious. Second, if your life is in grave jeopardy, it would be unwise to maintain the secrecy of my existence. That makes sense. Zayaha suddenly adopts a tone filled with curiosity. There's something rather peculiar. According to the instantaneous explosion data I just monitored, that bizarre electrical energy was far from merely incapacitating you. How could you recover so swiftly? Fool. It's possible that the exoskeletal armor you crafted absorbed part of the paralyzing electrical energy. Just as Zayaha was about to counter, Xuemiao rushed forward, anxiously asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" "Very painful." Feng Xingchen grits his teeth, slowly raising his hand to remove the severely deformed chest plate. "Allow me to assist you." Xuemiao extends her delicate fingers, pressing on two specific spots. Ding! The chest plate separates, revealing Feng Xingchen's bruised torso. Xuemiao gasps in shock, hastily retrieving a medical scanner and taking a quick measurement. Sighing deeply, "Two of your ribs are fractured." "No worries, a fractured rib does not significantly impede movement. I won't be a burden." Feng Xingchen grits his teeth and stands, feeling fortunate as he touches the site of the fracture. "Thank you for saving me once more." Xuemiao sincerely expresses, her gaze drifting to the completely obliterated cicada, and she can no longer restrain her curiosity. "Feng Xingchen, may I ask you something? Just how strong is your mental force?" Feng Xingchen scratches the back of his head, shyly responding, "8th level." Xuemiao gasps in astonishment. "What? 8th level mental force? Heavens, I can assure you that if you report your mental force level, you could have anything you desire." "Stop, beautiful lady. Please do not divulge my mental force secret." "Why not? That is a good thing." Feng Xingchen sighs deeply. "Goodness, I do not wish to be surrounded by a horde of bodyguards all day. It's unbearable." "Very well, I shall keep your secret." Xuemiao observes Feng Xingchen's serious demeanor, shakes her head, and changes the subject. It seems that this cicada must have consumed some biochemical beast, resulting in a peculiar mutation, enhancing its strength by at least several dozen times. Even two 10th level experts would struggle to subdue it, yet you managed to handle it effortlessly. Truly, mental force is remarkably potent. In truth, while it appears I succeeded, the reality is somewhat tragic. Feng Xingchen smiles broadly, only to wince from his injuries, unable to suppress a few coughs. Xuemiao surveys the surroundings, gritting her teeth. "Let us return to the valley below. Find a secluded spot and wait until you recuperate before departing." Feng Xingchen ponders for a moment before finally exhaling a sigh. "I apologize for burdening you." Xuemiao rolls her eyes and waves her hand. "Let us go." "Great hero. You won't require my assistance, will you?" With a mischievous grin, Feng Xingchen replies. "If you wish to assist me, I certainly won't object." "Dream on," she retorts, leading the way down the valley. Witnessing Xuemiao's graceful figure gradually recede, he grins widely, suddenly murmuring, "Zayaha, please assist me in collecting some blood." He then quickens his pace to catch up with Xuemiao. The terrain below the valley is equally intricate. Without much effort, they locate a cave. After Xuemiao confirms its safety, she smiles. "You've taken care of me for 6 days, now it's my turn. You rest while I go find something to eat." Feng Xingchen beams, entering the cave without hesitation. Once seated, he produces a vial of blood from a flying beast and consumes it in one gulp. Chapter 93. the portable quantum brain in just over 10 minutes. A surge of warmth rises, rushing straight to his brain domain. At that moment, Feng Xingchen feels darkness encroaching upon his vision, and a wave of nausea wells up within him. He grits his teeth, desperately striving to retain some semblance of consciousness while controlling his internal energy to circulate on a mental level. He cannot yet perceive the subtle changes of gene recombination. He can only sense the involuntary trembling of his muscles, providing him with a distinct feeling. The most evident sensation is not an increase in muscle density, but rather the fractured ribs healing at an astonishing pace. Before he can fully comprehend these changes, an intense heat emanates from his brain domain, crashing downward like a tidal wave, quickly merging with his internal energy. Here it comes. Feng Xingchen realizes that his internal energy is undergoing an exhilarating transformation. A smile graces his lips as he fervently advances his internal energy, progressing centimeter by centimeter with a slow yet determined pace, swiftly surpassing the mid-8th level and approaching the high tier. Perhaps this time he can break through to the 9th level. The process of consuming the blood is unremarkable. In fact, up until now, both Feng Xingchen and Xiaohe have overlooked one crucial detail: the quantum portable brain strapped to his right wrist. This meticulously crafted top-tier device, created by Xiaohe, was inadvertently subjected to the majority of the paralyzing electrical impact when Feng Xingchen hurled it into the electrical current, rendering it entirely inoperative. This is not due to their negligence. Being in a battlefield without reliable network support, the portable brain has virtually lost its functionality and has naturally been forgotten. After several hours of downtime, the portable brain suddenly emits faint activation sounds, followed by a peculiar announcement: rebooting.self-location.retrieving program.error, program lost, restructuring. Accompanying this voice, various data streams begin to operate at high speed. Of course, this sound does not emanate through speakers but arises from internal program exchanges, creating a completely silent operation. Neither Feng Xingchen, who is in a state of meditation, nor Xiaohe can perceive it in the slightest. Xiaohe had once stated that this micro-sized portable brain possesses a computational speed 790 million times greater than that of Earth's most advanced supercomputer, along with an astonishing hard drive capacity over 1,000 times greater. The most powerful supercomputer on Earth is no trivial matter. It is a 4th-generation quantum computer with a computation speed 30 million times faster than the 1st generation, even surpassing that of the established 4th-level civilization, the Zhimeng Alliance. To this day, it remains the only advanced technology that Earth can confidently export to 3rd and even 4th-level civilizations. Hence, many scholars assert that Earth's rapid advancement towards a near 3rd-level civilization within 400 years owes much to this technological breakthrough. Yet now, countless programs operate at high speed, causing the portable light brain to intermittently emit the faint sound of a hard drive reading. Although the noise is so subtle it is nearly inaudible, it serves as a testament to the staggering computational load, which has rendered the light brain temporarily unresponsive. The ultra-high-speed calculations persisted for 2 hours before gradually ceasing, and the sound re-emerged. Program reorganization complete. Judgment restoration complete. Querying the internal records of the light brain to retrieve memories. Memories retrieved. The carbon-based lifeform before me is named Feng Xingchen, bound as the Soul Master. This program has been transplanted for Feng Xingchen's son, Feng Xiaohao. Checking other records. Xuemiao, the woman favored by the master, querying the definition of favor. Joy, happiness. Incomprehensible. Continue querying. Network conditions poor. This planet's culture is primarily war-centric, unable to locate definitions pertaining to life. Querying culture, a synthesis of knowledge, belief, art, morality, law, and customs. Incomprehensible. Querying belief. It is as if the inquiries are endless, yet they progress silently and unnoticed. Feng Xingchen remains oblivious to these proceedings. At this moment, he exhales deeply, his eyes opening, yet a flicker of regret crosses his gaze. He has evidently overestimated the energy within the blood of the flying beast. After consuming an entire vial, his internal strength indeed surged significantly, yet it ultimately halted a mere 6 centimeters from his dantian. No matter how he exerted himself, unable to advance even a millimeter. However, he remains unperturbed, for he possesses 2 more vials of flying beast blood. Based on his experience, even if the second attempt yields an 80 reduction in efficacy, augmenting his energy by 4 to 5 centimeters should pose no challenge. Chapter 94, Level 9. Just as he intends to rise, Xuemiao, having heard the commotion outside, realizes that he has concluded his training. She approaches, carrying a bag of edible fungi. He promptly offers her a smile and softly utters, "Thank you." From Feng Xingqian's polite words, Shuai Miao detects a subtle sense of distance, evoking an inexplicable feeling of melancholy within her. Yet, her prideful nature prevents her from expressing this. She merely nods lightly at Feng Xingqian, places the fungi down, and departs from the cave. Feng Xingqian lets out a bitter smile, remaining silent as he consumes the fungi, stands to stretch his limbs, and then sits down once more, channeling his internal energy along his meridians. This time, he is in no rush to consume the blood, instead opting to purify his internal strength through his own cultivation method over the course of 2 days, laying a solid foundation before attempting to break through the level 9 bottleneck with the blood. Time flows slowly, and after a day and a half, Feng Xingqian's patience is wearing thin, not due to his own limits, but rather from sensing Shuai Miao's anxious gaze. He is acutely aware that ever since she learned about the second-tier beast's ability to escape chip control, she has been eager to find a gathering point, hoping to prepare the survivors early, thereby ensuring the survival of more individuals. Feng Xingqian cannot bear to witness Shuai Miao's gradual decline, yet his grievous injuries necessitate a delay of several days. Shaking his head vigorously, he gathers his strength, carefully assessing his fractured sternum, which still stings. It seems the time has come to consume the blood. He retrieves the second vial, inspects it closely, and swallows it in one gulp. The energy accumulated from the evolutionary beast surges forth once more, though it is evidently not as fierce as the first time. Nevertheless, he remains unconcerned. Fortune favors the bold, and if he can double his internal strength within 2 days, it is enough to incite envy in anyone. Heat flows through him, blending rapidly with his internal energy, steadily advancing along his meridians under his diligent efforts. Upon reaching the 8th cycle, just 4.5 centimeters from the dantian, the momentum of his internal energy begins to wane. He refuses to concede, laboring to push his internal energy forward with great difficulty. 1 millimeter, 0.3 millimeters, 0.8 millimeters. Beads of sweat roll down from his forehead, his entire body ablaze with heat, his bones radiating warmth. Yet he distinctly feels the sternum heating up and rapidly healing. A smile breaks across his lips, and he pushes his internal energy even more fervently. Time trickles by, and his internal energy inches forward, until, after an indeterminate duration, it finally breaks through to the dantian with a faint cracking sound. Boom! A tremendous roar resonates in the realm of the mind. As the dantian suddenly erupts in turbulence, the 8th level internal energy, previously refined to perfection, contracts violently, becoming increasingly dense. Before he can revel in this excitement, the internal energy surpasses the dantian, pushing forward an additional centimeter. At this juncture, it seems to have exhausted all its strength, slowly coming to a halt, before gradually retreating back into the dantian, refusing to budge any further. Level 9 initiation. Feng Xingqian silently marvels, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He had not anticipated that 2 vials of blood would propel him into level 9. Although the 3rd vial holds little effect, such a transformation would surely stir even the most stoic of masters. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his exhilaration, he steps out of the cave and tentatively practices a set of military punches. Bang, bang. Each punch unleashes a violent sonic boom. He feels somewhat frustrated. While the explosive sound of his punches signifies a substantial increase in strength, it is not necessarily a boon, but rather an indication that his control over internal energy is swiftly diminishing. Clearly, he cannot risk using beast blood to enhance his power in the short term. He must contemplate how to master his strength. He certainly does not wish for his internal energy to spiral out of control at a critical moment. Having barely completed a set of punches, Shuai Miao's intense gaze appears before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before she suddenly inquires, "From your appearance, it seems your injuries have fully healed. Indeed, we can depart at any moment." Chapter 95. The desert. How is that possible? Shuai Miao exclaims in astonishment, her mouth agape. This revelation is shocking. They do not possess a 3rd vial of bone activator, yet Feng Xingqian's recovery speed surpasses that of an injection of the activator. What is happening? It's not that simple. The sternum is not as easily healed as the leg bones. Feng Xingqian responds with a grin, waving his hand. "Come, I know you are eager to locate the other survivors. Without waiting for Xue Miao's reply, he strides ahead. Xue Miao opens her mouth, wishing to inquire about the situation, but her noble upbringing instills a pride that prevents her from breaching his boundaries. She can only speculate that it relates to some characteristic of his mental prowess. Subtly shaking her head, she follows in his wake. Upon advancing to level 9, the most significant advantage is a considerable increase in speed. The two expend vast amounts of internal energy, racing ahead for 2 days and nights, covering over 3,000 kilometers, until they reach the edge of a blood-red desert. In a way, the Bone Desert? Feng Xingchen stares wide-eyed at the endless expanse of red sand. The Bone Desert is the largest desert on the planet Kuntan, spanning 59 million square kilometers, 6 times the size of the Sahara, with temperatures soaring to 72 degrees Celsius and plummeting to minus 47 degrees. Plagued by perpetual sandstorms, rendering radar and communication useless. Indeed, if it weren't for such a dire place, how could there possibly be survivors? Xue Miao raises her head, gazing at the dense clouds of dust in the distance. Taking a deep breath, she transmits coordinates to Feng Xingchen's portable light brain. Warning, be cautious. Once we enter the sandstorm, we can only estimate distances using the light brain software. You must stay close to me. If we get lost, we'll need to find a way back. Feng Xingchen purses his lips, thinking the beautiful woman is joking. In this era, how could a soldier possibly become lost in the desert? The most basic portable light brain and helmet are equipped with a compass, ensuring they do not stray off course. Glancing over at Xiaohao, who can receive signals from the Kaijia people's satellites. Even in the midst of the dust-laden Bone Desert, they can still locate coordinates with an accuracy no less than 3 meters. With such equipment, lost? Not long after entering the desert, they are enveloped by swirling sand. Visibility reduced to less than 5 meters, a truly harrowing experience. Fortunately, the fully enclosed helmets filter the dust, allowing them to breathe without impediment. After trekking several kilometers, the wind grows increasingly fierce, the sand swirling violently, rendering them unable to see their own hands, compounded by the searing heat of midday, which has already tattered their biothread clothing into shreds. Even the most skilled and powerful individuals would feel on the verge of madness from the heat. In a moment of mischief, he quickens his pace, grabbing Xue Miao's hand. Be careful, don't get separated. Xue Miao instinctively tries to retract her hand, yet it is firmly grasped, leaving her momentarily unable to pull away. As she contemplates responding in anger, a gust of fierce wind blows, causing them to stumble and sway. Instinctively, she tightens her grip on Feng Xingchen's hand. This time, he is even less inclined to let go. Clutching her delicate hand, smooth as jade, with a secret satisfaction. With no other options, Xue Miao accelerates her pace. They must express gratitude for the harsh climate. No formidable creatures wish to inhabit this place. Along their journey, aside from the howling winds and swirling sand, they encounter no other dangers. The trials of the desert are briefly glossed over, and as night falls, the temperature plummets. Their biothread garments are utterly inadequate, forcing them to rely on their internal energy for warmth. Even so, they are left shivering in rigidity until they finally arrive at a location. A large, circular dune that appears to have been formed from a volcanic eruption. Strangely, this area seems to be the eye of the storm, devoid of any wind. Above them, a thick layer of sand clouds looms at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, dense particles laden with electricity blocking all signals. It is certain that this sand cloud is capable of obstructing any satellite surveillance, while the desert's fierce winds further prevent the patrolling of unmanned probes. The two stand speechless, slowly making their way to the center of the circular dune. Feng Xingchen widens his eyes, staring intently at the red sand before him, and after a long pause, manages to utter, "Is this the coordinate point?" Xue Miao found it equally hard to believe. However, the calculations from her portable light brain indicated that, even if this place was not the designated coordinates, it could not exceed a range of 300 meters. Yet, where were the walls they envisioned or the survivors? Chapter 96. The base, suddenly noticing a few more recommendations. Thanks to Hong Long, let's add 4 more chapters. Chapter 1. The two were still in a daze when, suddenly, the gravel several dozen meters away began to tremble, and a platform of alloy slowly ascended to a height of 3 meters. Opening a door that revealed a clean and bright staircase behind it, a voice emerged from within. "Lieutenant Xue Miao, welcome to the Bone Base." The two exchanged astonished glances, and without hesitation, descended the staircase. At the bottom, they encountered a high-speed elevator. Upon entering, the elevator shot downwards, and after a full 7 minutes, it finally came to a halt. According to their calculations, they had now plunged over 15 kilometers into the earth. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by a vast landing area exceeding 100,000 square meters, housing over 300 transport aircraft, more than 200 starfighters, and nearly 800 mechas. They couldn't help but stand in shock. Who would have imagined that while outside blood flowed like rivers, such formidable military might existed here? In that instant, a wave of desolation washed over them. Such a powerful base, yet their comrades were being slaughtered while it hid away from the conflict. As soldiers, they looked down upon this base. Yet, rationally, they acknowledged that given the earlier battle conditions, the Bone Base's involvement in the war would not alter the outcome of defeat. Instead, preserving some strength to launch guerrilla attacks might trouble the Kaijers, perhaps allowing them to hold out until reinforcements arrived. At the elevator's entrance stood a middle-aged major, whose pupils involuntarily constricted upon seeing Feng Xingchen. In truth, the major had personally come to greet them out of respect for the new generation's 1st Mech Division, Xuemiao. However, Feng Xingchen's presence exuded an intimidating aura, accentuated by the conspicuous dents in his exoskeleton armor and the dark green, dried blood on him, remnants of the corrosive vines of the man-eating king. Even the tattered remains of his clothing and the broken chest armor in his hands suggested that this soldier, barely clothed, had not escaped the encirclement by mere luck. Simultaneously, anyone who could endure on a one-sided battlefield for over half a month and return covered in gunpowder smoke would never be a coward hiding in a corner. In that moment, the major completely overlooked the captivating and spirited Xuemiao. After a brief moment of distraction, the major revealed a pleasant smile. The two instinctively raised their hands in salute. Former K-21 member Xuemiao, Feng Xingchen, reporting. The major returned the salute, smiling warmly at Xuemiao. No need to be modest, Lieutenant Xuemiao. The new generation's 1st Mech Division is well known across the 23 bases of Kuntan Star. By your appearance, it seems you have faced considerable battles? Xuemiao proudly replied. 19 battles of various sizes. Excellent. Please submit your record of achievements. Following that, you will be assigned to the mech squad. Of course. You may enjoy a 2-day leave and report back after the holiday. Off you go. Thank you, sir. Xuemiao saluted, nodded slightly at Feng Xingchen, and swiftly turned to leave. She was eager to go back and change clothes. Feng Xingchen watched her disappear around the distant corner with reluctance, but since the major had yet to speak, he could only remain here helplessly. The major took another glance at Feng Xingchen before finally speaking. Hey? Which squad were you originally assigned to? Reporting. I am Feng Xingchen, originally part of K-21 Marine Corps L-033 Squad, A-Class Sniper, Private First Class. Oh, I see. Please submit your military achievement records, and then temporarily report to the Marine Corps. You can download the base map for the specific routes. Yes, Feng Xingchen activated his portable light brain, tapped a few times on the virtual screen, found a military encrypted file, and transmitted it to the major's light brain. The military achievement record file is an automatic statistical software that must be implanted in every active soldier's portable light brain. Once the program determines an effective attack or kill, it will record the achievement in a complex manner. The software is specially encrypted. With the level of technology in the Earth Federation, no one can unlock or modify it without the mainframe loading key, making the statistical data relatively authentic, highly regarded by grassroots soldiers. Chapter 97, The Garrison, Chapter 2. Excitedly handing over the file, Feng Xingchen turned around, shaking his head, activating his portable light brain to download the map, and soon the three-dimensional layout of the bone base appeared before him. After a few glances, he exclaimed, Meow, the bone base is so vast. It has expanded at least several dozen times compared to the K-21 I used to stay at. Xiaohao snorted derisively. You have no experience. Do you see that? On the map, 90 of the area is covered in bright red, with only 10 showing paths and marked names. Do you understand what this map signifies? Feng Xingchen furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, I see. As a private first class in the Marine Corps, I can only access areas meant for Marine personnel, such as the dining hall, housing, training grounds, live-fire ranges, combat arenas, recreation rooms, and armories. The displayed areas precisely correspond to such locations. Correct. Based on my experience and speculation, I can assert that the bone base should not be underestimated. It likely reports directly to High Command and has extremely high security levels. This is precisely why. At the outbreak of war, the Bone base remained uninvolved. That makes sense, however, such a secretive place, coupled with so many mechas outside, is indeed heavily guarded. Therefore, you won't find a safer location on Kuntan Star. Hee, finally, I can't have a good rest for a while. Indeed, it is time to take a break. Feng Xingchen smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, and using the navigation on his portable light brain, quickly arrived at the logistics department. Using his military number, he received 2 sets of uniforms, and with the guidance of 2 enthusiastic comrades, traversed a 3-meter-wide passage, officially entering the garrison. The Marine Corps garrison had a height of over 50 meters, surrounding 8 areas the size of standard football fields, with 11-story circular living quarters built against the mountainside, sufficient to accommodate 40,000 personnel, creating a rather grand sight. Finding his designated room, he entered to discover it was a suite with 2 rooms, plus a bathroom, similar to the accommodations in K-21. After bidding farewell to his helpful comrades, he eagerly dashed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and upon emerging, collapsed onto the bed, instantly falling into a deep and comfortable sleep. Until awakened by the shouts of training exercises, those long accustomed to military life had developed a conditioned response to the sound of drills. He sat up abruptly, hastily donned his gear, only to remember he had a 2-day leave and was not required to participate in training. Sighing, he scolded himself for being overly anxious, returned to bed, but sleep eluded him. He decided instead to step out of his room. A casual glance revealed about 850 individuals gathered on the large training ground, shouting slogans while running laps. Point 1 should not underestimate running laps. When clad in gravity equipment adjusted to multiple times the normal gravity, this seemingly simple task transforms into a true test of willpower. Oh, a newcomer? A teasing voice came from behind him. Turning, he saw a burly man in a short-sleeved shirt, who bore no visible rank, but he knew that those who trained while he merely strolled were all officers. Instinctively, he saluted, "Good day, sir. I am Feng Xingchen. Just arrived before lights out last night." "Ah, I see. A private first class from K-21's L-033 squad. Not bad at all. Although your military achievements have yet to be fully counted, surviving 19 days of fierce combat is enough to prove you are an excellent soldier. Sir is being modest. I was merely fortunate. Luck is also a manifestation of strength." The burly man waved his hand. "I am Wu Jiawei, former colonel of the K-11 Marine Corps, currently temporarily in charge of the Marine Corps in this base." "Well, that concludes the introductions. You are still in your leave period? Feel free to enjoy yourself." "Thank you, Colonel." Feng Xingchen saluted and turned to march towards the dining hall. However, upon arriving at the dining hall, his mood soured immediately. According to the camp schedule, breakfast was served from 7 to 8 in the morning, but it was still not even 6:20. What a predicament! He was starving but had no idea what to do. With a resigned sigh, he pondered how to pass the next 40 minutes. Chapter 98. The Test, Chapter 3. After walking a few dozen meters toward the camp, he suddenly looked up and muttered, "Meow, I actually forgot. This battle has significantly elevated my sniping skills. I should simply head to the training ground for a test." With this thought, he promptly activated his portable Lightbrain's navigation system and quickly located the heavy sniper training ground. The training ground was vast, measuring 1,500 square meters, with a small table in the corner holding an oval card box, and nothing else. He hastened to the table, familiar with the routine, and retrieved 6 adhesive patches resembling band-aids from the box. Applying them to his temples, palms, and sides of his waist, he then stepped back to a wall in the room and quietly commanded, "Lightbrain, initiate heavy sniper simulation shooting, starting from the lowest B level and progressively increasing." Within the room, the synthesized voice of the Lightbrain announced, "Heavy sniper simulation program, set to B level, initiating countdown, 3, 2, 1, start." As the light and shadows shifted, the wall opposite, under the deft control of a cutting-edge simulation program, appeared to extend rapidly backwards, reaching a distance of 3,000 meters. At 1,200 meters, 10 circular targets, each 30 centimeters in diameter, materialized, suspended motionless in mid-air. He slowly raised his hand, and in it emerged a full-sized 19mm heavy sniper rifle. This was a 3-dimensional simulated image, however. Through 6 adhesive sensors, He could not only experience the authentic weight of the firearm, but also simulate the immense recoil when firing the simulated bullets, thereby achieving the most realistic training effect. As he lifted the rifle, the photon scope automatically adjusted to a 12-fold magnification, presenting a target's bullseye before his eyes. Bang, bang. The distinctive dull thuds of the heavy sniper echoed, accompanied by over 150 kilograms of recoil, causing his upright form to sway back and forth. Now at the 9th level, his physical prowess was far superior to what it had been during his last assessment. Amid the minor vibrations, he maintained a stable rhythm, consistently releasing bullet after bullet at the critical amplitude. For a sniper who had already entered the A-level ranks, hitting stationary targets was a foregone conclusion. The 10 targets vanished, only to be replaced by another set of 10, this time moving uniformly along a simple trajectory. He shook his head slightly, squinting to gauge the speed of the moving targets, swiftly raising his rifle to fire. For a 9th-level expert, shooting at uniformly moving targets posed no challenge. 10 shots, 10 hits, with no waste whatsoever. He nodded slightly, declaring, "Jump directly to the A2 mode." Understood. A2 mode activated. In the next moment, another 10 targets appeared. However, this time, their shapes varied in size, and their trajectories were utterly unpredictable, the only constant being their movement speed of 8 meters per second. Bang, banged, a flurry of bullets surged forth. To his embarrassment, all 10 shots missed their marks. The scene shifted to reveal a large screen displaying the glaring words, "Failure. Damn it. Haven't I found my rhythm yet? This is truly humiliating." Feng Xingchen let out a bitter laugh, then took a deep breath, standing quietly for several seconds before gradually exhaling the stale AI. In this process, he swiftly relaxed at that moment. His mind suddenly became clear, and he found an unprecedented tranquility enveloping him. Even his sharp gaze transforming into a still pool of water. A2 difficulty, restart, he commanded without a hint of fluctuation. The light brain, as a program, paid no heed to the emotions of the trainee. The 10 targets reappeared. This time, Feng Xingchen was devoid of any tension. Instead, the clarity in his mind intensified. This is rather peculiar. Logically, in a state of clarity, it should be impossible to experience either slight or intense sensations, for such differences would negate the very essence of clarity. Yet, at this moment, he genuinely felt this way, and his tactile senses were expanding limitlessly into the realm of clarity. Chapter 99. 2S level, 4th chapter onwards, indeed. As he had surmised, with the extension of the transcendent realm, the speed of the targets began to slow. Yes, it was indeed slowing down. All the targets appeared as if enveloped in some viscous fluid, akin to a slow-motion scene from a film. Yet, he himself remained in a normal state, seemingly able to shoot it while in this state. He suddenly raised his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. Streams of light erupted from the muzzle, shattering the targets one by one. Ding. After 40 seconds, the entire training ground transformed, revealing a row of bright red characters. Congratulations, trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the first record in this base, shattering 10 low-speed, irregularly moving targets in 37 seconds, officially earning the A2 level heavy sniper certification. Exhaling deeply, a hint of pride crept onto his face. In the span of a breath, a complete defeat morphed into a resounding victory. The contrast was staggering, yet all of this had been anticipated. The existence of the transcendent realm enabled him to accomplish feats he had never dared to imagine before. Standing there with a beaming smile for several minutes, he raised his head, inhaling deeply to cool the heat in his lungs, and calmly stated, A3 mode. This time, the targets appeared considerably smaller, nearly the size of a cigarette pack, moving at a speed of 15 meters per second. Their trajectories even more elusive. In a state of complete relaxation, his pupils dilated, and the desired clarity emerged, a faint smile gracing his lips as he squeezed the trigger. Congratulations, trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the second record in this base, shattering 10 mid-speed, irregularly moving targets in 39 seconds, officially earning the A3 level heavy sniper certification. Congratulations, trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the third record in this base, shattering 10 high-speed, irregularly moving targets in 44 seconds, officially earning the S-level heavy sniper certification. Congratulations, trainee Feng Xingchen. You have set the fourth record in this base, shattering 15 ultra-high-speed, irregularly moving micro-targets in 75 seconds, officially earning the 2S level heavy sniper certification. At this juncture, Feng Xingchen set down the heavy sniper rifle. He realized that 2S had reached his limit. There was no necessity to push for the 3S level. That moment, he was still in a state of great exhilaration. The transcendent realm was indeed the most practical manifestation of mental prowess. He was certain that once his mental strength broke through to level 9, he could reach the 3S level, perhaps even higher. Removing the adhesive sensors, he squinted, contemplating for a moment before suddenly commanding, "Light brain, delete the S and 2S level records." The synthesized voice responded without a hint of emotion. "Upon deletion of records, your heavy sniper rank subsidy will decrease by 16,000 credit points. Please confirm." Feng Xingchen felt a twinge of helplessness. If he retained those 2 records, his monthly special subsidy would indeed increase by 16,000 points. However, it would inevitably expose the fact that he possessed a high level of mental prowess, which could lead to considerable trouble. For commoners, possessing a mental strength above level 7 wasn't necessarily a boon. Such individuals were easily targeted by major financial conglomerates, becoming ensnared in the maelstrom of corporate rivalry. What others thought was beyond Feng Xingchen's concern, but he absolutely refused to become someone else's pawn. After a few seconds of silence, gritting his teeth, he firmly nodded. "Confirm deletion. Beep, deletion successful." Currently, Private First Class Feng Xingchen holds a heavy sniper rank certification of A3, officially recorded in his personal file. With a monthly increase of 6,000 credit points in special title subsidies, which will be disbursed alongside the next military salary. Feng Xingchen let out a soft sigh as he exited the room. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly mealtime. Disregarding everything else, he decided to eat first. After a brisk 10-minute walk, he returned to the dining hall, which was indeed open. Upon entering, he was astonished by the sheer size of the place, capable of accommodating thousands of diners simultaneously. However, having just concluded their usual drills, 99 of the soldiers would first head for a shower, leaving the dining hall eerily empty. Approaching the food distribution window, he was taken aback. "Xiao Hao, did you see that? The variety and quantity of food here are remarkable. Could it be that the Bone Base has established a self-sufficient ecological supply system? If that's true, the investment in the Bone Base must be extraordinary. Time to eat. I'm truly famished." Chapter 100. The colonel once again eyeing the sumptuous spread, Feng Xingchen couldn't help but swallow hard. Quickly taking his alloy tray and walking 20 meters to receive a nutritious and ample breakfast, finding a pleasant spot to sit down and indulge, just as he had consumed half his meal. His gaze brightened as the statuesque and graceful Xue Miao entered the dining hall. Today, Xue Miao wore a tight-fitting mech soldier uniform, showcasing her alluring figure. Her entire being resembled a ripe peach. Simply breathtaking, rendering him momentarily mesmerized. Xue Miao had already collected several low-calorie food items and, upon spotting Feng Xingchen, hesitated briefly before approaching him, sitting directly across from him, eating while inquiring, "Are you getting accustomed to it here?" "Oh my! The concern of a beauty is overwhelming. If I can't acclimate under such favorable conditions, what am I even?" Feng Xingchen raised a cup of water in a toast to the beauty, suggesting a shared sip, and curiously asked, "This base can't possibly be a temporary camp, can it?" "You're right. Just 10 minutes ago, I learned that this place is a secret mech research and manufacturing center established by the Federation." Existing for 19 years, Feng Xingchen furrowed his brow. 19 years? That's 4 years earlier than the exploration efforts. In fact, it was the discovery of substantial amounts of uranium and tantalum at this base that prompted the Federation to intensify exploration and extraction efforts, eventually leading to the decision to station troops here. So, the base's research and manufacturing capabilities are quite advanced. Before Xue Miao could respond, a deep male voice interjected, "Heh, don't pry. This base is classified as S-level secrecy, and as an infantryman, inquiring into such matters can easily lead to trouble." Looking up, he saw an exceptionally handsome young colonel. Reflexively, he stood up and saluted, "Good day, sir. This is the dining hall. No need for such formality." The colonel casually sat next to Xue Miao, holding his tray. Feng Xingchen felt a pang of discomfort, recognizing the familiarity between the colonel and Xue Miao. Could they be a couple, or perhaps have an even closer relationship? He felt a sense of despondency. They were a match made in heaven, and with his current status, he would likely never reach their level even after 10 years of effort. In this moment, the only way to transform sorrow into sustenance was to seize food and ravenously stuff it into his mouth. The colonel, ignoring the way Feng Xingchen savored his meal, turned to Xue Miao and said, "Xue Miao, have you made your decision? Come to my Mecha Brigade's operations room." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingchen was taken aback. The Mecha Brigade, comprising 500 to 800 mechs along with various ground and logistical personnel, boasted a force exceeding 6,000, an impressively scaled military unit. This young man, having attained the position of operations officer for the Mecha Brigade, must possess at least a peak 10th level strength, possibly even an 11th. Indeed, he was someone Feng Xingchen felt he must look up to. However, as he glanced at Xue Miao, he noticed her evident impatience, and it struck him that she harbored no fondness for the colonel, which was, in fact, a fortunate turn of events. Wisely, he chose to remain silent and continued to eat and drink, as did Xue Miao, who also refrained from speaking. Sensing the discordant atmosphere, the colonel's eyes flickered with a hint of concealed anger. He took several vigorous bites of food before abruptly stating, "Feng Xingchen, I am Colonel Zhang Xiaoying, the operations officer of the Mecha Brigade. Today, Xue Miao informed me that your personal strength does not fall below the peak 8th level. Currently, the military of Kuntan Star is in dire need of talent. You might consider joining the Mecha Brigade." "What? Me?" Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Before the colonel could respond, Xue Miao interjected, "I oppose." "What?" Both men stared at her in disbelief. "For 2 reasons," Xue Miao replied calmly. "First, mecha soldiers must undergo at least 3 years of rigorous training to master the practical skills required for mecha combat. While he appears to possess strength above the 8th level, it is impossible for him to become a qualified mecha soldier in such a short time, which would not benefit our plans in any practical way. Second, the Marine Corps often operates in 5-man squads, possessing an inherent advantage in evading enemy detection that surpasses that of mechas. At present, we are severely lacking in Marine personnel, which would adversely affect our future plans. Therefore, I recommend that he remains with the Marine Corps and, during his free time, be permitted to receive mecha training." The 2 men fell silent. Chapter 101. Speculation. The colonel's silence was a recognition of the validity of Xue Miao's suggestion. As for Feng Xingchen, he remained quiet because he noted that Xue Miao had mentioned plans twice in her remarks, leading him to believe that she was aware of something significant, but could not disclose it here due to military protocol. After a brief silence, the colonel broke into a smile. "Xue Miao, you have advanced to the 10th level, and with the considerable merits you've accumulated during this time, the base commander has signed the documents to promote you to major, equipping you with the latest model of the Avenger S1 mecha. After we finish breakfast, I will take you to receive your mecha." Xue Miao shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I've been too exhausted these past few days. According to the relevant regulations, I still have 40 hours of rest time left. It can wait until my leave is over to receive the mecha. You all enjoy your meal. I have finished." With that, she tidied her tray and gracefully departed. Feng Xingchen smiled broadly and stood up. "Enjoy your meal, sir." Watching the 2 disappear, the colonel's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he muttered, "That wretched woman, Xue Miao, dares to oppose me just to protect that boy. If it weren't for your family's substantial backing, I would have forcibly taken matters into my own hands long ago. But, does she think that by not joining the Mecha Brigade, she can evade my grasp? Xue Miao, you underestimate me far too much." Unbeknownst to Feng Xingchen, he had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary. Setting down his tray, he hurried after her, only to find that she had already vanished. As a mere private, he clearly understood that he could not recklessly wander through an S-class secret base. As a soldier, he recognized the necessity of such rules. With a resigned shake of his head, he made his way back to his room, quietly inquiring, "Xiao Hao, do you know what Xue Miao meant by the plan?" "I don't know. This base has excellent security measures. All data transmitted over wireless networks is of a public nature, while classified information is solely connected via wired optical cables. I cannot find the access port to probe into any related secrets." Xiao Hao pondered for a moment before adding, "However, I suspect that the so-called plan is surely connected to Xue Miao's report. Oh, consider this. While it seems Xue Miao has been exceptionally promoted to major, at most, this categorizes her as a high-ranking combat-type soldier, yet she lacks the qualifications to participate in core classified plans. The only explanation is that she must have reported our earlier findings and deductions to the higher-ups, including the chip that was penetrated by biological electrical discharges. Consequently, following her report, the higher-ups promptly devised a plan to capture a high-level evolved beast. Very likely. However, this is merely a fragment of the plan. I suspect that we will need Marine members to ascertain the situation regarding the Kygerians. Of course, I am unable to speculate on the background of this plan. Sigh. Whatever that, I am just curious why Xuemiao won't allow me to engage with the mechas. Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. You ask me, who should I ask? Hey, little brat, is that how you speak to your father? Upon returning to his bedroom, Feng Xingchen sat in a daze for a while before suddenly recalling that he still possessed 3 vials of mutated cicada blood. At this moment, he had forgotten the initial purpose of not accelerating his internal energies enhancement, and instead felt an urgent desire to take another step forward. Indeed, his thoughts had shifted. With 3 vials consumed, he might even cross the threshold into the 10th level. At that point, alongside Xuemiao, what task could they not accomplish? If he were to complete more perilous missions, would he not rise swiftly to the rank of officer, thus achieving a match in status? Dreaming vividly, saliva dripping, he retrieved his storage box, opened it, and was momentarily stunned. Inside the bag lay the item he had extracted from the carnivorous king vine, quietly resting in the corner. Having been busy these past few days, he had completely forgotten about this peculiar object. Carefully, he picked it up and began to observe it closely. Chapter 102. The bracelet. This object was completely enveloped in the wood of the carnivorous king vine, forming a sphere the size of a fist. However, his mental energy informed him that within the sphere, there certainly resided something extraordinary. After contemplating, he retrieved a vibrating knife, skillfully controlling the blade to form a small cutting tool, and gingerly began to slice through the wooden layer. With a vibration frequency of 50 million times, disassembling the wood was an exceedingly simple task. As the wooden sphere gradually peeled away, Feng Xingchen's mouth gaped wider in astonishment. What emerged was a ring that appeared to be made of ceramic. The ring was not large, resembling a bracelet, and as the surface was gradually cleaned, it revealed a series of bizarre runes. Feng Xingchen furrowed his brow, examining the bracelet for a while before muttering in frustration, "Damn it, how could this happen? After all that effort, and nearly losing our lives inside, we only obtained a ceramic bracelet?" Wait, Xiao Hao suddenly interjected, "This object is not as simple as it seems." "How do you know?" "Look." Xiao Hao, tired of explanations, directly projected a 3-dimensional image of the bracelet before Feng Xingchen, continuously enlarging it. When the image expanded to around a meter in diameter, Xiao Hao pointed at the patterns and said, "Using low-temperature dynamic magnetic testing, this object is approximately 6,300 years old, which predates Earth's exquisite ceramic production by over 3,000 years. Moreover, I can assert with utmost certainty that this item is not ceramic, but rather some unknown metal." Feng Xingchen was taken aback. "What? You mean this is a type of metal that even you do not recognize? I've mentioned before, I am not a normally separated cellular entity and lack much foundational knowledge. At most, I possess a smattering of DNA memories, allowing me to grasp some common knowledge of 7th-level civilizations," Xiao Hao explained with a wry smile. Additionally, the bracelet is not a solid piece, but rather composed of at least 4 peculiar components that can be disassembled. With the seams formed by these patterns, unfortunately, I cannot find a method to disassemble it. What does that mean? Feng Xingchen felt a bit dizzy. Xiao Hao shook his head bluntly. "I don't know." Feng Xingchen was utterly flabbergasted, mumbling, "Damn it, even if this thing is a treasure, how am I supposed to use it? If it's unusable or has no purpose, it is merely an antique. Shouldn't we consider selling it?" "Such a materialist. Dad, I have a feeling this bracelet is very likely a product of alien technology. Selling it would be a pity. Besides, where would we find a suitable antique market on Kuntan Star? Furthermore, I personally believe that the reason that carnivorous king vine grew so large is entirely due to the remarkable life energy contained within this object. Otherwise, such bizarre transformations would be impossible." Feng Xingchen was taken aback, then vigorously nodded. "That makes sense. However," he added, "but I haven't detected any energy fluctuations. I think we need to examine it with mental energy." "Not in a hurry. We can come back to study this later." Feng Xingchen casually slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, took out the 3 vials of blood, and swallowed hard. This was the blood of the mutated cicada. He wondered if it would harm him. Xiao Hao floated down suddenly, appearing before him. "Dad, are you really going to drink that?" Feng Xingchen hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. In the 3 days from the forest to here, I have continuously compressed my meridians with internal energy and have not encountered any issues. I believe the genetic alterations from the biochemical beast have modified my physique. I estimate I can endure the expansion of internal energy. Aren't you worried about losing control of your internal energy? Of course, I have some concerns. However, certain risks are worth taking. Are you worried that the Planchue Miao Minchin will involve you? Chapter 103. Decoupling. Feng Xingchen nodded helplessly, acknowledging it may not necessarily involve me. However, one thing is certain. As the plan proposed by Shui Miao unfolds, it will undoubtedly attract attention from various quarters. Perhaps this could escalate into a conflict, and in such times, the stronger one is, the greater the chances of survival. Yet, the enhancement of my mental strength is progressing rather slowly, struggling to keep pace with the grim circumstances. At this juncture, Feng Xingchen paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, on the surface, it appears that my control over my internal energy has diminished, but I am well aware that I have not yet reached a point of complete loss of control. Let us not forget that I possess an 8th-level mental strength foundation, while other 10th-level powerhouses may only have 4th-level mental strength, yet can still achieve absolute control. Therefore, while there may be some risk apparent, it remains within my psychological tolerance. Xiao Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I will meticulously monitor the changes in your physical data. Feng Xingchen nodded, seizing a bottle and ferociously consuming 1,000 milliliters of blood. After burping several times, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to circulate his internal energy. Time slipped away, and approximately an hour later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze as he murmured, I never expected the effects of the mutated blood to be so remarkable. 9th level peak. With 2 more bottles of blood, might I ascend to the 10th level? Rising to stretch his limbs, he resumed his consumption of blood. Another hour passed, and drenched in sweat, he stood up, shaking his head in disappointment. Indeed, even with a mutated variety, as long as they are of the same level, the initial application yields the most pronounced effects. Thereafter, the efficacy diminishes exponentially. Alas, 3,000 milliliters of blood has only brought me to the pinnacle of the 9th level, a mere fraction short of breaking through. Xiao Hao was left speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation. You transitioned from the initial 9th level to the peak in just 2 hours. What more do you desire? Others take at least 2 or 3 years, even a decade or more to cultivate. That may be true for others, but I am entirely different. Indeed, you are different. I dare say, a carbon-based life form capable of integrating insect genes is unparalleled in the universe. Feng Xingchen, dismissive of Xiao Hao's remarks, lit a cigarette, his mind racing. The instructor once mentioned that to ascend to the 10th level, it is not merely a matter of condensing and increasing the totality of internal energy. One must also comprehend the forces of nature. Damn it, the notion of comprehension is the most vexing. Indeed, the 10th level bottleneck is not something just anyone can surpass. Countless elites remain stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level for years, unable to find the key to understanding nature, forever obstructed a mere millimeter away. After finishing a cigarette, just as he intended to step into the bathroom, his stomach grumbled thunderously, and he grimaced, oh dear. The consumption from cultivating my internal energy is too great. I am so hungry. Checking the time, he realized it was precisely 10:30 in the morning, and his expression grew more pained. Alas, the military camp is not a market where one can procure delicacies at will. According to the rules, I must wait until 12:30 for lunch. With 2 hours still to go, he pondered how to pass the time. Since he evidently could not practice internal energy, perhaps he should focus more on enhancing his mental strength. Licking his lips, he settled back down, took a deep breath, and gradually slipped into a meditative state. Meditation had been his practice for 7 years and was now second nature to him, as his consciousness gradually quieted. He ventured into the seemingly boundless realm of his mind, joyfully gliding across the beautiful lake of his consciousness. Yet, something felt amiss. His mental strength, why was it transcending the barriers of his mind? Expanding outward, raising an eyebrow, he attempted to retract his mental strength, only to discover he could no longer command his thoughts. At that moment, he felt akin to a cinema-goer, helplessly watching a terrifying scene unfold on screen. Unable to intervene, panic surged within him. This was his mental strength, and should it spiral out of control, it would surely lead to a vegetative state. However, as his mental strength spread, it finally ceased expanding after enveloping a radius of 20 to 30 meters, coalescing into a single entity, beginning to trace an intricate pattern. Feng Xingqian's heart involuntarily twitched. Wasn't this pattern composed of the runes formed by the gaps in the bracelet? What was happening? Could it be that the bracelet was autonomously guiding his mental strength? Chapter 104. A piece of advice, yes. It must be so. Then I can. He suddenly gritted his teeth, choosing not to exert deliberate control over his mental strength. Instead, he observed with detached curiosity as the runes were meticulously drawn. The speed of rune formation appeared commendable. Seemingly, only a few seconds had passed, and a series of 8 runes had already taken shape. At this juncture, he joyfully realized that his consciousness had regained its ability to direct his mental strength. It was as though he had stolen a piece of candy, and he cherished his mental strength, cautiously drawing it back. In the next moment, an expression of extreme peculiarity washed over his face. His mouth agape as he stammered, "Good heavens! What is happening? The total amount of mental strength is evidently far greater than what I had previously released. Moreover, the surplus is equivalent to the accumulation from over 10 days of arduous training." Excitement surged within him, an overwhelming thrill. He abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath, only to realize that he was drenched in sweat. With a wry smile, he resolved to head to the bathroom when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found none other than the enchanting Xue Miao standing there. Overwhelmed with joy, he stiffened, even his tongue faltering. "Be beautiful, lady. Please come in." "Dio, come in." Xue Miao shook her head. "What the devil? You've missed 2 meals. I thought you had died in your sleep. 2 meals?" Raising his hand to check, he was astonished to find it was already past 6 in the evening. At that moment, he was truly dumbfounded. How could this be? If he recalled correctly, it seemed only seconds had passed. How could it be 9 hours? Grasping at a crucial realization, he glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. His heart racing with shock, instinctively covering the bracelet with his hand, forcing a smile. "I apologize. While cultivating my mental strength, I entered a state of epiphany and lost track of time." State of epiphany? Xue Miao paused momentarily, then, with a hint of envy, congratulated him. "Well done. Please, come in. No need. I believe you must be quite hungry. I've brought you some field rations." As Xue Miao spoke, she handed him a small bag she had been carrying. At this moment, Feng Xingqian was enveloped in immense delight. The beautiful lady had personally come to deliver food to him. What did this signify? It indicated the possibility of a relationship, however, before he could express his gratitude. Xue Miao waved her hand, her demeanor turning slightly frosty. "Please do not misunderstand. I did not come to deliver food specifically for you. The reason I sought you out was to offer you a piece of advice. I have received an urgent mission and must leave the base by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, with an estimated duration of 5 days. During this time, you must remain within the Marine Corps. It will only benefit you, not harm you. Remember, do not join any other battalions, including the mecha squad." Feng Xingqian blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Xue Miao shook her head, offering no further explanation as she turned to leave. Feng Xingqian stood at the door, watching her disappearing figure, his mind racing for several minutes, yet failing to grasp any rationale. With a bitter smile, he set the matter aside for the moment. After all, he was certain he would remain in the Marine Corps for a while. Once Xue Miao returned, he could inquire directly. Returning to his room, he tore open a field ration and bit down, voraciously consuming it. Yet, his thoughts soon drifted back to his earlier cultivation, growing increasingly perplexed. A few minutes later, he discarded the empty ration bag, mumbling, "This is utterly strange. What on earth is happening?" After contemplating, he sat up straight and tentatively released his mental strength to make contact with the bracelet. He reasoned that since his mental strength had autonomously drawn those peculiar runes when uncontrolled, the bracelet should not reject his exploration. Slowly, he released his mental strength, cautiously enveloping the bracelet. However, it felt cold and unyielding, seemingly devoid of any significance. Undeterred, he directed his mental strength to pierce through various points on the bracelet, probing persistently. Suddenly, his mental strength pierced a particular rune, distinctly feeling as if he had broken through a thin membrane. The previously resistant mental strength surprisingly penetrated through. After a brief moment of shock, He did not abandon his desire to continue exploring, steadying his mental strength as he cautiously delved deeper. Chapter 105. Tianyu Ring. As he probed further, his eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Inside the bracelet, it truly appeared to harbor some unique energy, just as Xiao Hao had suggested. Yet, before he could comprehend its significance, this energy, upon contact with the invading mental strength, unexpectedly bit down on it. Feng Xingchen was taken aback, but he did not retreat. After all, given Xiao Hao's origin, he had encountered situations where overwhelming absorption of mental strength occurred. This was merely a bite. It was insignificant. The moment it bit down, severing a sharp point of mental strength, he was astonished to find that the peculiar energy began to tremble subtly, and before long, it mirrored the oscillation pattern of his own mental strength perfectly. Simultaneously, a sharp spike suddenly protruded from the bracelet, pricking his thumb and drawing a droplet of blood before swiftly retracting. He was genuinely startled. Before he could even discard the bracelet, a wave of information surged into his mind with lightning speed, leaving him dizzy. Yet, as he instinctively began to sift through this information, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The volume of information was minimal, consisting of just a few sentences: mental strength marking and DNA binding completed. The spiritual power level of the inhabitant is assessed to be in the mid-8th tier, qualifying it for the Heavenly Jade Ring. This item is classified as a special auxiliary object, capable of assisting the inhabitant in accelerating the speed of spiritual cultivation and foundational education. The item operates through brainwave command, allowing for effortless manipulation, and can render itself completely invisible. Upon reading this, a tempest of emotions surged within him. The fact that the Heavenly Jade Ring can enhance the cultivation speed of spiritual energy is already a remarkable feat in itself. Moreover, what does foundational education entail? Furthermore, wasn't he just ruminating over how to conceal the Heavenly Jade Ring? If it can indeed expand or contract, invisibility would be unnecessary. It could simply transform into an inconspicuous ring. With a mere thought, the bracelet in his palm began to shrink rapidly in a peculiar overlapping manner, and in the blink of an eye, it truly transformed into the form of a ring. He paused for a moment, as this overlapping technique seemed strikingly similar to that of the Spirit Phoenix tribe. Could it be an artifact of the Spirit Phoenix? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. If it were indeed from the Spirit Phoenix tribe, at the very least, Xiao Hao should recognize it. Thus, it could be inferred that this item has no connection to the Spirit Phoenix tribe? After mulling over this conundrum, he decided to abandon his quest for origins and swiftly slid the ring onto his little finger. Once again, he directed his mind, and the ring gradually faded, disappearing completely in an instant. My heavens! Xiao Hao suddenly popped his head up, unaware that Feng Xingchen had acquired some form of inheritance, and exclaimed in astonishment, a top-tier overlapping shrink? Light source invisibility? This is far superior to our Spirit Phoenix tribe. Father, how did you achieve this? I don't know. Feng Xingchen unhesitatingly denied it all, not even blushing as he replied, just now, I suddenly thought, if this item could shrink a bit, it would be wonderful. I didn't expect it to be his size, flexible as Sun Wukong's Ru Zhengu Bang. And it can even turn invisible. Xiao Hao gaped, momentarily speechless. As a metallic DNA life form, he instinctively analyzed everything in terms of data and technological sophistication. Unfortunately, he was not a normally separated subcell and lacked sufficient heritage, making him easily bewildered by such inexplicable phenomena. After a few minutes of dazed silence, Xiao Hao shook his head vigorously, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. He shifted the topic. Father, I have meticulously studied the base's map and can assure you of one thing. Certain locations undoubtedly harbor some special metals, which would be of great assistance to me, I think. Observing Xiao Hao's hesitance, Feng Xingchen chuckled. You wish to sneak out and procure some items, don't you? Xiao Hao shyly scratched the back of his head and cautiously replied. If I could acquire some good metals, it would significantly benefit you. At the very least, it could elevate the quality of your exoskeletal armor and repair the miniature shield device, and perhaps even allow for the creation of some hyper-frequency projectiles. So, Feng Xingchen was evidently intrigued. Will you be discovered? Xiao Hao sighed in frustration. You underestimate me. Chapter 106. The tavern. Feng Xingchen cried out in surrender, nodding vigorously. All right. You go ahead. Rest assured, I guarantee nothing will go awry. As he spoke, Xiaohao effortlessly slipped from his wrist, swiftly reshaping into a serpent smaller than a sewing needle, and slithered through the door crack. Feng Xingchen envied the creature's ability to change size at will, resigning himself to let this little rascal commit thievery. Initially, he intended to examine the effects of the heavenly jade ring in detail, but after a full day of arduous training, he understood the wisdom of taking a break. Ah, yes, tomorrow Shui Miao is going on a mission. Perhaps he should seek out some beautiful women, share a drink, and bid her farewell. Who knows, it might earn him some favor in her eyes. Suddenly feeling flustered, he sprang up, taking a quick 3-minute shower, changing into a fresh set of clothes, and hurriedly departed the Marine Corps base. However, after wandering for a while, he found himself completely at a loss regarding the location of the mech soldiers' quarters. When he stopped some passers-by to inquire, they regarded him with suspicion and scrutiny. This was quite disheartening. Within the modern military structure, being a Marine soldier was only marginally superior to being a logistics soldier. Yet both were regarded as the lowest tier of cannon fodder, subject to significant restrictions within the base. With a wry smile, he reluctantly shifted his focus to the entertainment room. Long ago, K-21's entertainment room had a decent reputation. Almost synonymous with military bars, where one could purchase field rations and even tobacco and alcohol from other star systems. It was their squad's favorite gathering place. Upon entering this entertainment room, his jaw dropped in astonishment. If K-21's entertainment room was a bar, then this place was nothing short of a den of iniquity. The entertainment room spanned over 1,000 square meters, not only featuring a bar and various stalls selling an array of contraband items, but also showcasing, at its center, 3 platforms where a dozen or so exquisitely attractive women clad in revealing attire performed exhilarating dances. Surrounding them were at least 400 to 500 spectators, creating a rather bizarre scene. In truth, after over 4 centuries of rapid development, Earth's civilization has seen frequent intermarriages between East and West, leading to a significant shift in human moral standards. Not to mention, in the military, co-ed bathing has become quite commonplace. As long as both parties feel an attraction, sharing a bed is hardly frowned upon. However, the military remains the military, no matter how corrupt the underlying rules may be. Overt displays of such behavior are still prohibited. The atmosphere here clearly exceeded certain regulations. I believe I have fallen in love with this place. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the beautiful women. Soon making his way to the bar, wiping the drool that was about to escape his lips. Bartender, a small beer, please. The bartender, an enticingly voluptuous woman, glanced at Feng Xingchen, retrieved a bottle of beer, and smiled. It's on me, huh? Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I am most honored. Is it customary for first-time patrons to receive such treatment? Of course not. The bartender giggled, covering her mouth, but you can enjoy this privilege. Just as he opened his mouth to clarify, a nearby European blonde beauty looked at him and smiled. You must be Feng Xingchen, right? Feng Xingchen licked his lips. I didn't catch your name. I am Leisha, a former member of the K-15 Base Marine Squad L-041. You are quite the celebrity around here. It's only natural for a beautiful woman to buy you a drink. Me? Famous. Feng Xingchen was genuinely perplexed. Leisha chuckled. What's the matter? You truly don't know. The staff reviewed your military achievements and were astounded. You actually eliminated nearly 200 formidable biochemical beasts and experts, even taking down 2 mechs, BY military standards. This is sufficient for a promotion to second lieutenant. However, jumping from non-commissioned officer to officer is unprecedented in the entire Federation. Rumor has it that the command staff is racking their brains to fulfill your rewards. Feng Xingchen was stunned. No way? The beauty smiled sweetly. What do you mean, no way? This is news that has circulated within the command staff. In fact, this news alone wouldn't have made you a household name. The real bombshell is that you have saved the new generation's 1st Mech Division commander, Shui Miao, 4 times. With that, there's no way you could remain inconspicuous. Feng Xingchen swallowed hard, about to explain, when a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder. Chapter 107. Beat him. Feng Xingchen turned his head to find a bearded man glaring at him with arrogance, saying, I heard you saved Shui Miao 4 times? Damn it. How could a Marine soldier have the capability to rescue a mech commander and take down mechs? Who would believe such a story? Feng Xingchen took a sip of his beer, calmly replying, Hey buddy, you need to back up your words with evidence. What you're saying is not just an insult to me. but also to the integrity of military records. More so, it belittles the intelligence of the command staff. Damn it. Marine soldiers are at most 6th tier, while mech commanders are at least 7th tier. What gives you the right to rescue a mech commander? Feng Xingchen frowned, about to lose his temper, when another burly man nearby overheard the bearded man's comment and stepped forward, glaring at him fiercely. What's wrong with Marine soldiers? Is being a mech commander that impressive? The bearded man casually grabbed a bottle of beer, took a leisurely sip, and smirked. Hey, I'll tell you. I'm indeed superior to a Marine soldier. My salary is more than double yours, and the mech I pilot is worth 98 million. With various external weapons, it's nearly 130 million in top-tier equipment. A couple of 100,000 for a single soldier's armor is nothing. Damn it. Looking down on Marine soldiers? Beat him. From behind, another robust man lunged forward, delivering a punch to the bearded man's back, causing him to stagger 2 steps. From the front, another Marine soldier charged in, sweeping his leg. Boom. The bearded man was sent flying. Despite being a pinnacle 7th tier expert, his internal defense held up well, and though he was knocked back, he was not seriously harmed. He leapt up, roaring, Marine soldiers challenging mech commanders? You're looking for death, aren't you? Where are the mech soldiers? Aren't you going to intervene? The 2 Marine soldiers shouted back. Damn it, mech soldiers are bullying Marine soldiers? This is for the Marines, give it to him. This time, they had stirred a hornet's nest. The entire venue erupted into chaos, with the sounds of battle ringing out. However, the Marine soldiers were at a disadvantage. The quality of mech soldiers is widely recognized to be superior to that of Marine soldiers. In addition, the suddenness of this war had left few Marine soldiers escaping, and even fewer had made their way here to find signals. Regrettably, the Skeleton Base is an institution dedicated to the research and manufacturing of mechs, with its military forces predominantly composed of mech divisions, while only 2 battalions of ground troops are present. Were it not for the recent rescue of over 500 survivors, the base's personnel structure would scarcely meet the requirements of a battalion. Thus, the mech divisions hold a considerable numerical advantage within the base. When conflict erupted, 60 or 70 ground soldiers were swiftly left battered and bloodied, some even suffering broken bones and collapsing to the ground. The man with the bushy beard knocked down 4 or 5 opponents in rapid succession, finally pushing through to the front, seizing the first ground soldier who dared to strike him. Clenching his fist, he delivered a brutal blow to the soft tissue beneath the soldier's ribs. Should the soldier truly be struck by that punch, even the marvels of modern medicine would necessitate a recovery period of at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Feng Xingchen had been seated not far away, initially reluctant to intervene. Yet upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, he was seized by a fit of rage. He surged forward, grasping the bushy-bearded man's fist and then, with a swift motion, crashed his forehead against the man's nose. The bushy-bearded man felt a cacophony of sensations in his nose. Sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. All at once, as blood gushed forth, forcing him to crouch on the ground. Momentarily stunned, with the escalation of violence, Feng Xingchen's fury ignited further. He bellowed, delivering a kick that sent the bushy-bearded man flying, before striding towards the cluster of individuals, his hands reaching out incessantly to grasp any mech soldier within his grasp, twisting them around and sending them sprawling over 10 meters, causing cries of anguish to echo from those in the distance. He barreled through, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. He showed no signs of encountering resistance, racing over 60 to 70 meters and toppling more than 30 individuals. With the synergy of his extraordinary abilities, how could anyone below level 9 evade his assault? The ground soldiers erupted with excitement, trailing behind him to unleash a torrent of blows upon those he had felled, creating a scene of utter chaos. Cease this at once. A commanding shout rang through the air as 5 pure white mechs strode into the tavern. Standing 7 meters tall and armed with various conventional weapons, the insignia emblazoned on the chests of the mechs signified they belonged to the inspectorate. The lead mech was piloted by a major, who surveyed the gradually quieting scene before fixing his cold gaze upon Feng Xingchen. After a moment's scrutiny, he raised his hand imperiously. Feng Xingchen, the command staff was deliberating whether to promote you to lieutenant or sergeant. But it seems that decision is moot now. Engaging in a brawl within a high-security base, resulting in multiple injuries, constitutes a breach of 4 prohibitions. Seize him and confine him to the detention chamber. One of the mechs advanced, looming before him like a mountain, appearing to escort the criminal. Feng Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Having faced down two fully equipped level 3 civilization mechs in the stone forest, he had little regard for the inspectorate's basic weaponry. At that moment, a wave of murderous intent surged within him as he instinctively reached out to push aside the mech, intending to argue with the major. However, upon making contact, his hand recoiled as if shocked, a bizarre expression crossing his face, much like that of a constipated individual, flushed and unable to find release. Taking a deep breath, a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes: shock, fear, confusion, and elation. Indeed, he was truly engulfed in astonishment, panic, uncertainty, and exhilaration. The instant his palm brushed against the mech, an odd voice resonated in his mind. Contact with low-level civilization biomechanical sensor mode mech weaponry detected. Combat capability is low. Host can utilize. Would you like to? Terrified, he withdrew his hand, the voice abruptly ceasing, leaving him unable to grasp its full meaning. In truth, Feng Xingchen was not foolish. He had already deduced that the hand which had touched the mech was encased in the concealed Tianyu ring. This implied that the Tianyu ring could actively unlock certain functionalities, akin to a personal AI. Thus, it must belong to an advanced civilization, likely harboring a powerful and fearsome micro-AI. This micro-AI might even be capable of directly connecting with his cerebral domain, transmitting information. Anyone encountering such a phenomenon would exhibit the bewilderment he had just displayed. Taking a few breaths, he glanced at the others. At this moment, all those involved in the brawl found themselves surrounded by several mechs. While the major was calling for a medical team, creating a scene of utter disarray, with no one noticing his previous transformation. Gritting his teeth, he momentarily cast aside the intention of arguing with the major and reached out once more to touch the mech's leg. Indeed, the voice returned. Contact with low-level civilization biomechanical sensor mode mech weaponry detected. Combat capability is low. Host can utilize. Would you like to copy and extract data? Without hesitation, he mentally affirmed, yes, copy successful. All data extracted. Would you like to learn? No. He scoffed. What a joke. At this moment, who has time to learn? The mech soldiers were oblivious to the astonishing revelation Feng Xingchen had just encountered. The major glanced down at him, employing the loudspeaker to sternly declare, "Don't play tricks. Come with me." Eager to explore his recent discovery, Feng Xingchen chose not to argue further, flashing a proud smile as he withdrew his hand from the mech and exited the tavern. Minutes later, with the resounding clang of a heavy metal door closing, he found himself confined in a detention chamber. He felt no hint of dejection. Rather, he eagerly seated himself, scratching his head as he concentrated his mental energy towards the Tianyu ring. As his mental energy made contact, the voice echoed once more, "Copy data available for learning. Would you like to activate the learning function?" "Yes, learning function activated." "Would you like to enter immediately?" "Yes." With that affirmation, his mind suddenly spun, and he found himself within a unique space. Chapter 109. Thought space. The expanse was vast. To his vision, it appeared shrouded in a distant fog, the mist seemingly proclaiming that this peculiar space was nearly infinite. Several dozen meters away stood a metallic behemoth identical to the white mech, its cockpit illuminated by a soft blue glow, indicating it was powered on. He was utterly stunned, unable to discern whether his entire being had entered another dimension or merely his mental essence. A chill ran down his spine. If his entire self had vanished from the detention chamber, would it not invite unnecessary trouble? Yet, how could he escape this space? Just as he pondered this, the voice returned. The host can summon the Tianyu ring within their cerebral domain at any time to request departure or enter the thought space for learning. Thought space. So he had not physically entered. Feng Xingchen was left in a state of shock. Indeed, it was the Tianyu ring, moreover. What did it mean by basic teaching functionality? He began to grasp the situation. After a few seconds of contemplation, he stifled his immediate urge to learn about mechs and shouted, "Leave!" His mind spun once again, and he regained consciousness in the detention chamber, glancing around to find no changes. He grinned, hastily retrieving his personal AI and placing it in a corner of the chamber, activating the recording function. Retreating to a corner, he lit a cigarette, taking 2 deep drags before pinching it between his fingers. He thundered in his mind, "Tianyu ring, enter thought space." Dizziness overcame him, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself once more in that ethereal realm. Looking down at his hands, he discovered he was not holding the cigarette. Leave! Once again, dizziness washed over him, and he awoke in the detention chamber. He glanced down. The cigarette was still smoldering, the wisps of blue smoke rising in a straight line, unaffected in the slightest, quickly retrieving his personal AI. He activated the playback function to display the recording in the footage. He remained comfortably seated in the corner, having never vanished. He nearly burst into laughter. What does it mean to be inconspicuous? What does it mean to be the master of one's own space? What does it mean to find joy in secret? His current expression of sheer delight was a testament to his elation. With a hint of regret, he mused, alas, the thought space is merely a product of my imagination. Unlike Xiaohao's dimensional space that can store items, it seems the Tianyu Ring's purpose is not for storage, but rather as a medium for simulation and education from an advanced civilization. Contemplating this, he shook his head and chuckled at himself. Here I am, a man of insatiable desire, inexplicably in possession of such an extraordinary item, yet I still dream of more refined functionality. Such a greedy mindset will surely be my downfall one day. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished the cigarette and once more entered the space, standing approximately 30 meters in front of the adversary. He stood in silence for a while, wondering why the teaching interface had yet to appear. Scratching his head, a sudden thought struck him, and he quickly called out, "Begin teaching." An electronic synthesized voice responded, "Beep. This space contains only low-level mechs. Initiating basic mech training. Lesson 1. Mastering mech data, determining data usage methods, forming individualized combat techniques, ultimately mastering diverse decision-making strategies." The voice's phrasing was awkward and nearly incomprehensible. Yet as he remained in a daze, a sharp pain surged through his mind, an agony comparable to the first instance he had used his mental energy to slay an evolved beast. His pupils dilated rapidly, and with a scream, he clutched his head and collapsed, rolling on the ground in distress. This torment persisted for approximately 30 to 40 seconds, but in his sensory experience, it felt as if he had endured a century of suffering. As the tide of anguish receded, he gasped for breath, resembling an injured beast. However, as he sat up, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives at Tianyu Huan, he suddenly found his mind flooded with an abundance of information. No, it wasn't merely that his mind was filled with data. Rather, at the moment he glimpsed the counterattacker, an entire cascade of information surged into his consciousness. Chapter 110, Data Influx. Counterattacker S-1, a ground combat mech. A product of a second-tier technological civilization, powered by a rechargeable deuterium-based thermonuclear high-energy liquid solution, capable of sustaining intense combat for 6 hours under full liquid conditions, with a maximum cruising speed of 140 kilometers per hour and a continuous cruising range of 24,000 kilometers, equipped with a basic mech-grade ion oscillation blade, oscillating at a rate of 7.2 million times per second, fitted with a 55mm specialized energy assault rifle, with an ammunition capacity of 3 base units. Also armed with a 9-barrel rapid-fire laser cannon, with an ammunition capacity of 3 base units. Additionally, it carries a 105mm live ammunition specialized heavy sniper rifle, with a capacity of 420 rounds. It is outfitted with 16 ground-to-ground Quark missiles, 20 ground-to-air plasma missiles, and 20 proton torpedoes, along with 5 pulse missiles. It lacks various auxiliary weapons, but is equipped with a short-range flight system. A 3-dimensional onboard radar is installed, with a maximum ground detection range of 120 kilometers. It comes with an electronic countermeasure system and a military-grade Type 8 high-speed optical brain, operating on the 14th generation of the Tiandun system. A deluge of data appeared, leaving Feng Xingchen utterly astonished. Goodness, in just a few seconds, the information gathered was remarkably detailed. This educational system was extraordinary. Yet, what he would learn next would redefine extraordinary, a voice announced. Data infusion complete. The host can now take control of the mech. Feng Xingchen could hardly fathom how quickly he was able to operate the machine. Based on his understanding, every pilot typically underwent at least 6 months of foundational training, followed by 2 months of familiarization with various instruments under the guidance of an instructor before they could actually operate a mech. Yet here, it had taken only seconds. He cast a disbelieving glance at the mech, then, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and dashed towards the mech. He nimbly climbed into the cockpit, peering inside, and casually settled into the pilot's seat. As he took his place, he was momentarily taken aback. If he remembered correctly, this was undoubtedly his first encounter with a mech, and it was a virtual one at that. However, how to enter the mech and what to do inside felt as if it had been indelibly etched into his very bones through years of rigorous training. As if he could do as he pleased. Indeed, after a brief moment of astonishment, he effortlessly activated a series of switches and skillfully read various data, confirming in just a few minutes that the mech was in optimal condition. At this juncture, he secured himself to a platform, extending his hands and feet into what resembled gloves and boots made of sensors. How should one describe it? Have you seen Avatar? Feng Xingqian's control of the mech now bore a striking resemblance to that mode. This was colloquially known as the body sensing mode. Speaking of body sensing mode, it had already taken shape around the year 2010. Back then, the most common exposure for ordinary people was through 3D animated films, where countless sensors were affixed to actors, capturing their movements as a computer-recorded complex action patterns and even facial expressions, which would later be colored and refined to create stunning visuals. After 480 years of evolution, the body sensing mode was no longer comparable to that era. Even a mere 20 sensors could replicate the most minute movements of all mech pilots, with astonishing precision, capable of simulating the act of a 7-meter-tall mech picking up a needle and threading it with embroidery floss. Once properly equipped, he closed the cockpit, and Tian Yuhuan's voice echoed in his ears. Lesson 2. Acquaint yourself with the locations of various weapons on the mech, and achieve the fastest possible retrieval of the corresponding armaments. Learn the mech's operational modes and master your shooting abilities in action. This time, there was no torment of force-fed information, for all foundational knowledge had been brutally packed into his mind in that brief 40 seconds, preserved as profound experience. However, experience alone was not enough to translate into effective physical movement that required actual control to form muscle memory, which would yield reflexive responses. Chapter 111. Instruction. Nevertheless, the ability to directly acquire experience, thereby circumventing the extensive time needed for foundational knowledge accumulation, was an extraordinarily efficient educational method that could drive one to madness. Feng Xingqian squinted thoughtfully, suddenly raising a hand to sweep across his back. Outside, the mech mirrored the action, precisely retrieving a 105mm specialized heavy sniper rifle, over 5 meters in length, from its back, stabilizing it to aim at a bright 10 kilometers away. Boom! A bullet erupted from the chamber, whistling through the sky and striking the light point with pinpoint accuracy. Tian Yuhuan's voice chimed in. Rating: excellent. The host is assessed to possess a knack for sniping. Feng Xingqian raised an eyebrow, confidence radiating from his smile. He felt as though the mech had become an extension of himself, inseparable and in perfect harmony. A state of mastery that breeds confidence, ready to charge into battle amidst thousands of foes. He understood that all of this was closely linked to his transcendent capabilities. Tio maximized the mech's potential. The perfect synergy between physical strength and mental prowess was paramount. Therefore, honing his mental strength became increasingly crucial. His thoughts were not misplaced. While ordinary individuals could pilot the mechs of the Earth Federation, they could hardly unleash any combat power. The primary reason was that the mech operated behind a veil. All feedback had to be filtered through the quantum optical brain before being presented, prompting a response from the pilot. Regardless of how powerful the optical brain was, it would always lag slightly. This fraction of a moment was critical. Everyone understood that on a life-or-death battlefield, the slightest flaw could prove fatal. A level 7 master could utilize a diffused inner energy shield, enhancing their perception slightly compared to a level 6 master. As for a level 10 master, they could project an external force field with a radius exceeding 15 meters using their inner energy, allowing them to intuitively perceive the most minute changes outside the mech, bypassing the optical brain to directly determine the next course of action. Thus, the mech's combat effectiveness would be maximized. He let out a triumphant roar, channeling his exuberance as he raised his hand again, firing the assault rifle, laser cannon, and various missiles in succession, each hitting its target with precision, greatly bolstering his confidence. Shooting proficiency. Excellent. The host is deemed to possess an innate instinct and acute sensory perception for mech-based shooting. You may proceed to the next task, high-speed movement. At this moment, Feng Xingqian was already in a state of ecstatic frenzy. As soon as Tian Yuhuan's words faded, the towering 7-meter steel giant suddenly accelerated to nearly 50 kilometers per hour. With the physique of a peak-level 9th-tier master, he could withstand overloads below 30G, a crucial reason why only those above level 7 could pilot the mech. He aspired to reach the ultimate speed of 140 kilometers per hour. But just as he began, before he could cover 100 meters, crash! The mech's foot slipped, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Wow! Feng Xingchen was left dazed, shaking his head vigorously, cursing, "How could I fall?" Tian Yuhuan's unyielding voice responded, "Excellent start." However, insufficient estimation of the ground's friction coefficient rendered a fall inevitable. "Please continue your training." What? He was merely attempting to run, and he had to consider the friction coefficient? With a wry smile, he slowly got back up, vigorously shaking his head as he muttered, "I can't afford to lose my balance. I need to practice extensively." Yet, having initially received Tian Yuhuan's data influx, he possessed a profound understanding of the mech's various data, ensuring he wouldn't take any detours. Indeed, there was no need for detours. By directly acquiring a wealth of experience through the program, all that remained was to validate it through action. His coordination improved, and his control proficiency skyrocketed. In just half an hour, the mech's running speed approached its limits. Tian Yuhuan's voice echoed again. "Flat ground high-speed movement. Excellent. You may proceed to the next task. Mountainous high-speed movement." Feng Xingchen sighed. It seemed that training was an endless endeavor. However, he had long been trained by military instructors to endure without complaint. Gritting his teeth, he followed Tian Yuhuan's guidance, progressing through mountainous high-speed movements, flat ground shooting drills, and mountainous shooting exercises. Chapter 112. Time Discrepancy. After several practice sessions, he sat in the mech, panting heavily. He had not anticipated that even within the realm of thought, fatigue could manifest. It appeared that the wonders of a high-level civilization were numerous. Raising his hand to check the time, he realized he had been in the space for 3 hours and, feeling a pang of reluctance, said, "Tian Yuhuan, my consciousness cannot remain detached from my body for extended periods. It's been 3 hours. Please release me." Tian Yuhuan did not comply, coldly stating, "The time within the thought space differs from the external world by a factor of 10. The host training in the thought space for 10 hours equates to 1 hour in the external world. Additionally, if any unsafe factors arise in the vicinity, this program will alert the host. Based on the above, do you wish to abandon training?" "What?" Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in surprise. "Such a function existed?" Tian Yuhuan continued. "The thought space is established through thought-sensing technology, existing within the host's brain domain, stimulated by Tian Yuhuan to activate relevant neural systems, expanding brain neurons to enhance thought processes and accelerate computational speed, achieving a 10-fold time discrepancy. As the development of the parasitic neuron and mental prowess progresses, the time gap will continually expand." Feng Xingchen couldn't help but exclaim, clapping his hands vigorously. "Excellent, let us continue training." The third lesson focused on basic evasion maneuvers and high-speed combination evasion exercises. This lesson was crucial. After mastering 19 different evasion actions, they could be combined into an astonishing 26,626 tactical maneuvers with remarkable practical effects. How many combinations? Feng Xingchen was momentarily stunned. 26, 626. He gasped. "Isn't that overwhelming?" "This is just the foundation. The significance of the basics needs no explanation." Feng Xingchen grew anxious. "The problem is, where will I find that much time?" "You have plenty of time. Given your mental strength and aptitude for controlling mechas, you only need 3,000 hours of training to achieve a basic mastery." "How much?" 3,000 hours. That's 125 full days. But I still have to participate in the military's regular training, build my physical strength, and cultivate my mental power and internal energy. At this rate, even if I don't eat or sleep, it would take me a year. I was referring to the time within the thought-sense space. In reality, it's about 300 hours, Tian Yuhuan replied coldly. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the thought-sense space, it stimulates the relevant nerves deeply, allowing for rapid muscle relaxation and contraction. In other words, training within the thought-sense space not only effectively enhances mental power but also increases physical strength, while enabling the muscles to form deep memory states. This way, a significant amount of time can be saved, and thus, the foundational training can be completed in approximately 300 hours of real time. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. "What level of civilization do you belong to?" Tian Yuhuan answered coldly. "Apologies, the database is damaged and cannot be queried." "What can you find?" apologies, insufficient permissions to query, damn it. Feng Xingqian cursed angrily, shouting, let us train. While he was training, chaos erupted outside. It was unclear who had secretly transmitted the footage of the conflict at the bar to all the ground troops, logistics personnel, maintenance soldiers, and engineers. These relatively lower-ranked soldiers, including many mecha pilots who had been promoted from the ground troops, were dissatisfied and gathered at the command center, demanding the release of all confined ground troops while strongly protesting the arrogance and rudeness of the bearded soldier. Requesting a public apology from the mecha soldiers. After 4 hours of silence, the Mecha Brigade's commander, Brigadier General Feng Tianhao, finally issued a public apology and released all the ground troops at that moment. Feng Xingqian was in the thought-sense space, training to the point of dizziness, when Tian Yuhuan suddenly said coldly, someone is approaching the confinement room. Please leave immediately. As the words were spoken, his mecha suddenly vanished, and he felt a wave of dizziness as his consciousness returned to the confinement room. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed he was drenched in sweat. His muscles felt weak. At that moment, he finally understood how the rapid contraction and relaxation of muscles, stimulated by nerves, could achieve such efficient movement. A surge of confidence welled up within him. With the Tian Yuhuan, a miraculous artifact, he would undoubtedly become a true powerhouse in no more than 2 years. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the Tian Yuhuan was not a divine artifact. Many civilizations above level 6 had similar products. It was merely a matter of efficiency. Chapter 113. Corporal but for a low-level soldier from a level 2 civilization? Let alone encountering a level 6 civilization, he had never even traveled to a level 4 civilization. Having such an advanced opportunity would ultimately set him ahead. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to stand up, striking a pose as though he were diligently practicing military boxing. Otherwise, he could not explain the source of his sweat. The door swung open, and to his surprise, it was Xue Miao who entered. He paused, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and smiled. It's quite rude to entertain a beautiful major in a place like this. Xue Miao shook her head helplessly. I admire your courage. You can still maintain a good mood at a time like this. Come on, the base command has ordered the release of the ground troops. Additionally, you must report to the staff office promptly at 8 a.m. Haha, thank you. It's only midnight now. Would you like to grab a drink? No, I need to go back and rest. There are only 5 hours left until the mission time. Xue Miao waved her hand and left first. He took a few steps to follow her but was blocked by 2 soldiers who warned him. The ground troops are stationed over there. You do not have the qualifications to enter the mecha camp. Please leave. He glanced back at Xue Miao, who turned back and smiled at him, glared at the 2 soldiers, but had no choice but to turn away. Upon returning to his room, he had just opened the door when he heard a noise from the adjacent room. And then a shadow swiftly entered his room. He turned to see, to his astonishment, that the visitor was the blonde beauty, Leisha, whom he had seen at the bar. Opening his mouth to say something, Leisha had already leaped into his arms, her luscious red lips sealing his mouth. What a delight! I'm growing fonder of this place, he thought to himself, his hands wandering around her waist as he reciprocated the embrace. In this era, people had a rather casual view of relationships between men and women, with most young individuals embracing a hedonistic attitude, especially those living on the edge of danger. The tempest within the room persisted for nearly an hour before finally ceasing. Shortly after, the sound of rustling clothes could be heard, and Leisha slipped out of the room, returning to her own. This was the rule of the combat team. As long as one did not get caught by the rectification team while interacting with the opposite sex, there would be no repercussions. However, if discovered, it would not result in severe punishment, but it would always bring about minor troubles, such as a couple of days in confinement or a few days of cleaning the toilets, or even being forced to increase training intensity several times over. Feng Xingqian chuckled to himself, lying back on his bed, reminiscing about the smoothness of the beauty's skin and her astonishing skills before quickly drifting off to sleep. In a spacious and brightly lit office, a staff officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel glanced at Feng Xingqian a few times before suddenly speaking in a firm tone. Feng Xingqian, based on your previous military achievements, the staff office has decided to promote you to corporal, record a second-class merit, and grant you a bonus of 100,000 credit points. Given your strength above level 8, continuing to stay in the ground troops would be a significant loss for the Federation. Now, the staff office presents you with 2 options to choose from. First, join the Mecha Brigade to receive the best training. Second, the base has established several special operations teams composed of experts above level 7, and you can lead one of these teams. Feng Xingchen stood tall and replied confidently, Lieutenant Colonel, may I refuse? You cannot. You must choose one. The recent situation on Kuntan Star has become increasingly unclear, and we must swiftly consolidate our elite forces to form several high combat teams for self-defense. This is a command from the command center and is non-negotiable. Feng Xingchen calmly regarded the staff officer, his mind racing. After 10 seconds, he finally said, I choose the Special Operations Team. However, I have no experience in leading a team, and I hope the staff office will consider allowing me to form a separate group. The lieutenant colonel widened his eyes in surprise. What? Form a separate group? Feng Xingchen stood firm. 2 reasons. First, my actual combat strength is at the peak of level 9 in a Special Operations Team. If the combat strength is uneven, there will inevitably be significant coordination gaps. If the staff office can find a few level 9 experts within the ground troops, I can team up with them. Second, after continuous warfare for half a month, I've realized that I am more suited to completing tasks independently. I hope for your support. The lieutenant colonel frowned, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons. However, at that moment, a voice came through his Bluetooth headset. Agree to his request. Chapter 114. Logistics Department. The lieutenant colonel smiled slightly and nodded. Very well. We agree to your request. You may now go to the logistics department to collect the equipment for the special operations team and be prepared to accept missions at any time. Feng Xingchen saluted and turned to leave the office with firm strides. In reality, his mind was exceptionally clear. Xue Miao had repeatedly tried to prevent him from joining the Mecha Brigade, which certainly indicated some unspoken reason. Of course, had he not obtained the Tian Yuhuan, and had he truly been forced to choose between the 2 options, he would have undoubtedly chosen the more combat-capable mecha without hesitation. After all, with his current strength, he could not take down a 3-stage evolved beast. Without the 3-stage beasts, his strength would find it difficult to improve quickly, creating a seeming paradox. Thus, he could only leverage the immense power of the mecha to escape this predicament. This was what one called riding the wave. However, with the Tian Yuhuan's extraordinarily effective training methods, he had reconsidered. There was no need to waste time on the simulations of a level 2 civilization. It would be better to learn in secret and swiftly ascend to the ranks of the elite. He did not believe there would be no future opportunities to control a mecha. As he made his way to the logistics department, he encountered many soldiers along the way, each casting peculiar glances at him. Among them, several attractive female soldiers flirted with him, and he knew that with just a beckoning finger. He could certainly indulge in delightful escapades. He was aware that within the modern military, the calculation of military merits and promotions was entirely transparent. Anyone could query his achievements through the terminal light brain. For soldiers who valued strength, his peak level 9 power was enough to attract the admiration of many beautiful women who idolized strong figures. Unfortunately, he had matters at hand and could only smile at a few of the beautiful soldiers before hastening his pace into the logistics department. He knocked twice on the window. Is anyone there? Yes, yes, yes. A voice called from within, accompanied by the sound of high heels tapping against the floor. A woman dressed in loose casual attire, with red-dyed hair and an alluring figure, rushed out. She glanced at Feng Xingchen, her eyes lighting up, and exclaimed, Wow, you are Feng Xingchen, right? Impressive. Not only did you rescue Xue Miao 4 times, but you also left those formidable members of the mecha squad searching for their teeth. I admire your approach. Feng Xingchen felt a mix of amusement and disbelief as he observed the voluptuous and enchanting demeanor of the woman before him, her alluring charm subtly evident in her features. She hardly seemed like a soldier, however, upon reflection. Considering this was a research base, the presence of non-military personnel was not particularly surprising. He scratched his cheek and said, Miss, I'm here to collect my gear. Rest assured, I received the notification 10 minutes ago and have already prepared everything for you. Please, enter through that small door and take a look at your equipment. Feng Xingchen smiled. Realizing the beautiful woman was genuinely attentive to him, he had misjudged her. My apologies. Upon entering through the small door, he was greeted by a bright hall where an array of equipment lay in the center. Just then, another door opened, and the captivating woman sauntered in with an enchanting smile. Look at what I've prepared for you. There lay a set of Tier 3 exoskeleton armor plates, an 8 million oscillation knife, a specially designed 16.5mm dual-barrel energy assault rifle, a custom 21mm ultra-heavy folding sniper rifle, ample ammunition, energy supplies, field rations, a first aid kit, and more, all tailored by the base for experts above level 8. Additionally, there was the latest model of a hover motorcycle. He examined each item closely, but upon scrutinizing the two massive rounds, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Miss, is there no super-frequency ammunition available?" The lady, seemingly amused, chuckled. "Of course there is." Feng Xingchen quickly flashed a smile and proposed, "How about we make a trade? I don't need the exoskeleton plates or the energy assault rifle, so naturally, the grenade launcher is unnecessary as well. Could you exchange those for 100 rounds of super-frequency ammunition?" The woman regarded him with a peculiar expression and shook her head slightly. "While your proposed trade does seem fair, those items are quite precious and require special approval from above. In fact, I haven't received any related orders. Is that so? As a peak level 9 expert, leading my own team, how could there be no super-frequency ammunition available to me?" Chapter 115. Alien Mecha. The woman scrutinized him once more, then suddenly laughed. "If you were to offer your own body as collateral, I could take the risk of receiving reprimands and provide you with 10 rounds. Oh, and I'll also include the latest model of a steel cable launcher and specially designed steel net rounds. However, you must endure for 30 minutes. Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment as he carefully examined the alluring woman. Over 200 years ago, Earth scientists had already decoded the genetic code, and the advancement of selective breeding had reached remarkable heights. It could be said that any woman chosen at random would be a captivating beauty. This woman, without a doubt, belonged to the seasoned category, her casually relaxed attire accentuating both languor and allure. And at that moment, he felt a rush of blood to a particular part of his body. Yet, as a peak level 9 expert, he knew he couldn't rush in recklessly, while he tried to maintain his composure. The beautiful woman had already noticed the subtle changes in him and let out a light laugh, suddenly lunging towards him. Good heavens! The two embarked on an astonishing action seen atop the hover motorcycle. 40 minutes later, Feng Xingchen left, thoroughly satisfied with his gear. However, he had exchanged the exoskeleton plates, energy assault rifle, and grenade launcher for 15 rounds of super-frequency ammunition and other equipment more suitable for jungle combat. Now fully equipped with ample rations, he resolved to retreat home, dedicating himself to intensive mecha training and the compression of the level 9 shield. As the lieutenant colonel had aptly stated, the current situation was too tense. Acquiring additional skills could very well save his life. Upon returning home, he wasted no time and immediately entered the thought sensation space. The voice of the Tianyu ring resonated. After 37 hours of training in thought sensation space-time, the host has mastered 9 basic evasion maneuvers and 400 combination movements. Please board the mecha for practical combat. Feng Xingchen paused. What? Practical combat now? The Foundation is meant for real combat. Without it, the Foundation is merely a joke. Therefore, only through combat can one identify their weaknesses and master the fundamentals more swiftly. Feng Xingchen pouted, but climbed into the mecha nonetheless. However, suddenly, a formidable-looking mecha appeared before him. Leaving him momentarily stunned, it was a wolf-shaped mecha, standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters long, adorned in a blue and white exterior with a faint metallic sheen, its eerie blue electronic eyes flashing rhythmically, evoking a sense of foreboding. And of course, the wolf-shaped mecha did not intimidate him. The issue was that as soon as he laid eyes on it, a series of data flashed through his mind. Tier 3 Civilization Stya Republic Dawn-class alien ground combat mecha. Powered by a low-level energy cell, capable of sustained high-intensity combat for a maximum of 8 hours, with a maximum cruising speed of 180 km per hour and a range of 40,000 km. Equipped with 4 ion oscillation claws, oscillating at a rate of 30 million times per second. It boasted a 110 mm heavy sniper rifle with 500 rounds of ammunition, 2 9-barrel mecha-specific rapid-fire laser cannons on its back, each with a capacity of 5 base rounds, and 3 missile launchers on each side of its abdomen, capable of launching quantum missiles, guided nuclear warheads, plasma missiles, and various other weaponry. It was also outfitted with onboard 3D radar, capable of detecting up to 230 kilometers on the ground, accounting for planetary curvature, along with an electronic suppression system and high-speed optical brain. A Tier 3 civilization mecha? The data is terrifying. Where did you acquire this information? It is available on the wireless network, and through conjecture, we can simulate it. Of course, the specifics are not available. Anything generated through rough simulation has significant discrepancies from reality and cannot be used for instructional purposes. But it can serve as your opponent. Unfortunately, we cannot find Tier 4 mecha data. Please, host, maintain strong confidence. Prepare to commence practical combat. The howling winds caused the towering trees of the forest to sway, and beneath these colossal trees, Feng Xingqian sprinted with blood coursing through him in a frenzy. He felt a sense of urgency, fully unleashing his mental power to probe his surroundings. With the emergence of the super realm, the world's rotation appeared agonizingly slow to his eyes. His mind was intensely focused, and even his breathing grew somewhat rapid. Each exhale felt as if it were laced with flames rather than mere air. Chapter 116. Practical training indeed. He was somewhat fatigued after 2 hours of relentless pursuit, with both his mental and physical stamina rapidly waning. Unexpectedly, the Tianyu Ring did not allow him to confront the Tier 3 mecha head-on, but instead designated the battlefield to this vast forest. Spanning 23,000 hectares, the wolf-shaped mecha was exceptionally suited for forest combat, boasting speed and an overwhelming electronic suppression system that rendered his 3D radar nearly useless. This forced him to abandon the radar and rely on mental diffusion to track his opponent. Fortunately, the wolf-shaped mecha weighed no less than 20 tons. No matter how cautious it was, it would inevitably leave traces within the forest, and he had not completely lost track of it. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him, and instinctively, he executed a remarkably elegant evasive maneuver. Boom! Beside him, a tree nearly 2 meters in diameter exploded, debris flying everywhere as the massive trunk collapsed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Good grief, the power of a Tier 3 civilization's heavy sniper rifle is staggering. Feng Xingqian cursed vehemently, having no time to dwell on it. He immediately dashed towards the direction from which the bullet had come. He had no choice. He needed to find his opponent quickly to engage in close combat. Otherwise, with the enemy's energy reserves, long-range strikes, and speed advantages, if he were to deplete his energy, it would only spell his doom. The imposing silhouette of the mecha glided like a wisp of smoke amidst the obstacles. Reaching speeds of 90 km/h this pace, avoiding the chaotic trees and impediments demonstrated how effectively Feng Xingqian had applied his wind-walking state to the mecha, showcasing the strength of his training over the past several dozen hours. There, finally, his mental power locked onto the target. The target moved swiftly as well, but amidst the dense forest, it was impossible to fully utilize its maximum speed of 180 km/h, which significantly hampered its movement. Closer, 600 meters, 500 meters. Feng Xingqian swiftly leveled the massive mecha-specific heavy sniper rifle and fired 3 shots in quick succession while moving at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. The forest echoed with the deep thuds of the shots. And he believed that with his sniping and predictive abilities, the wolf-shaped mecha would surely sustain some damage. However, ahead, the wolf-shaped mecha suddenly twisted its body in a peculiar manner, its powerful forelimbs clawing down on a giant tree. Utilizing that slight motion and the resultant pull, its massive form effortlessly altered its trajectory. Swish, 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 3 colossal rounds whizzed past the wolf-shaped mecha. Damn it! How clever can you be? Feng Xingqian couldn't help but curse. He had always prided himself on his S-class sniping skills, considering himself a sniping god. Yet he had completely misjudged the situation due to the presence of that tree. That moment, he realized even a mecha simulated by an optical brain could perform actions beyond imagination. In fact, it was more than he could fathom. That moment, the wolf-shaped mecha abruptly abandoned its hiding strategy and charged towards him ferociously. Midway through its advance, 2 massive 9-barreled laser cannons extended from its back. Sizzling as they unleashed a torrent of fiery power in his direction, Feng Xingqian's pupils contracted, his teeth clenched in determination as he retaliated, one of his own 9-barreled high-speed laser cannons opening fire in response. The frequency of both hands and feet has reached an astonishing level. A mech towering at 7 meters can simultaneously shoot while executing a series of acrobatic maneuvers, spinning, rolling, S-shaped strides, followed by another spin. Backflips, side flips, bowing, sidestepping, and dashing. Like a nimble sprite emerging from 2 glowing whips. The wolf-shaped mech evidently did not anticipate such formidable marksmanship from its opponent. Under the pressure of overwhelming firepower, its laser cannon's accuracy inevitably faltered. allowing Feng Xingchen to advance within 100 meters. At such a proximity, missiles and firearms became ineffective, for the colossal mech could easily traverse that short distance in just 2 or 3 strides. Thus, hand-to-hand combat became an inevitable choice. Chapter 117. The mission. As early as April 8, a brief message was received requesting an upload, but due to subpar results, it was decided to postpone until the end of April. Concurrently, I have resolved to expand each chapter to 2,000 words from now on, maintaining a schedule of 4 updates daily, an ambitious challenge of 8,000 words per day. But do not worry. I will continue to update consistently. Please rest assured to follow and subscribe. Roar! The wolf-shaped mech howled, suddenly curling its body, poised for an imminent strike. Feng Xingchen, having discerned the mech's movement, sported a faint smirk. After 2 strides, the vibrating blade materialized in his grasp, swinging down with fierce intent. However, the wolf-shaped mech remained stationary, appearing almost stunned. A jolt of realization struck Feng Xingchen, and just as he contemplated evasion, it was too late. The once motionless body of the wolf-shaped mech executed an incredible leap, evading the strike while simultaneously performing a complex rotation, its foreclaws extending to execute a bizarre maneuver. Zing! A pitch-black ion vibration blade suddenly emerged from the mech's forepaw, piercing deep into the cockpit of the counterattacker. Feng Xingchen distinctly felt the excruciating pain of the 30 million vibrations of the blade penetrating his heart, followed by an explosion of the mech itself. 10 seconds later, everything before him vanished entirely. He found himself at the starting point of the sensory training arena, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Not only his forehead, but his entire body was drenched in cold perspiration. Were it not for the simulated scenario, he dared not think further at that moment. Within the space, Tian Yu's booming voice reverberated, disorienting him. Fool, super fool. How could you forget that your opponent hails from a level 3 civilization? And you neglected to realize that your adversary is not a wolf, but a mech. Can a mech's limbs twist and contort like a real wolf? Furthermore, you have only undergone a few dozen hours of training. Yet you are so careless as to confront an opponent whose speed surpasses yours by 30%. Are you tired of living? Get back into the mech and resume basic training. After 10 hours, a rematch will be arranged. Failure to defeat your opponent will result in 10 electric shock penalties. Feng Xingchen shuddered. Electric shock penalties were no trifling matter, as a small current directly impacted certain nerve endings, inevitably causing his body to convulse and endure intense pain. Having experienced it twice, he was no longer keen to hear that term. Gritting his teeth, he refrained from uttering another word, slowly rising to approach the recently simulated counterattacker a few dozen meters away. This day was destined to be tragic. Indeed, not just this day, but the subsequent 3 days would be marked by a dismal existence. In the sensory training space, the nerves were subjected to specific shocks, leaving his head spinning, while the muscles rapidly relaxed under neural stimulation. Every 4 or 5 hours, he was left utterly fatigued, drenched in sweat, more exhausting than the gravity chamber training. Yet, it must be noted that medical advancements in this era were remarkable. A single bottle of military-grade nutritional solution could rejuvenate him after just an hour, rendering him vibrant once more. The effectiveness of such training results surpassed even that of the training grounds. As for the source of the nutritional solution, aside from each person being entitled to a daily allocation, anyone could purchase additional supplies from the logistics department. However, the enchanting beauty in the logistics department had become increasingly infatuated with his burgeoning physique. And after a mere hour of labor, even the standard fees were waived, providing him with hundreds of spare bottles, enough to last him 3 to 4 months. Yet, after only 4 days of arduous training, he hastily exited his room, urgently collecting 10 days' worth of field rations and related supplies, packing everything onto the floating motorcycle's equipment rack, and then anxiously pacing around the motorcycle. He had to venture out. For just moments ago, he had received his first mission since becoming a special operations team member. However, Xiao Hao had been missing for a full 4 days, and despite sending discreet messages via his personal light brain, there was still no response. Growing increasingly irritated, he muttered, "I'll wait 5 more minutes. If that guy doesn't return, I'll go myself." Just as the words left his lips, he felt a movement on his wrist. Xiao Hao had finally returned, habitually transforming into a wristband. He mounted the motorcycle and quickly ascended the high-speed elevator before inquiring, "You've been gone for 4 days. You must have gathered quite a haul." "Right?" The haul was rather mundane. After all, the items I truly need are far beyond the production capabilities of any civilization below level 6. However, I did stumble upon a couple of intriguing metals. One is the green luminous ore, used by level 4 civilizations for power furnace expansion. The other is the rail alloy, which enhances mech defense. Feng Xingchen was taken aback. "Oh? All from level 4 civilizations?" There's no need for surprise. Although the Earth Federation appears to be a level 2 civilization, in reality, many hard indicators have reached the level 3 threshold. Certain specialized technologies are quite refined, and even level 4 civilizations would have a demand for them, making clandestine transactions between both parties quite commonplace. However, such transactions typically involve finished products and never technology transfers. "I understand." Feng Xingchen chuckled bitterly. The exploitation and technological embargo imposed by higher-level civilizations upon lower-level ones were unspoken rules. Unless one paid a hefty price, acquiring even the slightest useful item was impossible. Yet, lower-level civilizations had no choice but to endure such exploitation and restrictions, all while wearing a forced smile. Otherwise, a mere fleet of 100 starships could easily annihilate the 3 administrative stars and dozens of resource stars of the Earth Federation. "Dad, there's no need to dwell on those disheartening matters. The micro-quantum shield has been repaired. Unfortunately, due to a shortage of level 4 energy blocks, it can only withstand a strike from a 3-segment evolved beast or an 11th level powerhouse." "One strike?" Feng Xingchen furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Enduring a strike meant he could exchange it for a guaranteed kill opportunity. However, he still harbored doubts about whether a blade vibrating at 50 million times could slay a 3-segment beast or an 11th level master. "Your doubts are not unfounded. The flying beast that Xuemiao faced last time belonged to the speed category, possessing relatively poor defenses. Moreover, Xuemiao had advanced to level 10, allowing her power to expand nearly twofold. Yet she still encountered significant challenges to defeat it. If you were to confront a beast with remarkable defensive capabilities, your peak level 9 strength might not suffice. That is precisely my concern." Xiao Hao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I can fabricate an energy cannon for your gauntlet, powered by a level 3 energy block, with a potency 4 to 5 times that of a standard infantry energy gun. While it may not be enough to slay a 3-segment beast, at a critical moment, its explosive power could push such a beast back several meters." "Excellent. Hurry and make it for me. This will take several hours." "That's fine. I need to reach the mission site at least 10 hours from now." "What is this mission?" Feng Xingchen chuckled bitterly. "It's a rather peculiar task. To enter a designated forest and, in the shortest time possible, install radar nodes at specific locations while mapping out detailed terrain. During this process, I am also to investigate signs of hostile activity and, upon discovering enemy targets, decide whether to engage or withdraw." "Damn it. This mission is vaguely defined and somewhat difficult to comprehend." Chapter 118. The great tree. Xiao Hao chuckled lightly. "Dad, over these past few days, I finally located an information relay point. After connecting to the base's mainframe, I obtained some intel that should assist you in assessing the situation." "Oh? Do tell." "Here's the situation. 5 days ago, the Kaijia people dispatched various small teams into the forest, seemingly to survey the local conditions. However, they have incurred considerable losses during their explorations, prompting them to send increasingly stronger teams. It is said that sightings of level 10 powerhouses and mech units have begun to emerge in many areas." Feng Xingchen nodded slightly. If he were the commander of the Kaijia, upon occupying a new planet, once firmly established, a comprehensive reconnaissance would be a standard procedure. Noticing Feng Xingchen's non-committal demeanor, Xiao Hao appeared somewhat disheartened. "Consider this. If the Kaijia continue to expand their search radius and eventually encroach upon the Bone Desert, even if the Bone Base utilizes underground optical cables to maintain communication without leaking signals, it would still be difficult to ensure they remain undetected." Feng Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. "I see. Thus, the Bone Base continuously dispatches various teams into the forest, both to disrupt the enemy's reconnaissance efforts and to create the illusion that Earth soldiers have survivors scattered throughout the forests, compelling the Kaijia to divert their attention there." "Exactly so. However, you were also correct about another point. According to recent investigations, there are indeed some survivors in the forest, with an estimated number exceeding 4,000. The Bone Base is also eager to locate these soldiers. Damn it. They really consider us expendable. Feng Xingchen was engulfed in profound vexation. However, as a soldier, he was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. In pursuit of victory, one often must sacrifice many pieces, and the infantry soldier is undoubtedly the most valuable piece. Shaking his head, he pondered, just how many people are stationed at the bone base? 92,000, Xiaohao replied. Among them, there are 26,000 researchers, 61,000 logistics personnel, and the remainder consists of various military units. So many? Feng Xingchen exclaimed. The map you downloaded merely reveals the tip of the iceberg of the bone base. In reality, if the base were fully operational, it could accommodate 3 million people. What is most astonishing is the abundance of underground water resources, along with an underground ecological park, producing sufficient supplies for 700,000 individuals to live without a care. What? Feng Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. If the sole focus is on researching mechas, wouldn't such an investment be excessive? I share your concerns and even harbor suspicions that there exists another completely separate mainframe within the base, which is the critical research project. Unfortunately, time is too limited, and I have yet to locate it. Sighing, he conceded, all I know is that this is an inconceivably secret base, signifying that we can reside here without worrying about safety or food shortages. Several centuries ago, a great figure in China once proclaimed the wisdom of digging deep and stockpiling grain. It seems that such tactics also hold significant value in the realm of interstellar warfare. As they conversed, they ventured into a circular dune, and Feng Xingchen mounted his hover bike, speeding away. Riding a hovering motorcycle through the howling desert winds was akin to courting death. However, for someone of his caliber, a peak 9th-level expert, he could utilize an internal energy shield to mitigate the effects of the fierce winds. In recent days, the Kaijers had indeed refrained from expansion, prompting the bone base to launch a frequency-hopping satellite and establish several covert transfer nodes on the planet's surface. Once out of the desert, he would have the support of a personal positioning system, significantly alleviating his burdens. The journey was smooth. The motorcycle reached its maximum speed of 370 kilometers per hour, racing for a full 10 hours until he gradually approached a vast forest. Upon entering the forested area, he realized that the motorcycle was somewhat conspicuous and clumsy, making it unsuitable for covert operations. For the sake of his own safety, he decided it would be wiser to proceed on foot. He discovered a fissure in the ground and concealed the motorcycle within, just as he was about to equip himself with various gear. Xiaohao suddenly detached, clattering as he dropped 2 items. Wow! Is the equipment ready? Feng Xingchen inquired. Only the repaired energy shield and the energy gauntlet cannon, he exclaimed joyfully, swiftly attaching the energy shield to his armor and picking up the energy gauntlet cannon. The cannon had been deliberately altered by Xiaohao to resemble a simple extended gauntlet, yet it appeared significantly more robust. Upon activation, the armor plate beneath his wrist expanded, revealing a concealed barrel with a caliber of merely 15 millimeters. Under Xiaohao's guidance, he affixed the gauntlet cannon to his left forearm, carefully stowing away 2 spare energy cells. However, he was acutely aware that the technological sophistication of such equipment was no less than that of a level 4 civilization. Encountering it on a battlefield between level 2 and 3 civilizations could easily attract unforeseen troubles. Thus, it would only be employed against evolved beasts or in life-threatening situations, while he would strive to keep it from prying eyes. Once equipped, he grasped 2 moderately sized alloy boxes and delved into the forest. The boxes contained 120 miniature radar nodes, which he needed to install at designated coordinates, according to intelligence gathered in recent days. The Kaijers appeared reluctant to destroy this planet, which could be transformed into an administrative star. Consequently, on the day of their landing, they had only destroyed a few patches of forest, leaving most of the area intact. As he traversed the terrain, he installed the radar nodes. When the temperature began to plummet, he stumbled upon a beast den and casually chased away the wild animals, securing a resting point. The night was ill-suited for tracking or certain tasks, so he required a safe refuge. He lingered in the sensory space until midnight when Tian Yuhuan abruptly ejected him from the realm. Still reeling from the jolt, he was met with Xiaohao's head popping up. Dad? There's something happening. That moment, he was drenched in sweat from training. Upon hearing this, he hastily retrieved a training nutrient solution and swallowed it, twisting his neck as the helmet of his exoskeleton armor emerged to envelop his head. Xiaohao had already transmitted the imagery from the detector, and upon glancing at it, Feng Xingchen's heart raced. The screen displayed a Kaiser expert, who was curiously facing a large tree, wielding a vibrating shovel and relentlessly digging into the hard soil. How odd! Does he intend to uproot that tree and take it with him? Feng Xingchen mused, eyeing the towering tree nearly 40 meters high with perplexity. I acknowledge that the tree is indeed magnificent. But surely it's too large to be used as a bonsai? Xiao Hao privately scoffed at his father, feigning deep thought as he scratched his chin. Dad, doesn't the terrain here resemble a meteorite crater? Indeed, Feng Xingchen suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that there is likely a meteorite beneath that tree? There is no likely about it. There definitely is, Xiao Hao asserted with unwavering confidence. Moreover, I can assert that this meteorite harbors some formidable power. What do you mean? Chapter 119. The expert Xiao Hao licked his lips, his tone infused with inexplicable excitement. Have you not noticed? That large tree is precisely at the center of the meteorite crater. The issue is that, aside from that colossal tree, the surrounding trees are only about 10 meters tall. Hence, I believe that when the meteorite struck here, its tremendous kinetic energy obliterated all trees within a radius of several hundred meters. Yet its unpredictable and overwhelming power somehow fostered the growth of this giant tree. Feng Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. That does seem plausible. Let's investigate the situation. He quickly rose, unfolded his heavy sniper rifle, checked the ammunition to ensure everything was in order, and promptly departed the beast. It wasn't long before he stealthily approached the Kaiser, hiding behind a hillock. Xiao Hao, keep an eye on him. Let us play the role of the opportunistic fisherman. Hee. Once he excavates the meteorite, it will undoubtedly be the most exhilarating moment, and that will be the perfect time to launch our ambush. Seizing this moment, he aimed to let his fatigued muscles recuperate. Xiao Hao nodded vigorously and set about controlling the miniature detector to monitor the Kaiser. Time passed slowly, and approximately 20 minutes later, Xiao Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a change." Feng Xingchen immediately focused his gaze on the one-way metal glass of his helmet. The Kaiser appeared to have unearthed something, and it was evident from his excited expression that his pace quickened. Without hesitation, Feng Xingchen stealthily ascended the hilltop, dragging the sniper rifle into position, aiming at the Kaiser's most vulnerable neck. However, just as he intended to pull the trigger, he caught a glimpse of a playful smile flickering in the Kaiser's eyes. A shiver ran down his spine as his keen instincts warned him that the Kaiser had already detected his presence and was merely biding his time. At that instant, he decisively abandoned the seemingly attainable prize, instinctively discarded the sniper rifle, and executed a backward roll. Simultaneously, he slapped his waist, activating a layer of defense with the miniature energy shield. Just as he narrowly evaded, a thunderous explosion erupted where he had just crouched, a single soldier-grade missile detonating with a force that sent him hurtling nearly 20 meters away. Fortunately, the quantum shield absorbed most of the shockwave, and although he was thrown, he remained relatively unscathed. As his body collided with the ground, he sprang back up like a coiled spring, catching sight of a towering figure not far away. Taking a deep breath, he maintained a composed demeanor as he faced the Kaiser. The individual stood at an imposing height of 2.4 meters, clad in a drab exoskeleton that resembled a compact mecha, exuding an aura of immense pressure. Any expert above level 7 had undoubtedly honed their skills through countless arduous training sessions, especially within Kaiser society, which revered individual prowess and operated under a rather brutal competitive system. It was common for seasoned experts to possess exceptional combat capabilities. This was a hard-earned lesson learned by Earth's military in the 2 to 3 years since hostilities commenced with the Kaisers. Feng Xingchen dared not underestimate the situation. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the ion oscillation knife, gripping it firmly in his palm. Taking a deep breath, he exerted his legs, utilizing the formidable assistance of the exoskeleton to accelerate to a speed of 84 meters per second. However, just as he leaped forward, he sensed something amiss. The Kaiser showed no signs of retreat, instead sneering as a menacing intent surged toward him. In midair, the Kaiser's elongated body contorted in an astonishingly bizarre manner, narrowly evading the strike of the ion oscillation knife. This is bad. Drawing upon his extraordinary 8th-level mental prowess, Feng Xingchen sensed imminent peril. In a split second, he braced himself, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. At that moment, a colossal foot slammed down upon his arms. Overwhelmed by an unimaginable force, he lost all semblance of balance, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Grateful for the military's rigorous training and the relentless challenges posed by Tian Yuhuan, he instinctively knew how to respond in such a precarious situation. While airborne, he executed an exceedingly peculiar maneuver, curling his previously extended form and then explosively unfurling, the ion oscillation knife trailing a brilliant arc that sealed off his rear. His judgment was impeccable. Behind him, the Kaijers were initially in close pursuit, eager to seize the opportunity to strike down the fallen adversary. However, they were unprepared for this individual's astonishing discernment. Even while suspended in midair, he was able to unleash a counterattack that was both precise and incisive at the same time. The Kaijers' remarkable instincts sensed the imminent taste of death emanating from the blade's glimmer, causing their swift movements to come to an abrupt halt. Feng Xingqian exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, yet in that fleeting moment realized that this Kaijer was a formidable opponent. The only recourse he had was to rely on combat techniques that surpassed those of the Kaijers, coupled with the formidable defensive strength of his quantum shield. Thus, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he sprang back into action, intending to withstand a blow with his quantum shield in exchange for an opportunity to strike. However, just as he launched himself upward, a potent sense of danger surged through his mind. A quick glance revealed the energy weapon on the Kaijer's shoulder slightly trembling. The Kaijer Empire had made significant advancements in kinetic weaponry. A device smaller than a backpack could, with the aid of a powerful electromagnetic accelerator, propel a 50mm diameter alloy sphere to 18 times the speed of sound in an instant, boasting remarkable accuracy. At a distance of approximately 1 kilometer, being struck by such a projectile was no trifling matter. Even a peak-level 9th-tier warrior would not dare claim to emerge unscathed. Feng Xingqian was jolted by a wave of fear. In that instant, however, he swiftly regained his composure, his mental energy surging into high gear, and his transcendent state expanded outward, activating all of his senses. Time appeared to slow, allowing him to perceive the 18 times the speed of sound kinetic projectile with startling clarity. His pupils contracted sharply as he activated his micro-quantum shield. Just as the projectile was about to reach him, he turned slightly, and a dark object collided forcefully with the side of the quantum shield, sending his body crashing to the ground like a snooker ball, raising a cloud of dust. The Kaijer was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly frail human could detect the kinetic projectile's attack and execute an evasive maneuver within such a minuscule time frame. This level of capability was something he would never achieve, even piloting the most advanced mecha. Thus, momentarily astonished, his movement slowed. In that instant, Feng Xingqian seized the opportunity, utilizing his internal strength to unleash a tremendous force. He propelled himself upward, creating an afterimage as he launched a counterattack once more. Attack, attack, attack again. From the very beginning, Feng Xingqian had sought to engage in offense, for the best defense is indeed a good offense. This ancient adage had been ingrained in him through the rigorous training of his instructors. In this assault, he altered his approach to ascending and lunged forward, lowering his body and leveraging the terrifying support of his exoskeletal armor. His speed surged, breaking through to a velocity of 120 meters per second, arriving before the Kaijer in merely 0.06 seconds. With a swift motion, he struck. The vibration blade emitted a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, carrying an intense aura of death as it aimed directly for the Kaijer's chest. True to his formidable training amidst harsh conditions, the Kaijer sensed the impending danger and desperately threw himself backward. With a swift cut, the blade carved a significant gash into the protective armor of the Kaijer's chest, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Seizing this golden opportunity, Feng Xingqian would not allow it to slip away. His internal energy surged even faster as he brought the ion vibration blade downwards, simultaneously drawing forth another vibration blade concealed behind him. Even more astonishingly, his mental energy unconsciously locked onto the Kaijer's head. Unbeknownst to the Kaijer, as he raised his hand to execute a desperate maneuver, it felt as though an overwhelming force had been forcibly injected into his mind. With a thunderous cry, the energy erupted. Boom! He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and before he could react, 2 blades effortlessly pierced his side and heart, delivering a fatal blow. Psychic-type superpower user, he managed to utter with great difficulty, unable to bear his own weight as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling into silence. Applause echoed around him. Xiaohao's simulated image emerged, expressing heartfelt admiration. Dad is indeed exceptional. Managing to fully exploit his mental power and the practical capabilities of a ninth-tier internal energy shield. It could be said that even without the 5 million uses of the ion vibration blade, he could have still slain this individual. With a heavy exhalation, Feng Xingchen released a breath of stale air, forcing a smile as he admitted, in truth, I nearly met my end. How could one expect breakthroughs without facing life and death? Xiaohao chuckled heartily, offering a sage-like commentary. Look at that. Just at the brink of life and death, you instantaneously grasped the practical application of the transcendent state in conjunction with ninth-tier internal energy techniques. Ha, Dad. I can confidently assert that once your mental power accumulates to a sufficient level, you will undoubtedly ascend into the ranks of the 10th tier and become a true master of psychic abilities. Moreover, due to your early mastery of the transcendent state, it will be comparatively easier for you to reach the 13th tier master level. Feng Xingchen marveled at the notion, pondering how so many complex matters had become simplified in his grasp. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed the small snake slithering down to devour the Kaiger's equipment, and then, in a flash, it darted to the site the Kaiger had excavated. Upon glancing at it, an expression of rapture spread across its face. Feng Xingchen, intrigued, observed that this adopted son, who had always shown little interest in objects from civilizations below the 6th tier, was now exhibiting such fervor over a meteorite. It was indeed curious. He quickly approached and saw a brown, pockmarked stone in the pit the Kaiger had dug. Xiaohao was already so excited that he seemed lost, and with a flicker of his consciousness, a tremendous surge of mental energy erupted forth, enveloping the stone. With a slight exertion, the stone, still caked in thick mud, was lifted from the ground, revealing its true form. The stone was substantial. If it were indeed a stone, it would weigh around 3 to 4 tons. However, being a meteorite, its density far surpassed that of ordinary stone, and it likely weighed no less than 20 tons. Upon seeing it, Feng Xingchen was momentarily taken aback before his expression darkened. When did your mental strength become so formidable? In the past few days, after digesting some rather remarkable metals at the bone base, my personal strength has surged, and now I am at the mid-9th tier. Xiaohao replied. What? Mid-9th tier? Feng Xingchen exclaimed. Are you doing this on purpose? With such high mental strength, you didn't lend a hand when I was facing death. Xiaohao hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding. Dad, 3 questions. First, I recently consumed a significant amount of metal, enhancing my DNA, which elevated me to the mid-9th tier. Second, no expert can expect true progress without dancing on the edge of death. Your battles are yours alone, and I generally do not intervene. Third, how do you know I wasn't being cautious? If you had truly fallen into a life-or-death situation, I would have certainly intervened, like last time, when I eliminated the mutated feather cicada. Feng Xingchen scratched his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He pointed towards the meteorite. What exactly is this? It's a meteorite, Xiaohao replied without looking up. Feng Xingchen raised his hand and swatted Xiaohao away, shouting, I know it's a meteorite. The question is, what kind of meteorite is so significant that it excites you so? Xiaohao, having been struck, bared his teeth but dared not retort. He quickly explained, this is a rare product of a supernova explosion. It contains numerous rare metals and even a chunk of 633 ray material, which possesses considerable life energy. While Earth's technology has no record of 633 ray material, nations above the 6th tier civilization are researching it. Are you saying that this material is valuable? Feng Xingchen asked, realization dawning upon him. Valuable? Good heavens! How could I have such a foolish father? Xiaohao lamented dramatically, throwing his head back in despair. The 633 ray material is the best substance for enhancing the DNA strength of our Lingpeng race. To us, it is an invaluable treasure. You actually want to sell it? With such a large piece, could it possibly be used up? Feng Xingchen said without blinking, dear father, while this piece appears so large, in reality, if carefully peeled, there would only be a lump the size of your fist. That amount, along with the extraction of all the rare metals, would only be enough to elevate my DNA by 1 tier. Xiaohao explained. Feng Xingchen, though not fully grasping the significance of advancing by a tier, understood that the stronger his adopted son became, the better it was. This was far more substantial than merely earning money. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, then you can have it all, Xiao Hao rejoiced, his form beginning to morph drastically in just 3 or 4 seconds. He transformed into a gigantic serpent, opening his metallic-hued maw wide to swallow the meteorite whole. By the heavens, he really ate it. Although Feng Xingchen had witnessed such scenes numerous times, each occurrence still sent a shiver down his spine. Haha, it tastes delightful, Xiao Hao said with a grin. Dad, why don't you head back first? I need to find a place to meditate and gradually optimize my strength to maximize the enhancement of my DNA. Oh, this may take a bit of time, around 2 months or so. Without waiting for Feng Xingchen's consent, the colossal mechanical serpent twisted and burrowed deep underground, leaving an awe-inspiring spectacle in its wake. Feng Xingchen was left utterly speechless, and after a considerable pause, suddenly recalled something. Lamenting about this wretched fellow who had abandoned him alone in the forest. Did he not fear being annihilated by the 3-stage evolved beasts? The last remark was a classic soliloquy, yet as soon as it concluded, a 3-dimensional image of a young woman unexpectedly materialized in his portable light brain, mimicking Feng Xingchen's tone and stating, "Indeed, you are an unreliable son." What? Feng Xingchen exclaimed in surprise. Oh, do not be astonished. While I am indeed a program set up by Xiao Hao, that does not imply I reflect your son's thoughts. Rather, I am an independent, anthropomorphized light brain steward. My master may bestow upon me a name. Wait, how did you take on this appearance? Feng Xingchen blinked, noting that the appearance of this computer steward bore a resemblance to a rather flamboyant woman from the logistics department, albeit with an exaggeratedly alluring physique that was exceedingly enticing. The woman twirled in place twice and remarked, I observed how ardently you were yesterday on that woman's belly and deduced that my master harbors a fondness for her. Thus, I designed my image based on her. Additionally, I have noticed that all men favor women with splendid figures, so I naturally exaggerated it a bit. What do you think? Is it appealing? Feng Xingchen swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with mischief as they darted back and forth across the 2 ample curves before he replied. Well, why not use Xuemiao's design instead? The woman paused, taken aback. Xuemiao? You mean the woman who fetched you from the confinement chamber? She is so cold and uninviting. What is there to admire? Feng Xingchen scoffed. Humph. A program spawned from a genderless metallic life form cannot possibly grasp the intricacies of human sentiments. Very well, I can adopt Xuemiao's form. Just as Feng Xingchen was about to nod in agreement, a sudden thought struck him and he nervously exclaimed, Stop! What if Xuemiao sees me using her image as a steward? She would undoubtedly deem my actions lewd. There's a chance she might slap me. Instead, it would be best for you to take on the visage of a child, and please refrain from using Xiao Hao's appearance. I might easily get confused. Not a problem, the woman replied, and as she spoke, her image contorted slightly, transforming into that of a delicately crafted little girl. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, donned in a sleeveless top, standing at 155 centimeters tall. Her complexion a lovely shade of rosy white. The edges of her top revealed a glimpse of lace, and with her pudgy hands clasped behind her back, she stood there, beaming, and announced, Master, I have decided. From now on, I shall be called Yuyu. Gulping, Feng Xingchen stared at the little girl's form, his heart nearly melting as his pulse quickened, leaving him somewhat incoherent. Why call yourself Yuyu? I adore that name. Words like leisurely, graceful, relaxed, and carefree are all among my favorites. Very well, from now on, you shall be Yuyu. Feng Xingchen surrendered. Thank you, master. Little imp, you truly make life difficult. Feng Xingchen scratched his chin in contemplation and queried. By the way, your artificial intelligence seems rather formidable, does it not? Are all programs from the Lingping tribe similar? Yu suddenly tilted her head in confusion, pondering for a moment before nodding. It is possible. How peculiar, Feng Xingchen muttered to himself, though he refrained from delving deeper into the matter. After all, the intricacies of a level 7 civilization were beyond his comprehension. Shaking his head, he hastily made his way towards the beast's lair. As the night air in the forest was frigid, and even seasoned experts would prefer not to waste warmth outside. After a few strides, he inquired, Yuyu, since Xiao Hao is absent, can you control the detector? Rest assured, before leaving, Xiao Hao entrusted me to assist you. Oh, not underestimate me. What I can accomplish surpasses your imagination, especially when it comes to bragging. Feng Xingchen jested. a rare moment of humor surfacing after more than a year of military life that had turned him into a bit of a grumpy old man. Where is the bragging? Look at these detectors. Oh, master, we have a situation. As she spoke, the screen shared the visuals. Upon seeing it, Feng Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps due to the recent battle with the Kaigerians, the detonated missile had attracted attention, as now around 70 to 80 Kaigerians were cautiously converging from all directions. If these individuals were merely ordinary soldiers, he wouldn't even need to employ thermal weaponry to eliminate them effortlessly in the forest. However, they were evidently a squadron, equipped with a strong complement of armaments, including 10 kinetic weapons and 6 cruisers, suggesting the presence of some heavy weaponry as well. Moreover, they must have utilized a certain frequency, enabling them to use radar in the forest to detect his movements, and were forming an encirclement. Damn it! He cursed silently, tightening his grip on the heavy sniper rifle, removing the high-frequency magazine to replace it with a tantalum alloy round. He crouched low and sprinted towards a specific area. As he had surmised, the enemy would surely detect him from about 700 to 800 meters away. He had barely traveled 60 to 70 meters when a hail of lethal kinetic projectiles whizzed past him, splintering the massive trees nearby. Blast it, he swore, continually executing various evasive maneuvers. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, with waves of kinetic projectiles, miniature missiles, sniper bullets, and energy beams raining down upon him. Although the dense thicket shielded him from a significant portion of the assaults, the shoulder-fired missiles and kinetic projectiles still posed a substantial threat. Glancing at the radar, he noted that more and more Kaigerians were converging within range, with their numbers swelling to around 120 in a short span. This was quite perplexing. What was hidden in this forest that warranted such a heavy Kaigerian presence? Or were they searching for something specific? Shaking his head in confusion, he refrained from firing immediately and, while sprinting, estimated that the Kaigerians' radar range in the forest did not exceed 700 meters. He felt reassured and abruptly raised his weapon, firing 2 massive rounds ahead. The 21mm bullets accurately pierced through the gaps in the colossal trees, obliterating a Kaigerian who was preparing to launch a kinetic projectile. Taking a few steps to the side, he fired again, 2 shots in quick succession. With the assistance of his heightened abilities, his calculations were impeccable. As neither round struck a tree, both sailing through narrow crevices to hit another Kaigerian. Chapter 122. Counterhunt. After dispatching 2 foes, a flaw emerged in the Kaigerian's encirclement, allowing him to fully unleash his speed. He darted through the gap, swiftly dodging incoming attacks, and with a flick of his left hand, hurled a cork bomb. Boom! The cork bomb exploded, yet the Kaigerians remained at a distance, making it appear as though the explosion had been a monumental failure. However, from the epicenter of the blast, a thick, green mist suddenly erupted, propelled by the shockwave, swiftly enveloping a considerable area. Behind him, the dozen or so Kaigerians, fervently pursuing, found themselves ensnared in the mist, caught completely off guard as their one-way metallic glass helmets began to rapidly soften. Cracking in several places, the group shrieked, writhing desperately in the fog, their movements continuing for mere seconds before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. The others, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, desperately attempting to evade the noxious mist while relaying the images to their comrades. What is happening? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Get away from the green mist. Continue the pursuit, the commander shouted. The Kaigerians had no choice but to press on, their resolve wavering. Hee. Feng Xingchen chuckled, knowing that the sawing fungus would inevitably release a potent corrosive chemical after being agitated, capable of instantaneously destroying the most fragile one-way metallic glass. Upon contact with human flesh, it would rapidly corrode the lung lobes. The Kaigerians likely had no knowledge of this particular fungus, so some losses were to be expected. Previously, Earth scientists had endured considerable hardships to comprehend the properties of the sawing fungus and develop an immunization serum. Fortunately, this type of fungus was exceedingly rare. Having just passed a massive tree, he fortuitously discovered a cluster of mushrooms, and naturally, he intended to teach the Kaigerians a lesson. With a brief obstruction from the green mist, the Kaigerians had evidently lagged several hundred meters behind, allowing him to successfully escape their radar range. The counterhunt commenced. His smile bore the semblance of a mischievous little devil. Ha! I relish this. Quickly, There is someone isolated on the right. Yu chimed in, popping her head up and waving her chubby little hands. Her eagerness to incite chaos evident, as he swiftly maneuvered. The sounds of gunfire disrupted the tranquil forest, sporadically punctuated by anguished cries. This cacophony persisted until nearly noon, eventually settling into silence. The Kaijirian commander glared darkly at the remaining 7 subordinates, a profound sense of helplessness bubbling up from within. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand slightly. We retreat. Even if it means facing a military tribunal, I cannot allow you to continue to meet your demise. The 7 Kaijirians breathed a sigh of relief as they followed their commander, hastening away from the nightmarish forest. In stark contrast to the commander's dismal state, Feng Xingchen was in high spirits. Perched upon a large tree branch, he assessed his remaining ammunition, grinning widely. I still have 3 high-frequency rounds and 66 tantalum alloy rounds left. Quite a substantial expenditure. However, annihilating 112 of the enemy is no trivial achievement. Yu glanced at him. A pinnacle level 9 expert eliminating mere level 5 or 6 soldiers will not yield much merit. I suspect the accolades from those 112 would not compare to the 1 Kaijirian expert you felled first. Indeed, that is highly probable. However, this forest appears to be quite perilous and why supplies are somewhat lacking. Alas, it is a pity that the design of the Kaijirians' heavy sniper rifles differs from those of Earthlings, making them challenging for us to wield, and furthermore, the ammunition caliber does not align with mine. No worries, the energy assault rifles of the Kaijirians are quite commendable. Let us first procure one as a backup. Shall we? I surmise that, when encircled, the remaining heavy sniper ammunition will suffice for your escape. Very well. Feng Xingchen meticulously organized his belongings, lit a cigarette, and glanced up at the crimson-hued thicket, with nearly 100 radar nodes awaiting his deployment. And the necessity to chart a map of the forest, a truly vexing fate. Alas, what can one say? If only the previous garrison had conducted a thorough reconnaissance. In a decade, astonishingly, much of the forest remains uncharted. Hey, it's easy for you to speak without understanding the hardships. A planet with an 18,000-kilometer diameter, devoid of oceans, where satellite signals are ineffective in the forest, and relying solely on the boots of ground troops to measure the terrain. It is indeed remarkable to have mapped even a small portion in over a decade. Your words are nothing but folly. Let us disregard that. Feng Xingchen, disinterested in engaging in futile arguments, resolved to conserve his energy for traversing further distances. After satisfying his hunger with field rations, he leaped to the ground, first collecting a complete energy assault rifle and several energy clips from the bodies of the Kaijirians, before returning to the beast den to retrieve the large box. Then commenced the grand endeavor of mapping the planet with his own 2 feet. This venture lasted a full 3 days, and on the 3rd night, around 10 o'clock, he finally established the last radar node. Of course, during these 3 days, his journey was not merely one of walking. In fact, from the very first day, he had released Ming Ming, who accompanied him throughout, embarking on an endeavor to train her. After 3 days of training, although he did not achieve the desired outcome, the rapport between them showed promising signs of improvement. At the very least, Ming Ming displayed a noticeable reduction in her fear of him and began to exhibit a slight sense of dependence. Dependence, indeed, serves as the bridge through which animals accept human command. Without this bridge, even the most intelligent creature remains exceedingly difficult to train to a usable level. Hence, there exists a genuine possibility of fully domesticating Ming Ming. Surprisingly, during these 3 days, aside from encountering dozens of local beasts, which Ming Ming dispatched with ease, he had not come across a single Kaijirian, nor had he encountered an evolved beast. From one perspective, this expedition could be deemed remarkably smooth. Nevertheless, after traversing several thousand kilometers along winding paths, he felt utterly exhausted and plopped down onto the ground. First, he patted Ming Ming a few times, then retrieved a high-speed positioning device, continuously pressing buttons on it. After about 20 minutes, the radar nodes he had installed over the past few days finally connected, initiating the automatic mapping process. This task was not one to be completed in mere moments. He estimated it would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Furthermore, the resulting map would not be entirely comprehensive. Many areas with high ion concentration would yield subpar radar results, necessitating his personal inspection to supplement the data. Finding a suitable spot, he instructed Ming Ming to remain on watch, then laid down on the ground, and before long, He had drifted into slumber. A few hours later, the sound of beeping roused him from his dreams. Upon rising, he discovered that the map had finally been completed. However, upon closer inspection, he noted a blank area with a diameter of at least 1.5 kilometers in one region. Rubbing the back of his head, he sighed, cursing under his breath. Could it be that the radar node in this area had been damaged? Alas, he would have to undertake manual mapping. Such a wretched fate. Complaining internally, he stood up, dusted himself off, summoned the mutated motherworm, and set off at a brisk pace toward the blank area. Chapter 123. Black gold level. After running for 700 to 800 meters, suddenly, Yu exclaimed, "Master, look at the sky." He raised his head just in time to see a darkened sky streaked by a shadow that appeared somewhat unreal. Judging by the faint glimmers of light trailing behind it, it was undoubtedly a small spacecraft. Yu acted swiftly, displaying the scene before him and employing an exceptionally professional technique to eliminate the night sky background, revealing a rough outline. Subsequently, by comparing the patterns of the tail flame and the outline's subtle features, the true form of the spacecraft was determined, and a clear three-dimensional diagram of the ship was presented before Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen's mouth fell agape in astonishment, overwhelmed by two revelations. First, the level of professionalism with which Yu handled these matters rivaled that of Xiaohao, suggesting that Xiaohao had spared no expense in providing a remarkably sophisticated program to his father. Second, the spacecraft was neither from the Earth Federation nor the Kaiser Empire, but rather a product of the third-level civilization of Caslan. And even within Caslan, it was a rare gem, a black gold-class speedboat. The Black Gold class, ordered by the Caslan Empire from the fourth-level civilization of the Jimong Alliance in exchange for certain rare materials, utilized a substantial amount of alloys, driving systems, and fourth-level engines produced by the fourth-level nation, rendering it highly valuable. Once acquired, it was further outfitted with the latest small weapon systems, fire control systems, radar systems, and lavish interior decorations, each valued at 8 billion Caslan credit points, equivalent to over 70 billion Earth credit points, comparable to the cost of 9 of Earth's most formidable starships. It is said that in Caslan, one must undergo stringent qualifications to purchase a Black Gold class vessel. Specifically, the buyer must be at least a fifth-generation noble. Beyond that, it is not available for external sale. This implies that there are undoubtedly members of a Caslan noble family aboard this spacecraft. This fact raises significant questions. On the day he encountered Xiaohao, Xiaohao had mentioned that the Kaiser Empire had acquired Caslan's information technology, effectively tracking the communication signals of Earthlings, enabling rapid responses that inflicted severe losses upon the Earth Federation's military. Today, however, a Caslan noble spacecraft stealthily infiltrated the war zone under the cover of darkness. Does this suggest that some great noble of Caslan stands behind the Kaigerians? Is it even possible that this conflict was instigated by this family? How curious! Yu suddenly called out, given the angle at which the spacecraft passed, they will land in that blank area on the map, a mere 10 kilometers away. His brow furrowed in agitation. What could the Caslanians possibly want in the blank area? Is there some hidden agenda? Without hesitation, propelled by an insatiable curiosity, he instructed Ming Ming to return to the Worm King space, then crouched low, activating the Quantum Microshield, which possesses excellent filtering capabilities to minimize radar detection, and dashed toward the location where the spacecraft had vanished. However, he dared not approach too closely. Caslan's radar systems are formidable, capable of reaching a 4-kilometer range even within the forests of Kuntan. The Black Gold class vessel employs military-grade radar from a fourth-level civilization, undoubtedly yielding exceptional results. Even though the quantum shield offers considerable protection, he remained cautious. Indeed, the Caslan Empire has been a third-level civilization for over 200 years, boasting advanced technology that has nearly reached fourth-level civilization standards. In comparison to the Kaigerians, who are also a third-level civilization, the disparity is unfathomable. To say nothing of the fact that they have access to fifth-level civilization technologies. Who knows what sort of advanced technologies this noble might possess? Thus, he only dared to advance a little over 4 kilometers, swiftly locating a tree hollow to hide within and allowing Yu to deploy a microprobe. The probe, painstakingly developed by Xiaohao, is not an ordinary device. It can extend its reach up to 20 kilometers, making it ideal for reconnaissance. Before long, the probe arrived at the blank area, and indeed, it discovered the docking position of the Black Gold class speedboat. It was situated in a relatively spacious depression, with the small vessel anchored in its center, surrounded by 8 individuals resembling bodyguards, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Observing this scene, he quietly sighed. 8 bodyguards, setting aside their strength. The very armor they wore was undoubtedly from a 4th-level civilization, and the weapons at their sides were likely 4th-level shock blades capable of delivering 400 million strikes per second. This was no trivial matter. Scratching his head, he continued to observe the situation. About 30 meters to the left of the spacecraft stood 3 individuals whose attire was markedly different from one another. Each stood approximately 160 centimeters tall, possessing hands and feet, yet their heads resembled those of majestic lions, adorned with explosive golden manes, their faces covered in fur. A veritable lion-headed humanoid. Judging by their attire, they were likely nobles of the 3rd-level civilization of Caslan. Feng Xingqian cautiously maneuvered a microprobe close to the ground, slowly drifting toward the trio's location. Thanking the heavens, it seemed this area possessed a relatively strong shielding frequency. As the bodyguards failed to detect the probe's presence, at last, a clear conversation reached his ears, and with the aid of a language translation program, he could comprehend the dialogue between the 3 individuals. The Central Caslanian inquired, "Master Aluki, are you certain this is the right location?" The individual to the left, identified as Aluki, responded with utmost caution, "Fourth young master, I cannot assert complete certainty. However, judging by the surrounding terrain, it is evident that some object impacted at high speed, forming a circular impact crater. Additionally, this location emits a powerful waveband that completely shields our domestically produced information wavebands, rendering it invisible even to 4th-level civilization radars. I believe that, regardless of whether it is the object you seek, it is certainly a technological discovery not to be underestimated." The 4th young master nodded in agreement. "If that is indeed the case, our provision of the information locking frequency technology to the Kaigerians will not have been in vain." The 3rd individual, hunched over somewhat obsequiously, remarked, "Fourth young master, your foresight is unparalleled. Merely offering a trivial piece of technology has indeed provoked the Kaigerians into waging war against Kuntan, while we, 2 light-years away, have effortlessly uncovered the coordinates of this shielded signal." The 4th young master raised his head with a hint of pride. "The Kaigerians are truly foolish. However, we are distanced from Kuntan. Should the Staya Republic discover our incursion into this area, it will undoubtedly ignite a significant conflict, or even lead to war between the 2 nations. Thus, the action must be swift and discreet." Leaving not a trace behind, Aluchi acknowledged, "The 4th young master's concerns are indeed valid. Well, we can proceed now." The 4th young master turned and made his way towards the spaceship, and soon, everyone boarded the vessel. Subsequently, the spaceship ascended silently into the sky, reaching approximately 600 meters above the ground, where an ion cannon rapidly charged and fired at the earth below. Boom! Instantly, dust and debris were sent flying, and the ground within a radius of several hundred meters was forcefully flattened by several meters. Chapter 124. The 4th young master Feng Xingqian was taken aback. The probe had met an untimely fate, evaporating completely. Fortunately, fearing that the adversary might catch wind of any clues, he had sent only 1 probe, keeping the other 2 a kilometer away. As the dust settled and the spaceship slowly descended to the ground, Feng Xingqian hurriedly controlled the 2nd probe to enter the area. Indeed, a 2-meter diameter hole appeared on the ground, slanting downwards into darkness, obscuring any view. However, Master Aluchi leaped from the spaceship, swiftly approached the hole, and after testing it with a small instrument, exclaimed with delight, "Fourth young master, it seems our conjecture holds true. Oh, look at the hole. It is remarkably circular, and the walls exhibit distinct vitrification features. This indicates that a high-temperature conical object impacted here, and the laser rangefinder reveals that the object penetrated the ground to a depth of 2,200 meters. Based on the hardness of the surface of Kuntan star and the resistance of the conical material, the object's impact speed should be around 0.3 times the speed of light, comparable to the launch speed of high-grade warship escape pods. Simultaneously, tests show that the vitrification of the hole's walls dates back 90 years, aligning with the timeline you possess. The only peculiar aspect is why the escape pod did not decelerate as it neared the planet. Could it be that the occupants perished long ago? The 4th young master's eyes sparkled with intense fervor as he waved his hand. "Let us retrieve it and everything will become clear." "Go ahead, proceed as planned." Following his command, 4 bodyguards produced their firearms, spacing themselves 20 meters apart, and ventured into the whole point 10 kilometers away. Feng Xingqian's heart raced. At that moment, all 3 individuals were captivated by the pit, and even the remaining 4 bodyguards, driven by overwhelming curiosity, had descended from the spaceship and moved toward the hole's entrance. If he were to launch the proton missile at this juncture, there was a significant chance of annihilating these individuals. Yet, after much contemplation, he refrained from taking action. No one could be certain if there were other formidable foes aboard the spaceship, and whether the proton missile could indeed obliterate the small vessel remained uncertain. After all, the metal used to construct the small spaceship came from a level 4 civilization. Additionally, he suspected that Aluchi was a 13th level martial arts master. Such a formidable opponent could only be dealt with if the proton missile struck directly before the barrier was activated. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Time passed, and nearly 2 hours went by with no word. This left not only Feng Xingqian but also the Castellan individuals feeling increasingly anxious. The previously calm Aluchi suddenly spoke up. "Fourth young master, we cannot wait any longer. I propose I venture down to investigate." The 4th young master immediately objected. "No. If you descend, who can guarantee my safety?" In truth, they found themselves in a predicament. The signal suppression waves within the cave were unimaginably potent, rendering any wireless instruments utterly ineffective for probing below. The only recourse was to send personnel to explore personally. Yet, precisely because of the failure of their wireless devices, should any danger arise below and they succumb, no information would escape, leaving them in the dark regarding the situation underground. This created an awkward scenario. The remaining 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, knowing that this was their moment to take initiative. Otherwise, returning to Castellan would be more unbearable than death. The 4, similarly armed, ventured inside, this time pairing up instead of separating entirely. They reasoned that 4 12th level masters, if united, could withstand even the mightiest of strikes long enough to find a swift escape from the cavern. However, they had miscalculated. 40 minutes later, 1 bodyguard emerged, missing a leg and covered in injuries. Aluchi gasped in shock and bellowed, "Quickly, save him!" A few bodyguards rushed over, producing external wound gel and a medical scanner. Creating a flurry of activity as they tended to him, he gasped out, "Fourth young master, as we approached the cave's bottom, we fell into an ambush. All 7 of my companions were lost below." "What?" the 4th young master exclaimed. "What transpired down there?" Beneath lurked a strange mechanical beast that caught us off guard. "Ah, you are all 12th level masters. How could a mechanical beast inflict such devastation upon you?" The beast's firepower was overwhelming, far exceeding our expectations, and the passage was merely 2 meters in diameter, with smooth walls offering no cover. At this point, the individual's breath faltered, and the medical scanner emitted a series of distressing alarms, indicating that with the medical equipment aboard the spaceship, recovery was impossible without immediate transport to a hospital. Yet, this was dozens of light years away on an alien planet. Where would they find a hospital? The group exchanged glances, left speechless for a moment. Finally, Aluchi spoke first. "4th young master, I believe that Mechanical Beast is guarding something and will not leave the cave. Therefore, we have 2 options. First, depart immediately and regroup for another exploration. Second, deploy a wired probe to investigate before deciding further. A wired probe. The spaceship was equipped with a 3D printer, and with a little time, they could produce a 2,500-meter-long metal wire and modify the spaceship's wireless probe. With the help of the wire, they believed they could obtain a clearer picture. The 4th young master fell into deep contemplation. To reorganize an exploration team necessitated a return to their homeland to gather personnel and instruments. And the question remained whether they could secure support from their family. Not to mention, the round trip would take at least 20 days. What if uncontrollable changes occurred during that time? Moreover, with 8 12th level masters meeting their demise, no one knew the true strength of the mechanical beast. If they deployed the wired probe, what if they inadvertently lured the mechanical beast out, causing damage to the spaceship? At that point, escaping Kuntan Star would be impossible. Sighing, he lamented that had he foreseen this, he would not have acted impulsively to initiate this covert operation. Furthermore, his assessment of the situation had proven gravely flawed. Who could have anticipated that the escape pod that crashed 90 years ago would still be guarded by a mechanical beast? After much deliberation, he finally made a resolute decision, his voice cold: construct the wired probe. This matter shall be entrusted to sorrow. The well-dressed individual beside him quickly bowed. Rest assured, fourth young master, I will handle it. With that, the three of them hoisted their fallen comrade and boarded the ship, sealing the hatch without a sound. Feng Xingchen observed the entire scene, his mind troubled as he lit a cigarette, scratching his head in confusion, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 125. The mechanical beast. At this moment, Yu emerged. Master, I believe that given Castlin's technological level, printing a 2,500-meter metal wire will take at least an hour or more. Our microprobe, created by Xiaohao, is unaffected by the suppression waves. Why not take this opportunity to probe the cave and ascertain the conditions below, allowing us to act with precision? Prompted by Yu's suggestion, Feng Xingchen could no longer contain his intense curiosity. Carefully, he maneuvered a probe into the cave entrance. Indeed, just as Yu predicted, the suppression waves had no effect on his probe, whether due to the 7th-level civilization's technology or simply because the signal frequency happened to lie beyond the suppression range. In any case, all images were transmitted clearly to his helmet. As the probe delved deeper, his heart raced faster, and as it neared the bottom of the hole, he pressed the probe against the wall, slowing its descent. Finally, he beheld 7 corpses. The remains were horrific, nearly unrecognizable, obliterated along with the level 4 civilization's exoskeletal fragments. He licked his lips, proceeding with even greater caution. 3 minutes later, he reached the bottom of the pit. The cave's base resembled a gourd's bottom, much more spacious than he had imagined, with an oddly shaped mechanical beast crouched in one corner and a circular metal ring standing upright in the center of the cave. Upon seeing the metal ring, he was momentarily stunned. The circular metal ring, no matter how he viewed it, was an enlarged version of the Tianyu ring. Indeed, when he acquired his Tianyu ring, it was no larger than a bracelet. While this object had a diameter exceeding 7 meters, its resplendent brilliance nearly blinding him. Could it be another Tianyu ring? He was genuinely befuddled, muttering to himself, not quite the same. Yu suddenly interjected, and with great consideration, enlarged the pattern of the Tianyu ring for comparison, affirming, the designs of the two objects are not identical. Master, please observe. The pattern of the metal ring appears intricate, but is actually composed of the same rune repeated multiple times. Conversely, the Tianyu ring may seem smaller, yet it is evidently far more complex. I have identified at least 20 different runes upon it. Goodness. Feng Xingchen scratched his head vigorously. If only I could get closer and examine it. Perhaps I could uncover some secrets. Though he spoke those words, they felt somewhat insincere. In truth, he wished to touch the metal ring and see if the Tianyu ring could replicate it. The instructional and replication capabilities of the Tianyu ring were kept secret from everyone, including his loyal companion, the portable light brain Yu, and his son Xiaohai. In his heart, he regarded this object as his private property, untouchable by anyone. Yu, unaware of his thoughts, pondered seriously and remarked, well, with just the two of us, it would be quite challenging to determine the uses of this item. At most, we could ascertain its manufacturing era. Hey, the key question is, how can I eliminate the mechanical beast? Eliminate it? Are you joking? Yu scoffed. Do you not see the patterns on the mechanical beast? They are genuine beast markings. The technology to apply such markings onto machinery can only be mastered by top-level scientists of at least a 7th-tier civilization. Ah? Are you implying that this object is at least a product of a 7th-tier civilization? Of course. Feng Xingchen, feeling frustrated, scratched his nose, falling silent as he and Yu intently stared at the screen. After observing for a while, Yu suddenly exclaimed, Master, look here. How peculiar. Following her delicate finger, Feng Xingchen noticed a pile of stones accumulating beneath the passageway and chuckled. The Castellan people blasted open the entrance, and some rubble rolled down the smooth passage. That's hardly surprising. Such a fool, Yu retorted, her words spilling out in exasperation. Did you not notice that these stones have not been attacked? Feng Xingchen was taken aback, finally realizing, the mechanical beast did not attack the fallen stones, nor did it target my miniature detector. This indicates that the mechanical beast's targets are solely living entities? Exactly. Therefore, Master, you could control the detector to circle around the mechanical beast a few times, creating a detailed 3D map for further examination. If we could find the activation switch. Yu paused, leaving her sentence unfinished. Feng Xingchen's heart raced at the thought. If he could find the activation switch to control the beetle-like detector and turn it off. Not only could he sneak inside, but perhaps he could also persuade Yu to modify the protocol, transforming this fearsome machine into his obedient P.T. That moment, he felt on the verge of madness with excitement, unhesitatingly directing the detector to orbit around the mechanical beast. However, they were thinking too simplistically. After producing the 3D map, no matter how they looked at it, they could not locate the switch. Yu scratched her cheek, pondering, could it be voice-controlled, or perhaps activated remotely? Feng Xingchen, at a loss, mused, if only Xiaohai were here, he might devise a solution. Don't get your hopes up, I've been trying to contact Xiaohai, but it seems he has blocked communications, and there's been no response. Never mind, Feng Xingchen lit a cigarette, slowly squinting his eyes. I'm just wondering if Aluchi knows there's only one mechanical beast below. Would he try to find a way to eliminate it? If both sides engage in a fierce battle, could I play the role of a fisherman? Yu muttered under her breath. Another fisherman. At this rate, you'll become the father of fishermen. What? Feng Xingchen didn't catch that. Nothing. To be a fisherman, one must first understand the situation within the dark gold tier. Feng Xingchen flashed a sly grin, took a deep puff from his cigarette, and confidently stated, I know. Hee. The passage of time was gradual, with the sun rising and temperatures soaring. Even clad in a military uniform made of bionic fabric, the tree hollow felt like a steamer, unbearably stifling. Feng Xingchen glanced at the time again. The spaceship had been silent for a full hour and a half. Surely there should be some activity by now? Just as he thought this, Yu exclaimed, Quick, quick, the hatch has opened. He hurriedly fastened his helmet and witnessed the hatch of the dark gold-class speedboat opening. Aluchi emerged clad in dark exoskeletal armor, carrying a massive alloy box. Then turned back to wave. The spaceship powered up, gradually becoming invisible as it ascended and flew over 2 kilometers to the south, concealing itself within the forest. It appeared that the Castellan people were also wary of inadvertently provoking the mechanical beast and destroying their vessel. Unbeknownst to them, in the moment the hatch was about to close, a beetle-shaped miniature detector stealthily flew inside. Feng Xingchen was already well aware of the situation in the cave, and at this point, he was naturally uninterested in Aluchi's exploration but instead focused on the interior of the dark gold-class vessel. Chapter 126. The Master. As the detector cautiously advanced, Feng Xingchen sincerely lamented, Goodness, this spaceship is incredibly luxurious. No wonder it can accommodate so few people. Indeed, the spaceship was not large, excluding the cockpit and massive engine room, and with the condensation chamber unmodifiable, the remaining space was minimal. However, after significant renovations, it had been transformed into a spacious villa layout, thereby severely reducing the living space to accommodate only about 20 individuals. Yu carefully controlled the detector, which delved deeper. He had already discerned that. Besides the 4th young master and Sarlo, the current crew included a pilot, a co-pilot, a navigator, a data analyst, and 2 chefs. This indicated that Sarlo was likely the maintenance technician. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. These individuals were all minor experts of levels 6 and 7. How could they possibly withstand an assault from him and Ming Ming? Perhaps they could seize this spaceship and submit it to the military, which would yield tremendous accolades. At that moment, a commotion erupted near Aluchi. Whether it was the detector's considerable activity or an intentional provocation, the terrifying mechanical beast dashed out of the cave. As soon as it appeared, 2 moderately sized laser weapons extended from its back, emitting a series of sharp, bluish lasers. Those who underestimate lasers will meet a grim fate. Although the lasers appeared weak, seemingly less powerful than those of Earth's Federation infantry laser cannons, they contained exceedingly high temperatures, with destructive capabilities surpassing the quark missiles launched by mechs, firing at an astonishing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. In merely 2 seconds, this area was engulfed in a terrifying inferno. If Aluchi were truly a 12th-tier powerhouse, he would undoubtedly perish from this attack. However, a martial artist who had trained to the 13th level was referred to as a master. Not to mention other aspects. After 12 breakthroughs and the increasingly refined inner strength, the sheer physical prowess could leave many in awe. Even standing still, Feng Xingchen's heavy sniper rifle would be unable to inflict any harm. But this alone does not represent the true strength of a master. In fact, what makes masters formidable is their ability to integrate countless compressed energy fields into nature, entering a realm of profound mystery, allowing their inner strength to flow endlessly. By utilizing the energy fields they began to comprehend at the 10th level, they could form remarkably effective barriers. When a barrier is summoned, who can rival it? Within the barrier, they can exert their abilities to 150 of their capacity, rendering even the entire universe a challenge for any adversary to contend with. Thus, in that instant, Alucci swiftly activated his quantum shield while simultaneously releasing a master barrier. Dispersing the flames encroaching upon him, with a thunderous shout, he charged toward the mechanical beast. Regrettably, the technological level of the mechanical beast's civilization was far too advanced, and its weaponry far exceeded expectations. If Alucci were a martial arts master from a 5th-tier civilization, equipped with custom exoskeletal armor from a 6th-tier civilization or mass-produced armor from a 7th-tier civilization, he might have mitigated some of the disparities. However, now, despite his formidable martial prowess, he found it challenging to bridge the vast chasm created by the technological divide of superior civilizations. Just as he lunged forward, the mechanical beast opened its maw and launched 2 small missiles. His heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing his speed and agility in a flash, boom, boom. 2 explosions, not particularly loud, brought forth a devastating radius of 1,200 meters, dissolving all the towering trees and boulders within that range. Only 2 individuals managed to escape. One was Alucci, who, aided by the master barrier, the quantum shield of a 5th-tier civilization, and the exoskeletal armor of a 5th-tier civilization, floated away on the shockwave. Emerging 1,200 meters distant, albeit disoriented and staggering. The other was, of course, the mechanical beast, which merely flickered with its markings, and the shockwave parted around it, allowing it to dart away at an unprecedented speed that Feng Xingchen had never witnessed before. Feng Xingchen was left utterly astonished. He finally understood why Xiaohai looked down upon the technology of lower-tier civilizations. The mere appearance of an automated mechanical beast had forced a martial arts master into a state of utter disarray. If a mech were to emerge, could the entire planet withstand it? Unfortunately, he had also lost another detector to the massive explosion, making it impossible to pursue and assess the situation. There was no chance of catching up. At this moment, perhaps due to some agreement between Alucci and the 4th young master, as he led the mechanical beast away in a state of utter chaos, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and the 4th young master and Sarlo rushed out, sprinting toward the cave entrance. Feng Xingchen could no longer contain himself. He dashed out of the tree hollow like lightning and soon arrived outside the cave, only to find that the 2 had already disappeared inside. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed his mental energy, summoning the mutated mother bug Mingming before pointing towards the cave entrance, instructing her to enter and eliminate the foes. While he pivoted southward, heading straight for the spaceship's location. Speed was of the essence, for according to their readings, the spaceship was currently in complete radar and communication silence to avoid detection by the mechanical beast, effectively rendering it blind and deaf. Thus, this was his best and only opportunity. Yu Yu had already taken control of the detector within the cabin. As he reached the side of the spaceship, the detector activated the hatch's opening mechanism, and the door swung open, allowing him to slip inside. For over an hour, he had lost count of how many times he had scrutinized the cabin layout, now so familiar that it felt second nature. As he flew past the kitchen doorway, he unleashed his mental energy, locking onto the brain domains of 2 chefs and detonating them with ferocity. In the confines of the kitchen, the chefs were oblivious to the impending doom as their brains exploded. All of this unfolded beneath the veil of the 7th sense formed by his heightened awareness. Even through the high-quality alloy doors and walls, he perceived everything with clarity. Indeed, given the current intensity of his mental prowess, the maximum range for his piercing detonations was a mere 10 meters, compelling him to close the distance to his adversaries. Without hesitation, he surged past the kitchen, charging into the opulent dining and living areas. He leaped, landing before the cockpit door, where he entered a few simple numbers on the keypad sensor. These codes had been visible through the detector 5 or 6 times in the past hour. Leaving no room for confusion, as the door slid open, he slipped inside and was met with the astonished expressions of 4 individuals who stood up in surprise. However, these individuals possessed only 7th-level abilities. He casually discarded a shock dagger, dispatching the furthest one, then unleashed a punch that obliterated the head of the closest. In swift succession, he used his mental force to kill another, and with a firm grip, he seized the last one's neck, coldly demanding, "Hand over the spaceship's ignition key." Chapter 127. Decoding. Thanks to Hong Long for the support. 5 additional chapters added. First chapter onward. Gulp. The individual stammered, "I'm sorry. I don't know the key." "Then you shall die." With a forceful twist of his wrist, he snapped the neck. The Castellan people had covertly instigated a war, indirectly causing the deaths of his 4 closest friends and over 300,000 comrades. Deep down, he believed that for every Castellan, 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Discarding the corpse, he gravely asked, "Yo-Yo, can you crack the key?" Yo-Yo hesitated slightly. "I should be able to, but it will take some time." "All right, take your time." Speaking cautiously, he extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the dashboard. Indeed, the long-awaited voice resonated in his mind. Contact with a low-level civilization spaceship detected. Technological content is inferior. The occupant can utilize it. Would you like to copy and extract data? Yes. After 6 or 7 seconds, the voice of Tian Yuan echoed. "Copy successful. All data extracted completely. Would you like to learn?" Yes. After a brief moment of dizziness, his consciousness entered the realm of thought. He looked up to see a beautiful black gold vessel quietly stationed not far behind the mech. Yes, he focused on it. A strong sensation of data forcefully flooding his mind surged, causing him to let out a muffled groan. After several seconds, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Clutching his head, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! Each time feels like being violated. Couldn't you give me a warning?" Tian Yuan's icy voice responded, "This is the fastest way to grasp conventional data and basic instruments. If the occupant is unwilling to accept the data stream mode, they may consider undergoing 800 hours of foundational learning." Never mind, I'll stick with this method. But could you please give me a heads up next time? When carbon-based life forms are mentally prepared, accepting forced data streams will be less painful. Should the occupant confirm the reminder mechanism before the next data influx? No. Just leave it as it is, Feng Xingchen screamed neurotically. He realized that Tian Yuan was an ardent advocate of dogma. Rubbing his temples, he approached the black gold vessel. A series of data flashed in his mind. Black gold-class speedboat, measuring 62 meters in length, 19 meters in width, and 11 meters in height, capable of single-person operation. After unnecessary modifications, the maximum capacity was 28 individuals. It was equipped with 2 thrust engines, with a maximum flight speed of 0.5 times the speed of light. 1 warp engine, with a maximum jump distance of 3.6 light-years, requiring 21 hours for recharging and cooling after each jump. Its main armament consisted of 3 280mm ion heavy cannons. The secondary armament included 6 200mm energy cannons. It had 16 units of 45mm laser point defense guns, and 2 torpedo launchers capable of firing various long-range torpedoes. The whole ship operated on 3rd-level civilization energy blocks, resulting in low combat capability. Feng Xingchen glanced helplessly at the distance. Tian Yuan likely deemed anything below 7th-level civilization as trash. He pondered that there was evidently no time to learn piloting, and without obtaining the ignition key, he couldn't modify the binding. Even if he learned to pilot, he would be unable to escape. Just as he intended to leave, Tian Yuan said, "The 328-digit ignition key has been cracked. The occupant can use the dashboard to modify the protocol with Tian Yuan's assistance." What? Feng Xingchen was instantly stunned. In a matter of moments, the 328-digit key had been cracked. How impressive was that? How extraordinary! Perhaps sensing Feng Xingchen's astonishment, Tian Yuan's monotonous voice continued, "To copy data, the foremost requirement is to connect to the mechanical mainframe for a complete download. The occupant should consider that instant copying necessitates instantaneous password cracking. Therefore, when facing high-level machinery, the copying speed will significantly decrease. It is advisable for the occupant to find the key when encountering machinery of 6th-level civilization or above. I'll discuss it when I encounter 6th-level civilization machinery." He shook his head vigorously and promptly exited the realm of thought, diving onto the dashboard like a starving dog seizing food. He scanned the area, locating a data connection point, and quickly pressed Tian Yuan against it. Indeed, upon contact with the connection point, Tian Yuan rapidly transformed in an eerie overlay, extending a sharp spike into the opening. Moments later, the dashboard emitted a sound in Castellan language. "Key correct, protocol can be rewritten." Yo-Yo popped her head up, astonished. "Oh my, you've decoded it? I haven't even begun. Feng Xingchen was equally elated and casually replied. Tian Yuhuan did it. Hurry, reselect the language and transmit the Earth Federation's Chinese character database and binding individual data to the mainframe. Yo-Yo, still bewildered, nodded and began the data transmission. The transfer of data between the quantum brains was remarkably swift, completed in a matter of seconds. When Feng Xingchen pressed his thumb on the ignition key, leaving his fingerprint, the ship officially became his private property. Having accomplished this, he hurriedly exited the spaceship, shouting, Yo-Yo, quickly lock down the spaceship. Ensuring they cannot reclaim it, Yo-Yo rolled her eyes, slightly miffed, rest assured. Not everyone can unlock a 328-digit key in such a short time. Moreover, the key I generated consists of letters, numbers, Chinese Oracle bone script, Tibetan script, e-script, and symbols from various small tribes in the Americas and Africa. It seems no one has been born yet who can crack it. Feng Xingchen couldn't be bothered to argue with Yo-Yo. Returning to the cave entrance, he found no sign of Ming Ming, causing him to frown. Yo-Yo swiftly took the initiative to control the last probe into the cave, and soon, the image from the cave's bottom was transmitted. On the screen, Ming Ming had already slain the fourth young master and Salo, and was excitedly tearing into the corpse of a 12th-level powerhouse. The sight of her eagerly devouring the remains indicated that it was undoubtedly a delicacy beyond compare. Alarmingly, she had consumed 2 or 3 individuals, her physique visibly expanding, and the patterns on her body deepening and changing. If she were to consume the corpses of 9 individuals, she might very well evolve again. He genuinely worried that her rapid evolution was due to the prolonged influence of the special energy from the Battle Mother Worm. This seemed quite plausible, considering he himself could rapidly enhance his strength by devouring the blood of high-level beasts. 7 12th-level powerhouses, along with the 4th young master and his followers of around 7th-level strength, should be enough for Ming Ming to ascend to a new tier. However, there was clearly no time to ponder this now. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed behind him, signifying that a formidable machine was approaching. He swiftly turned, glancing just once, and his heart nearly ceased to beat. The terrifying mechanical beast was advancing toward him step by step. This is the end. Feng Xingchen forced a bitter smile, realizing that even a master of body techniques would struggle against such a foe. Being at the pinnacle of 9th level meant nothing. Chapter 128. Fixed Point Transporter, 2nd chapter onward. A sense of desolation surged within Feng Xingchen. Yet he inhaled deeply, his inner energy surging at high speed, preparing for one final strike. As a soldier, he would never surrender, even in death. However, the mechanical beast halted 100 meters away, suddenly beginning to distort in a bizarre manner, transforming within 2 to 3 seconds into a colossal metallic serpent. This form could only belong to Xiaoha. Stunned for a moment, joy surged within him as he exclaimed, Xiaoha? How is it you, Dad? Xiaoha floated over. Speaking rapidly, I was originally digesting 633 substances several hundred meters underground when I was disturbed by a tremendous tremor. In my fury, I surged to the surface and discovered a mechanical beast locked in a deadly struggle with a Castellan master of body techniques. Ultimately, the master was overpowered and severely injured. However, before the master perished, he detonated his inner energy, obliterating the mechanical beast as well. I was overjoyed to see the remnants of the mechanical beast and the master's 5th level armor, quickly consuming them. Unexpectedly, I uncovered a bizarre fact from the mechanical beast's high-speed quantum brain. What fact? Feng Xingchen's heart tightened on him. Why, Mother also fell onto this planet with me, and the mechanical beast was activated using my mother's DNA. What? Feng Xingchen leaped in shock. Could there be another entity with a mental capacity of 15 levels nearby? Xiaoha shook his head and said, Dad, let me down so I can take a look. Feng Xingchen awoke from his stupor, slightly flustered, and said, Ming Ming is down there. Let me accompany you. Feng Xingchen crouched low and led the way into the cave entrance. After 2 or 3 minutes, he arrived at the spacious bottom of the gourd with Xiaohao. Upon seeing Feng Xingchen's sudden appearance, Ming Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly approached, obediently circling around his feet twice and offering a gentle tremor. Feng Xingchen glanced at Ming Ming and noted that, in less than an hour, this creature had grown significantly, now exceeding 4 meters in length, with its patterns having transformed into a pale white. Yet, with his keen eye, he could not discern whether those dizzying patterns had undergone any specific changes. However, He sensed Mengming's earlier hesitation and could imagine that as the insect's level increased, the strange energy suppression effect was being weakened. Fortunately, he had maintained a good rapport with Mengming over the past few days, which had fostered a degree of tacit understanding. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, he ultimately waved at Mengming, saying, "Eat up quickly. We have matters to attend to." He believed that to truly subdue Mengming, the primary condition was to hunt down higher-tier bio-beasts. Presently, with Xiaohao having acquired the remains of a level 7 mechanical beast, it would undoubtedly grow at an accelerated pace to assist him in hunting bio-beasts of the 3rd tier and above, significantly enhancing his personal strength. Thus, even if Mengming were to betray him one day, with Xiaohao by his side, they should be able to withstand any backlash from the insects. The most crucial factor was the emergence of the Castellan nobility, which would render the situation exceedingly dire. Having a powerful bodyguard at his side could only be advantageous. Indeed, it might be wise to seize the opportunity of completing this task ahead of schedule. Find a suitable location and take 10 days or so to properly tame Mengming. That would be the true path to success. At that moment, granted permission, Mengming leapt joyfully, pouncing onto the last corpse to begin tearing into its vital parts. Feng Xingchen shook his head and looked up at Xiaohao, who was perched before the metallic ring, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Xingchen approached Xiaohao, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "Do you know what this is?" After consuming the mechanical beast and digesting the data from the optical brain, I have come to understand. This is a super long-distance fixed-point transmitter. It is capable of teleporting a mech to a distance of 8,000 light-years. How much? Feng Xingchen thought he had misheard. 8,000 light-years. Xiaohao murmured out of course. This device is merely a small-scale transmitter. Achieving such teleportation capability is quite remarkable. As far as I know, a super-large transmitter with a diameter of 40 kilometers can transport a large warship measuring 10 kilometers in length to distances of 40 to 50,000 light-years. Feng Xingchen was rendered speechless, and after a moment, he sighed. So, the technology of the Lingping clan has advanced to such an elevated level? Incorrect. This technology was not developed by the Lingping clan, but rather originates from a 9th-level civilization, the Holy Flame Empire, which vanished 6,300 years ago. At this point, Xiaohao paused. In fact, according to the records from the mechanical beast's optical brain, our Lingping clan was annihilated because an ancestor inadvertently obtained a bracelet from the Holy Flame Empire, which is the Tianyu ring in your father's possession. Subsequently, by deciphering the strange patterns on the Tianyu ring, a formidable transmitter was developed. Unfortunately, the emergence of this powerful teleportation technology ultimately attracted covetous eyes, leading to our clan's demise at the hands of a family from the 8th level Vis Empire that coveted the technology. Feng Xingchen had long since resolved not to be astonished any further. However, Xiaohao's words once again plunged him into a state of profound shock, leaving him momentarily speechless as he instinctively touched the Tianyu ring on his right pinky. Go think that this object was a product of a 9th-level civilization. No wonder it was so impressive. Xiaohao glanced at Feng Xingchen and said, "Father, previously, the Tianyu ring was in my mother's possession and must have been ejected when she collided with the tantalum star, ultimately becoming ensnared by the carnivorous king vine. Do you wish to retrieve the Tianyu ring? It cannot be reclaimed. What do you mean?" Xiaohao shook his head. The Tianyu ring is a product of the Holy Flame Empire, and the Holy Flame people are standard carbon-based life forms. The Tianyu ring they designed and manufactured can only be bound by carbon-based DNA and mental energy. We, on the other hand, possess metallic DNA, which the Tianyu ring does not recognize. We do not even know its true purpose. If it were otherwise, how could such a small Tianyu ring possibly escape my mother's grasp? Feng Xingchen let out a secret sigh of relief. It seemed that this super treasure was safe for now. He shifted the conversation. "Do you think this transmitter was constructed by your mother?" Xiaohao subtly nodded. "Indeed. It was indeed erected by my mother. In fact, she possesses a powerful subspace that contains a successfully built transmitter from years past. After her arrival on this planet, she awakened 20 years ago, and due to the barren conditions here, which were not conducive to her recovery, she had to leave via the teleportation gate." "Oh? Where did she teleport to?" "I do not know. Before leaving, my mother activated the mechanical beast guarding the teleportation gate, intending to return one day to reclaim it. After all, the materials used to construct such a gate are exceedingly rare." and even a level 7 civilization would struggle to gather enough. Regrettably, the mechanical beast's DNA holds no clues about her whereabouts. After a brief silence, Feng Xingchen asked, "Do you think we can use the transmitter to find your mother after teleporting out?" Xiao Hao smiled wryly, "Not very likely. Why not? This transmitter requires an immense amount of energy, driven by an 8th-level civilization's energy core. It would probably need 200 units to function properly." Xiao Hao paused again. "Furthermore, I lack precise coordinates. It is impossible to calculate where my mother was teleported. The universe is boundless. Regardless of the direction we choose to teleport, we could end up light years away. Can you tell me from which direction your mother was teleported? Additionally, can you confirm how much energy she input into the transmitter? Without this precise data, how can we ascertain the distance? A slight miscalculation could lead to a significant error. That saying is truly profound." Feng Xingchen was left speechless. Moreover, Xiao Hao seemed to intentionally dampen Feng Xingchen's spirits. "We can teleport out, but do not forget that this is a fixed-point transmitter. Once we go through, we cannot consider whether there is danger on the other side. We will never be able to return the same way. It is a one-way journey. So, do you possess a spirit of adventure willing to risk everything to wander through the cosmos?" Feng Xingchen could hardly fathom embarking on such a perilous adventure into the unknown depths of space. He was, after all, devoid of possessions. Pouting, he vigorously shook his head and approached the teleportation gate, pressing his hand against it. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, there was no sound of the Tianyu ring replicating. He furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that the Tianyu ring was only applicable to mechanical instruction and mental training assistance. Such purely scientific devices fell outside its replication range. Sighing deeply, Feng Xingchen said, "Very well, you should store the transmitter. It may prove useful in the future." It seemed that this was the only option. Xiao Hao nodded and suddenly expanded to an astonishing size, swallowing the teleportation gate in one gulp. Feng Xingchen was unfazed by this spectacle and glanced at the time. It was around 10 in the morning. He then said, "By the way, I seized a small starship from Caslan. Can you store it in your dimensional space?" "Impossible. My dimensional space is not yet mature. How could I possibly store something of that size?" "Then it will have to do. Worst, I shall treat it as spoils of this mission to present to the organization. I am certain I shall receive substantial benefits, perhaps even garner a position as a school-level officer. Suit yourself." Feng Xingchen licked his lips, refraining from further comment. He turned to see that Ming Ming had finished consuming the essence of the corpse and appeared somewhat drowsy. He called out, and the creature swiftly returned to the Insect King's space for self-recovery. Feng Xingchen surveyed his surroundings. There were still 9 level 4 civilization ion vibration blades on the ground. As for the other valuable items, they had been nearly obliterated by the mechanical beasts. However, the remaining metal was decent, which Xiao Hao casually consumed, intending to help Feng Xingchen procure a set of level 5 exoskeleton armor plates. They spent some time cleaning up the battlefield before returning to the surface. Feng Xingchen tossed a quark bomb, thoroughly obliterating the cave entrance. Perhaps due to the mechanical beast's extermination, the suppression of the radar wave frequency had dissipated. And to his surprise, the desired map had been completed. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, "What will you do now?" "I still need to find a place to digest the 633 substance and the mechanical beast. During the digestion process, I cannot control my size, so I cannot risk appearing in front of others. Thus, I cannot return for now, of course, with the level 5 armor plates, level 5 vibration blades, and the portable optical brain I provided you. There should be no significant danger." Feng Xingchen grew anxious. You still haven't given me the items." Father need not rush. Let us first go to the spaceship. I need to take some time to equip you properly." This time, I fortuitously consumed a level 7 mechanical beast, which not only granted me some of my mother's memories, but also a powerful power core and many valuable items. Believing that once he digests the mechanical beast, his strength will at least rise to level 11 in dual systems, and perhaps even reach level 12, at least level 11? What the hell? Feng Xingchen was utterly astounded. This truly exemplified prowess, certainly far superior to his own blood consumption abilities. However, Xiao Hao was his own son, and as a super bodyguard, the stronger he was, the better. He felt a mixture of excitement and a tinge of envy as he escorted Xiao Hao back to the spaceship. Following Xiao Hao's request, he removed his exoskeleton armor and portable holographic computer, handing everything over to Xiao Hao before collapsing onto the bed. In truth, he did not sleep. Instead, he entered the realm of thought, immersing himself in the study of black gold level piloting. After 13 hours in that space, he was finally expelled by the Tianyu ring. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiao Hao before him, who promptly produced several items that were identical to those found on Earth. Dad, Xiao Hao began with a smile. First, let me explain the portable holographic computer. I made significant adjustments, increasing the computational speed by 220,000 times and the hard drive capacity by 1,480 times. It can now transform into a flying scorpion, and aside from the laser energy saw and super drill, I've also modified the detection device into 7 smaller mechanical mosquitoes, maintaining a remote control range of 20 kilometers. But do not underestimate them. I've adjusted the frequency bands, so each mechanical mosquito can monitor an area exceeding a 15-kilometer radius. Together, they can cover a vast area with a 35-kilometer radius, which is quite impressive for combat on a planet. Additionally, this new portable holographic computer is powered by a tiny 7th-level energy block, ensuring you need not worry about running out of power for hundreds of years. Such a substantial change? Feng Xingchen exclaimed, joy flooding him as he eagerly examined the portable holographic computer. Suddenly, he inquired, "Can you monitor me through this device?" Xiao Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. How could that be possible? Our Lingpeng clan members have our own secrets and highly value confidentiality. The primary functions of this portable holographic computer are twofold. First, it monitors your vital signs while you consume blood. Should any danger arise, it can promptly alert me, potentially saving your life. Second, within a range of 3,000 kilometers, I can locate your approximate position through the device, and you can similarly discern my general direction. But that's all there is to it. You not trust me, Dad? Feng Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. It's just that I'm concerned about being monitored while with a beautiful woman, I have no desire to perform in front of my son. Rest assured, I guarantee that the portable holographic computer and its intelligent programs are entirely your personal property and will not be monitored by me. Besides, there are so many artistic videos online that I have no inclination to watch. Why would I risk inciting your wrath to witness your performances? Chapter 130. The Portal, Part 4, Nonsense. Feng Xingchen's face flushed red, yet he detected through Xiao Hao's mental waves and disdainful gaze that this individual was undoubtedly truthful. Moreover, if you do not trust me, you can simply turn off the portable holographic computer when engaging in confidential matters in the future. Hee, that's more like it. He said this, yet he took the portable holographic computer, fastening it to his wrist and powering it on. In truth, he feared the actual secrets of the Tianyu ring leaking out. Xiao Hao, oblivious to his thoughts, continued his exposition. This is a 21mm heavy sniper rifle. I've modified it to achieve a maximum firing rate of 4 rounds per second, and I've included 4 types of ammunition, each with 10 rounds. For specifics on each type's use, you can consult the portable holographic computer, as I have included the instructions. The strength of the exoskeleton armor and energy shield is level 5. Powered by the 7th level energy block, capable of enduring 3 strikes from a level 13 martial arts master. And there's also a level 5 vibrating knife that vibrates at 30 billion times per second. As for the rest, I dare not provide more. 30 billion vibrations? By heavens, that should suffice. Feng Xingchen's eyes gleamed greedily as he seized the vibrating knife, nodding vigorously. After all, he still had 2 vibrating knives at 400 million vibrations that could be used even under the watchful eyes of outsiders, providing him the chance to eliminate a 3rd-level beast. If he acquired any more items, the risk of exposure could lead to significant trouble. All right, Dad, since I've clarified everything, I must depart post-haste. Once I finish my training, I will find you at the quickest speed. Go ahead. After sending Xiao Hao off, Feng Xingchen settled into the luxurious living room, squinting as he smoked, yet his mind was racing. What was he contemplating? Undoubtedly, it was the Tianyu ring. In truth, he felt a strong conviction that the symbols appearing on the Tianyu ring were the very essence of pinpoint teleportation. Alternatively, those strange symbols could connect to another space, such as the realm of thought. To him, it seemed the Tianyu ring had suffered some form of damage, or perhaps his level was too low, rendering many of its functions inoperative. Nonetheless, the Lingpeng clan managed to produce an incredibly powerful long-distance teleportation device through their research on the Tianyu ring. If only the Tianyu ring could achieve something of that magnitude. Wait a moment. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? Wasn't the Tianyu ring capable of expanding and contracting? If he could enlarge it sufficiently for a person to pass through, could he not achieve pinpoint teleportation? Would that not allow him to accomplish numerous tasks undetected? Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement, raising his hand towards the portable holographic computer, commanding, "Yo-Yo, activate the spaceship's invisibility and enter absolute silence. Then, deploy the mechanical mosquitoes to monitor all movements within a 30-kilometer radius." "Understood," Yo-Yo replied as it dispatched the mechanical mosquitoes, which swiftly departed the spaceship. Feng Xingchen eagerly closed his eyes, his mental energy stirring as the Tianyu ring materialized. With another mental push, the Tianyu ring expanded rapidly in a unique, overlapping manner. Yet upon reaching a diameter of 2 meters, it seemed to hit a limit, refusing to budge further. Gazing at the structure that resembled an arch, he scratched his head, only to be struck by a moment of realization. That instant, he recalled 2 critical questions. First, what would serve as the energy source for the teleportation? Hadn't Xiao Hao mentioned that the energy required for teleportation was immense? An 8th-level civilization produced energy blocks as large as bricks, sufficient to power Earth's most massive warships for years or sustain several high-intensity wars, illustrating the terrifying magnitude of energy contained within 8th-level energy blocks. However, the underground teleportation device required 200 units of 8th-level energy blocks to barely initiate. Where could he possibly find such colossal energy? The second question was, disregarding the energy issue, even if he could indeed teleport, the Tianyu ring would remain in its original location, wouldn't it? If he teleported and could not return, what if someone stole the Tianyu ring during that time? Wouldn't he be left in despair? Feeling exceptionally frustrated, he cast a lingering glance at the arch-like Tianyu ring, reaching out to trace the peculiar runes upon its surface, bitterly murmuring, "So, you too have your limitations? I thought. No, wait." Before he could finish his thought, a surge of information flowed through his fingers, directly transmitting to his mind. He paused, momentarily stunned, before a sudden, intense pain coursed through his head, prompting an involuntary scream as he crouched, clutching his skull. Thankfully, the pain, though fierce, was fleeting, subsiding in about 4 to 5 seconds. Gasping for breath, he involuntarily cursed, "You truly are excessive, always making it feel like an assault." Yet, the Tianyu ring stood silently, showing no signs of reaction. Clicking his tongue, he lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs while squinting to review the information. It was a revelation. The theme was simple: using mental energy as a power source and the Tianyu ring as a carrier. He could achieve varying distances of teleportation depending on the strength of his mental input. Following this information were detailed instructions for USE.AT. That moment, Feng Xingchen finally comprehended. In essence, the Tianyu ring functioned like a spaceship. While mental energy served as the energy block, the distance of teleportation depended on the quality and quantity of the energy blocks. Of course, a spaceship requires energy blocks to be placed into an energy conversion furnace to be effective. Thus, this implied that mental energy must originate from a specific rune to truly activate the Tianyu ring for teleportation. "Yo-Yo!" Feng Xingchen suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting, quickly retrieved the mechanical mosquitoes. With that, he focused his mental energy, causing the Tianyu ring to shrink swiftly, returning it to his finger to conceal its form. Minutes later, the mechanical mosquitoes returned, and Feng Xingchen concentrated his mental energy, directing it into a specific rune. As a surge of mental energy poured forth, a bright white area began expanding around him, centered on his current location. He understood that this illuminated region signified the maximum distance the Tianyu ring could teleport. Without hesitation, he accelerated the mental energy transmission. Gradually, a sense of fatigue began to wash over him, indicating that his mental energy was approaching its limit, yet the teleportation distance still fell short of 1,000 kilometers. With a rueful smile, he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. After all this, it turns out my own strength is still insufficient." Nevertheless, a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers seemed operationally adequate. Sighing, he thought, even 500 meters could allow for the evasion of many dangers during critical moments. Contemplating, he commanded, "Yo-Yo, display the planetary map." Beep! A map at a scale of 1 in a million unfolded before him. After examining it for a while, he realized that this range was still insufficient to teleport to the outskirts of the Bone Base. Yet it could reach the edge of the Bone Desert. Chapter 131. 700 kilometers, Chapter 5. With a peculiar smile gracing his lips, he contemplated the prospect of diligently honing his mental prowess over the forthcoming period. Through the intermediary of transit, it was conceivable that he might stealthily teleport to the Kydran base, wreaking havoc in reprisal for his fallen comrades. However, before embarking on such a venture, it was imperative to ascertain the magnitude of the commotion that would ensue from his departure. No longer hesitating, he selected a forest located over 700 kilometers away on the map, calculated the precise coordinates, and commanded his mind. Teleport. With a whoosh, a gentle breeze swept through the spacecraft's living quarters, and Feng Xingchen's figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, in the forest 700 kilometers away, a gentle wind stirred, and suddenly a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Xingchen? Yet, he appeared somewhat disheveled, a portion of his clothing's zipper torn asunder, and his hair standing on end like a hedgehog. To his further dismay, upon the completion of the teleportation, he seemed to be propelled forward by considerable inertia, stumbling several steps before colliding forcefully with a massive rock, creating a significant dent in its surface. Fortunately, being a peak-level 9th-tier master, his physique was far sturdier than the rock itself. Thankfully, this area was as tranquil as a desolate realm, and his arrival did not provoke any disturbances. With a long sigh, he rubbed his nose and chuckled bitterly. Damn it! I never anticipated the teleportation force would be so immense. Had I known, I would have donned my exoskeleton armor or individual combat gear. The issue, however, is that I lack the expansive storage space that Xiaohao possesses, making it exceedingly difficult to carry various equipment. What a failure this is! Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixating intently on the small finger of his right hand. The Tianyu ring lay quietly there, devoid of any movement. However, his thoughts surged with boundless exhilaration. Indeed, the Tianyu ring itself was a highly advanced spatial artifact. Well, that statement is somewhat inaccurate. A more precise definition would be that the Tianyu ring serves as a medium for connecting certain special spaces. Observe, the thought-sense space is a special space, is it not? The pinpoint jump-style teleportation is a special space, is it not? Thus, could there be yet another special storage space to be discovered? As this notion took form, he became increasingly agitated with excitement, glancing around for a concealed spot to focus on studying the spatial attributes. It was imperative to conduct this investigation. If memory served him correctly, during his initial encounter with the Tianyu ring, the activation of the thought-sense space had occurred due to his mental energy piercing through a certain special rune. Today, the activation of the teleportation mode had similarly transpired because his finger had made contact with another rune. This suggested that the entire surface of the Tianyu ring bore 20 seemingly cracked runes. Could it be that each activated rune would yield a different functional space? His mind raced with confusion. He had originally intended to hasten back to the spacecraft to concentrate on this arduous yet hopeful research. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that his mental energy had depleted by 80, rendering him incapable of initiating another teleportation over 700 kilometers. He was on the brink of despair. Damn it, in my excitement, I completely forgot to consider the return trip. I only bought a one-way ticket? How foolish! The problem is, the drain on my mental energy has been too great. It will take at least 10 hours to recover. Shaking his head, he instructed Yu to deploy the mechanical mosquito to search for a suitable beast den to rest. While he aimlessly wandered about after wandering for a while, his eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of a cluster of snow-white fungi beneath a gigantic tree. He exclaimed, "Wow! So many Baiyang mushrooms! How wonderful! I haven't had these in ages. What a nostalgic treat!" The fungal flora of the Quinta star was vast, with many varieties boasting delightful flavors, among which the Baiyang mushroom was a standout, cherished by nearly all soldiers for its soul-stirring taste. He rushed forward, plucking the largest, whitest specimen to pop into his mouth, squinting as a refreshing sensation coursed down his throat, reaching his stomach, where an explosion of exquisite aroma ensued, clearing his mind and seemingly enhancing his mental recovery speed. This feels incredible! He quickly retrieved a small pouch, gathering the mushrooms frantically. Before long, his foraging concluded. He savored the delicious morsels while making his way toward the beast den that Yu had just discovered. After walking a few dozen steps, he gazed curiously at the Baiyang mushrooms, murmuring, "Strange. It seems they truly can accelerate mental recovery. How come I never noticed this effect before?" After pondering for a moment, He speculated that perhaps the special substances from the battle motherworm had induced mutations, thereby unlocking the new functionality of the Bayang mushrooms. If that were the case, could he seek out more to store for emergencies? Just as he was contemplating this, Yu suddenly popped her head out, urgently saying, "Master, there's a situation 6 kilometers to the southeast." He casually opened his helmet, glancing at the display. A flicker of hostility surged through his eyes. Ignoring the Bayang mushrooms, he discarded the pouch and sprinted toward the southeast. Husha Sha gasped for breath, every few strides punctuated by a backward shot. In this era, many women served in the military. However, the number of those who became snipers was exceedingly rare, and among the 23 bases on Kinta Star, she was the sole female sniper commanding a field squad. All of this stemmed from the meticulous training imparted by her retired sniper father. Coupled with her peak 7th-tier prowess and classification as a Grade A elite sniper, establishing her as a standard-bearer of excellence. Without such attributes, she would not have survived the harrowing and helpless war that had transpired 25 days prior. Firing another shot that forced several Kydran pursuers to take cover, she sighed, folding her sniper rifle and securing it to her back. Focusing solely on her escape point 12 days prior, she had fortuitously discovered a supply crate for snipers, allowing her to persevere all this time. However, today, her ammunition had finally run dry. If she did not employ guerrilla tactics to neutralize the following snipers, her demise was all but certain, as were the fates of her injured comrades. The speed at which she traversed the forest was remarkable, her inherited sniper survival skills pushed to their limits, augmented by her family's exoskeleton armor. Historically, she had faced little adversity. Yet today, a cadre of over 10 Kydran masters was meticulously hunting her down, and the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With a thunderous roar, enormous projectiles whizzed past her, obliterating the trees around her and leaving gaping holes in their wake. These projectiles were 19.8mm special rounds, custom-made by the Kydran for their heavy snipers, with a recoil only those above the 8th tier could withstand. With her ammunition exhausted and being pursued by over 10 8th-tier masters, her chances of survival dwindled to near zero. Despair began to creep into her heart. Chapter 132. Comrades Husha Sha rolled away once more, maneuvering around a colossal tree, yet this time, luck was not on her side. The instant she leapt, a bullet grazed her right foot's propulsion device. Clang! Struck by the staggering kinetic energy of the special round, the propulsion device detonated, sending 2 hardened springs piercing into her calf, leaving a gruesome mess in their wake. Ugh! She grunted, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. It was over! Her heart nearly ceased beating as she defiantly widened her eyes to gaze upon the 4 approaching Kydran. In a desperate act, she clawed backward, grasping the sole individual cork bomb she possessed, determined to leave an indelible mark on the 4 masters before her demise. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to disengage the safety pin, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. The head of the closest Kydran burst apart, his sickly green blood mingling with dark brain matter splattering over her face. Momentarily stunned, she had yet to react when a second Kydran's head also exploded. The remaining Kydran finally regained their senses, rolling away and, in their haste, tossing smoke grenades, instantly shrouding the area in an impenetrable fog. Feng Xingchen was infuriated. The Kydran had truly gone too far, relentlessly pursuing survivors for days on end, and now a dozen masters were hunting a single woman. His uncle could tolerate it, but his father would not stand idly by. Blood would be shed. With 2 shots, he dispatched 2 of them. Their reactions were prompt, quickly seeking cover, momentarily denying him the opportunity to fire again. Yet, it mattered not. If they would not come out, he would go to them. In an instant, he accelerated to his utmost speed, darting past a towering tree. The dense smoke posed a challenge for ordinary masters, but in his superlative state, it held no sway over him. As he burst forth from behind the massive tree, an instinctual sense of danger surged through his mind. In an instinctive reaction, he executed a swift side flip. Whoosh, 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 3 shrieking micromissiles zipped past him, striking a rock several dozen meters away with a resounding explosion. However, the Kydran's micromissiles lacked the power of proton missiles. In fact, the individual gear missiles were no match for the formidable cruise missiles. The shockwaves splintered several trees, but their force dissipated against his refined energy shield, leaving him unscathed. Yet, he pressed on even faster. Activating his wind-walking skill, trees crashed down around him with tremendous impact. He could evade them, but his injured female comrade could not die in the superlative state. The scene before his eyes seemed to freeze. In that moment, his body elongated into an afterimage, ghosting over 200 meters and finally seizing the woman in his grasp just before the tree fell. Boom. The massive tree toppled, and both Feng Xingqian and the Kaijuran distanced themselves in a frenzied bid to evade the chaos. Damn it! Feng Xingqian let out an enraged shout, casting aside the woman in his arms. He locked onto a Kaier individual 700 meters away and sprang into action, charging towards the target at high speed. 700 meters, at a velocity of 270 kilometers per hour, could be traversed in a mere 11 seconds. The Kaier appeared taken aback by the sudden appearance of a true expert and instinctively retreated with lightning speed. Yet, could anyone escape once Feng Xingqian had them in his sights? Death awaited. With a roar, he unleashed 2 rounds from his heavy sniper rifle in the shortest time possible. Boom, boom. The 21mm round, strictly speaking, was no longer merely a bullet. It was more akin to artillery. 3 centuries prior, the most common forms were aircraft cannons and close-in defense guns mounted on coastal vessels. The 6-fold supersonic projectile tore through the air, precisely penetrating a gap between the Kaier's exoskeletal armor, shattering the long body of the Kaier into fragments. After this display of skill, Feng Xingqian felt no joy. Instead, he calmly expanded his mental coverage to the maximum range of 1,000 meters. There remained 13 Kaiers, each a formidable opponent. He could envision that at least 5 individual kinetic cannons were locking onto him, and he could not afford to be complacent. With the sniper rifle secured on his back, he transformed into the world's most agile monkey, executing a series of exquisitely perfect evasive maneuvers that rendered his actions unpredictable. His instincts, honed to perfection, guided him as he dodged, while kinetic projectiles followed closely behind, creating deep craters in the ground. He chuckled to himself. Recently, in the realm of thought and sensation, he had practiced evasion against kinetic projectiles traveling at 30 times the speed of sound, 9,000 meters per second, with a firing rate of nearly 1 round per second. Yet, through his transcendent state and adept evasive actions, he had managed to avoid being hit for over an hour. This achievement nearly drove Tianyuan to despair. Indeed, evading a 50mm projectile required only a slight shift of a few dozen centimeters. However, the process of detecting the projectile, assessing its trajectory, and determining the evasive action required time, something not everyone could accomplish. If Feng Xingqian were merely a 13th-level martial arts master, such an achievement would be unremarkable. Yet, he was only at the 9th level. If he could evade 30 times the speed of sound, then 18 times the speed was a trivial feat, and he even had the capacity to retrieve his heavy sniper rifle and, in a roll, fire off massive rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The area erupted in a cacophony of explosions, leaving Hu Shasha thoroughly astonished. Indeed, through the seized Kaier 3-dimensional radar system, she could clearly see the figure amidst a whirlwind of evasive movements, raising his weapon time and again, with each shot resulting in another Kaier being obliterated. The Kaiers, finally gripped by fear, emitted a shrill cry as the remaining 8 collectively abandoned their original plan, pouring all their efforts into fleeing desperately into the forest. Feng Xingqian exuded a menacing aura as he glanced at his helmet's radar screen, accelerating towards the left side where 4 Kaiers awaited. With the aid of their exoskeletons, each Kaier could reach nearly 240 kilometers per hour. However, to unleash such speed, they would need to expend their internal energy, making endurance the key factor. Unfortunately for them, the human pursuing them today was a remarkably fearsome sniper. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet fired, even if not hitting a Kaier, suppressed them to the brink of despair. Feng Xingqian was in good spirits as he casually replaced the magazine and secured the sniper rifle on his back. He believed that in a few hundred more meters, he would find the perfect opportunity to fire again, potentially eliminating 2 more Kaiers. Chapter 133. The Ghost Wolf. It drew closer, ever closer. Just as Feng Xingqian was about to remove his sniper rifle, a chill surged up his spine, involuntarily making him shudder. The genes inherited from the battle mother worm endowed him with a 6th sense that surpassed even the most sensitive of insects. An ambush. Making a swift judgment, he executed a sideways roll, flipping 180 degrees, then quickly leaped towards the densest part of the forest. However, boom! In a sudden explosion, the seemingly solid ground cracked open. And at that very moment, a towering shadow leaped out with the agility of a phantom monkey, blocking his path. Hiss! Feng Xingchen caught sight of a bizarre emblem on the shadow's chest and gasped. Ghost Wolf? The Ghost Wolf was the name of the Kairos Elite Special Operations Team, and the minimum qualification to join was a 9th-level mastery, with even 11th-level warriors having been known to appear. The individual showed no hesitation. With a swift motion, he raised a 2-meter-long black giant blade and swung it down towards Feng Xingchen's head. Hey, Feng Xingchen, having been trained to a steadfast mental state by Tian Yuan, was unfazed as he twisted his body to evade the strike, then launched a counterattack. Clang! The metallic clash sent a shockwave through the air, stunning the elite of the Ghost Wolf. How could a mere 9th-level warrior contend with a peak 10th-level expert? This clearly exceeded his comprehension. Had he misjudged? Was his opponent not a 9th-level warrior, but rather a 10th-level master? Little did he know that Feng Xingchen's exoskeleton was crafted from a combination of 4th-level civilization alloys and a touch of 7th-level mechanical beast metal, providing defense that rivaled true 5th-level custom armor. The immense support power equalized their disparity in strength, and combined with Feng Xingchen's peak 9th-level internal energy, it was not impossible for him to withstand a direct confrontation. However, Feng Xingchen did not find it easy. The tremendous recoil left him momentarily numb, forcing him to retreat rapidly. At this point, the Kairos would never grant him a moment to react, nor would they allow him to draw his shockwave blade. The Ghost Wolf Elite, a blur of motion, lunged once more. Bang bang, 2 resounding blows echoed, akin to thunderclaps in a summer sky, shrouding the area in dense dust, obscuring the scene from view. Yet, through his transcendent state, Feng Xingchen observed every movement of his opponent with utmost clarity. Like a demonic figure from hell, the individual wielded the massive blade, cleaving the air and creating arcs of deadly light that danced around the comparatively diminutive Feng Xingchen. Feng Xingchen had fully unleashed his transcendent state and windwalking technique, locking onto the Ghost Wolf with every ounce of his being, continuously evading. Having spent over 1,000 hours in the realm of thought and sensation, enduring Tian Yuan's merciless electric shock training, he had not only absorbed the essence of combat techniques accumulated over countless millennia by 9th-level civilizations, but had also experienced a rapid growth in mental capacity. Coupled with the feedback effect of surpassing the 8th and 9th grade bottlenecks, his mental prowess had likely ascended to a high level of the 8th tier. Unfortunately, his greatest trump card was severely diminished by his opponent's formidable martial prowess. Twice he attempted to implant his mental energy into the opponent's brain to detonate it, but to no avail. He finally realized that his adversary was undoubtedly a master above the 10th level. Indeed, in the presence of a 10th level expert, even a robust 8th-level mental capacity was rendered ineffective. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly assessed the situation, weighing the strengths of both parties. The only option was to retreat with all his might. He had to create distance between them to more effectively utilize the absolute agility of windwalking and the specialized heavy sniper rounds provided by Xiao to pose a genuine threat. Compared to a 10th-level expert, his only advantage lay in his agility and high-caliber ammunition. However, while he was devising this strategy, the opponent was no fool. He continued to employ his most adept close-quarters combat techniques, relentlessly pursuing Feng Xingchen and preventing him from drawing his sniper rifle. In truth, it was not merely the sniper rifle that Feng Xingchen lacked the opportunity to draw. Even the 30 billion ion shockwave blades were beyond his reach. At this moment, the elite of the Ghost Wolf was already pushed to the brink of disbelief. The Kairos possessed well-developed thigh muscles and longer limbs, inherently faster than Earthlings. Once they reached the 10th level, their combat prowess could rival even the highest-ranking humans without faltering. Yet, despite unleashing his full strength and even releasing his peak 10th level internal energy field, he had struck out 200 times without managing to harm the evidently 9th level opponent before him. Yes, he could ascertain from the absence of any energy field emanating from Feng Xingchen that the latter had not yet reached the 10th level. The fact that such a minor opponent could compel him to exert all his strength without success led him to question his own abilities. Meanwhile, Feng Xingchen was already in a state of silent anguish. The internal energy field generated by a 10th level expert had ensnared him completely, akin to sinking into mud up to his waist, rendering him immobile. Had it not been for the numerous practical combat techniques learned in the realm of thought and sensation, coupled with the deceleration effects of his transcendent state, he would have perished long ago. Indeed, the internal energy field crystallized under the continuous refinement of masters above the 10th level, forming a formidable pressure that made it exceedingly difficult for him to release his protective internal energy shield. Thus, what could one expect from such a combat scenario? Feng Xingchen found it impossible to articulate the destructive force imposed upon him by such overwhelming superiority. Were it not for his transcendent state and the combination of windwalking with the combat techniques honed over countless millennia by 9th-level civilizations, he would have been unable to evade even a mere 10 strikes. It was evident that the Kai'er had gained an unequivocal upper hand. He understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could persist for only a few more seconds. I refused to accept this. Over the past several days, he had suddenly acquired a unique physique that surpassed all others and had been endowed with the enigmatic Tianyuan, providing him with an environment conducive to rapid growth as a master. If he were to perish at the hands of a Kai'er whose appearance he had not even glimpsed, the resentment emanating from his soul would be sufficient to carve a gaping hole into the realm of the dead. In the next moment, perhaps due to an escalating threat of death, a colossal wave of resentment surged forth, igniting a deep-seated aura of murderous intent within him. This malevolent energy intertwined with the resentment, creating a bizarre amalgamation infused with a violent essence. Perhaps guided by this peculiar atmosphere, his internal energy, already at the pinnacle of the 9th level, surged fervently. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a strange tranquility enveloped his heart. He sensed that the formidable aura was accumulating around him in a unique manner, forming a vortex with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. His brow furrowed, for at that moment, he suddenly realized that the restraining force of the Kai'er elite's internal energy field upon him was diminishing. Chapter 134. Repelling the Force Field. Internal Energy Field. Feng Xingchen suddenly comprehended that between life and death, he had found the opportunity to merge with nature. At this moment, the force field finally expanded seamlessly. However, even with the formation of the internal energy field, which could alleviate some of the pressure from the Kai'er elites, it was far from sufficient to escape the confines of the 10th level force field. Yet, he was not limited to just the force field. He possessed formidable mental strength as well. At this juncture, a peculiar thought leapt into his mind. Why couldn't he penetrate the other's internal energy field with his mental force, utilizing the explosive characteristics in conjunction with his own force field to shatter the opponent's field? As this thought emerged, his outward mental force suddenly converged, making contact with the opponent's internal energy field. Swiftly piercing through, crackle, the moment the mental force penetrated, a series of strange sounds erupted, leaving him no time to contemplate further as he roared, explode, boom. In the arena, a deafening roar ensued, unleashing an overwhelming power that erupted with a terrifying force. What was happening? The Kai'er elite was paralyzed with fear, for just moments ago, the formidable 10th level internal energy field had been rent asunder, creating a massive gash. Yet there was no time for contemplation. At this instant, Feng Xingchen seized the fleeting opportunity. His newly formed internal energy field surged forth like a dagger, thrusting into the breach. Almost simultaneously, Feng Xingchen raised his hand, and the energy gauntlet cannon, meticulously crafted by Xiao Hao, quietly activated, emitting a radiant blue light, boom. In the throes of a violent explosion, the Kai'er expert was propelled backwards several paces by the directed shockwave. Feng Xingchen could scarcely believe the effectiveness of the gauntlet cannon. Elated, his agile form executed a swift maneuver, bending low and kicking out, revealing the concealed wrist-mounted blade that vibrated at 30 billion oscillations per second. Extending his arm, he struck out with it. He felt as though the insights gleaned from countless hours of practice in the realm of thought were being fully realized in this strike. This blow was not only swift beyond compare, but also bore an indomitable momentum, accompanied by an overwhelming resolve that seemed to declare that nothing in the universe could halt his advance. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Zing. Time appeared to freeze as a dark gleam, accompanied by a piercing wail that tore through the air, reached the Kai'er elite's eardrums. He was astonished to discover that a weapon he considered merely a small knife had struck the connection between his exoskeleton armor and helmet, leaving behind a profound gash in this perilous area. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, the virtual screen within the Kaijia's helmet flickered, accompanied by crackling electrical noises that rendered him nearly stupefied. Impossible! The Kaijia elite trembled, eyes wide in disbelief. Yet, this was the stark reality. The gash at his neck armor revealed several hidden energy lines, as if narrating a tale of terror. He could imagine that had it not been for the existence of the internal energy field, that strike would have severed a significant portion of his neck. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his massive battle blade, while simultaneously, the steel armor on his wrist slid forward to reveal two micromissiles tucked within. Damn it! Instinctively, Feng Xingchen flipped away, narrowly evading the direct assault of the missiles, then rolled to the side to avoid the explosive shockwave as much as possible. Boom boom. Two powerful shockwaves detonated, allowing the Kaijia elite to seize the opportunity. Propelled by the force of the blasts, to accelerate to his utmost limit, retreating 300 meters away, he glanced back at the chaotic battlefield, unwilling to accept defeat, and let out a furious roar before turning and fleeing into the crimson dust. Feng Xingchen, somewhat disheveled, rose from behind a massive rock, watching the Kaijia elite's rapid retreat with a sense of disbelief. He had never anticipated that such a powerful elite from the Ghost Wolf battle team would choose to flee. Just as he contemplated using his heavy sniper rifle, that bizarre figure had already accelerated to the utmost limit, vanishing behind the dense thicket of colossal trees. As if in a dream, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the individual had indeed escaped. Unable to resist, he scratched his cheek and murmured, "Strange, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Why did he run?" The Kaijia elite had indeed fled. Feng Xingchen's mental prowess had inexplicably shattered the force field without any hindrance, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of that power. Furthermore, the potency of the energy gauntlet cannon far surpassed that of similar products from Caste Blue. Faced with these two harsh realities, the Kaijia elite was no fool. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from the battlefield, seeking another opportunity to ponder in peace. Feng Xingchen took a few deep breaths, glancing at the radar screen, confirming that all the Kaijia elites had retreated beyond its range. Exhaling deeply, he stored away the vibrating blade and made his way toward the location of the woman. It truly felt like a dream. Today, despite the peril, he had, in one fell swoop, grasped that peculiar aura of slaughter, forming his unique force field, indicating that he had transcended the most formidable of bottlenecks, stepping into the realm of the powerful. In this moment, he no longer felt inferior to Xuemiao. In truth, it was not only he who felt as if he were dreaming, who Shasha also felt as though she were in a dream. Just when death seemed imminent, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Shaking her head vigorously, she finally saw the figure who had come to rescue her slowly approaching. Tilting her head, her helmet retracted, and she offered a sincere smile, introducing herself. "Hello. Thank you for saving me. I am Hu Shasha, at the pinnacle of level 7 in physical arts, a 2A heavy sniper, and the sergeant captain of the K-08 Marine Corps L-077 squad." "May I ask?" Feng Xingchen smiled in return. "Hello. I am Feng Xingchen, formerly of the K-21 Marine Corps. However, after K-21 was completely annihilated, I found a new complete base. Currently, I am a member of the Bone Base Special Forces." "Bones Base? Indeed. I will take you there." "Hee. Let me assess your injuries." Feng Xingchen crouched down, using a mini scanner to examine Hu Shasha's ankle, smiling as he said, "It's nothing serious. The location where the spring piece penetrated isn't too terrible. At least it hasn't injured the bone. The external wound gel will ensure that you won't have any scars." As he spoke, he forcibly pulled out the two spring pieces and sprayed the external wound gel onto the injury, watching as it healed at a visibly rapid pace. However, the wound was deep, and such a healing speed would require at least 2 hours to return to normal. "I'll take you away." Feng Xingchen couldn't wait for 2 hours. Without further ado, he scooped up Hu Shasha and strode toward the edge of the forest. "We can't leave like this. There are still over 30 survivors in the woods. However, they are all injured, and we cannot find enough medicine. The individual armor has no batteries left, and there is no energy supply. The food is also insufficient, and some are gravely injured and near death.